Chapter 1 The Soul Bottle. As dusk descended, a somber hazy enveloped the landscape, with den segras stretchingenless lie beneath that light sky. Under the settingsen, a river flowed swiftly, iskurren tas fire sasagaloping steed. Wanyang slow leo pedas, feeling as if world war spinning around him, his head swimming with dizziness. Where am I? Just moments ago he had been wandering through a museum. How had a sudden lie arrived in this unfamiliar place? Struggling tassitup, huesist in istofin that 3 ether shadel sorasen alongside him. These a 3 individual swore a their heron traditionel top knot sand were dressed in tattered, corsellan and tunics, their appearance reminiscent of fancy and people among them, twowering amonu a soberly figure, resembling a mighty warrior theater was strikingly handsome, akin to star from a romantic drama, the last ways an unremarkable middle Gidman, appearing to bane his 40s or 50s. To Wanyang's right lay a gaunt figure, as thin as serried, motionless in the grass. Including this frailman, the 5 formed as mulcercleat in the center lay aurally woven basket, and nearby stood a red claypot, containing a small amount of overbroth. Besides pot weighs a wooden bowl topped with a large wooden spoon, the bowl filled with a darkly kid that, upon smelling, Wanyang suspected was vinegar. Theffer exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Instinctively, Wanyang reached for his glasses, only to realize he was grasping at nothing. Perhaps sensing his movement, the middle Gedman fixed his gaze on Wanyang and tentatively spoke, Wang. Dr. Wang? Wanyang was taken aback. Subian? It's a me, the middle Gedman replied eagerly. How did we interfere, and you. How did Angela Kethis? A thought struck Wanyang and Haridla stood up, rushing toward the Iver bank. The other 3 followed suit. Reflected in water was the face of Faoth, no other ton 17 or 18. With Sparcebro's bright eyes and a slightly prominent nose, he could be described as handsome, yet his complexion was naturally pale, and his slender frame appeared somewhat timid. His eyes were slightly ardent, giving him a look of weakness and fatigue. Who was not wearing glasses, yet of everything within his sight was as clear as if carved in stony. A sensation he hadn't experienced since developing myopia in 6th grade. Suddenly, a burst of uncontrollable laughter erupted near, but the handsome youth, brimming with excitement, danced about, exclaiming, We've crossed over. After reading countless travel novels, we've finally done it. This museum visit was not in vain, and look at the handsome I am. Had a cadis face, glancing at the other 3, and upon confirming he was indeed the most attractive among them, heckled it contain his joy. Theber Lemon performed several stretching exercises, his jaw scracking audibly, then threw a few punches of the air, seeming like acclimatizing to his new body. With that his missive tone, here marked, the Sicen Temes would can't be celebrity share, what good is being good looking? The handsome youth still could open his ecoloration, brushed off Theber Lemon's comment, growing even more enthusiastic. It might not be ancientatal, it could be an alternate reality, a fantasy world. Theber Lemon retorted firmly, what are you thinking, what received over from a museum, so of course it's ancient. Ancient tornit, it's great, what can copy poetry, write lyrics, pen novels, should divide work each of us take a different category, let's not duplicate. Theberly Manscoft, copy novels, doyoriolating kits tadasi, if I ask you to transcribe Dream of a Red Chamber, let's see you do it frommery. The handsome youth paused, it might not be a bledo, but maybe some Anilsakin. Heternet to Wanyang and asked, Area wa doctor, what's your field? Wanyang replied, Im not a doctor, im a doctoral student. The youth looked puzzled, what's the difference? Onlight hosoho have defended here Dr. Rolf Assessori Culla doctors, im still in me second year of Dr. Ral studies and haven't graduate diet. Theberly man inquired bluntly, what area studying? Literature. Theber Lehman sneered, what good is that, literature doesn't teach history, it's useless for timid travel. Themid Legidman, having hard off Wanyang's reputation, quickly interjected. He wasn't be the publishing house to collaborate with Wanyang on a paper collection with the museum, and so he explained, Dr. Wanjay's a specialist in classic literature. Theber Lehman interrupted, what does classic literature matter, doyak no history, can you recite Dream of Red Chamber from memory? He looked at Wanyang with an air of certainty, as if stating an undeniable truth. Let me tell ya, no divina ph cold recite Dream of Red Chamber from memory. The handsome youth turned to Wanyang and asked, can you real not doit? Theberly man impatiently replied, isn't it obvious, I'm telling you, there is no way any in the country could recite Dream of Red Chamber from memory. Hath internet to Wanyang with an air of superiority, demanding, what do you say, am I right? Wan yang remain zilanthe no desirito engage in fastidious debate nor deduishto explain to new and soft classical studious or the distinctions between broad and narrow definitions of literature. As for the question of dream of red chamber, it was for miss primary concern. One could argue that generation has its own literary strengths. Literary standards have all the overtime of, for instance, Libes bring in thwinamite gauna to seed in the prekinera, while Sucher's Red Cliffs could be dismissed as merfolktionis of fritten centuries earlier. Now, with nuclear idea of where they were in time and space, how could they have entertained thoughts of copying poetry or novels? Even if they called were there are not countless literary giants throughout history? Li Du Su, Anzin Wo among them wasn't a literary prodigy, yet how many hatroli succeeded? Success, after all, is not merely about official titles. Even Sucher, hold hig office, faced significant challenges. Doyuk nov dream of red chamberis, Luzin has event written as equal toit the middle Gedman couldn't help but interject. Thieberleyman, unfamiliar with Wu, quickly countered what doish is equal matter, can it compare to the original, besides, I'm talking about reciting, which has nothing to do with writing gasequel. The middle Gedman was about to respond when Wan Yang suddenly said, don't you think there is something peculiar about her sense? The three looked at him in confusion, and the handsome youth replied, there is nothing wrong just the same as before. The middle Gedman pondered for a moment and added, I don't notice anything different. Event the Burlyman, usually a Jertoard, nodded in agreement. Wait a moment. Wan Yang hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts, then finally managed to say, peach blossom. He paused, then spoke he deliberately, peach blossoms bloom, and peach blossoms wither. After saying this, his ematorilax, as if those few words had taken considerable effort. Theothers looked puzzled, and Theoth murmured, peach blossoms bloom, and peach blossoms wither, what does that mean? The middle Gedman and Thieberliman suddenly understood upon hearing Theoth repeat. The middle Gedman exclaimed, what dr. Wang just say this actually in Mandarin? Since waking Dupan Thigras, they had all been speaking in a tone they had never heard before Yanethate Waysakwardan foreign, completely distinct from modern Mandarin, yet had only no realized such an obvious issue. Aru. Still speaking Chinese, the youth gazed at Wan Yang in shock. Wan Yang considered for a moment and replied, yes. We're currently speaking Middle Chinese. The pronunciation of Middle Chinese differs significantly from modern Mandarin. For instance, the character to for peach in Mandarin has an aspirated voiceless stop to its initial sound, while in Middle Chinese, it is pronounced with a voiced tone. And the character B has a voiceless and aspirated stop Mandarin. Buten Middle Chinese, it becomes a voice tone, for example. Theberleyman interrupted, stop with the jargon, just tell us what middle means. From Hanto Tang, Wan Yang replied succinctly. In contemporary historical scholarship, the period spanning Hui Jin Northern and Southern dynasties, and the Sui and Tanges commonly referred to as Middle Chinese, distinguishing it from the modern era that follows the Tang and Song dynasties. So if across a divertisome dynasty between Han and Tang, the Middle Gedman asked. Wan Yang nodded. His primera focus was in pertang literature and the intellectual history of Tang and Song dynasties, and had some knowledge of the cultural history of Tang dynasty. In terms of historical facts, he was most familiar with Han and most knowledgeable about he Tang. If these irreversible crossing had truly occurred, he would prefer it beyond of these tours. She might at least have some understanding of historical details to navigate the situation. We haven't inherited the original memories, yet was seem to have retained their accent. But that's not important, the handsome youth waved excitedly declaring what matters is what can copy song lyrics, regardless of which dynasty between Han and Tang were in, there is certainly won't be song lyrics here. Theberly man remarked, how many song lyrics can you even recite, if we divide among the four of us, how many will each get, Dr. Dante no more perpemes, you should contribute Donkey epitoy yourself. Wang Yang remained non-committal, thinking that of an nth Tang dynasty, lyrics were considered minorities, and relying on a few song lyrics for survival was more folly. Even in Song dynasty, figures like Lu Yang and Zhang Kai were indeed remarkable, yet ni lived life of despair, while it he did in obscurity. No, my mother is still in the modern world, he must find a way to return. What should be considering knowest which song lyrics stockapy Butho toget back, Themad Legidman said, worry a ched in his face, unlike the youthful enthusiasm of he handsome youth, ha hate a family to think about how could not return? Return, im not going back, crossing Goverish than winning the lottery, especially becoming such a handsome igwe, the sister finite lithophado fa protagonist, here, what can have power and wealth, enjoy the pleasures of life, far better thing owing back to bricklaying, the handsome youth gromery and imma dasha spoke. Thieber limenternet tothamidally gedman chuckled, of course who wants to go back he didn't cross over into iron body, by the way, how'd worry you before you cross it over? Themid Legidman, unwilling to engage with the provocateur, stepped closer to Wang Yang anxiously asking, Dr. Wang, what shall we do? Have afian shall de thom midaughter reisen le 5 years old, have to return. The handsome youthful sosk Tuan Yang by the way is theoria limita many concubines and can have in ancient times? The burly man mocked, what's the point of asking? Better than a skinjiu, themidly jedmunch. The burly man shrugged, in just leffing what taboo to you. Wan Yanj interjected to prevent their argument from escalating, let's focus on themadarat hand do you remember what for redoing before we cross it over? It turned to themidally gedman, I recall wary themas, looking gatasol bada uniar that fromatensientum. Yes, there was a porcelain bottle, I was looking at titu, the hand some jamedden. Wang Yang pondered, so itseums must have crossed over while war rigs a mining thought soul bottle, meaning. Themidally Gedman slapped his thigh, remember no, vori 5 people gather around hat display. Theffer exchange glances, finally recalling the figure leing in Thegras Theharido Verticek, finding Themon struggling to sit up, upon seeing the four approach, his confisi turned despeli as ashit. The handsome youth greet him enthusiastically, hey buddy, if get great news will we cross it over, the world is source no, hey thenel to exaggerated laugh. Theberly man scoffed, how juvenile. Neither of them noticed said that the frailman waist trembling slightly. Wang Yang pat Themon's shoulder, are you all right? The frailman's face was deathly pale, his expression dazed, and it trembled even more. Theberly man jeered, your mental fortitude is pathetic, no wonder you woke up list. Wang Yanglin said to the frailman and said, Vera standing back at the position we occupied when we were a looking at the solbot line the museum. Except for the frailman, Hosathun Shadover with his shaden hishans, Theother forad returnet to their original positions, coinciding perfectly with where they had awakened, and in the center of Hamwast woven basket. Wang Yang stepped forward to examine the basket, but Theber Limon rushed ahead lifting the basket's lid with Wang Yang themidally Gedman and the handsome youth gathered around as well. Together, Wang Yang and Theber Limon pulled out items from the basket. It was a beautifully crafted blue porcelain jar, adorned with raised designs, its lid chapedlik pagada. Themidally Gedman cs latup, it's the sal bottle, Theon Wesawin the museum, could it bethay to cross it over because of these? The handsome youth asked, what is a sal bottle? Wang Yang explained, a soul bottle an ancient funerary object believed to capture and secure the soul. What's a funerary object? The handsome youth reached out to touch the design in the jar, is that a bird carved in it? Wang Yang didn't address the question about funerary object shiskizuas entire lithic the jar's designs. The zist vermilion bird. The vermilion bird flies asteroid driving thekariatov supreme 1. Theta piction off vermilion bird on soul bottom a servita guide soul, the secreta for crossing might lie with a neat. Hein tended to take soul bodline hand for a closer look, but Theber Limon firmly grasped on, refusing to let go. If the soul bodly aloides to crossover, it should also be able to bring us back. The middle Gedman sway setrem bled slight light his washies and li happy returning home to bolster his confidence, he's Wang Yang, right? The Wang Yang felt uncertain, henaded to reassure him. Let me take kalunai the secret off to soul bodly likely hidden in its designs, Theber Limon pulled the jar closer to his eyes. Yonder stand sell bottles, the handsome youth asked, astonished. Of course, I read a post about soul bottles in line, look, there are characters in it, little doctor, let go so I can see better. Wang Yang released a script, leaning forward, but he couldn't make out the characters, the handsome youth in the middle Gedmanal solely ending closer. Where are the characters? The handsome youth asked. They need to wash it then the characters will become visible. Theber Limon spoke with a sense of authority, striding straight toward the Iver bank with the jar. Wang Yang's expression turned serious as Shekwa followed, I'm going with ya. No, you all stay here, I can't hand light alone, Theber Limon spoke unusually politely. It's fine you are just standing around anyway. Wang Yang quickened his pace. Suddenly, Theber Limon took off running. Wang Yang chased after him. The handsome youth in the middle Gedman, realizing what was happening, hurried to follow. As they neared the riverbank, Theber Limon raised the Solbata hide butte instead of throwing Jitan Tothwater, Heslamed it down into the ground with tremendous force. With a loud crash, Thessol bottle shattered to countless pieces. Everyone was stunned, and the middle Gedman lit out of despair. Sizing Thimmelmann Tafschak, Thieber Limon Kikada large portion oft Heschard Sintethiver. Wanyanjig Nored Thieber Limon and Drushet to Thiver Bank, only to fine thwater flowing swiftly with nosig noft Heshet to red pieces. Themad Legidman eine frenzy attempted to jump into Thiver, but Wanyang grabbed him Lidat Subian, stay calm. You're insane, the handsome youth starred at Tiberly man in disbelief. Theberly man retorted, area stupid, what if they figure out how does the Solbata to bring us back? The handsome youth hesitated, his voice faltering, well, that do isn't mean. Bastard, the middly Gedman siester nedri dash lungada Theber limon. Stop, Wanyang shouted, his voice pan commanding. The middly Gedman instinctively halted but noticed Wanyang bypassing him, quickly running toward the now standing Frailmanine Thegras. The others, confused, followed suit. Where are you going? Wanyang gasped. The Frailman managed to smile, nothing. Wanyang stared in Tenliathim and suddenly asked, what's your favorite movie? What? The handsome youth looked bewildered. Eurekrazy, Theber Limang grumbled in discontent. You idiot, the middly Gedmang grabbed Theber Limon's ragged collar. Let go, Theber Limon's expression darkened. Under Wanyang's scrutiny, the Frailman's facial muscles trembled even more violently. Just name me an movies langage canamion il suffus. Wanyang proceeded closer to the Frailman. Theother 3 began to sense something was a fan turned here gazes toward the Frailman. Suddenly Thefret Ilman shoved Wanyang away, causing him to stumble backward right in the bowl of vinegar, spilling must off to dark leak cadal over his pants, soaking a large patch of fabric. Thefret Ilman turned and, screaming hysterically, a ghost, an evil spirit has possessed me. Wanyang paid namin to lianing himself Yupan shouted, quick, chase him, Hess note from the modern world. Note. 1. Thephrasiac generation has its sound literary strengths originates from King Scholar Jausunand was latter developed by figures such as Wang Wei and Husher, emphasizing that literary standards change over time. 2. The concept of Middle Chinese absolute in academia. Interestingly, researchers studying Hui Jin, Northern and Southern dynasties often refer to themselves as Middle, while in recent years, scholars from Songto Ming period have also begun to adopt this term, paralleling Western sinology concept of Middle period. 3. The narrative of literature is limited to poetry and novels stems from the modern Western concept of literature spurard. China has long held dobro adurv wolf literature, as evident said Bijong Tayan's definition. 4. The Middle Period is characterized by eminency of aristocratic families, transitioning to a commoner society after Tang dynasty. The phrase the affairs of Tang are closer to the ancient, while those of Song are closer to the present reflects watershed status of this period. In conclusion, the Middle Period is a fascinating era where civilization and barbarism, grandeur and darkness, greatness and humility intertwine, observing modern individuals thrust into this tumultuous historical context, creating ripples in the currents of time, isen intrigue and endeavor. I aim to faithfully create the historical environment of tea time without resorting to magical powers or fortuitous luck, just a modern person navigating the complexities of southern and northern dynasties, relying solely on their own wits to survive. When it comes to reality, many things become a challenging, time travel presents its own set of difficulties, starter with the language barrier. Most modern individuals cannot comprehend ancient phonetics, let alone communicate with ancient people. Moreover, the ancient household registration system was quite comprehensive, making it difficult for outsiders to blend in. The size womanis lightly serious to met travel novels begin with protagonists inheriting the originalist's memories, starting their journey years later. Because if you begin with a blank slate, it's hard to manage by inheriting memories. Identity issue is a salier solved, allowing for a smoother integration into ancient times. However, the truth is that integrating into ancient society has never been simple. I realize a thought my approach may belabor is and do appreciated many readers might not care about his details, but he wished to intricately depict a modern person thrust into a vivid historical world, illustrating how they survive and solve their problems. He will carefully and thoroughly portray his process. Now, invite you to join me as we delve into this tumultuous grandeur of Middle China. Chapter 2: The Wandering Souls. The shadows of today grew dim, with tall grass brushing against their ankles. In the wild woods, one woman fled while four pursued, stirring countless insects from their slumber. Help, Teresa Ghost, the frailman's terrified cries echoed through the tranquil forest. Wait! Where are not ghosts? Wang Yang shouted as she chased after him. The Fraulein had likely been awake for some time. Wang Yang wasn't curtain how much earlier conversation had over her dispersut of the Fraulein was driven both because and desire underst. Five individual shed collapsed around the soul bottle awakening to fin for transformed while Leoner main duncanged, the Fraulein might not grasp the supernatural nature of their predicament, but he should at least comprehend the initial circumstances what they and where they found themselves sure. Stop, who goes there? Several voices rang out simultaneously. Theski Hatterkind and Theshadows of the tree stretch a dominus liaison indistinct figure emerged ahead. Help! Wang Yang saw the Fraulein wave his arm sandash forward, but before he could utter a word of warning, a swift sound pierced there. The Fraulein stiffened and collapsed forward. Swish! Another shrill whistle sliced through tonight. Theberleman swung his arm, positioning himself protectively in front of the Middle Gidman Hawas running alongside of him. The Middle Gidman Berli had to meet a scream before he along Garopier set his throat. Theberleman fell back gasping for breath, his arms trembling from the shock. The Middle Gidman crumpled to the ground, hitting the grass with a dull thud. A torrent of blood shed from his throat and mouth as his body convulsed violently. Thud. Wang Yang felt as though his heart might burst from his chest. This was the first time he had witnessed a death, no, not just death, but murder. The interest in unfolded to swift liberally had to meet a drop to the ground before watching the Middle Gidman fall just 2 meters away from him. The Middle Gidman wasn't MCU, Aranonadi Dieter from the provincial publishing house, Alvatha had done limit that very afternoon, he was the only acquaintance Wang Yang had in the strange world, and never imagined that such a familiar face would below Susan, and in such a senseless manner. The remaining 3, bow your heads and close the hour yes, don't move or else you want the spot. A cold voice accompanied the rustling of grass, drawing nearer. How many of them were there? Certainly more than 3. Wang Yang did not trace a shed Toluk. Thyssen Ested. Thyssen too. After their reports, someone shouted Gavriona stand up, quickly. Wang Yang glanced at a bloody Didsu Wan slowly rose to his feet, the race in forest slow movement twas his legs felt weak, as if full strength had been drained from his body. Before him stood 9 figures, they were tattered reclothing, 12 tem reading bosanderos aimed at Wang Yang, Theberleman, and the hand summing out the 5 ethers brandished knives, Willion held a spear, all with vigilant expressions. One Emma 9th center Waroth anua staturi and Hadas word she the dot aside Theberleman with the spear stood closeby, resembling guard. Don't kill us, like no many things, the handsome youth's face trembled with urgency, a stark contrast to his imagined ascent transcend this world. Theman in the center asked, how many of I were there? Wang Yang and Theothers fulsolent, for none know how to answer that question. Theman suddenly bellowed, speak quickly, otherwise you will die. The handsome youth Flint Kadan blurted, there are in the 3 of us, that's it. When did you cross the border? Cross the border, we haven't crossed any borders, Theberleman exclaimed anxiously. Then while we're sneaking around Achulin, I am the commander of Achu, and yesterday I received a report from Lu Yanghat Northern Spaish had infiltrated, is that notia? Theberleman and the handsome youth were unfamiliar with the term commander Bootkud Gesitra referred to some sort of officer read less the was it a bandit, which relieved them somewhat. Wang Yang however recognized that a commander was a low-ranking military officer in charge of 10 soldiers. So these people were officials, unlike soldiers depicted in television dramas, they were enormous, their clothing was not on disheveled bootle so appeared quite shabby. No, what capsandishes, what are you talking about, this is a misunderstanding, Theberleman and the handsome youth protested simultaneously, unable to decipher what by the Erfereto. Connecting the term crossed border with his earlier understanding of Middle Chinese period, Wang Yang speculated about the meaning of Northern Space and said, if we're spies, wollen per running, much less howling. Ali Esther ned to Wang Yang and the handsome youth and Berliman hurriedly echoed, yes, exactly. The commander clearly hadn't anticipated his response, he hesitated before saying, you might be fleeing from pursuit. Wang Yang countered, if we're running, there must be pursuers behind us, we've been standing still for quite some time, you were the pursuers? Theberleman with the spear scrutinized Wang Yang deeply. The commander paused, then asked roughly, what is your registered domicile? Wang Yang remained silent, while had a general idea of Tira, Thenamisov place a shanged over time, and offering Frong on Kudisili expose him furthermore, he had no idea where currently was. If you're a local, his domicile would need to be specific if were from elsewhere, they might demand proof of his passage. In a bid to clear himself off suspicion, Thiber Liman ki replied, "Im from Lingnan." Thought Thiber Liman was quick to respond, he was soon certain of the current geography and Lindu it was thought, suggesting jit was Lingnan, moreover, had heard that Lingnan was considered a remote area in ancient times. By claiming to be from Lingnan, he hoped they wouldn't be able to verify history even if they called, it would take time, during which he could dovisi a plan. The handsome youth, nearly in tears, had no to expect the question about domicile would leave him so flustered. He healthy identikar dofta protagonist, how had things turned such a cry from festart, remembering the tema travel novel she had read, a surge of courage filled him, and Hebel light declared he hail from the distant nation of Great Britain. Wang Yang looked at the handsome youth, marveling inward lieth his audacity. Thiber Liman, however, was struck by inspiration, claiming to from overseas was better than saying he was from Lingnan. After all, he could fabricate any identity from abroad, as it would be impossible to verify. The commander for Odisbrow on turned to Wang Yang, asking, "And you?" Wang Yang replied, "I'm a wandering cell." The handsome youth was bewildered, unsure of what that meant. Thiber Liman thought to himself that he had been inspired by the handsome youth's baldness. Was she claiming to be a samurai from an island? In the Middle Chinese period, wandering souls specifically referred to those without registered domicile. The Book of Swatriatian Fuden Money states those without a registered household who do not wish to be counted among the counties, are called wandering cells. The commander scoffed cold lion pointy day Thiber Liman and the handsome youth. Since he own claims to be from Lingnan and theather from some distant nation, let's see her pass. Pass referred to travel document from Middle China Sira, generally issued by the local government, akin to today's identification card, regardless of status. All travelers, nobly or common, were required to carry a pass, even foreign merchants were not exempt. Thiber Liman and the handsome youth exchanged bewildered glances. It was that they were as low-witted, but rather that they had no dohata pass entailed. If the commander had some plier for red toitus an ID, they could have concocted a story about having lost it, but now the commander's words were as incomprehensible as at a hearing tunder, leaving Thema telash for how to respond. The commander sneered, "It's a you're just making things up, and no matter, well take our time. With a glancey Tuan Yang head, as for wandering cells, that's not my concern. Go to Ling's if you're lucky, you might get some bean porridge." Wang Yang had never heard of Lingseed, but was eager to escape of the current predicament with the soldiers. Seeing this, Thiber Liman immediately declared, "I'm also a wandering soul." The handsome youth chemedden, "Me too, Wheeler." The commander barked, "You two shut your mouths, full of flies, you're either northern spice or runaway slaves, or perhaps you're bandits in the run, wandering souls, nonsense. 5. Take that true wandering soul away." Thiber Liman panicked and blurted, "Has no trial." Wang Yang shirt sank. The commander snapped, "What nonsense Sirio spouting? If I'm not real, then heisn't either, we're together." The burly man shouted. The anxiously looked at the handsome youth. The handsome youth paused for a moment, then nodded, "We're together, we'll ways be in together," his voice was resolute. Wang Yang looked at the handsome youth, who turned to shed away, unwilling to meet his gaze. Wang Yang exhaled deeply, attempting to calm himself before saying, "I'm not with him." "Of course, sire, your weethus is." Thiber Liman and the handsome youth chimed in. In that moment, Wang Yang felt like a crab trying to escape a basket, only to be pulled back by his fellow creatures. This is utter chaos. The commander rubbed his temples, his expression fraught with irritation. A soldier named Woproched the commander and whispered a few words. The commander's gaze swept over Wang Yang in tears, gradually revealing Gasmal. "Since we can sort this out, then a very honest days, I feel full in tummy hands, life won't busy, beauty all three look decent enough, especially Lethasone." The commander appraised the handsome youth, clicking his tongue, "So pretty he looks like he iron glady." Hath internet to Wang Yang with old grin, "This a nice bedather." "What do I want from us?" The handsome youth felt an ominous premonition. The commander grinned wickedly. "What do I want? Y'all find out soon know what I want. Our leader has satisty for the Ziri in for a treat." Wang Yang felt a thunderclap in his mind, his scalp prickling. In the Middle China Sira, Maligtimacy was quite prevalent even during 5 barbarians and 16 kingdoms. The ruler of Western Yan, Moronchong, had been captured and made Amalek and Cubine. How to forget and his detail. The soldiers burst into raucous slaughter at the commander's words, while Wang Yang and his companions turned ashen. The commander waved his hand, "Arrest them all." That wa prettiest onescata the leader, and Thiber Leona stays with the clerk. Note Evengering Qing Dynasty, when the household registration system was strictly enforced, identification cards were not common among the common folk. Documents similar to identification 9th Qing Dynasty were a Kaledi in Orfu, which were issued only when leaving Guinness registered domicile for travel, a Kintothepis of Thizera. Thus, had Wan Yang and Theathers directly arrived in Asitian claim Matoba locals, they wouldn't have been asked for physical identification. Chapter 3. As the soldiers laughed and jested, their bows and arrows no longer aimed at the three men. The burly man, audacious and daring, suddenly took off running westward, shouting, "Run east quickly! Hide your money!" This utterance bore two intentions. First, to direct Wang Yang and the handsome youth to flee eastward, thereby diverting the soldiers' attention. Second, to imply to the soldiers that Wang Yang and his companion possessed wealth, making them more valuable targets for pursuit than themselves. The burly man's plan was sound in theory, but the execution proved utterly flawed. Initially, the handsome youth, gripped by fear, could not discern east from west and merely followed the burly man in his frantic dash. Meanwhile, Wang Yang remained rooted to the spot, not out of a lack of desire to escape, but rather because he recognized that there were 9 adversaries armed with bows and arrows, rendering the likelihood of a successful escape exceedingly slim. Ultimately, the burly man underestimated the soldiers' reaction speed and the lethality of their weapons. He had barely taken a few strides when an arrow swiftly struck the ground at his feet. Instinctively, the burly man raised his hands, paralyzed by fear, and the handsome youth, equally terrified, halted in his tracks. "Run, keep running, this is a mulberry bough, I could shoot you like a rabbit even if you sprint another 20 paces. You two dare to flee, watch how I deal with you." The sergeant pointed, and 4 soldiers advanced swiftly, pairing up to roughly restrain the burly man and the handsome youth. The burly man shouted, "I can make salt. Refined salt, I can ah." His words were cut short as the hilt of a knife struck him forcefully in the abdomen, leaving him doubled over in pain. As the burly man cried out, the handsome youth also shouted, "The wind is fierce, the sky high, the apes lament. The islet is clear, the sand is white, the birds fly back, boundless fallen leaves." He then suffered a similar fate, the hilt of a knife crashing against his mouth, causing his lips to swell and blood to trickle from his teeth. He could not fathom why others who traversed time enjoyed such freedom, while he found himself in this dire predicament. After all, he was supposed to be the protagonist. "What are they shouting?" the sergeant pondered aloud. The dark-faced man beside him, wielding a spear, appeared equally perplexed. "It seems one claims to sell salt, the other is reciting lyrics?" The so-called flirtatious glances for the blind, as the 2 time travelers each shouted their unique skills, resulted not in favor, but rather in a brutal reprimand. The soldiers' rough demeanor was compounded by the historical context. At that time, common folk were primarily aware of only 2 types of salt, yellow and white, categorized further into powdered, granulated, scattered, and coarse varieties. The concept of refined salt was entirely foreign to them. In fact, the term refined salt did not even exist. Should modern refined salt be presented to these soldiers, they would undoubtedly regard it as a fine commodity, but mere verbal claims would not suffice to enlighten these rural bumpkins. As for Dufu's Ascending High, it is indeed a masterpiece that transcends the ages. Alas, within the context of that era, poetry predominantly adhered to 4 and 5 character forms, with 5 character verses particularly flourishing, while 7 character verses were often relegated to the realm of folk songs. Although a few literati occasionally crafted serious 7 character poems, they were as scarce as a drop in the ocean, both in quality and quantity, far inferior to their 5 character counterparts. Had there been a knowledgeable poet present, they might have wished to hear the handsome youth continue reciting, but the soldiers present were all rough men, and even the spear-wielding dark man, who could recognize several characters, failed to grasp the poetic meaning, let alone the others. The sergeant pointed at Wang Yang, saying, "Capture this one as well. He seems more obedient, the squad leader will surely favor him." 2 soldiers strode toward Wang Yang, reaching out to seize his arm. Wang Yang's expression shifted, and he stepped back, widening his eyes and summoning all his strength to bellow, "I am the son of the Wang family from Langya, those who offend me shall face the wrath of my clan." This declaration had been long in the making, and Wang Yang had prepared himself for the notion of failure meaning death. Like a cornered wolf, a trapped beast still fights, and in his desperation, he unleashed a voice as thunderous as a storm and as fierce as a tiger's roar, momentarily stunning the 2 soldiers. The phrase, "shall face the wrath of my clan," implied annihilation of their lineage, and Wang Yang's shout landed like a bombshell, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Wang Yang had pondered this deception carefully. Earlier, he had deduced through phonetics that he was in the medieval period, and the mention of northern spies suggested a time of division between north and south. He found himself situated within the territory of the southern state. Although the Three Kingdoms period's Eastern Wu also experienced such division, and the late Tang and Five dynasties also saw northern-southern confrontations, none of these were as prolonged as the northern and southern dynasties. Thus, from a probabilistic standpoint, he wagered on the northern-southern dynasties. This era was characterized by the dominance of aristocratic families, where the divide between the noble and the common was stark, with the highborn wielding significant power while the commoners toiled like cattle. Should he successfully impersonate an aristocrat, he could undoubtedly intimidate the soldiers. However, the South was home to many prestigious families, Wang, Xia, Yuan, and Shao, to name a few, leading him to ponder which family to impersonate. Wang Yang concluded that since both sides were impostors, he might as well claim to be from the foremost aristocratic family in Jiangsu, the Wang family of Langya. He recalled that Mao Hongguang, in his study of the political families during the Eastern Jin and Northern and Southern dynasties, had reported that the Wang family of Langya produced the most officials of the fifth rank and above. From the Eastern Jin to the Southern Chen, the political status of aristocratic families fluctuated, yet the Wang family of Langya remained a top-tier family without question. Thus, masquerading as a Wang from Langya seemed the safest bet. Of course, the term safest was relative. If this were the time of Wang Dun's rebellion in the Eastern Jin, or if Wang Dao were petitioning for the Wang family as forgiveness under the rule of the Sun family in Eastern Wu, impersonating the Wang family of Langya could very well lead to disaster. Moreover, prestigious families maintained genealogies and household registrations. Impersonation was not a simple endeavor. Furthermore, without knowledge of the specific dynasty he inhabited, how could he fabricate details? In summary, the risks involved were considerable. Yet, in a desperate attempt to preserve his life, Wang Yang had no choice but to steel himself and take the gamble. The sergeant stood momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Had he been holding water, it would surely have sprayed everywhere. The soldiers erupted in laughter, as if Wang Yang were the subject of an immense jest. The sergeant doubled over with mirth, pointing at Wang Yang. You truly dare to fabricate. With your pitiful appearance, you could never be born into the Wang family, even in 8 lifetimes, ha! Upon hearing the sergeant's words, Wang Yang first felt a wave of relief. His greatest fear had been that these men had never heard of the Wang family of Langya. The soldier's reactions confirmed that he had placed his bet correctly. He had indeed traversed to the era of the Eastern Jin and the Southern dynasties. However, as the saying goes, a person is judged by their attire, a horse by its saddle. Wang Yang's clothing was so tattered that he lacked even a proper belt, using only a piece of hemp rope to secure his waist. It was evident that even ordinary citizens dressed better than he did. Without a reasonable explanation for his attire, his ruse would surely falter. Wang Yang smirked. Am I poor? A single coral tree from my estate could purchase the lives of you all. Do you dare call me poor? He cast a casual glance at his own clothing and continued, This garb is what I don to evade bandits. If you judge a person by their clothing, it is no wonder you are blind to the truth. With that, he shook his head in resignation. I have no time for your nonsense. The sergeant's expression darkened. Old 3, Dingzhou, hold him down and slap him twice. The two soldiers advanced toward Wang Yang, who stood his ground, coldly retorting, If you too wish to see your clan exterminated, then come forth. Old 3 and Dingzhou hesitated at Wang Yang's unwavering stance and his resolute words. The sergeant scolded, Have you lost your minds? Do you really believe him? Even if he were genuinely of the Wang family of Langya, he could not obliterate an entire clan. It is obvious that this is a commoner masquerading. Such a simple truth, and you cannot see it? Ha 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 ha. Wang Yang laughed heartily, as if the sergeant had just shared the most ludicrous joke. In truth, it was Wang Yang who was jesting. The sergeant's words held merit. Wang Yang had to concede that his declaration of extermination was somewhat excessive. However, in that moment of sheer terror, he had sought to intimidate the soldiers, resorting to the threat of annihilation. Given sufficient time to prepare, he would have crafted a more convincing fib, but the urgency of the situation left him no room for contemplation now. He needed to solidify this lie. Note: in medieval historical texts, Langya is often written as Langyi. According to Shuo and Jiezi, Yi refers to Langya County. From the city, the sound is ya. The pronunciation of Yi is the same as ya, and for the sake of narrative convenience, it is uniformly written as Langya. Chapter 4. The crime of rebellion. Wang Yang chuckled a few times. Have you not heard the saying, to usurp nobility upon a mound is termed rebellion? He cast a glance at the sergeant, his eyes glimmering with a mix of pity and mockery. But of course, how would a mere sergeant comprehend such matters? One must possess an imposing presence. Seizing the moment while the sergeant appeared uncertain, Wang Yang flung his sleeve and glared fiercely, bellowing, "Rebels, execute them, annihilate their kin, seize their wealth. My family has been illustrious for generations. My uncle serves as a palace attendant in the capital. Should anything befall me, it will surely reach the heavens. Do you think I jest when I speak of exterminating your entire clan?" With his hands clasped behind his back, his voice and demeanor were both severe. No one noticed that his palm was trembling uncontrollably behind him, his fingertips icy. To deceive effectively, one must not only exude authority but also attend to the details. A lie devoid of specifics is akin to a castle in the air, readily identifiable as a fabrication. Thus, Wang Yang infused his words with two details: the crime of rebellion and his uncle's esteemed position. The crime of rebellion has existed since the Han and Tang dynasties, a fact well known to Wang Yang. However, his knowledge of the history of the Eastern Jin and Southern dynasties was not as deep, therefore, he was unaware if such a crime existed in the current era. He reasoned that since the Eastern Jin and Southern dynasties fell between the Han and Tang dynasties, many laws and systems would likely have been inherited and continued. Hence, he chose to invoke this crime as a means of intimidation. As for the specific punishments associated with rebellion, he exaggerated them to seize the initiative. He was betting that these soldiers were ignorant of the intricate legal texts regarding the crime of rebellion. As for fabricating an uncle with the title of palace attendant, there was also a calculated motive. The term palace attendant refers to a high-ranking official, and such positions were not accessible to those of low birth. Moreover, palace attendants were close aides to the emperor, subtly reinforcing Wang Yang's earlier claim of reaching the heavens. It was fortunate for Wang Yang that there were no scholars present, for they would easily discern his words as mere threats. Not to mention, the soldiers hardly understood the gravity of his claims. They had heard of the crime of rebellion, often conflating it with other grave offenses like conspiracy and immorality, knowing only that it was a monumental crime that common people would never have the opportunity to commit. Who could have anticipated encountering it today? Upon hearing Wang Yang mention his uncle's high-ranking position, they regarded him as an incredibly significant figure. Even the highest officer of their garrison would likely be deemed insignificant in the eyes of Wang Yang's uncle. To offend such a person would have dire consequences. At this moment, Wang Yang's image transformed in their eyes. He was no longer a timid, frail scoundrel. Instead, he exuded an air of unapproachable dignity, speaking with confidence and authority that was indeed imposing. No one dared to laugh anymore. The two soldiers who had intended to seize him hastily retreated. They could not decide whether to exterminate his clan but recognized a fundamental law: those of lowly status who contend with the noble are all deemed thieves. Thus, even the sergeant held his breath, contemplating silently. There was no room for them to ponder. It was akin to advertising. Once a crack was opened, one must seize the moment and instill one's ideas into their minds. Wang Yang feigned nonchalance, brushing off the frayed hem of his sleeve. Were it not for the shabby state of his attire, this gesture could have conveyed an air of nobility. To be frank, my name is Wang, courtesy name Yang, derived from the Book of Songs, Ode to Yong. The verse states, "Your clarity and elegance shine forth." Were it not for encountering thieves along the way, I would have long since met with my uncle's envoy sent to escort me. Would I still be lingering in this wretched place? Wang Yang recited the verse not merely to flaunt his literary knowledge but to underscore his identity through this detail. In the Eastern Jin and Southern dynasties, a preference for literature over martial prowess prevailed, with aristocratic youths often esteemed for their literary talents. In contrast, children from commoner families lacked the means to hire tutors or purchase books, and even those with aspirations found little opportunity for advancement. This state of affairs exemplified the so-called knowledge monopoly. At this time, the era still favored the aristocracy, differing markedly from the rise of the commoners post-imperial examination. Had Wang Yang been transported to the Tang or Song dynasties, such literary references would hold little significance. The crux of his final statement, seemingly a casual remark, was in fact a crucial foreshadowing. Wang Yang implied to the soldiers, "My uncle has already sent someone to fetch me. Even if you contemplate murder to silence me, you must consider the risks involved." Indeed, once Wang Yang finished speaking, the soldiers' gazes shifted. They were filled with shock and a tinge of reverence, albeit mingled with a hint of skepticism. The handsome youth felt indignant. Why do they listen to him recite poetry while I do not receive the same attention? Am I not the protagonist? Is Du Fu's poetry not superior to his disjointed verse from the Book of Songs? Then he pondered, it seems the Wang family of Langya possesses such formidable power that they have frightened them all into submission. The sergeant swallowed hard and tentatively inquired, do you possess any documents to verify your identity? His tone was markedly different from before. Wang Yang frowned and rebuked, did you not hear me? I encountered thieves en route. I could not safeguard even my clothing and carriage, let alone documents. The sergeant, in a quandary, replied, but without proof. Wang Yang, visibly impatient, interrupted, the genealogical record serves as proof. How can you say there is none? Feel free to verify. Even if Wang Yang belonged to the esteemed Wang family of Langya, the sergeant had no authority to investigate genealogical records. Just as he was at a loss, Wang Yang yawned, very well, I shall not make it difficult for you, I will provide you with proof. He turned to the soldier named Ding Jiu and commanded, you, go fetch me a twig. Ding Jiu cast a questioning glance at the sergeant, while a burly soldier stepped forward, saying, I will go. The sergeant nodded, and the burly soldier hastened to collect a twig, returning with 3 for Wang Yang to choose from. He approached, stopping 3 paces away, leaning his spear against his shoulder. Bowing deeply as he respectfully extended the twig with both hands, Ding Jiu felt a twinge of displeasure, thinking to himself that had he known, he should have simply fetched it himself. Wang Yang, accustomed to modern etiquette, had the instinct to express gratitude, but recalling his assumed identity, he swallowed the words. He casually picked up a twig and began to draw on the ground. Everyone craned their necks to observe. At first, they thought he intended to write, but later realized he seemed to be sketching. The image he created was intricate, with numerous curves and delicate patterns, interspersed with small inscriptions, forming an elaborate design. This is the talisman, the sergeant and several soldiers exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Yang tossed aside the twig and declared, look closely, this is the most authentic talisman of the Celestial Master's way. The Wang family of Langya has inherited the Celestial Master's teachings. You must be aware of this. Wang Yang had drawn a talisman from the Dunhuang manuscripts housed in the Bibliothèque Nationale de France. Admittedly, this was the only talisman he could replicate. From the perspective of cultural and intellectual history, Wang Yang was most proficient in Confucianism and Buddhism, with Taoism trailing far behind. Thus, terms like the most authentic talisman of the Celestial Master's way were mere fabrications. However, the Wang family of Langya's association with the Celestial Master's teachings had been corroborated by the esteemed scholar Chen Inca. The soldiers, of course, might not be privy to this information, but Wang Yang aimed to utilize these vivid and assertive details to intimidate them. Although Buddhism and Taoism flourished during the Eastern Jin and Southern dynasties, the common folk had limited knowledge. Even if they could barely recognize a talisman, how could they discern the authenticity of a celestial light talisman? As for whether the Wang family of Langya truly practiced the Celestial Master's teachings, they were even less informed. They could not even begin to imagine what the noble families consumed daily, let alone the knowledge and beliefs transmitted within those families. However, they were aware that many aristocratic youths adhered to Buddhism and Taoism. Wang Yang's earlier demeanor had already instilled a measure of belief in his identity among them. Upon witnessing this talisman, their belief deepened. Wang Yang, seeing the awe and respect on their faces, felt a surge of happiness, thinking he was on the verge of success when 2 familiar yet jarring voices suddenly rang out. I, too, am of the Wang family of Langya. So am I, a descendant of the Wang family of Langya. What the heck? 1,000 curses surged through Wang Yang's mind like a stampede of wild horses. Chapter 5 The Decisiveness. Upon hearing the shouts of the brawny man and the handsome youth, Wang Yang felt an overwhelming urge to strike them down on the spot. These 2 individuals actually had 3 strategies available to them. The first option was to falsely assume the identity of attendants from the Langya Wang family, stepping forth to testify on Wang Yang's behalf, thereby binding themselves to him and compelling him to come to their aid. As for the contradictions arising from their previous actions, they would leave it all for Wang Yang to explain. The second option was to remain silent, waiting for Wang Yang to successfully impersonate someone before calling for help, leaving the manner of his response entirely at Wang Yang's discretion. The last option was to imitate the first, also falsely claiming to be members of the Langya Wang family. The mere appearance of one scion of the Langya Wang family in this desolate wilderness was already remarkable. The emergence of 2 would not only raise doubts but would also diminish the credibility of Wang Yang's own identity. As anticipated, once the 2 had finished their clamoring, the sergeant and the others cast doubtful glances at Wang Yang. He could certainly choose to acknowledge these two-inch relatives, but the issue was that their knowledge of contemporary history and culture was woefully inadequate, rendering them incapable of masquerading with the same conviction as Wang Yang. Furthermore, the three of them impersonating kin without prior consultation would be easily exposed should they be separated for questioning. Their testimonies would quickly unravel, however, if Wang Yang chose to disavow them. Given their tendencies, they would likely retaliate by asserting that Wang Yang's identity was false, leading to a complicated entanglement that would ultimately bring ruin to them all. What to do? Wang Yang needed to make a swift decision. The soldiers all turned their gazes toward Wang Yang just as the sergeant was about to inquire. Wang Yang strode straight toward the two. The handsome youth and the brawny man, seeing Wang Yang come to their rescue, joyfully shouted a chaotic chorus of brother, big brother, and family, unaware that the term brother only emerged during the Tang dynasty and was non-existent during the Eastern Jin and Southern dynasties. Halfway there, Wang Yang feigned a momentary loss of balance, nearly stumbling, and then, taking advantage of the situation, he bent down to adjust his shoe, simultaneously pinching the dampened fabric of his trousers with his left hand, which had been soaked in vinegar. Though much of the vinegar had evaporated, he still managed to extract a bit more. After standing upright, he approached the handsome youth, who exclaimed, "Brother!" Quickly, smack, Wang Yang forcefully slapped the handsome youth across the face, his left hand gripping the youth's right arm. The soldiers stood in stunned silence. The handsome youth's ears rang, leaving him utterly dazed. Wang Yang maintained a cold demeanor, swiftly moving to the brawny man, who glared and shouted, "You little brat, dare to!" While he yelled, he attempted to retreat desperately, but was pinned down by two soldiers and could not escape. Wang Yang pressed down on the brawny man's right arm with his left hand and, with all his strength, delivered a resounding slap to his face. Pointing at the now swollen and ringing-eared brawny man, Wang Yang berated, "You two dog spies, infiltrating our borders and daring to impersonate the Langya Wang family." "What?" The sergeant's eyes widened in shock, and the soldiers gasped in disbelief. "He is a fake. He is not from the Langya Wang family, he is an impostor." The handsome youth was the first to shout out. "This little brat is a fake, you mutt, daring to strike me, he is an impostor." The brawny man roared in a frenzy, and had it not been for the soldiers restraining him, he would have charged at Wang Yang. Wang Yang had four intentions behind delivering the slaps. First, he aimed to discreetly accomplish something while delivering the blows, the specifics of which would soon be revealed. Second, he sought to physically impair their ability to respond promptly. Third, he intended to provoke them, diminishing their logical and rational faculties. Most importantly, he wanted to create animosity between himself and the two in front of everyone, as this would render their subsequent accusations more like retaliation for his earlier slap, thereby reducing their credibility and impact. As anticipated, their revelations did not create much of an uproar. The soldiers were more concerned about another issue. The sergeant asked, "What do you mean by spies, young master? Are they truly northern spies?" Wang Yang fixed his gaze on the sergeant, narrowing his eyes as if probing for something, and inquired, "You really don't know?" The sergeant felt a chill run down his spine. What do I know?" "Nonsense! What cups and plates? I don't even know what cups and plates are," he is slandering. "Don't believe him. He is a fake, he is not from the Langya Wang family, he is not even from this world. He is lying, if you believe him, you're a fool." The handsome youth and the brawny man shouted hoarsely, their eyes reddened. Wang Yang coldly declared, "First, silence them." Eager to clarify the matter regarding the northern spies and annoyed by the noise from the handsome youth and the brawny man, the sergeant signaled to his subordinates. One soldier struck the two across the abdomen with the handle of his knife. They both cried out in pain, unable to straighten their backs. The handsome youth, in agony, could no longer utter a word, while the brawny man glared with resentment, continuously muttering, "Fake. He is fake, he is an impostor." However, their voices had diminished significantly. Wang Yang boldly addressed the sergeant, "Under normal circumstances, your position does not grant you the authority to be privy to this matter, but since I require your assistance, it does not hurt to inform you. Liu Yang's correspondence states that northern spies have infiltrated our borders. Did it specify how they entered?" The sergeant, perplexed, replied, "I heard it was by stealth." Wang Yang let out a cold laugh. They had accomplices. The sergeant was taken aback. Accomplices in the army? Wang Yang's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the crowd. Indeed, within our ranks. The soldiers were left in stunned silence, and the sergeant appeared bewildered, asking, What does this mean?" Where did young master acquire this information? Wang Yang regarded the sergeant and, shaking his head with a light chuckle, said, "This matter is of great significance and not for you to know. I was ambushed on my journey, which I fear is related to this issue. If you are unafraid of being silenced in the future, I can divulge the details now." The soldier's expressions changed, and the sergeant hastily replied, "No, no. Young master, please do not share anything with us, we are merely soldiers, we know nothing of such matters." Wang Yang nodded. "After the ambush, I encountered 4 individuals while escaping. During the night, I overheard them conversing in a foreign tongue." The sergeant's eyes widened. "Young master, you understand their language?" "Just so. Ha?" The crowd appeared perplexed. Wang Yang waved his hand dismissively, his expression serene. "It's nothing of significance. Given that the era was the Eastern Jin and Southern dynasties, the Northern Territory would certainly be occupied by Hu people." Although he did not comprehend the Middle Ages Hu language, he could surmise that English and Hu languages were vastly different. He speculated that these local soldiers likely did not understand the Hu language, and even if they did, he could easily fabricate another explanation. His mention of English was merely to create an air of mystery. Moreover, he deliberately spoke quickly and vaguely to leave others with the impression that he was quite fluent. The soldiers, hearing that Wang Yang could speak the foreign tongue, regarded him with even greater reverence. The handsome youth shouted, "That's English, you've been deceived, he's a fake, I can speak it too." "Fine, thank you, and you, that's English, fake." The brawny man continued to struggle, shouting loudly, "This little brat is not from the Langya Wang family. He is lying, he is deceiving you, we are in this together." As the two incessantly yelled, several soldiers were drawn to their commotion, and the sergeant kept glancing in their direction. Wang Yang, sensing their growing suspicion, interjected, "Consider yourselves fortunate. Unwittingly, you've achieved a feat. Both these individuals, along with the 2 you just executed, are northern spies. If you now cut a piece of fabric from their right sleeves, you will find their secret insignia. You will see for yourselves." As he spoke, he gestured toward the specific location on his right arm. The sergeant commanded, "Quickly, do as young master instructed." The soldiers used the tip of their knives to slice a piece of fabric from the right sleeves of the 2, presenting it to the sergeant, who examined it back and forth. "There's nothing on it." Wang Yang scoffed. If it were that easy to discern, it wouldn't be called a secret insignia. He raised his chin, exuding authority as he called out, "Bring forth fire." The soldiers swiftly constructed a makeshift fire pit and ignited it with flint. Wang Yang took the sleeve fabric and roasted it over the flames, while the brawny man and the handsome youth continued to hurl insults, vehemently insisting that Wang Yang's identity was false. "All right, now take a look." Wang Yang maintained his composure as he handed the sleeve fabric to the sergeant, who accepted it, surrounded by several soldiers. To their astonishment, a small brown circle suddenly appeared on the previously unremarkable fabric. Chapter 6: Eradication of Witnesses. This was the very intention behind Wang Yang's assault on the handsome youth and the burly man. Seizing the opportunity while delivering slaps, he deftly traced a small circle on the right arms of both individuals with his fingers, which were coated in vinegar. The vinegar solution was already diluted, and after being applied to the dark linen, it became even less discernible due to evaporation in the air. However, once the residual vinegar was subjected to heat, the moisture would evaporate, increasing the concentration of the vinegar and making the mark more pronounced. Furthermore, when the fabric reached a certain temperature, it would char, a phenomenon known as carbonization temperature. The linen, having absorbed vinegar, would carbonize at a lower temperature than normal fabric, thus causing the vinegar-stained areas to scorch first when exposed to flame. This concept was not particularly remarkable to Wang Yang, yet the soldiers were utterly bewildered upon witnessing the act. They were taken aback, mistakenly believing it to be some sort of clandestine communication from northern spies. This only served to bolster their conviction regarding Wang Yang's identity as a member of the Wang family from Langya. If he were not someone of significance, how could he possess such knowledge? The burly man and the handsome youth were oblivious to the implications of the fabric and continued to hurl insults, denouncing Wang Yang. In a moment of desperation, the handsome youth even accused Wang Yang of murder, claiming he bore a significant crime. The burly man shouted that Wang Yang intended to rebel. They resorted to any means necessary to capture attention. Little did they realize that their frantic exaggerations only rendered their claims less credible and undermined their previous assertions about Wang Yang's assumed identity. The sergeant, uninterested in the nonsensical ramblings of the two, inquired, "Might I ask, what does this symbol signify?" Wang Yang replied, "This represents the sun. The barbarians have revered the sun and moon since ancient times. Are you not aware of what is stated in the records of the grand historian? When the Chanyu emerges from the camp at dawn, he worships the rising sun, and at dusk, he venerates the moon." The sergeant, having never encountered such texts, merely shook his head. Wang Yang continued with feigned seriousness, "Do you have any idea how many northern spies cross the border each year? And how many of their operatives are embedded within the ranks? Even within the army, they have their own informants. If that were not the case, I would have exposed them upon my arrival, rather than waiting until now." This was an explanation Wang Yang had long contemplated, and it addressed a significant point of doubt regarding his own situation. If those 4 individuals were indeed northern spies, why did he not clarify the truth from the outset? Having already prepared his response, he found that offering an explanation now would seem contrived. Thus, it was more natural to broach the subject casually. The sergeant, who had previously harbored suspicions about the matter, found Wang Yang's reasoning compelling, alleviating much of his doubt. Wang Yang continued, "There are indeed many northern spies entering the region, their numbers complex and disparate. To facilitate recognition, some will inscribe secret symbols on their right sleeves to confirm their identities. If a few are traveling together, the symbol takes precedence, while those without it are secondary. This is a state secret, and I can only disclose this much. Should you feel your life is in jeopardy, feel free to make this known." "I absolutely would not dare to spread such information," the sergeant replied, fearful and bowing deeply. Wang Yang noted that this was the first time the sergeant had referred to himself as a lowly person. "Liar, he is a deceiver, do not believe him. He does not bear the name Wang, he has committed murder, several murders, he is an impostor, a counterfeit, he intends to rebel and usurp the throne." The burly man and the handsome youth screeched, their words a chaotic cacophony, bordering on hysteria. Wang Yang cast a glance at the two who appeared ready to tear him apart, steeling his resolve as he asked the sergeant, "What shall we do with these two?" "Take them back and interrogate them rigorously," the sergeant replied. Wang Yang shook his head, "Too troublesome." "Then what does the gentleman suggest?" Wang Yang remained silent, merely gazing at the body of Su Bian. The sergeant, following Wang Yang's gaze, felt a jolt of alarm. "This is not in accordance with regulations, they are northern spies. Taking them back will surely yield some information." Wang Yang regarded the sergeant with a sardonic smile. "Regulations? Just moments ago, you shot 2 men without question and intended to deliver the captured ones to your superiors for amusement. What sort of regulations are those?" The sergeant appeared somewhat embarrassed, hastily explaining, "Aquilonia prohibits night travel. It was too dark earlier, and there was a message from Liu Yang." Wang Yang waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, I am not concerned with such trivial matters. I merely caution you, keeping these 2 alive may not be prudent. They are unaware of what to disclose and what to withhold. Wang, may your entire family meet a wretched end. You conspire against others, and your education has gone to waste. Do not trust him, he is not of the Langya Wang family. You fools have all been deceived." The burly man and the handsome youth, growing increasingly frantic, hurled increasingly vile insults. Wang Yang whispered, "You see, these 2 are obstinate. Taking them back will not only yield no information, but they will also deny their roles as spies. They will likely fabricate tales that could turn your supposed merit into liability. Killing them means you eliminate 4 northern spies, taking them back means you are merely bringing back 2 threats, but the evidence on the northern spies is scant, without testimony, the sun symbol alone." "Forget the sun symbol, I will vouch for you. My testimony as a member of the Langya Wang family is the greatest evidence. I will guarantee the spy identities of the 4. You and your men will have accomplished a great deed by eliminating spies on my behalf." The sergeant, retreating strategically, had been waiting for this very statement. He immediately bowed and clasped his fists, declaring, "As you command." He then instructed, "Old 3, Dingzhou, you are now to carry out the order from Lord Wang and eliminate these 2 spies." Wang Yang knew that the sergeant had deliberately emphasized that it was his command, but he paid it no mind. The 2 had to be dealt with. The burly man was a man of no morals, having caused Su Bian's death. He deserved his fate. The handsome youth's crimes were not as egregious, but having exposed Wang Yang's assumed identity and accused him of impersonating a member of the Langya Wang family revealed a petty mentality. If luck were not on his side, he could easily be dragged down with them. Oblivious to how he met his end, such individuals, if spared, might very well enact the tale of the farmer and the snake. "Understood." Old 3 and Ding Zhou approached the burly man and the handsome youth with knives in hand. Upon realizing that they were indeed about to act, both men were petrified. The handsome youth cried out, "Doctor Wang, I was wrong, Brother Wang, I truly see my error, give me one chance, I will follow your lead, I do not wish to die, I just crossed over, I am the protagonist." The burly man, however, remained defiant. "You have all been deceived. He is the northern spy, he is the greatest of them all, report to the general, and you will be handsomely rewarded." At this moment, the blade was already poised against his throat, and the burly man, sensing his imminent demise, glared and bellowed, "You little bastard! You have committed a crime, premeditated murder, incitement to murder, you will never return, you will not escape your fate." The blade swiftly severed the throats of both men, their curses silenced in an instant. Wang Yang turned his back, feeling a chilling numbness in his limbs, as if all the strength within him had been drained. This was the first time he had taken another's life. Yet he felt no remorse. Surviving in ancient times after crossing over had never been a simple endeavor, and Wang Yang had always been aware of this. The sergeant said, "Please, Lord Wang, accompany us to meet our team leader, Shui." Wang Yang continued to face away, scoffing coldly. "Meet him, a mere lowly official, why should I bother? Return now and inform him that I am here and that he should come to see me at once." Wang Yang was not trying to act superior, he felt physically weak, his legs trembling, fearing he would show any sign of weakness before the soldiers. More importantly, he truly did not wish to meet this team leader. His words might deceive these soldiers, but whether they would fool the team leader was uncertain. That he hoped the sergeant would take the soldiers away, allowing him the opportunity to flee. The sergeant, seeing Wang Yang's imposing demeanor, became even more obsequious. Yes, I will go at once." However, just as the sergeant took a step away, he turned back and said, "In such desolate wilderness, how can the gentleman go without guards?" Without consulting Wang Yang's opinion, he ordered, "Old 3, Dingjiu, you are to stay and serve the gentleman." The burly black man interjected, "Sergeant, those 4 corpses still need to be decapitated and gathered. When Old 3 and Dingjiu attend to this matter, they cannot protect the gentleman, allow me to stay as well." Dingjiu shot a glance at the black man, while Wang Yang inwardly lamented. The sergeant pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well." He then whispered, "Be cautious, do not let anyone escape." The black man nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 7. Yang Ming, the commander, Shazhan, was leading his men back to camp. He glanced at the slender soldier beside him and said, "Xiao Chan, if you have something to say, speak up, don't stutter." Xiao Chan, keeping pace with the commander, replied, "Boss, I find this matter quite mysterious. No matter how well he speaks, it's just empty words. What if it's true, just as those 2 claimed this, that..." The commander slowed his pace and asked, "Tell me, do you think those 2 are northern spies or not?" After a brief hesitation, Xiao Chan responded without doubt, "Of course they are northern spies. Killing 4 spies would certainly earn us merit, and perhaps even a reward." "Then why the question?" Xiao Chan furrowed his brow and said, "But what if that person is an impostor? Are you foolish? We're merely returning to report. Whether it's true or false is up to team leader Xuan Wang Wenshu to determine. What does it have to do with us?" The commander turned back and shouted, "Listen up, everyone! Keep your mouths shut when we return. Remember what Shuden Shuden TV said, this is your own business. Don't end up harming yourselves and your comrades, Dao, especially you, you're always careless with your words. Be cautious." The wind rustled softly as the dawn moon began to rise. A burly soldier, not knowing where he found a flat-topped stone, carried it before Wang Yang, sweating profusely. He then diligently wiped the stone surface with his sleeve and said to Wang Yang, "Young master, please sit here and rest for a moment. I'll fetch you some water." "Water is coming." Dingjiu ran over, holding a brown water pouch, his face brimming with smiles. "Young master, this is fresh spring water I just collected. Please quench your thirst." Wang Yang had no mood to indulge in their flattery. Adopting the surname Langya was merely a temporary measure, as he would soon have to face a seemingly more formidable team leader. Even more disheartening was that he couldn't even discern which dynasty he was currently in. All he knew was that it was somewhere within the vast realm of the Eastern Jin and Southern dynasties. This period was later referred to as the 5 dynasties, which included 5 regimes established in the southeastern Jin, Song, Shi, Liang, and Chen. Among these, Wang Yang was most familiar with the Eastern Jin and Chen dynasties, followed by the Song and Liang, with the Qi dynasty being the least known due to its brief existence and chaotic politics. Therefore, the dynasty Wang Yang most hoped to traverse to was the Eastern Jin. He avoided the Chen dynasty as it represented the end of the southern dynasties. If he were to arrive during the Sui dynasty's conquest of Chen, amidst the chaos of a great battle, his survival would be uncertain. No, he needed to figure out precisely which of the 5 dynasties he was in before team leader Shui arrived, so that he could weave his lies more effectively, but how to ascertain that? Directly asking would clearly be inappropriate. Would the illustrious Wang family of Langya not even know their own dynasty? Perhaps he could find some coins to inspect, yet that too would be futile, as the currency system of the southern dynasties was chaotic, with both old and new coins in circulation, making it hard to distinguish. After pondering for a while, Wang Yang had an idea. He boldly sat on the stone and casually asked, "How many years have you served in the military?" Ding Jiu was quick to respond, "I've been a soldier for 5 years. The burly soldier replied, "In response to your question, I have served for 8 years. Wang Yang remarked, "Oh, so you're quite the veteran. What made you join the military?" Both Ding Jiu and the burly soldier looked at Wang Yang with strange expressions. Oh no, Wang Yang suddenly realized he had misspoken. He recalled that during the era of the southern and northern dynasties, the hereditary soldier system was in place. This system mandated that soldiers' families serve as soldiers for generations, also known as military households. To expand the military source, the authorities often conscripted criminals, stateless individuals, runaway peasants, slaves, and even captured barbarians into military households. Moreover, the heavy labor imposed on these households, coupled with poor treatment and oppressive governance to prevent desertion, led to a progressively lower social status for soldiers, rendering them even less esteemed than ordinary civilians. It was common knowledge that these two served in the military because their ancestors had done so. Hence, they found Wang Yang's question peculiar. Realizing his blunder, Wang Yang nonchalantly added, "Oh, so you come from military families, not conscripted commoners." There is a famous line in Liu Yushi's Ode to the Humble Room: "In laughter and conversation, there are learned scholars. Among the visitors, there are no commoners." Here, commoner refers to ignorant individuals. However, during the southern and northern dynasties, commoners specifically denoted civilians conscripted into the military, while hereditary military households existed alongside conscription. If conscripts were forced into military households, their descendants would be forever bound to military service, discouraging enlistment. Thus, the court stipulated that conscripted soldiers formed separate units, not categorized as military households, thereby retaining their freedom. Wang Yang believed he had transitioned the topic smoothly, unaware that the term military families carried significant derogatory connotations at that time, akin to an insult. It was one thing for soldiers to belong to military households, it was another matter to explicitly point it out. Moreover, since conscription occurred only during specific periods, those like the burly soldier in Dingjiu, who were stationed at the encampment and patrolled diligently, were typically from military families. Thus, Wang Yang's attempt at flattery was rather clumsy. Ding Jiu's face flushed with embarrassment, his brows knitting in indignation. The burly soldier, however, forced a smile and said, "Young master speaks the truth. How fortunate are we to be commoners." Wang Yang sensed the atmosphere had turned sour. Though he did not understand the specifics, he guessed it was due to his gaffe. If given a choice, he would rather remain silent, but to extract information about the dynasty, he had no choice but to continue the awkward conversation. Can you read?" Wang Yang inquired as if engaging in casual chit-chat. Ding Jiu's face twitched, his anger more pronounced. He felt that this spoiled young master was mocking them. The number of commoners who could read was scarce, let alone those from military households. He blurted out, "I can't read." Wang Yang detected Ding Jiu's displeasure but feigned ignorance. The burly soldier, still unperturbed, smiled and said, "I can read a few." Wang Yang, pleased that the burly soldier engaged, feigned curiosity and said, "What is your name? How impressive that you can read." "Young master, you flatter me. My name is Hyan. I learned a few characters to teach my maidservant. I don't know many at all." Wang Yang looked Hyan over and thought to himself, "Hyan, indeed fitting of the name. Hyan, let me test your knowledge. What does our era name mean?" At this point, Wang Yang finally broached the crucial subject, inquiring about the era name. Hyan appeared somewhat embarrassed. "The era name is determined by the dignitaries in the capital." "How would I know?" Wang Yang encouraged, "No worries, just speak your mind." After contemplating for a moment, Hyan summoned his courage and replied, "It means, forever, forever bright? Forever bright, forever bright." Wang Yang mulled over these 4 characters, and suddenly, a realization struck him. Could it be Yongming? Seeing Wang Yang's changed expression, Hyan quickly said, "I was just guessing, please correct me if I'm wrong." Wang Yang steadied his thoughts and asked, "What exactly is the era name?" Young Ming? Haiyan said the era name with uncertainty. It truly was Yongming. This was the era name of the southern Qi, the dynasty Wang Yang was least familiar with among the 5 dynasties. Why was he least familiar with the southern Qi? Because the southern Qi had the shortest history and the most chaotic politics during the eastern Jin and southern dynasties. Even more alarming was that he had no idea how chaotic it was. He only recalled that the historian Qian Mu, in Outline of National History, had disdainfully remarked about the Qi dynasty, declaring it the lowest among the southern dynasties. The term lowest referred to the dynasty's duration and fortunes. If Qian Mu deemed it the lowest, there had to be a reason. Not only was he utterly bewildered by how it was the lowest, but he also had no knowledge of who the emperors were, how many there had been, who the ministers were, or what significant events transpired. All he knew was that the southern Qi existed for a brief period before being replaced by the Liang dynasty. The only reason he had heard of Yongming was due to its mention in ancient literary history as the so-called Yongming style, which paved the way for later regulated verse, known as modern poetry. But what use was that knowledge? Wang Yang would gladly exchange this trivial knowledge for a southern Qi emperor family tree or something similar, at least to know the specific year of the southern Qi's downfall. Note 1. During the Wei, Jin, southern and northern dynasties, soldiers held a very low social status, to the point where referring to someone as soldier or private was akin to an insult. In Romance of the Three Kingdoms, when Guan Yu heard that Huang Zhong was appointed as a general, he angrily exclaimed, "What kind of person is Huang Zhong to dare to stand alongside me? A true man should never associate with old soldiers." This incident is based on Records of the Three Kingdoms, where the original text states, "You heard that Huang Zhong was appointed as the rear general and, furious, said, 'A true man should never associate with old soldiers.'" Regardless of whether it was old soldier or old private, the essence of the insult lay not in old but in soldier or private. Similar situations arose with Zhang Fei, who became the subject of ridicule when Liu Ba refused to speak to him, and Zhuge Liang advised him otherwise, to which he retorted, "A true man should interact with heroes from all corners. How could I converse with a mere soldier?" Here, soldier also carried a derogatory connotation. In A New Account of Tales of the World, a scholar disparaged Huanwen by merely using the term soldier, which held the same implication. From A New Account of Tales of the World, Fong Jing: "I detest seeing Wen Duo, and I fear Huanwen's face." Soldier, how could one marry off a daughter to such a man? The issue of the degradation of military households is further reflected later. 2. The practice of referring to officials as Daren, great person, originated quite late. At that time, aside from specific titles that could only be used in particular relationships, such as Mingfu, Shirgun, and Fujuan, officials were often directly addressed by their positions. However, some positions may be less familiar to modern readers. For instance, a nobleman named Lu later holds the title of Badong Wanyu, which is of considerable rank for many readers. Referring to him as Lu Wangyu feels less precise than Lu Daren, so to facilitate understanding, the title Daren is retained, even though it does not align with historical accuracy. Chapter 8. Unveiling the Inquiry. Master Wang. The voice of the dark-skinned man jolted Wang Yang back to reality. "Might I inquire, what is the meaning behind the era name Yongming?" he asked. Ding Jiao stifled a yawn, pondering to himself, "You, a soldier who has lived in poverty for 8 generations, have truly taken to studying trivia. What concern is the meaning of an era name to you? Why even ask? Moreover, Yongming consists of merely 2 characters, could he possibly expound upon it?" Wang Yang, feeling despondent, replied casually, "It signifies eternal brightness." The dark-skinned man responded, "I see," his tone tinged with disappointment. Ding Zhou chuckled inwardly. Indeed, he had not offered any profound insights. As silence enveloped the surroundings, Wang Yang swiftly became aware that he was still masquerading as a member of the Langya Wang clan. Details dictate success or failure. One must not be careless. Clearing his throat, he recited, as the Book of Songs states, "Illumination is harmonious, and lofty brilliance endures." It further declares, "May the gentleman enjoy longevity, and may blessings be bestowed upon his descendants." Of the Chusi mentions, the fragrant incense and bright candles, the elegant demeanor is prepared thus, the ancients wandered with candles, contemplating the eternal night. Both the dark-skinned man and Ding Jiao were momentarily taken aback. In all joy, one invariably aspires for longevity. In all brightness, one inevitably yearns for permanence. Hence, the unending revelry of the long night and the ceaseless blessings of millennia. What is termed Yangming is, in essence, the gentleman's wish for blessings, a hope for our South cough for our great Qi's illustrious virtue to endure across the ages. Enthralled by his own eloquence, Wang Yang almost referred to the current dynasty as Southern Qi. However, Southern Qi is a designation from later times, and at this moment, the Southern dynasty, which considers itself as the legitimate power, would never dare prefix its name with Southern. Fortunately, Wang Yang realized this in time. Otherwise, it would have been a grave offense, regardless of whether he revealed his identity. Wang Yang's learned discourse left the dark-skinned man with eyes gleaming in admiration, and he bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Master, your knowledge is profound. You have truly broadened my horizons." Although Ding Zhou felt somewhat irked by Wang Yang's earlier mockery, he seized the opportunity to flatter, quickly kneeling with cupped fists, praising, "Master is truly formidable. Such a wealth of knowledge, and your words flow like a well-crafted essay." At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and over 20 individuals hastened towards them, their torches flickering in the night. Wang Yang's heart raced. They have arrived. Leading the group was a burly man with stubble, dressed not in the armor typical of ancient dramas but in a loose, knee-length robe that resembled a skirt, topped with a small crown. This attire, viewed through modern eyes, might seem somewhat incongruous, as it bears little resemblance to a military uniform. However, it was quite common for soldiers to wear robes during the southern and northern dynasties. As for the small crown, also known as a pingjin, it often appeared in dramas set in the pre-Qin era. As this individual approached Wang Yang, he scrutinized him from head to toe, and Wang Yang noticed that there was no trace of reverence in his gaze. As the man drew near, before he could utter a word, Wang Yang seized a water pouch and hurled it at his face. It was a sudden move. The man, clearly unprepared, stumbled back, and the pouch burst upon impact. The soldiers around them were momentarily stunned, and Wang Yang stood up, launching into a tirade. "How do you command your troops? The emperor has long decreed border defenses must be stringent, and sentinels must be vigilant. The northern spies have resided in your territory for 2 days, and you have failed to notice anything. Do you take the emperor's words as mere whispers in the wind?" Soaking wet, the man was seething with rage, ready to retaliate, but upon hearing Wang Yang reference the emperor's decree, he froze in astonishment. He, a mere low-ranking military officer, had never heard anyone mention a royal edict. As he processed the final question, a wave of panic washed over him. To disregard the emperor's words was a transgression he could never afford. He promptly knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "I dare not, I was unaware." The so-called imperial decree was, of course, a fabrication by Wang Yang. He perceived that this man approached with hostility, fearing that he would not respond well. Thus, he invoked the emperor's name, casting a shadow of suspicion upon him to seize the initiative. Wang Yang huffed, "Consider yourself fortunate. Were it not for your subordinate's capture of the spy and your timely rescue of me, even if you had 10 lives, you would not escape unscathed. However, since the northern spy is dead, I shall not pursue this matter further." "Thank you, master, for your generosity." The man hastily expressed gratitude, but suddenly sensed something amiss. Wang Yang did not grant him time to ponder, stepping closer to continue his reprimand. "I ask again. Knowing I am here, why did you arrive so tardily, and you did not bring even a single horse? Do you expect me to walk? Do you hold the Langya Wang clan in such disregard?" The team leader was a grassroots military officer of the time, overseeing groups ranging from dozens to hundreds of men. Typically, an infantry squad consisted of 50 soldiers, while a cavalry unit comprised 30. Strictly speaking, the rank of team leader was not considered an official position, as it lacked any formal grade, barely qualifying as a low-ranking military position. If serving under the powerful, one's value would differ significantly. However, individuals like team leader Shui, who held no connections and were stationed in the wilderness, were as common as shrimp across the nation. Not only would the Langya Wang clan not dare to offend him, but even any prominent clan would find him inconsequential. Team leader Shui repeatedly expressed his fear. "I dare not. How could I neglect the master? It is merely that there are no horses in the camp. I truly have no means to help." In a society defined by noble surnames, regardless of whether the Langya Wang clan held an official post, team leader Shui, of humble lineage, would refer to himself as a lowly individual upon encountering them. In the south, horses were scarce, and infantry dominated the battlefield, with cavalry being exceedingly rare. Sometimes, even an army of tens of thousands would have only a few hundred cavalry, which was hardly substantial. Wang Yang, realizing that team leader Shui had not arrived on horseback, had already guessed the reason, thus, he merely sought a pretext to intimidate him. But if team leader Shui had truly procured a horse, he would have had to concoct an excuse, for he certainly could not ride one himself. Wang Yang coldly inquired, "What is your surname? What is your name? When were you appointed as team leader?" "My humble surname is Shui, name Ling, appointed as team leader in the 4th month of the 6th year of Yongming." "Do you know how long you have served as team leader?" I know. "In just over 10 days, I will have completed 2 years." Wang Yang finally deduced the current time of the 8th year of Yongming. In the 4th month, he coldly remarked, "It is fortunate that you are aware you have already served 2 years as team leader. If it were I, had my clan brother been in charge, he would have found a charge to execute you. At that point, you would not even know how you met your end." Yes. Shui Ling felt a chill run down his spine, hastily agreeing. He had never encountered high-ranking aristocrats like the Wang and Xie clans, and merely imagining the scenarios Wang Yang described filled him with dread. After all, in the eyes of such nobles, one's life was likely worth less than straw. "Nevertheless, since it was your men who saved me, I am not one to forget kindness." "Very well, rise, I am weary, find me a place to rest." Shui Ling felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, quickly leading Wang Yang back to the camp. Yet, the more he reflected, the more he felt something was amiss. He had come to inquire about details to discern truth from deception, yet he had not asked a single question and had instead been interrogated himself. Observing Wang Yang's eloquence and demeanor, he seemed unlikely to be an impostor. Not to mention, even if he recited the words from the emperor's decree, he doubted he could do so fluently, yet this young master spoke them with ease, which certainly hinted at something deeper. Furthermore, if he were indeed a fraud, he would surely seek a way to escape or concoct an excuse to distance himself from the soldiers. Yet, he followed us back to the camp so brazenly, appearing anything but guilty. Perhaps it was best to wait for Wang Wenshu to return to the camp. After all, that old fellow had some education and might discern some truth from this situation. In truth, Wang Yang longed to depart. He had even contemplated directly dismissing Shui Ling, instructing them not to follow him. However, doing so would undoubtedly raise suspicion. To keep him at ease, he had no choice but to return to the camp with him for the time being, and then devise a strategy later. The night was cool as water inside the camp. Wang Wenshu and team leader Shui sat behind a worn desk, while the squad leader stood before them, bowing as he recounted something. "Wait, repeat that. What did he say his second uncle did for a living?" Wang Wenshu leaned forward. The squad leader strained to recall. "It seems he was a scattered cavalry, something like a court attendant?" "Scattered cavalry court attendant? Oh yes, something like that." "Something like that?" Wang Wenshu furrowed his brow. It seems that is indeed the case." The squad leader's gaze gradually solidified. "Can you confirm it?" Wang Wenshu fixed his gaze on the squad leader. The squad leader nodded, roughly. "What is going on? What have you discovered?" Team leader Shui asked anxiously. Wang Wenshu focused intently, then instructed the squad leader, "You may leave." The squad leader bowed and exited the tent. Team leader Shui, anxious, implored, "What did you find out? You're making me anxious." Wang Wenshu's expression turned serious. "This person is likely an impostor." "Ah!" Team leader Shui stood up abruptly, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Are you serious? Would I joke about such matters? I have just returned from the prefecture. The current scattered cavalry court attendant is Xiao Rui, the prince of Nanping, who also serves as the general of the elite cavalry. He is certainly not from the Langya Wang clan." Bang! Team leader Shui kicked over the table. Chapter 9 Flaws. The steam from the wooden tub rose, enveloping the tent in a warm haze. Wang Yang had just finished bathing and stood beside the tub, arms outstretched. The burly man was dressing Wang Yang, while Ding Jiu was styling his hair into an updo. It was not that Wang Yang wished to indulge in the decayed lifestyle of the nobility. Rather, he needed to align himself with the persona of the Wang family of Langya and, more importantly, he required some instruction on how to dress and style his hair. As for the updo, there was no need to elaborate. He had never grown long hair in his life. When it came to dressing, the attire of ancient times differed significantly from contemporary clothing, and the methods of donning them were naturally dissimilar as well. The garment he was now wearing was a brand new outfit that Captain Shui had yet to don, consisting of a blue cloth short coat and black trousers. This ensemble, by the standards of the time, was hardly considered refined, and it did not suit Wang Yang's physique. Nonetheless, it was a vast improvement over the coarse linen he had previously worn. Ouch! Wang Yang winced as a sharp pain shot through the back of his head. Be gentle. Yes, I shall be careful. I will be careful. Ding Zhou's thick fingers fumbled with Wang Yang's hair, and the process offered little comfort for either of them. Ow! Wang Yang felt a tightness around his waist. It turned out the burly man had tied the belt too tightly. What is it, young master? The burly man asked, utterly oblivious. Wang Yang sighed inwardly. While others traversed time to enjoy fragrant silks, he was accompanied by two rough men who only added to his troubles just as he contemplated sending them away. A sergeant's voice called from outside the tent, "Young Master Wang, our captain requests your presence." Accompanied by the burly man and Ding Zhou, Wang Yang strode confidently into Captain Shui's tent, only to find the atmosphere amiss. The captain had entirely lost his previous affability, not even rising to greet him. Inside the tent stood an unfamiliar man in his 40s, dressed in a clean indigo robe and sporting a scholarly demeanor, who was regarding him with a bemused smile. Moreover, recalling the sergeant's earlier odd behavior, Wang Yang's heart sank. Could they be harboring suspicions about him? Had his false identity been exposed so swiftly? The unfamiliar scholar chuckled. It is truly a rare fortune to witness the demeanor of the wine family of Langya today. Though his words were pleasant, they dripped with sarcasm, devoid of any respect. Despite his rising anxiety, Wang Yang understood that this was not the time to show weakness. With his hands clasped behind his back, he approached the scholar and commanded, "You, rise." The scholar's smile faltered. Seeing this, Ding Zhou hastily interjected, "This is our team's Wang Wenshu." "Wenshu, you say he is Wenshu?" Wang Yang transformed into an Oscar-winning actor, suppressing laughter with flamboyant bravado. "One might mistake you for a gentleman of some esteemed family, but it turns out you are merely a clerk." "Ha, even the officials of the Ministry of Rights would not dare sit before me, yet you, a mere insignificant clerk, presume to converse with me?" Anger flashed briefly across Wang Wenshu's face, but he quickly composed himself, replying with a smile, "Such bold words from you, young master. However, it is only fitting, for since my uncle is esteemed as a Sanchi Changsher, he naturally looks down upon those of lesser status." Oh no! Wang Yang's hair stood on end as he suddenly realized his blunder. Sanchi Changsher, in the southern dynasties, the central authority was structured around the so-called 3 platforms in 5 provinces. The 3 platforms referred to the 3 high-ranking officials of the Grand Commander, the Minister of Works, and the Minister of Rights. The 5 provinces included the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of Works. Among these, the Ministry of Works was led by the Sanchi Changsher, hence often referred to as the Sanchi Province. As the head of one of the 5 provinces, the name of the Sanchi Changsher would undoubtedly be known throughout the states and prefectures. If one were diligent, it would be easy to uncover. In his eagerness to intimidate the soldiers, he had acted too hastily, failing to consider the implications of assigning his non-existent uncle such a conspicuous title. He could not panic, he needed to devise a remedy immediately. At that moment, Captain Shui could no longer contain himself, slamming his hand on the table, ready to order the soldiers to seize Wang Yang. Wang Yang blinked in feigned anger. "What, are you mocking my uncle's status as a Sanchi Changsher? My family has been esteemed for generations. We can ascend to the ranks of high officials without the need for trifling titles. What if he is not a Sanchi Changsher, so what?" Wang Wenshu was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Is your uncle not a Sanchi Changsher?" Wang Yang replied slowly, "Who said my uncle was a Sanchi Changsher?" Both Wang Wenshu and Captain Shui turned to the sergeant, who hurriedly stammered, I remember that it was." Wang Yang fixed the sergeant with a cold, intimidating gaze. "What was it?" "I distinctly informed you that my uncle is a Sanchi Shirlang. What malice lies behind your exaggeration of his title?" If one disregarded the honorary positions, typically, there was only one Sanchi Changsher who truly governed the Sanchi province. Though occasionally there might be 2 individuals holding the title simultaneously, the total would not exceed 4. Conversely, the number of subordinate Sanchi Shirlang could be quite numerous, sometimes exceeding a dozen when including the honorary Sanchi Shirlang and other titles. Wang Yang, although unfamiliar with the history of the southern Qi, knew that the political structure of the 6 dynasties was highly derivative. By analyzing the official titles from the Jin and Song dynasties, he could draw parallels to the southern Qi. and he was confident that Wang Wenshu did not possess exhaustive knowledge of all Sanchi Shillongs. Wang Wenshu blared at the sergeant, demanding, "Why don't you speak the truth?" Terrified, the sergeant fell to his knees. The humble one does not know." Wang Wenshu anxiously turned to the burly man in Dingzhou. "Burly man, Dingzhou, what did young Master Wang say at that time?" Dingzhou strained to recall, while the burly man hesitated for merely 2 seconds before kneeling and clasping his fists, replying to the esteemed one, "Young Master Wang mentioned Sanchi Shirlang." Wang Yang was somewhat surprised, thinking, could he have misremembered? You truly remember clearly?" Wang Wenshu's voice trembled slightly. The burly man nodded vigorously. "Absolutely correct, I remember it distinctly, those 4 characters. At that time, I was pondering, I had heard of Sanchi, but what exactly is a Shirlang?" Wang Yang was uncertain why the burly man would fabricate a lie, yet this was not the time for inquiries. He nodded in approval. "At least there is one clear-headed person here." Dingzhou, unable to recall the 2 characters following Sanchi, saw Wang Yang commend the burly man and quickly added, "I also remember. It is Sanchi Shirlang." Wang Wenshu was so astonished that he stood, bowing deeply to Wang Yang. "Jijiang Wang Luo, unaware of your esteemed identity, spoke thoughtlessly and offended you. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." In the southern and northern dynasties, individuals would always precede their names with their place of origin. Whether one was noble or common could often be inferred from their geographical designation. For instance, a Wang surname could indicate nobility if it belonged to the Wang family of Langya or the Wang family of Taiyuan, while lesser families included the Wang families of Beihai, Shanyang, and Donghai, among others. Although Wang Luo shared the Wang surname, the addition of Ji Jiang rendered him inconsequential. Wang Yang coldly replied, "This is not a place for you to sit, be gone." Yes, I beseech your grace, I beseech your grace." Wang Wenshu scrambled to his feet, hurriedly dusting off his seat and inviting Wang Yang to take it. Wang Yang sat down nonchalantly, and Wang Wenshu cautiously inquired, "May I ask, young Master Wang, your uncle's name is?" With a sardonic smile, Wang Yang mimicked the demeanor of a typical protagonist from online literature, his gaze reflecting disdain and thinly veiled anger. "What makes you think you are worthy of inquiring about my family's esteemed elder's name?" Wang Wenshu, quaking in fear, dared not raise his head, repeatedly murmuring, "It was my rudeness, my rudeness." Wang Yang glanced at the still-dazed Captain Shui and asked, "What did Captain Shui mean when he slammed the table earlier?" Though Captain Shui was perplexed, he recognized the shift in Wang Wenshu's demeanor and sensed something was amiss. He quickly stated, "The humble one reprimanded Wang Wenshu for his disrespect toward the young master." Wang Yang sneered, "Captain Shui is indeed a man of propriety. However, the gentry and commoners should not sit together. Our seating arrangement is also at odds with etiquette, is it not?" The southern and northern dynasties placed great importance on lineage and social standing, encapsulated in the phrase "the gentry and commoners are worlds apart." This expression illustrated the vast divide between the aristocracy and commoners. Not to mention, Captain Shui was merely a lowly military officer. Even if he were to rise to high office one day, he would still be unworthy of mingling with the great clans. This distinction was not determined by the size of one's official title but rather by one's lineage and family background. Wang Wenshu hastily gestured to Captain Shui, who, in a fluster, leapt to his feet, nearly colliding with the table in his haste. Chapter 10 to Business Card. What on earth is wrong with you? Didn't you claim he was undoubtedly an imposter? After sending Wang Yang away, Captain Shui flew into a rage, mimicking Wang Wen's tone as he pinched his throat and exclaimed, "What do you mean by saying, would I joke about such matters? Look how it turned out. Not only was it a joke, but a colossal one at that. If you wish to court disaster, don't drag me into it." Wang Wen wore a pained expression. "I thought his uncle was merely a court attendant." "Who knew he was a court vice minister? I've heard that among the court vice ministers, there is a Wang family from Langya, who could very well be his second uncle." After a moment's thought, he added, "Could it be that he heard this news somewhere and is deliberately deceiving us?" Then he shook his head. "That seems unlikely. Rising through merit to attain the rank of a grand minister and scholars and commoners do not sit together. These are not phrases that an ordinary person could fabricate." Captain Shui rapped on the table. "Tell me, do you have any certainty or not?" Wang Wen muttered to himself for a moment, rubbing his temples. "It's hard to say, truly hard to say. However, it is better to believe in its existence than to dismiss it. If we genuinely offend the Wang family of Langya, then you and I," Captain Shui interjected anxiously, "so what should we do?" Wang Wen began pacing. We have two options. One is to report through the normal channels, and the other is to verify it ourselves. Then let us report it. Upon hearing verify, Captain Shui felt a headache coming on, fearing another debacle like the one earlier. Wang Wen cautioned, Captain, you must consider carefully. If we report it, it will be to Lord Huang. When the time comes, Lord Huang will undoubtedly come personally to retrieve the person, and we will no longer have a hand in it. Captain Shui sat up straight. No longer have a hand in it? Please clarify what you mean. Wang Wen's gaze was intense. This is the Wang family of Langya, individuals we may never encounter in several lifetimes. Not just us, but even Lord Huang, or the entire garrison of Akshu, would be hard-pressed to meet them, even if they push their way through. You and I are without roots or foundation, and we will remain in this state until our dying breath, but if we could climb up the tree of the Wang family of Langya. Captain Shui's eyes sparkled at the thought, but soon dimmed. But the question is, would they even look our way? Under ordinary circumstances, they would likely not, but he is currently in a predicament. He is in need of our assistance. Assist? How do we assist? Are we to send him to Jiankong to find his uncle? We lack that capability. Captain Shui replied despondently. Wang Wen waved his hand dismissively. While we may not have the means to escort him to the capital to seek his relatives, we do have the ability to reach Jingzhou. Captain Shui was perplexed. You mean Jiangling? What good will that do? I just returned from Jiangling, and I heard that a member of the Wang family from Langya, named Wang Tai, has recently arrived in the city. He is an extraordinary figure, previously held a high office in the Ministry of Works. His ancestors served as 3 dukes and 9 ministers. It is said that his brother-in-law is the current emperor's younger brother, the inspector of southern Shuzhou, Jiangxiu Wang Xiaofeng. Our Lord Wang, by lineage, would have to call him uncle. Is that so? Captain Shui's expression turned one of intrigue. What is he doing in Jingzhou? Not to take a post, it seems he has come for recuperation, or perhaps he has some business interests here. In any case, he does not reside in the new city but rather in the old city to the northwest. Numerous civil and military officials, as well as gentry, have attempted to pay their respects, but all were turned away. I even heard that a young man from the Lu family of Hudong sought an audience but was denied. We can take this young dandy with us. Once we enter the Wang family's door, is worth haha. Wang Wen chuckled with delight. Captain Shui looked bewildered. Worth? It's not as if we are buying slaves or servants. What do you mean by worth? Wang Wen replied with a smile. It's a metaphor, my captain. In the Eastern Han Dynasty, the renowned scholar Liang was celebrated, and those who could ascend to his hall were said to have passed through the Dragon Gate, hence multiplying their worth. If we could enter the Wang Gate, the principle would be the same. If Wang Tai were to express his gratitude for our assistance in rescuing his kin from peril, that would be even better. At that point, a simple greeting to the officials at the provincial government could launch us into the stratosphere. Moreover, are we not seeking verification of his identity? It would be perfect to present him to the Wang family of Langya for their assessment. Surely they would discern the truth without any effort on our part. Captain Shui was delighted. Excellent, excellent, those who are well-read are indeed different. But then he recalled a concern. But what if this young dandy declines to go? Wang Wen's expression turned cold. That's simple. Since the false monk dares not meet the true Buddha, we need not go to Jiangling. After their discussions, they approached Wang Yang, informing him of the Wang family's presence in Jiangling and expressing their intent to escort him there at dawn. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang became alert. While Wang Wen's words were pleasant, adorned with phrases like inquire about relatives and visit kin, was it not merely a ruse to ascertain his identity? If Wang Tai and Jiangling were indeed of the Wang family of Langya, would he not expose Wang Yang's fabricated identity upon meeting him? Though apprehensive within, he did not show it on his face and readily agreed. Wang Wen and Captain Shui, observing Wang Yang's lack of trepidation, felt even more convinced of his affiliation with the Wang family of Langya, and their hearts swelled with joy at the prospect of associating with such a prestigious lineage. Wang Wen promptly summoned someone to bring prepared writing materials and respectfully said, Please, young master, inscribe your business card. The business card, akin to a modern-day calling card, was a requisite for visits during the 6 Dynasties period, requiring prior presentation of a card, also known as throwing a card. Wang Yang had studied calligraphy since childhood and had diligently practiced for over a decade, first mastering the regular script of the Tang Dynasty, then the semi-cursive script, even winning a modest award along the way. Hence, he approached writing with no trepidation. As for the format customary in the Six Dynasties, he was familiar, having even seen an actual business card unearthed from the tomb of Zhu Ran, a general of Wu during the Three Kingdoms period, thus he was well acquainted with its conventions. Wang Wen was somewhat excited, having long heard that the Wang family of Langya produced exceptional calligraphers, and now he finally had the chance to witness it. Wang Yang picked up the brush, noticing Wang Wen watching expectantly beside him, and, invigorated, he wrote, "Cousin Wang Yang Bose again inquires about your well-being. Langya, Ji Yen." With every stroke, he poured his utmost effort, crafting characters with vigor, exuding an ancient charm. Satisfied with his final stroke, he glanced at the somewhat dazed Wang Wen, thinking to himself, "It seems his calligraphy has left him astonished." Quite so, those years of practice have indeed borne fruit. As he revisited the business card, a thought struck him. While the card conformed to contemporary customs, the issue remained that his identity was fabricated. Not only would he not be found in the genealogy of the Wang family of Langya, but even the initial conversation might not hold up. Perhaps he should add a little flourish to the card? It would leave a favorable impression while also laying the groundwork for explaining his identity later. With this in mind, he swiftly penned a short poem. "The road to my homeland stretches far, my sleeves soaked with tears. Why inquire upon meeting, just convey my peace." Wang Yang understood that his alteration of Tsinkanes poem upon meeting a messenger to the capital had stripped it of its essence, yet in service. After Wang Wen departed, he remained somewhat dazed. Captain Shui inquired, "Old Wang, you've been like this since you saw his business card, did he write it well?" Seeing Wang Wen silent, Captain Shui raised his voice, "Old Wang." Wang Wen, startled, finally regained his composure. "What is wrong with you?" Wang Wen looked puzzled. This young master appears to be well versed in literature, but his characters, what about the characters? Captain Shui pressed eagerly. "They are rather mediocre." "Ah?" Captain Shui was clearly caught off guard by this response. Wang Wen shook his head repeatedly, as if speaking to himself. "Mediocre, indeed, exceedingly ordinary, simply too ordinary. Could it be that I lack the ability to appreciate?" Chapter 11. Jiangling. Upon returning to his tent, Captain Shui unfastened his outer garment in preparation for rest. A voice from outside inquired, "Captain, is this a convenient time, may I enter?" Hearing the voice, Captain Shui smiled, "Come in." The black-clad man entered with a cheerful demeanor, to which Captain Shui teased, "Aren't you supposed to be attending to young Master Wang? Do you still remember me?" The black man feigned trepidation, saying, "How could I dare forget the captain? Serving young Master Wang is merely a means to alleviate your burdens, my lord." "Enough of this nonsense. Am I not aware of your cunning intentions? You merely wish to be discharged from military service, do you not?" Captain Shui reclined on his bed as the black man expertly began to massage him. With his eyes closed, Captain Shui lazily remarked, "Have you seen how the grain prices have skyrocketed this year? How many are starving, reduced to consuming sesame seeds and lotus roots? Even with the steepest of soldiers' rations, there is still bread to be had. Every few days, one can enjoy a bowl of wheat porridge, at least it prevents starvation. Moreover, this year is exceptional. In previous years, we never fell short of 3 to 5 shang of grain daily. What more could you possibly desire?" The black man, diligently massaging, smiled with resignation. "If it were just for myself, I would be content, but I have a girl back home, you see." "Ah, but let us not dwell on that. Captain, aren't you heading to Jiangling tomorrow? Might you allow me to accompany you as a guard? I could take the opportunity to visit home and take my leave for the month." "Did we not just deliver grain to your home? Is there more to send?" "There is no grain left, I merely wish to see the girl." Captain Shui, enjoying the massage, drawled, "Is it the girl you wish to see, or are you eager to curry favor with that little dandy?" The black man chuckled, "Both, indeed. You lot think that by associating with the gentry, you will gain some advantage. Ding Jiao also wishes to join, and to that end, he has sent me 5 shang of rations. Let me tell you, do not harbor such illusions. Who knows, he may step over the threshold of his relatives and forget us altogether. We would have labored in vain." The black man pressed firmly on Captain Shui's shoulders, his dark face slightly flushed from fatigue, yet his eyes sparkled with hope. That night, Wang Yang struggled to find restful sleep. He vacillated between devising strategies and drifting into a restless slumber. He dreamed of Captain Shui dragging him into the tent with a fierce countenance, and then of Editor Su lying bloodied upon the grass. He even envisioned a handsome youth and a robust man traversing back to the modern era, accusing him of murder before the media. He awoke in fright 3 or 4 times during the night. This tense mental state, coupled with an unprecedented psychological burden, even induced a nauseous physical reaction. Fortunately, the common folk adhered to a 2-meal system at the time, roughly having a meal at around 8 in the morning, known as breakfast, and another meal around 4 in the afternoon, referred to as dinner. Thus, when Wang Yang arrived at the camp, he successfully missed the mealtime. Moreover, the living conditions in the military camp were dire, and Captain Shui could hardly provide a decent meal to Wang Yang as an extra, lest Wang Yang's nausea compel him to vomit. At dawn, the black man brought fresh water to assist Wang Yang in rising. After washing his face, the black man presented a small pinch of salt. Wang Yang pondered briefly and inquired, "Is this for brushing teeth?" The black man nodded. This was a special instruction from the captain, after all, who among common folk would consider using salt for dental hygiene. Wang Yang, recalling the term morning chewing of twig, asked, "Do you have any willow twigs?" The black man, puzzled, replied, "What does the young master want willow twigs for? Don't you use willow twigs to brush your teeth?" The black man was utterly bewildered. Can willow twigs be used for brushing teeth? He silently mused that it seemed the noble families used willow twigs for dental care. He would tell his daughter about it upon returning home. Wang Yang, curious, asked, "What do you typically use to brush your teeth?" The black man responded, "With my fingers." Wang Yang suddenly understood, recalling a Tang dynasty mural in the Mogao caves depicting a monk squatting on the ground, using his index finger for brushing. It dawned on him that this was the norm for the ancients. In truth, during that era, noble families had already begun using toothbrushes, though neither the black man nor Wang Yang were aware of this. The practice of using willow twigs for dental care originally stemmed from India and had spread to the Central Plains with Buddhism. At that time, it was only used by a few monks, and it would not be until the Sui and Tang dynasties that it became widespread. For common folk, the most prevalent method of dental hygiene was to use their fingers, also known as wiping teeth. As a modern individual, Wang Yang found it unnatural to use his fingers as a toothbrush, and at this tense juncture, he had no inclination to concern himself with oral hygiene. Thus, he merely took a cup of water, sprinkled in some salt, and rinsed his mouth. Dingzhou brought breakfast for Wang Yang, which marked Wang Yang's first meal since his time traveling to the ancient era. A bowl of barley porridge, several dried fish, a plate of salted vegetables, and a boiled egg. Though this meal appeared simple, it was a concoction of Captain Shui and Wang Wenshu. The dried fish were Captain Shui's reserves, commonly referred to as dried fish or stale fish, which he had managed to procure with great difficulty, only indulging in 1 or 2 pieces on rare occasions. The egg was brought back by Wang Wenshu the previous night. The most challenging aspect was the bowl of barley porridge. Ordinary soldiers could only savor a bowl of porridge every 2 days, and it was not the thick, whole-grain barley porridge that Wang Yang was served, but rather a thin porridge made from ground wheat, known as wheat residue porridge. Preparing this bowl of barley porridge for Wang Yang had cost several soldiers' rations. Wang Yang had no inkling of the difficulty behind this meal. All his thoughts were preoccupied with visiting the Wang family's ancestral home, and upon catching a whiff of the dried fish, he found it utterly repugnant, leaving it untouched. He merely swallowed the porridge, seasoned with the strangely flavored salted vegetables, which seemed to be sunflower greens, just to add a hint of saltiness. After taking a few bites of porridge, he looked up and happened to catch the black man and Dingzhou gazing at him with longing expressions. Wang Yang, recalling the black man's testimony regarding this scattered cavalry attendant the previous night, said, "Black man, take this plate of fish for yourself." The black man was taken aback and quickly bowed, "I dare not. This is my gift to you. What is there to hesitate over?" The black man merely shook his head. Wang Yang, adopting an air of nobility, declared, "This is a reward from me, you cannot refuse it." The black man knelt and bowed his head, respectfully accepting it, yet showed no intention of consuming it. "Why aren't you eating?" Wang Yang inquired. I would like to take it home for my daughter," the black man replied. Wang Yang nodded, noticing Dingzhou's intense gaze fixed on the dried fish, and said, "Dingzhou, you have also performed admirably. I currently have nothing else to reward you with, so this egg is yours." "An egg?" Dingzhou was momentarily taken aback. Wang Yang realized that the term egg was a relatively late development. It seemed he had spoken too soon, so he added, "Oh, you call it chicken child, do you?" Dingzhou nodded. "It is also referred to as chicken ovum." He assumed that egg was a novel term exclusive to the nobility and did not dwell on it, thanking Wang Yang as he accepted the egg. Although he had not eaten an egg in quite some time and longed for it, his expression remained subdued. It is not the scarcity that troubles, but rather the inequity. Wang Yang recognized that he had not handled the situation with finesse, yet he lacked the energy to dwell on it, for a greater crisis was soon to unfold. The grand city stood majestically, its walls resembling long clouds. In the morning, Wang Yang, Captain Shui, Wang Wenshu, the Black Man, and Ding Zhou set forth, arriving at the gates of Jingzhou by noon. Jingzhou was the largest province in the southern dynasties, aside from the capital region of Yangzhou, spanning across Nanchu and comprising 10 commanderies. There was a saying at the time, among the great towns of Jiangsu, none surpassed Jing and Yang. The foremost commandery under Jingzhou was Nan Commandery, and the principal city within Nan Commandery was Jiangling. Jiangling served as the central capital of both Jingzhou and Nan Commandery, also referred to as Jingzhou City and Nan Commandery City. It was here that Guan Yu lost his guard and Li Bai returned from afar. Had it not been for the incident involving impersonating the Wang family of Langya, Wang Yang would have been more than willing to indulge in the ancient nostalgia and explore this historic city. However, the thought of facing the true Wang family of Langya extinguished all his enthusiasm. Throughout the journey, he concocted tales, sought justifications, and searched for logical inconsistencies. He even mentally constructed a family tree, forcing himself to memorize the names of all relatives within 5 generations. Yet, as the moment approached, he sorrowfully realized that if the situation indeed escalated to the point of having to recount a 5-generation lineage, it would likely seal his fate in failure. Chapter 12 of the Etiquette of Hospitality. In an ancient, unassuming residence nestled within a narrow alley, Captain Shui regarded Wang Wenshu with an expression of disbelief, softly inquiring, "Are you certain this is the place?" The illustrious Wang family of Langya, a former high-ranking official from the Sameo Manor, the brother-in-law of the king of Jiangxia, resides here? This is what one would call a grand seclusion amidst the bustling city. Eminent figures often favor such understated settings. Do you think they are nouveau riche? Wang Wenshu remarked, though he too felt a twinge of uncertainty, muttering, "However, it does seem rather modest." Though the entrance was hardly ostentatious, the thought that a prominent figure named Wang Tai resided within instilled a sense of reverence in Captain Shui, who turned to Wang Wenshu and asked, "Shall you knock?" Wang Wenshu hesitated, gathering his courage, while Wang Yang stood with hands clasped behind his back, his expression serene as he said, "Knock on the door." The burly man approached the door and rapped firmly. Captain Shui observed the man and quietly gasped, reflecting on how his boldness had increased in an effort to curry favor with the young master, casually knocking on the door of the esteemed Wang family. The door opened slightly, revealing a man clad in black, his face expressionless, gazing indifferently at the group. Wang Wenshu forced a smile. "We are from Jingzhou Akushishu." Before he could finish, the stoic man attempted to shut the door. Wang Wenshu quickly interjected, "We are escorting the young master of the Wang family and have come to pay our respects to our kin." The man paused, his sharp gaze scanning the group before finally settling on Wang Yang. Wang Yang felt as if the man's eyes were daggers, seemingly piercing through him, yet, he had summoned all his spirit and resolve, deciding to stand his ground, maintaining his composure while casting a casual glance at the burly man. The burly man presented a business card, which the expressionless man accepted, addressing Wang Yang with a curt, "Please wait." He then closed the door. Captain Shui muttered under his breath, "What a character, even a mere doorman carries such an air." That wait extended into a long hour and more. Wang Yang, filled with unease, was uncertain whether this encounter would bring fortune or misfortune, and thus refrained from urging them. However, Captain Shui could not contain himself, bravely stepping forward to knock once more. The door opened again to reveal the same stoic face. Captain Shui clasped his fists and inquired, "May I ask what your master has said?" "I do not know." "Do not know? What does that mean?" "Was the business card presented?" The man promptly shut the door again. Damn it, Captain Shui could not help but curse softly, a mere lackey with such airs. He turned to Wang Wenshu. "What do you suppose this means?" "Remain calm, remain calm. When I last visited Jiangling, I heard that the county's legal officer waited all day to meet the son of the Lu family from Hedong, from dawn until the moon rose, and he did not even have a sip of tea. Just think, that was a legal officer, such a high-ranking official, waiting all day without a sight of him. It is only natural for the Wang family of Langya to keep us waiting." Captain Shui felt a wave of disappointment wash over him before suddenly realizing, this is not about us waiting. It is about young Master Wang waiting. Both men turned to Wang Yang, each pondering in their own minds. Wang Yang, too, found it peculiar, judging the authenticity of a business card was insufficient, and considering he had even included a little poem to pique their interest, it was only proper to invite them in and wait comfortably. What sort of hospitality was it to make them stand outside? Though perplexed, he began to contemplate another possibility. If they were to be denied entry, might that not be fortuitous for him? They continued to wait for over an hour, their backs aching, the sun sinking low, yet the interior remained silent. This prolonged silence caused even Ding Jiu to cast a dubious glance at Wang Yang, while Captain Shui and Wang Wenshu had retreated to the side, whispering among themselves. Only the burly man remained by Wang Yang's side, maintaining his respectful demeanor. Captain Shui murmured, could this young man truly be an impostor? Yet even if he were, one would expect a word from him. Wang Wenshu pondered, he may not be an impostor, but even if he is genuine, within such a large family, the circumstances can vary greatly, with disparities in honor and disgrace. It is not surprising that he would treat us with such indifference upon seeing the business card. He may not be of high standing. But isn't his uncle a high-ranking official? His uncle is a writing attendant, but he is not. Wang Wenshu glanced at Wang Yang. Perhaps he is merely a down-and-out scion, leveraging his uncle's name to assert his influence. Who knows if it's a close uncle or some distant relative? Besides, look at him, after waiting so long, he shows no sign of impatience. He hardly resembles a noble scion. To call him a young master is indeed to overestimate him. It seems we have both been misled. At that moment, Wang Yang too realized he had erred. Unlike Captain Shui and the others, who were visibly anxious, Wang Yang felt averse to meeting the Wang family of Langya and considered that not meeting them might be a blessing in disguise. After all, even if he had to meet them, a later encounter would allow him more time to prepare. Why not relish that? Thus, he waited with remarkable patience, entirely forgetting that he was masquerading as a noble young master, and that it was unbecoming to simply stand in silence at the door. However, sometimes mistakes can yield unexpected benefits. He adopted a facade of feigned indignation and exclaimed, what is so remarkable about Wang Tai? I show him respect as an elder, which is why I await him courteously, yet he behaves with such arrogance, elevating himself while belittling others. He dismisses me simply because my family lacks influence. How could he know that I may soar to great heights in the future? If he does not wish to meet, then so be it. I shall not wait any longer. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Captain Shui felt a chill run down his spine. It turned out that he was indeed a fallen noble of the Wang family, precisely as Wang Wenshu had surmised. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Wenshu pulled him back, saying, very well, we shall visit again another time. We take our leave for now. He exchanged a knowing glance with Captain Shui. Captain Shui understood and clasped his fists. Indeed, we shall accompany the young master another time. Without waiting for Wang Yang's response, the two men hurriedly departed. Ding Jiu called out, Captain, what about us? Captain Shui waved his hand without looking back. You too shall have 5 days of leave. Go home and visit. Once they were a distance away, Captain Shui hurriedly asked, Old Wang, what are you doing? Are we truly leaving just like that? Wang Wenshu retorted, leave, what else is there to do? Do you intend to invite that little ancestor back for a lavish banquet? Our provisions are already scarce. If we provide too much, he will not appreciate it, and if we provide too little, he will surely harbor resentment. How many fish do you have left? I cannot spare any chickens. Upon hearing about the fish, Captain Shui quickly replied, right, we cannot bring back any more. Yet he appeared troubled. But what if he is genuine? Are we just to disregard it? And what if he is indeed genuine? Should we not fear being implicated? Even if he is down and out, he is still of the Wang family of Langya. Why provoke him? Better to avoid trouble, since the truth or falsehood brings us no benefit. Why trouble ourselves? Captain Shui considered this and agreed, then asked, what about reporting this matter? Of course we report it. We did not report it before because we hoped to gain something from it. Now that we have discovered there is nothing to gain, we must promptly extricate ourselves and let those above handle it. Thus, even if something arises later, it will not involve us. But what if it turns out he is an impostor, and they hold us accountable for letting him go? Wang Wenshu looked at Captain Shui, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. We did not let anyone go. We still have 2 soldiers left behind, do we not? Captain Shui smacked his thigh, ready to head back. then I must inform them. Wang Wenshu grasped Captain Shui's arm. Oh, my captain, what is there to inform? If he is genuine and you instruct them to guard him, would that not offend him? But if he is a fraud, what if they release him without prior notice? Wang Wenshu chuckled. That would be their own dereliction of duty. What concern is it of ours? Captain Shui paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. You scholars are truly cunning. Note, while the Wang family of Langya boasts high status, it does not imply that all its descendants enjoy wealth and power. Within the family, the branches may differ significantly in fortunes. As Lin Xiaoguang remarked, within so-called families, there exists a stratification of nobility and lowliness, with some enjoying generations of official ranks while others toil in obscurity. Refer to Lin Xiaoguang's Wang Rong and the Yongming era. A Case Study of Southern Aristocracy and Aristocratic Literature, Chapter 1. Although Wang Wenshu suspects the protagonist may be a fallen aristocrat, he remains unwilling to offend him, for the identity of an aristocrat is far more than an inconsequential title. Further details will follow. Chapter 13. The Camp Village. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words and observing the attitudes of team leader Shui and Wang Wenshu, Ding Jiu grasped the situation to a considerable extent. However, having exerted considerable effort over the past few days, he was reluctant to accept that it had all been in vain. Moreover, what if this young scion had some hidden tricks up his sleeve? Tentatively, he inquired, Young Master Wang, where shall we head next? Wang Yang, having finally shaken off team leader Shui and Wang Wenshu, felt a surge of joy within him. He was determined to rid himself of the remaining two soldiers, thus reclaiming his complete freedom. But how to dismiss them? By borrowing money. He feigned a sigh. I currently have nowhere to go. How about this? Lend me some money for the time being, and when my uncle sends someone to fetch me, you shall not be without your rewards. Upon hearing the request for money, Ding Jiu could hardly conceal his dismay. He finally understood why team leader Shui and Wang Wenshu had fled like rabbits. It turned out this young master was merely a braggart. The illustrious Wang family of Langya had to resort to borrowing money even upon entering Jingzhou, which illustrated the depths of his predicament. With a pained expression, he forced a smile. Young master, you jest. I am but a humble man without any funds. Wang Yang continued to employ his shameless tactics. If you have no money, then at least arrange a place for me to stay. I happen to be quite hungry, so come, treat me to a meal first. Startled, Ding Jiu stammered, Young Master Wang, I have matters to attend to at home. I must return now, but I will come to serve you another time. With that, he fled without a trace. Wang Yang chuckled inwardly, turning towards the burly man beside him with a beaming smile. How about you lend me some money as well? Without hesitation, the burly man produced a small cloth pouch from his clothing, presenting it with both hands. Young master, we soldiers are seldom granted pay. I have saved only 33 coins, which is all I possess. Please make use of it. His demeanor was exceedingly respectful. Wang Yang was taken aback, blinking in surprise, pondering, what scheme is this? Is my image of a fallen noble so vivid that he cannot see through it, or is this a setup by team leader Shui and Wang Wenshu? Am I not permitted to escape their surveillance until my true identity is verified? Contemplating this latter possibility, Wang Yang steeled himself and accepted the small pouch, declaring, let us go and have a meal first. The burly man hesitated. Young master, this amount is truly insufficient. It wouldn't even cover a hearty meal. Besides, after dining, we would need accommodation, which would require even more. Wang Yang, intent on intimidating the burly man, assumed an air of authority. I am both famished and weary. You shall arrange for my lodging and meals. After a moment's thought, the burly man suggested, if the young master does not mind, you may stay at my humble abode. At your home? Indeed, my home is not far from Jingzhou. You may dine and rest there. Feigning delight, Wang Yang replied, perfect, I have nowhere to stay and no money on hand, so I shall take up residence at your place. Contrary to Wang Yang's expectations, the burly man did not flee in fear but instead clasped his fists earnestly, stating, I shall do my utmost to take care of you, young master. Wang Yang. What is happening? He isn't scared off. Is this man simply Navi, or has he been given some kind of strict orders? Who is truly in control here? Filled with doubts, Wang Yang followed the burly man out of the city, and as they walked, the streets grew increasingly deserted and remote. A sense of alarm surged within him. Could this individual be involved in some clandestine dealings, perhaps human trafficking or kidnapping? Although the ancient world lacked the modern-day horrors of kidney harvesting, abductions and seductions were not uncommon. The Han UFO features a poem titled East of Pingling: East of Pingling, Pines and Cypress, who knows who has abducted the righteous Lord, which speaks of such abductions. Could it be that he has taken a fancy to my identity as a member of the Wang family of Langya, intending to kidnap me for ransom? Seizing a stone from the ground and concealing it in his sleeve while the burly man was distracted, Wang Yang prepared himself for any eventuality. "Young master, just ahead is our 8th camp," the burly man announced, halting in his tracks and pointing ahead. 8th camp? Wang Yang's heart raced. Had he been deceived into another military encampment? The burly man, somewhat embarrassed, explained, "As we are soldiers, our families must pay for lodging, hence we reside collectively. Our place is called Camp Village, and we belong to the 8th camp, also known as 8th Camp Village." Wang Yang recalled that during the 6 dynasties, soldier households were also referred to as camp households, possibly related to this living arrangement. Although 8th Camp Village bore the name camp, it bore no resemblance to an actual military encampment. From a distance, it appeared as a cluster of dilapidated thatched huts, interspersed with various wooden frames and cloth canopies displaying clothing and bedding, while the damp ground was black and muddy, presenting a scene of disarray. The burly man's home was situated on the outskirts of the village, lacking any nearby structures, making it seem somewhat out of place within the confines of 8th Camp Village. Strangely, while the night had fallen and lights twinkled throughout the village, the burly man's home remained shrouded in darkness. As the burly man approached his home, he called out loudly, "Oh, my little Ao." Wang Yang, uncertain whether this was a signal to accomplices, gripped the stone in his sleeve tightly, remaining alert. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, followed by the creaking of a gate. A small figure dashed out, leaping into the burly man's embrace. "Father, I thought I would have to wait another month to see you." Wang Yang was taken aback, so he truly was returning home. The burly man's face radiated joy as he spun his daughter around in the air, eliciting peals of laughter from the little girl, her long hair swirling in the breeze. The burly man turned to his daughter. "Ah, we have a distinguished guest. Quickly, perform your greetings, address young Master Wang." The child was a dark, slender little girl, with long, albeit somewhat disheveled, hair. She appeared only 5 or 6 years old, perhaps due to her extreme thinness. Her eyes seemed particularly large, and her tattered gray robe hung off her frame like a large sack, trailing down to her ankles. "I have seen young Master Wang," the little girl bowed gracefully, exhibiting none of the usual shyness children display towards strangers. Wang Yang bent down. "You are called Ao, am I correct? Which character does the war represent?" The little girl's expression changed. Looking towards her father, the burly man reassured her, "You go prepare a meal for young Master Wang. I will help you shortly." The little girl glanced at Wang Yang and, drawing closer to her father, whispered, "Should I prepare something very good?" The burly man awkwardly nodded. "Of course, young Master Wang is our esteemed guest. You go prepare the bowls and chopsticks, I will be right there." The little girl agreed and dashed into the house. The burly man appeared troubled, hesitating as he began. "There is something I neglected to inform you of beforehand, young master, but since you have already arrived, I cannot conceal it. My daughter," Wang Yang, intrigued, asked, "What about your daughter?" She was born on the 5th of May. What? Wang Yang was puzzled. The burly man, interpreting Wang Yang's confusion as displeasure, quickly clasped his fists in apology. "Please do not take offense, young master. If it is taboo, we shall seek alternative lodging." "Taboo? What do you mean? What is this 5th of May you just mentioned?" Wang Yang felt utterly perplexed. Young master has not heard of the 5th of May? Ao was born on the 5th of May. Wang Yang recalled an ancient superstition. On the 5th of May, it was believed that one should not give birth. The term give birth implies nurturing, and the folk superstition regarded the 5th of May, the Dragon Boat Festival, as an inauspicious day, leading to various rituals aimed at warding off evil and purifying. In modern society, a child born on the Dragon Boat Festival is celebrated as a dragon boat baby. However, in ancient times, it was seen as inauspicious, believed that a child born on this day would bring misfortune to their parents and even to others. Thus, people would go to great lengths to avoid giving birth on the 5th of May, and if unavoidable, many would abandon the child unnaturally. Wang Yang did not subscribe to such beliefs, stating, "The taboo of the 5th of May is sheer nonsense. Lord Mengchang was born on the 5th of May, yet he is still renowned throughout history. The burly man rejoiced. I knew young master was well educated, you would not be bothered by such matters. Wang Yang chuckled. What does this have to do with being well educated? The more one knows, the broader one's outlook. Unlike those in our village, the burly man's expression turned slightly bitter, yet he quickly smiled. Let us not dwell on that. Could you perhaps tell me about that esteemed figure named Mang, so I may share it with others later? Chapter 14. The abode of the blacksmith is modest, consisting of merely 2 drab little huts. The western room serves as both a kitchen and storage area, while the eastern room, with its earthen kong, barely qualifies as a bedroom. Inside the western room, the young Allah stands atop a large stone, industriously attending to the stove. Observing Allah's diminutive stature, Wang Yang contemplates offering assistance, but the thought of concealing his noble identity restrains him. He inquires of the blacksmith, how old is Allah this year? Replying to the young master, she is 7 years old this year, the blacksmith responds, perhaps due to malnutrition, the little girl is exceedingly frail, hardly resembling a typical 7-year-old. Wang Yang cannot help but exclaim, at such a tender age, she already knows how to cook. This child has been in charge from an early age, she manages the household chores all by herself, the blacksmith remarks as he ushers Wang Yang into the eastern room, inviting him to sit on the freshly laid kong. What of her mother? Wang Yang asks. The blacksmith sighs, speaking in a hushed tone. Her mother despised Allah for being born on the 5th of May and insisted on casting her into the river. I opposed her, leading to a fierce argument. In a moment of anger, I struck her, and then we divorced. The blacksmith pauses, a bitter smile crossing his face. I heard she has since married a waxvender and moved to Jiankang. She should be living quite well now. During that time, most families could scarcely afford candles, so upon learning that her husband trades in wax, the blacksmith realizes she now has no shortage of money. Wang Yang reflects on this and asks, so, when you go to the barracks, is Allah left home alone? Indeed, initially, I sought assistance from the neighbors to keep an eye on her, but they were all unwilling to help. Fortunately, Allah is clever and resourceful, she can take care of herself. When I returned last month, can you guess what I found? She has even learned to sew. The blacksmith lights a clay oil lamp, the dim glow illuminating his proud countenance. Wang Yang, having witnessed the blacksmith's obsequious demeanor on numerous occasions, is struck by the sight of him so unabashedly proud. Allah's voice drifts from the western room, Father, there is a moon. Why light the lamp, quickly extinguish it. Feeling a bit awkward, the blacksmith calls out, this is lit for young Master Wang. After a brief pause, Allah's voice returns, Father, come help me serve the rice. Wang Yang then hears the soft murmur of their playful argument, barely discernible, but he catches Allah mentioning something about not much sesame oil left. Amused, Wang Yang extinguishes the oil lamp, causing the debate in the western room to cease abruptly. The blacksmith rushes over, did the light go out? I shall relight it for the young master. Wang Yang replies, no need, the moonlight suffices. The blacksmith's expression grows tense as he stammers, young master, this child is rather unruly and knows little. Please, do not hold it against her. Wang Yang, unfazed, smiles, how could I am neither reading nor writing at the moment, so indeed, there is no need for a lamp, the moonlight is ample. The blacksmith, fearing Wang Yang's displeasure, attempts to explain further, but Ah comes running, exclaiming, Father! Young Master Wang, dinner is ready. This marks Wang Yang's second meal since his arrival, consisting of a bowl of bean and barley porridge, a bowl of bean leaf soup, and a dish of salted black beans. The porridge is made by simmering soybeans and barley together, while the bean leaf soup utilizes the dried leaves of the soybean, also known as huakai. The salted black beans, referred to as douqi, are a common condiment among the common folk of that era. Weren't you supposed to make bean and barley rice? How did it turn into porridge? The blacksmith quietly questions Ah, pulling her aside. Ah wrinkles her little nose. There was only a small amount of barley. I hoped to save some for the cold food festival to make barley porridge. You! The blacksmith, reluctant to chastise his daughter, merely gives her a gentle poke on the forehead. He dares not sit at the same table as Wang Yang, opting to sit with Ah by the stove instead. Wang Yang understands that to maintain the facade of a gentleman, it is best to keep a distance. However, as he occupies their space and partakes in their meal, he feels it would be impolite to dominate the situation, so he invites the blacksmith and the little girl to join him for dinner. Upon seeing the two, Wang Yang realizes that their meal differs from his own. The father and daughter are eating steamed beans, while the term Han Shuin Shui was used in ancient times to describe the plight of the impoverished, where Han Shu signifies eating beans to stave off hunger. Glances longingly at Wang Yang's meal, having not savored the aroma of barley porridge for over a month, and she has not tasted the bean leaf soup in quite some time. Wang Yang, noticing Ao's yearning gaze, inquires, "Would you like some?" Ah quickly shakes her head, focusing on her beans. "Here, I have a poor appetite, let me share some with you." "No need," Ah responds in a voice barely above a whisper, afraid she might succumb to temptation and not daring to lift her head. The blacksmith urges, "Young master has gone a whole day without eating, do indulge yourself and don't mind her." Wang Yang takes a sip of porridge. "I can only manage half a bowl, if no one else eats the rest, it shall be thrown away." He feigns a move to discard the porridge. Ah springs to her feet like a little rocket, darting to Wang Yang's side and extending her bowl, turning her face away as she musters the courage to say, "If you're going to throw it out, do it here." "Oh," the blacksmith admonishes. Wang Yang chuckles, "It's quite all right," pouring half the porridge into A's bowl. Joyfully, Ah returns to her seat, ready to eat, but suddenly pauses to scoop 2 large spoonfuls for her father. Initially displeased with Ao's request for porridge, the blacksmith's heart softens upon seeing his daughter serve him. He takes the porridge back. "Ah, you eat, father often eats in the barracks." Father is lying again. Ah stubbornly returns the porridge to him. Wang Yang, touched by the scene of the father and daughter contesting over the porridge, says, "Blacksmith, bring the bowl over, I will share some porridge with you as well." The blacksmith hurriedly declines, "No, no, no. Young master has already eaten far too little. I have no appetite, besides, this grain belongs to your family." Wang Yang insists. No matter how Wang Yang argues, the blacksmith remains obstinate. Wang Yang then instructs Ah to fetch more porridge for the blacksmith. The blacksmith scolds Ah, "Do not go." Wang Yang's expression turns stern, "I asked her to go." The blacksmith dares not protest further, merely casting a disapproving glare at his daughter. Ah sticks out her tongue and briskly trots to Wang Yang, who serves her 2 spoonfuls. As he prepares to serve a third, Ah retracts her hand, softly stating, "That's enough." Ah passes the porridge to the blacksmith, who, upon seeing Wang Yang consume the fermented black beans, finishes the remaining porridge in just a few bites, his brow furrowing as he drinks the bean leaf soup. Noticing his discomfort, he instructs his daughter, "Fetch the cloth from the bottom of the box and go to the Zhang family to exchange it for some pickled fish for young master Wang." "Is that really necessary?" Ao's eyes widen. If that is the cost of sharing porridge, she would rather pour it back. "Quickly go," the blacksmith commands with an authoritative tone. The term gan refers to a clay pot, while ju signifies pickled or fermented fish, a dish quite popular in the southern regions during that time. For someone like Wang Yang, who has been refined by modern culinary practices and has particular tastes, the bowl of wild vegetable soup is quite unpalatable, bearing an indescribable fishy bitterness. Nonetheless, seeing the blacksmith's family in such dire straits, he cannot bear to let them trade anything for the pickled fish. "No need, I can manage with this," he insists, daring not to taste it further. Gritting his teeth, he downs the bean leaf soup in one go, his expression contorted as though he were taking medicine. Ah watches with concern, but not for Wang Yang, rather, she feels pity for the bean leaf soup. "Hey! If it tastes so dreadful, then why drink it? At least leave me half a bowl." After returning to his room, Ah pulls her father into the western room, her little face serious as she declares, "Father, I believe this young master Wang is suspicious." Chapter 15. Night Terror. The dark-skinned man exclaimed in surprise, "What seems to be the problem? If he is truly the noble young master you claim him to be, how could he possibly dine with us? Even that scoundrel Lizzie from our village would never lower himself to our level." The dark-skinned man frowned sternly. "Do not speak nonsense, it's Lord Lizzie you should address him as. He only ever sends my father to toil for him without compensation, not even a few beans. What a wretched scoundrel!" Young Ah retorted stubbornly. "I cannot abide this. I must give you a beating today." The father and daughter playfully engaged in a light-hearted scuffle. Eventually exhausted, young Ah sprawled on the bed, declaring, "Father, you must be cautious, do not let others deceive you." The dark-skinned man chuckled, "Who taught you to be so clever and astute?" Young Ah sat up abruptly, exclaiming, "It was taught by father." Thus, what you can perceive, your father can also perceive. What you cannot see, your father still cannot, so what is there to worry about? Humph. Young All pouted defiantly, and after a moment, she added, but if he wouldn't even drink a bowl of shepherdess purse soup, he must not be an ordinary person. Oh, in life, one must maintain a long-term perspective. Upon hearing her father's earnest tone, young Anna knew he was about to impart wisdom, so she sat up straight. She listened as her father continued, to fret over a bowl of shepherdess purse soup or a bowl of bean porridge will not lead to success. It is akin to planting seeds in spring. If one is reluctant to part with the seeds or cannot resist consuming the grain, how can one expect to reap a harvest in autumn? If you desire rewards, you must be willing to invest. Do you understand this principle? Young All pondered for a moment and replied, Father means that if I want 2 bowls of shepherdess purse soup, I must first give away 1 bowl, correct? The dark-skinned man laughed heartily. 2 bowls? That is far too few. In the future, I shall provide you with 100 bowls, so you may indulge to your heart's content. I do not want 100 bowls, 2 bowls are sufficient. Young All insisted earnestly. Humph, what is shepherdess purse soup? Look at this. The dark-skinned man retrieved a cloth pouch from his bosom and opened it. It's dried fish. Young Ao's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the adjacent room, Wang Yang lay under a tattered quilt, listening to the warm laughter of the father and daughter, feeling a pang of loneliness. Ever since his arrival in this unfamiliar realm, one crisis had followed another, leaving him no time to reminisce about his former friends and life, nor to contemplate the direction of his future actions, or even the very act of his crossing over. He felt like a man pursued by beasts, having run for an entire day and night, and now finally granted a moment's respite. He began to ponder the conditions surrounding his transmigration. If it was indeed the soul bottle, what mechanism triggered its activation? At the museum, 5 individuals had gathered around the soul bottle, and at that very moment, 5 others in the southern Qi were also encircled by the same bottle. Was this mere coincidence? Could it be that such an occurrence facilitated his crossing over? Yet, why did only 4 of them succeed, and where was the original owner of this body? Why did he possess none of the original memories? Was it possible that while he traversed to the ancient world, the original owner had crossed into the modern era? Now that the soul bottle lay shattered, and of the 4 who had crossed over, only he remained, the hope of returning home seemed bleak. But what of his mother? His mother was intelligent, cheerful, and financially secure. She would undoubtedly thrive without him. Wang Yang could only console himself with this thought. Oh, original owner, if you truly have crossed into the modern world, please honor my mother on my behalf and live well. Wang Yang closed his eyes, silently praying, and after a while murmured, I will also live well for you. Bang! Bang, bang! The sudden sound of pounding on the door jolted Wang Yang upright, his first instinct being that his assumed identity had been exposed and that Captain Shui had come to apprehend him. Open the door. If you don't open it, I will break it down, came the loud shout from outside. The dark-skinned man's expression changed drastically as he reached for his waist knife, but after a moment's thought, he placed it back on the bedside and warned Young Ah, do not go out. He then hurried to open the door. 4 burly men burst in, taking up half the small room in an instant. Back already? Why didn't you announce your return? A middle-aged man, clad in a yellow silk robe and adorned with a jeweled gold ring, entered with a smile. He appeared to be a typical wealthy merchant, sporting a meticulously groomed mustache. Though his keen eyes resembled those of an eagle, his demeanor was exceptionally genteel. His friendliness towards the dark-skinned man belied any notion of naivety regarding his character. The dark-skinned man quickly bowed in greeting. I just returned and have yet to pay my respects to Master Du. Master Du chuckled amiably. No matter, as long as you repay the money, it is never too late to pay your respects now. I have inquired thoroughly. That woman married a wealthy merchant and is now residing in Jiankong. She must have the means to repay. Master Du's smile faltered. Are you suggesting that I should go to the capital to find someone? The dark-skinned man hastily replied, I wouldn't dare. It's just the money was borrowed by that woman, she absconded with it, and I have not seen a single coin. Master Du said slowly, a husband must bear the debts of his wife. This has been the way of the world since time immemorial. But we have long since divorced. Master Du maintained a cordial tone. Whether you divorced or dismissed her, it matters not to me. The guarantees were made by you, and your daughter is the collateral. You can either repay the debt or hand over your daughter. Choose one. The dark-skinned man cursed himself for his foolishness. That woman had returned a year prior, pitifully pleading with him, crying and bowing, swearing to mend her ways. The prior separation had partly been due to her provoking him, so out of guilt and lingering affection, coupled with concern for awe, he had softened and agreed to reconcile. He had been on guard, yet that woman had deceived him so convincingly, lowering his defenses. He truly believed she wanted to live a good life with him, otherwise, why would he have believed her tale of borrowing money to invest in a textile business? What was even more infuriating was that she had colluded with others to swap documents, cunningly using awe as leverage. Otherwise, he would never have signed the guarantee. The dark-skinned man knelt, bowing his head 3 times in earnest supplication. Master Du, I have but this one daughter. I was deceived into signing the guarantee. With your vast influence, you can surely find anyone. Zhang An has married a wax merchant surnamed Lu, and they are currently living in Jiankong. I implore you, please spare me. Master Du leaned down, resting a hand on the dark-skinned man's swollen forehead, his smile sending chills down the man's spine. Look at you, making me appear as a tyrant. Master Du brushed the dust off the dark-skinned man's clothing as if cleaning him and said with a smile, in truth, I am quite simple. As long as you follow the rules, I certainly will not make things difficult for you. You must either repay the debt or surrender the person. You must choose one. If you choose neither, he patted the trembling face of the dark-skinned man and chuckled, then do not blame me. I do not have money at the moment. Take this house, and the belongings inside are yours to take. Ha ha! The dark-skinned man's words were cut short by Master Du's laughter. The 4 men beside him joined in the mirth. Are you jesting with me? I wouldn't accept your dilapidated house even if it were given to me for free. Now, quickly say a few words to your daughter and gather a few of her clothes. I will grant you a quarter of an hour. Chapter 16. The death of the insulter of mothers. The black-clad man felt as though the heavens were collapsing and the earth was sinking. He clasped Du Sanye's leg, pleading, Sanye, I implore you, please do not take my daughter. I will repay the debt, I assure you. Just grant me a little more time, I will surely repay. Du Sanye struggled momentarily but could not break free. He exchanged glances with his subordinates, who swiftly approached and forcibly dragged the black-clad man away. Let go of my father. A Wu rushed out brandishing a knife, but her small stature rendered her unable to draw it from its sheath. All she could do was point the tip of the sheath at Du Sanye. Du Sanye laughed heartily. Oh, a brave little one, come, take this girl away. With a roar, the black-clad man broke free from their grasp, shielding his daughter behind him. Little A Wu shouted, Father, we must report this to the authorities, let us call for help. Du Sanye, stroking his ring, looked at little A Wu with a smile and said, Very well. Go ahead and report. I hope you take it to the Jingzhou prefectural office. It's been ages since anyone dared to sue me. The black-clad man realized that reporting to the authorities would be futile. Du Sanye held significant power, straddling both the underworld and the law. Even if he had signed a contract, he might not have a valid claim. Even if he did, it would be impossible to contend with such a man. The commotion in the house drew the attention of the neighbors, and the village magistrate of Baying village, accompanied by several villagers, hurried to the scene. The black-clad man, sensing a glimmer of hope, shouted, Magistrate, save us. They are trying to snatch a Wu. The magistrate barked, Who dares to cause trouble in the village? It's me. Du Sanye stood in the doorway, his expression dark. The magistrate was taken aback and quickly donned a smile. Isn't this Sanye? What brings you here? Du Sanye coldly spat out a single word, Scram. The magistrate, forcing a smile, responded, Sanye, it's quite late. Du Sanye bellowed, Get lost. The magistrate and the others fled in a panic. Du Sanye glanced at the black-clad man and impatiently commanded, Take action. For burly men closed in. The black-clad man, seeing the magistrate's retreat and the silence from the east room, felt despair wash over him. Just as he contemplated drawing his waist knife to fight, a clear and resonant voice rang out, Who dares? Wang Yang stepped out from the east room with measured strides. The black-clad man's tears flowed freely as he cried out, Young Master Wang, I beseech you to save a Wu. Feigning indifference, Wang Yang replied, I owe no one a debt of gratitude. Your team leader, Shui, has aided me, and you have served me well. I initially intended to promote you to team leader as a form of repayment, but given this incident, I shall assist you once. As for whether you become team leader, that entirely depends on your fortune. The black-clad man hurriedly knelt, bowing his head repeatedly, Thank you, young Master Wang. Thank you, I do not wish to be team leader, I only wish to protect a Wu. Du Sanyi and his men had not noticed anyone in the east room until a strikingly handsome young man, who spoke with such confidence, emerged, leaving them astonished. Though a team leader was not a high official, it still held military rank. This young man, appearing to be merely 17 or 18, dressed so simply yet dared to casually offer someone a position of team leader, leaving them bewildered. Who are you? Du Sanyi's hawk-like gaze fixed on Wang Yang, causing many to falter under his stare without a word needing to be spoken. Life in the world relies on performance, it's do or die. Wang Yang, without casting a glance at Du Sanyi, calmly took a seat at the table where Du Sanyi had been dining, and casually remarked, "Someone, bring a seat." Du Sanyi and his men were momentarily taken aback, and the black-clad man, though agitated, failed to react. Meanwhile, a Wu dashed into the room and retrieved a tattered straw mat, neatly placing it opposite Wang Yang. "Please sit," Wang Yang directed at Du Sanyi. "Who on earth is this?" The four burly men exchanged glances, bewildered, yet Du Sanyi was not easily intimidated. He snorted coldly, "No need to sit, just introduce yourself." Wang Yang was keenly aware that his attire and presence did not fit the persona expected of the Wang family of Langya. However, to explain himself would come across as overly defensive. Thus, he sought an opportunity to naturally convey some information. A little information would suffice. He wanted them to engage their imaginations and draw their own logical conclusions. People are inclined to believe explanations they conjure up themselves rather than those handed to them by others. A faint smile adorned his lips as he seemingly spoke to himself. This journey has been quite intriguing, allowing me to encounter many individuals and witness events previously unseen, even to the extent that even the most mundane creatures come asking about my lineage. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, the black-clad man trembled in fear. Du Sanyi's expression shifted dramatically, and his four men rushed forward, cursing, "Damn you! You little wretch! How dare you speak to Sanyi like that?" Wang Yang, witnessing the four men advance with the intent to assault him, felt a surge of terror within. Yet his face displayed nothing but scorn, his eyes filled with disdain as if these men were mere ants. "With the sun and moon in hand, I pluck the stars. In this world, there is none like me," Wang Yang fervently chanted in his heart. "Black-clad man, why aren't you stepping in to stop this?" The black-clad man remained in a daze, but it was Du Sanyi who intervened, preventing any assault. As the saying goes, the older one gets in the martial world, the more cautious they become. The more seasoned one is, the more prudent their actions. "You dare not strike me." Wang Yang found amusement in this. "Then don't blame me for taking advantage of the situation." Wang Yang's expression hardened. "Black-clad man, kill the one who just insulted my mother." "Kill someone?" Everyone was taken aback. The black-clad man's eyes widened in disbelief at Wang Yang's command. "My mother is from the Xie family of Chenjun. Those who insult mothers must die. Killing this person will count as my deed, and you need not fear. Even if it reaches His Majesty, there will be no repercussions." "The Xie family of Chenjun, your mother is from the Xie family, then you are..." Du Sanyi's expression faltered. He could hardly fathom encountering a noble of such stature in this wretched place. The Xie and Wang families were among the foremost aristocratic families of the southern dynasties, often referred to together as Wang Xie. Given the emphasis on matching families in marriages at that time, if his mother hails from the Xie family, then his father must surely belong to a distinguished lineage as well. Wang Yang had thus laid a foundation for his identity through this revelation. Wang Yang ignored Du Sanyi's inquiry and turned his gaze to the black-clad man, signaling with his eyes, "Do not delay." At nearly the same moment, little Wu nudged her father with her elbow. The black-clad man's wits returned, and with a swift motion, he drew his knife, proclaiming loudly, "Understood." He advanced toward the man who had just insulted his mother. I didn't know. I truly had no idea." The man, caught off guard by the fatal consequence of his words, was paralyzed with fear, forgetting to flee, trembling as he pleaded, Sanyi, save me." The others, fearing for their own safety and knowing they lacked Du Sanyi's command, dared not intervene. Du Sanyi recognized that this young man was merely bluffing, for even if he belonged to a prominent family, it was illogical to kill someone solely based on a verbal insult. In such a scenario, should someone be killed, even a noble scion would not escape unscathed. However, he dared not gamble. What if this lad was a reckless fool, accustomed to lawlessness? What if bloodshed provoked the black-clad man's wrath, leading to a massacre? What if this young man truly wielded immense power and sought to eliminate witnesses? The likelihood of such scenarios was slim, but not impossible. In reality, the death of a subordinate would not be of great concern, but the events here must not attract attention. This had been expressly instructed from above. If a violent conflict were to arise with this nobleman, it would be impossible to cover up the incident. To prevent the situation from escalating, Du Sanyi swiftly slapped one of his subordinates, barking, "Don't you dare apologize to the young master?" Chapter 17 of The Relics of My Family. Sir, I am but a foolish wretch. I have spoken in error. I beseech you to spare my life. The subordinate knelt upon the ground, repeatedly knocking his head in supplication. Wang Yang, of course, could not bring himself to slay him. However, his earlier declaration of "the one who insults my mother shall die" made it rather undignified for the man to immediately retract his words and plead for mercy upon admitting his fault. It would be ideal to find a way to gracefully descend from this precarious situation, but where might such a step be found? Normally, at this juncture, Master Du would intercede to mediate, advocating on behalf of his subordinate. Yet, harboring suspicions about Wang Yang's true identity, he chose to remain silent, merely observing with a cold gaze, curious how Wang Yang intended to resolve the matter. The burly man was also at a loss. Were it not for his daughter, he might have resolutely decided to kill, yet, with Odd being so young, should he be sentenced to death, who would care for her? The other three subordinates, terrified, dared not utter a word, their silence palpable as if the very air had solidified. Little Odd glanced at the quaking subordinate on the ground, then at Wang Yang's cold demeanor, and finally at Master Du's detached expression and her father's hesitating stance with his weapon. With wide eyes, she rushed forward to embrace her father's arm, exclaiming, "Father, you must not kill." She then turned her small head towards Wang Yang. "Sir, you are so handsome, you surely would not kill." Wang Yang furrowed his brows slightly. "What does being handsome have to do with not killing?" Little All, with an innocent expression, replied, "Those who are handsome are all good people. Good people certainly do not kill, only ugly villains commit murder." "You little clever one, you remind me of my own childhood." Wang Yang, seizing the opportunity, laughed heartily. "Very well, since I resemble a good person, I shall spare this man's life. Black man, sheath your blade." Only then did the burly man exhale in relief, returning his sword to its sheath with an exaggerated clang, sending a shiver through his subordinates. The man kneeling on the ground, having narrowly escaped death, repeatedly bowed in gratitude. Master Du clasped his hands and remarked, "Esteemed sir, I am unaware of your background, and we have no enmity between us. I never intended to offend you. It is only right to repay debts. This principle holds true wherever one may go. Is it not merely money? What is the fuss? How much does he owe you?" 13,200 coins. The burly man gasped in astonishment. "That is simply not true. There is no such amount. Previously, there was not, but due to your failure to repay, interest has accrued at 1% per month, as clearly stipulated in the contract. You can calculate it yourself. I am not so petty as to deceive you over such a trifling sum." Master Du scoffed. The burly man felt a chill run through him, while Wang Yang, seemingly unconcerned, remarked, "Is this not a trivial sum? Wait 3 days, and I shall provide you with the money." Yet he cannot produce it now. How can he possibly do so in 3 days? He cannot, but I can, and the person I am expecting will arrive in 3 days, and you may come here at the hour of the rooster to collect your payment. Lord Wang. The burly man was nearly moved to tears. Such a significant amount of money was no small matter, and even selling himself would not suffice to repay it. Moreover, as a soldier, he had no right to sell himself into slavery. Master Du's piercing gaze fixed upon Wang Yang. "But why should I wait 3 days?" Wang Yang yawned lazily. "Is the name of the Wang family from Langya not worth a mere 3 days of your time? You are of the Wang family from Langya." Though he had long suspected the man's noble lineage, hearing him declare it himself took Master Du by surprise. Wang Yang smiled, choosing silence. In such moments, it was prudent to let others extol your virtues rather than speak of them yourself. The burly man, recognizing the moment, stepped forward to introduce, "This is indeed the esteemed young master of the Wang family from Langya. His uncle holds the title of Sanchi Lang." Sanchi Lang. Master Du's eyes narrowed with suspicion, his gaze fixed on Wang Yang's face as if seeking to capture the slightest shift in his expression. "There is only one Wang family from Langya in Jingzhou, residing in the old residence of the Ding family on Shokan Lane. His name is Wang Tai, aged 39. You appear quite young." "You hardly seem 39. Wang Yang half closed his eyes, slapping his thigh as he recited, "Beat the drum, let the soldiers arise. I in the realm of the earth, I alone journey southwards." Everyone present felt bewildered. none had read the book of songs and recognized not the verses Wang Yang recited, yet the cadence of poetry was unmistakable. The tone, however, was peculiarly distinct, diverging from ordinary speech. Master Du frowned. What do you mean by this? Wang Yang ignored him and continued, from Suanzi Zhong, pacifying Chen and Song. If I return not, my heart is filled with disquiet. Master Du, well read, discerned that Wang Yang's tone was thick with nasal resonance, the syllables elongated, reminiscent of northern dialects. Where do you dwell? Where has your horse gone? Where might I seek it? Beneath the forest, Wang Yang grew increasingly animated in his recitation, and amidst the resonant echoes, the gathered crowd gradually picked up on the rhythmic quality of the poetry. Just as they were about to delve deeper into his recitation, the verses abruptly ceased. The room was filled with puzzled expressions directed at Wang Yang, who turned to Master Du. Do you comprehend? Master Du, perplexed, replied, This comprehend what? Wang Yang's face bore an air of arrogance. This is Luo Shangyong, the authentic sound of the Central Plains. Since the chaos of the 5 barbarians and the migration southward, few can produce such sound. Though there are many gentry in Jiangnan, they can only speak Wu dialect, yet for me, this is a relic of my family. How difficult can it be? The aristocracy of the southern dynasties comprised 2 factions. One consisted of the prominent clans from the Central Plains who migrated southward after the chaos of the 5 barbarians, known as Qiao surnames. Examples include the Wang family of Langya and the Xie family of Chenjun, both representative of Qiao surnames. The other faction comprised indigenous families who had resided in Jiangnan since the Eastern Wu era, referred to as Wu surnames. Within the aristocracy, a hierarchy of disdain existed, where Qiao surnames looked down upon Wu surnames, not only regarding their lineage but also their culture, knowledge, and even their accents. Thus, despite cohabitating for generations, some old Central Plains clans persisted in learning the northern sounds, unwilling to be assimilated into Wu dialect. However, as time passed, the blending of northern and southern sounds became inevitable. In this trend, Luo Shangyong emerged as a relatively unique skill. Luo Shangyong refers to the standard elegant pronunciation used by the students of the Taishui and Luoyang prior to the Eastern Jin, which generally aristocratic descendants could not master. Only those from orthodox backgrounds with family legacies could cultivate offspring capable of Luo Shangyong. Wang Yang had not had the opportunity to be steeped in such highborn family teachings, yet he had undergone modern academic training. The esteemed Chen Inca once pointed out in his work on historical facts and phonology that the Sui dynasty rhyme book Cheiyun represents the phonetic system of Old Luoyang prior to the southern migration of the Eastern Jin. The so-called Old Luoyang sound refers to the phonetic recitation of Luo Shangyong. Thus, what Wang Yang recited as Luo Shangyong relied on the yet-to-be-published Cheiyun text, which, while not perfectly replicating the standard Luoyang pronunciation, was not far removed. Firstly, the passage of time had led to a deterioration of the northern sound lineage, making true Luo Shangyong rare. Secondly, Master Du was neither a phonology expert nor a scion of a Qiao surname family. How could he discern the nuances of Luo Shangyong? However, having heard northern dialects and being aware of the Qiao surname aristocracy's reverence for the so-called authentic voice of the Central Plains, he was nonetheless taken aback by Wang Yang's recitation performance. More importantly, the sudden poetic recitation during negotiations exuded an air of grandeur, akin to that of a great aristocratic lineage. Note, the use of Luo Shangyong to impress is not unique to Wang Yang. In the past, Huanwen hosted a feast at Hongmen, preparing weapons to intimidate court officials. Xian publicly recited Luo Shangyong, causing Huanwen to fear its vastness and retreat. From Shishua Sinew. Elegant manner. Furthermore, historical records in the Book of the Southern Qi recount that when Shan Liao prepared to kill Zhang Rong for meat, Zhang Rong recited Luo Shangyong, and the bandits were awed and did not harm him. This serves as another example. Chapter 18. Guarantor Du Sanni felt a twinge of apprehension and, after a moment's contemplation, softened his tone, saying, Young Master Wang, your noble demeanor is beyond the comprehension of a mere commoner like myself. I am a businessman, and there are rules in business. It is acceptable to extend the repayment by 3 days. However, I must request you to act as a guarantor and sign the contract. Naturally, Wang Yang was reluctant to sign and could easily concoct an excuse to refuse. However, doing so might lead to unforeseen consequences, and his refusal might raise suspicions. After all, as a member of a distinguished clan, if he promised to repay in 3 days, what reason could he have to hesitate in signing? Thus, albeit reluctantly, he replied with a calm demeanor, Please bring forth the contract. Du Sanni produced the contract and instructed his subordinate to fetch ink and seals. Wang Yang, wary of potential deceit, read the document carefully. On the 13th day of the 4th month in the 7th year of Yongming, Zhang Anu of Tangzhou village borrows 6,000 won from Du Shubao in Jianling County, with a monthly interest of 600 won, for a term of 1 year. Should repayment be delayed, Du Shubao reserves the right to seize the daughter of Zhang Anu, Heao, as collateral. Both parties shall establish this contract as proof. Lender Du Shubao, borrower Zhang Anu, age 26. Guarantor Heihan, age 30. Indeed, it was usury, a monthly interest of 1/10. Wang Yang was unaware that at that time, it was common for lenders to charge such exorbitant rates, and although Du Sanni had a heart as dark as coal, his interest rates conformed to the industry standards. It appeared that Du Shubao was indeed Du San's true name. By this point, ink and seals had been procured, and Du Sanni fixed his gaze upon Wang Yang. I ask you to inscribe your name beneath that of the guarantor. With composure, Wang Yang took the pen and wrote Wang Yang beneath the guarantor line, pressing his handprint beside it. Du Sanni scrutinized the characters of Wang Yang, his eyes narrowing slightly upon witnessing this scene. Heihan's eyes turned red, while Aud bit her lip, her small fists unconsciously clenching. Du Sanni instructed, "You must also write your age." Wang Yang set down the pen. "I cannot be bothered to write that. Let it be as it is. What need is there to specify age for such a trifling sum?" With great effort, Du Sanni suppressed his fury and took his leave, his expression decidedly unfriendly. He had plotted for a long time. Tonight was supposed to be the culmination of his efforts, yet an unidentified young man had emerged from nowhere, not only disrupting his plans but also assuming the burden of the debt. If this individual turned out to be an impostor and failed to repay, that would be manageable. However, should he genuinely manage to repay the debt in 3 days, Du Sanni would have to devise another plan. At that moment, one of his subordinates inquired, Master, is that person truly from the Wang family of Langya?" Du Sanni's gaze darkened. "Whether true or false, it will soon be revealed." "Master Wang, you are our great benefactor. From now on, whether it be scaling mountains of knives or plunging into pots of boiling oil, whatever you command, Heihan shall comply." "Master, Ah was wrong. Ah should not have taken your porridge. Tomorrow morning, Ah will prepare a delicious meal for you." The father and daughter knelt on the ground, exuding sincerity. Wang Yang chuckled. "Ah, you should return to your room and rest. I need to discuss some matters with your father." Little Ah nodded dutifully and returned to the west room. Wang Yang's expression grew serious. "How long have you been plotting this?" Heihan looked bewildered. "Master, what are you saying?" "What plotting? I can assist you, but I do not appreciate being manipulated. You have one last opportunity to speak the truth." The loan date on the contract was the 13th of April last year, precisely 1 year ago today. Wang Yang found it hard to believe that Heihan was unaware that Du Sanni would come to collect the debt today, nor could he accept that Heihan had brought him home purely by chance. Noticing Wang Yang's increasingly somber demeanor, Heihan quickly prostrated himself. "Master, please quell your anger. I speak the truth. I was indeed worried about Du Sanni coming to collect the debt, but I genuinely wished to assist you. I know you currently have no place to stay, so I invited you to my home, not solely due to Du Sanni." Not only did Wang Yang have no place to stay, but he was also struggling to find food. He recognized that Heihan's words were meant to save face. In truth, Heihan had served him well these past few days. Had it not been for his testimony last night that transformed the title of the scattered cavalry attendant into that of a scattered cavalry vice-captain, Wang Yang might very well have found himself imprisoned by now. Moreover, he had provided him with food and lodging, which solved his immediate needs, yet, he felt compelled to continue pressing. If Heihan began to believe that Wang Yang was a pushover or unwittingly being used, similar incidents could easily recur. Wang Yang maintained a stoic expression. "So you invited me to your home to use me as a shield against Du Sanni's wrath?" Heihan felt a chill run down his spine and hastily clarified, "I had no such intention. I merely thought that your stature would surely intimidate Du Sanni, compelling him to seek repayment from that woman, or perhaps granting me a bit more time." But who could have known Heihan could not finish his sentence? The unspoken thought lingered. Who could have anticipated that Du Sanni would show such disdain for the Wang family of Langya? According to his previous expectations, Du Sanni would at least reduce the interest or agree to settle only the principal. After all, this was an excellent opportunity to cultivate ties with a highborn youth. But who could have guessed that Du Sanni would take such an audacious stance? Not only did he refuse to lower the interest, but he also insisted that young Master Wang sign as a guarantor on the spot. Did he doubt young Master Wang's identity, or did he perceive his humble attire as a reason to belittle him? Wang Yang interjected, "Who would have thought he would expect me to repay your debt?" "No, Master, I would never expect you to cover this debt. Consider it a loan from me to you. I shall repay you in the future." "Repay me?" Wang Yang chuckled bitterly. "But what if I too cannot produce the funds?" Han stood frozen in place. What if the person sent to collect me does not arrive in 3 days? What if, even with someone arriving to collect me, I still lack the means to repay your debt? Han had long contemplated such scenarios. 13,200 won was no trifling sum, and young Master Wang seemed to belong to a less influential branch of his family, not to mention that he himself was in dire straits, making it quite natural for him to be unable to produce the money. Yet, Wang Yang had previously agreed so readily, leading him to believe that this sum was inconsequential for him. Now, it dawned on him that this was merely a delaying tactic. Steeling himself, Han's eyes flashed with determination as he whispered, "As soon as dawn breaks, you must leave Jiangzhou. I shall take full responsibility as the first guarantor." Wang Yang inquired, "What do you plan to do?" "I have my methods." "What methods could you possibly have? Simply taking up arms and resorting to a desperate struggle. Have you considered what will happen to all if you perish?" Han, tears streaming down his face, prostrated himself. "If you can take all with you, I would be willing to serve you as a beast of burden in my next life." He understood that this request was exceedingly unreasonable. Not only were Wang Yang and All not related, but All was also bound by a contract as collateral. They had no means of escape. Whether pursued by Du San's men or hunted by the authorities, they would struggle to flee Jiangzhou, let alone Nanjun. However, Wang Yang's noble lineage afforded him a degree of protection. Even without identification, and despite his family's misfortunes, he could still command enough authority to provide All with a glimmer of hope. Wang Yang sighed, "That is not feasible. Little All is far too clever for me to handle." Upon hearing Wang Yang's refusal to take his daughter, Han sank into despair. At that moment, Wang Yang announced, "Let us delineate our roles clearly. You shall continue to care for All, and I shall procure the funds." Han's head shot up in disbelief. Hardly able to fathom his own ears, he stammered, "Master, you." Wang Yang smiled gently. "What, do you not believe me?" I believe, it's just there are only 3 days, and such a large sum of money, where will you find it?" Wang Yang stretched and recited leisurely, "In books, there are houses of gold." Though Han did not comprehend Wang Yang's words, the confidence radiating from him inexplicably reassured him. He realized he had finally managed to protect his daughter and could not help but burst into tears. Meanwhile, hidden behind the wall, All also wept silently, her heart reflecting, "This handsome young Master Wang from Langya is truly not a bad person after all." Chapter 19 Lord Lizi, Part 1. Wang Yang awoke at dawn, the sunlight streaming across his face, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds and the rhythmic sound of firewood being chopped. This harmonious symphony momentarily lulled him into a false sense of tranquility, nearly allowing him to forget the burdens of his debts and the precarious fate he was maintaining, a ticking time bomb ready to explode at any moment. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of food wafting through the air. Since his arrival in this new world, he had scarcely enjoyed a proper meal, and now his stomach rumbled with hunger. Stepping outside, he found a wooden table laden with an array of dishes. "Young Master Wang, you are awake, do wash your face." The burly man, known as Han, set down his axe and presented Wang Yang with a basin of water and a cloth. Aware of Wang Yang's preference against using his fingers to clean his teeth, he had thoughtfully prepared a saltwater rinse. Recalling the young man's previous habits, Wang Yang mused silently, "Once I settle my debts, I must consider acquiring a toothbrush." "Where is All?" Wang Yang inquired after completing his morning routine. "She has gone to gather river snails. Then we shall wait for her to eat together." "Young master, please go ahead." "I have already eaten with her. I dared not disturb your slumber." "Ah, it seems I have overslept. The food may be cold, shall I heat it for you?" "There's no need for that, I am famished." This marked his third meal since arriving in this world, and it was the most sumptuous yet. A bowl of pure wheat rice, a boiled egg, a plate of pickled vegetables, and a jar of fermented fish, what Han had referred to as CNZH the previous day. The first 2 meals had been porridge. Finally, he was savoring solid food. The fermented fish was particularly delectable, devoid of any fishy odor. Wang Yang piled half the jar of fish atop his rice and relished the meal with the pickled vegetables. After finishing half a bowl, he began to peel the egg, intending to mash it into his rice, but upon thinking of All and Han, he set aside the egg and the remaining fish, devouring the rest of the meal instead. "All, what has happened to you?" Han, who had been chopping wood outside, cast aside his axe and rushed over. "It's nothing. I got into a scuffle and gave that young master a thrashing." "The young master of the Lizi family?" Han exclaimed in shock. "Yes, and there was a lackey too. I took them both on." They dared to topple my snail bucket, so I turned them into sniveling wretches. Ah raised her tiny fist, embodying the fierce spirit of someone who would not tolerate any infringement upon her territory. Hei Han sighed, "Oh, little ancestor, you've gone and stirred up trouble again." Wang Yang, overhearing their exchange, stepped outside to find Ah covered in mud, proudly carrying the small wooden bucket that Hei Han had crafted for her, grinning from ear to ear. "Young master, look! River snails, I'll make you snail porridge for dinner tonight." Wang Yang was momentarily taken aback, not by her words, nor her muddy appearance, nor even the prospect of snail porridge, but by the realization that Ah had cut her long hair into a bob. "Oh, your hair," flushing with embarrassment, Ah scratched her head, "is it ugly?" Hei Han approached with water and a cloth, tenderly wiping her face. Ah sold her hair, saying she promised to make a good meal for the young master. "Tomorrow morning, Ah will cook something delicious for you." Wang Yang suddenly recalled Ah's words from the previous night, which had seemed jovial at the time. He had not anticipated that her promise of a good meal would come at such a personal cost to the young girl. "Young master, was today's meal to your liking?" Ah asked, her voice tinged with anxiety as she broached the question that weighed heavily on her mind. Wang Yang wanted to respond affirmatively but felt a lump in his throat, so he merely nodded. Ah beamed with delight, chattering excitedly about the snail porridge she would prepare for him that evening, while Wang Yang's thoughts drifted back to the first time he had seen Ah, with her long hair flowing gracefully, an image that lingered in his mind, refusing to be dismissed. Just then, a loud voice shattered his reverie. "Heisey, look at this, just look at what your girl has done to my grandson. Tell me, can you even manage her?" Zhang Lizi approached in a fury, a small boy with darkened eyes and mud-streaked clothes trailing behind him. Ah shot a defiant look, causing the boy to cower behind Zhang Lizi. "Lord Lizi, please calm your anger, I have already given her a stern lesson." Hei Han shot Ah a meaningful glance, his voice low and serious. "Ah, apologize to the young master." Ah shrugged, adopting a cheerful demeanor. "Young master, come here, let me apologize." The boy trembled in fear, utterly unwilling to emerge from behind his grandfather. He knew too well that this girl was fierce. "Look at you, with your grandfather here, what is there to fear?" Lizi glared at Ah and pulled the boy into view. Ah stepped forward, and the boy instinctively recoiled, ready to flee. Wang Yang stifled a chuckle at the sight. It was clear that the boy was terrified of Ah. Ah bowed slightly. "I'm sorry, young master, even though you mocked my hair, called me motherless, upended my snail bucket, and teamed up with Defei to beat me, I should not have retaliated. I ought to have allowed you to strike me without resistance. I am sorry, I was in the wrong." The truth was that Ah had thrown the first punch, and not only had she initiated the fight, but she had also outmatched the boy in their preceding verbal sparring, which had led to the boy tipping over her snail bucket. Yet, with Ah's words, the narrative shifted. However, it remained a fact that the boy had provoked her first. Zhang Lizi did not clarify what had transpired but simply noted that Ah had struck his grandson. Hearing Ah's words, he was momentarily taken aback. Hei Han too was bewildered, believing his daughter had endured a grave injustice. You are lying, you struck him first." The small boy finally seized upon a point. "So, you and Defei did not strike me, did you? Dare you swear before Lord Lizi that you did not?" Ah raised her voice, challenging him boldly. What a clever little girl. Wang Yang anticipated Ah's strategy, eager to see how she would subdue her opponent. "You struck first, we retaliated, it is mutual combat." The boy had not intended to deny hitting back, but Ah's assertive questioning left him stammering, causing him to forget his earlier complaint about Ah saying he was not born of his parents. Zhang Lizi was no fool. Having previously heard Ah's claim that I should not have retaliated, he now faced the question of whether his grandson had struck her. Realizing the inconsistency in her words, his expression darkened as he scolded, "If you were so unruly and wild at such a tender age, you will grow up to be a shrew or a termagant. No wonder you are a double five, misfortune follows whoever gets involved with you." He then turned to his grandson, instructing, "Stay away from her in the future." Ah muttered softly, "If you have lived long enough to see the young master grow up, Lord Lizi must have been just like him when he was small." Zhang Lizi exploded with rage, "Do you really think I cannot discipline you?" Hei Han hurried forward, pressing Ah's head down, quickly apologized to Lord Lizi. Ah, with her neck stiffened and face full of defiance, stood her ground. Wang Yang approached, What is there to apologize for? A children fight, no one was seriously hurt, where is the need for an apology? Upon hearing Wang Yang's interjection, He Han released his hold. Zhang Lizi yanked his grandson closer, furiously declaring, "Look! His eye is already bruised, and you dare say he was not hurt?" Wang Yang glanced at the small boy's bruised eye, his expression darkening as he pulled all closer, admonishing, "What were you thinking? Why did you not strike symmetrically?" Note: the practice of selling one's hair was not uncommon in ancient times. The author references historical materials regarding Tao Can's mother from the Eastern Jin dynasty, who sold her hair to entertain guests. The hair sold was typically fashioned into wigs. Indeed, the culture surrounding wigs in our country predates that of Europe by quite some time. Wigs were not only for aesthetic purposes but were also essential in certain ceremonial contexts. The discussion surrounding wigs does not appear in the Jingzhou scroll, but will emerge in the Jinling scroll. Chapter 20 Lord Li Si, Part 2. Both the black man and Lord Li Si were momentarily taken aback, while Wu could not help but burst into laughter. Zhang Li Si, in a fit of fury, pointed at Wang Yang and exclaimed, Who do you think you are to dare mock me?" The black man hurriedly interjected, "Lord Li Si, this is the son of the Wang family from Langya. I care not for your titles. Who did you say? Wang of Langya?" As Li Si spoke, disbelief washed over him as he turned to the black man. Young Wu snorted, "Lord Li Si, you haven't even bowed to young Master Wang yet." "Father and I both paid our respects this morning, and even old Master Du bowed before he left yesterday." Wang Yang mused inwardly, this clever little imp possesses quite the knack for bluffing. She weaves half-truths and falsehoods so seamlessly that if she were to collaborate with me in assuming an identity, the outcome would far surpass that of the black man. After all, few would suspect such a young child of deceit. Even more impressive is her ability to blend the falsehoods with truths, making them all the more beguiling. The black man, however, silently chastised his daughter for her reckless words. Should old Master Du hear of this, it could spell disaster. In the heart of Zhang Li Si, tumultuous waves surged. He had been puzzled as to why old Master Du had caused such a stir only to depart after procuring some ink. It dawned on him that a person of great significance must be present, yet, upon reflection, he noted the young man's ordinary attire. How could he possibly resemble a member of the gentry? Furthermore, would the esteemed young master of the first-ranking Wang family from Langya venture into such a remote and impoverished area without an entourage? However, if he were not of the Wang family, then why had old Master Du retreated? Zhang Li Si found himself at an impasse, uncertain whether to trust Wu's claims of bowing. Standing there in a state of bewilderment, Wang Yang coldly rebuked, "Superstitions are mere folly. Confucius spoke not of such things. The taboos of the common folk are akin to the absurdities of the supernatural." Meng Changjun, too, was born on the 5th day of the 5th month, and yet his lineage flourished, leaving a lasting legacy. This clearly illustrates that the belief surrounding births on the double fifth is but an empty superstition, devoid of verifiable misfortune. Such notions, akin to the musings of simple-minded folk, should not be entertained by someone of your station. As the leader of this community, tasked with overseeing the populace, how could you indulge in such nonsense? Would not the principles of governance and the moral education of the people become mere empty rhetoric? Zhang Li Si felt cold sweat trickling down his back, bending his waist in acquiescence. He did not genuinely believe Wang Yang's assertions were valid. Rather, the very nature of his words was far beyond what a typical person would dare to utter. Even if he were not of the Wang family, it was evident that he hailed from a distinguished background. Moreover, as the conversation had escalated to the realm of governance and moral education, who would dare to counter such statements? Little Wu observed how Wang Yang's words swiftly deflated Zhang Li Si's arrogance, her wide eyes gleaming with excitement. Wang Yang's discourse was not solely for Wu's vindication, it was also because old Master Du had borrowed ink from the Li Si household the day prior. Coupled with his earlier impressions of Li Si's manner of speaking, he deduced that he must be an educated individual. Thus, he sought to intimidate Li Si first, making it easier to inquire about matters only a scholar would comprehend. "I ask you, is there a county school in Jingzhou?" The county school, established by the government, forms part of the official educational system alongside the Guozijian, formerly known as the Taishui, in the capital. Li Si promptly replied, "Yes, there are two, both located within Jingzhou city." Two? Typically, government-established schools are singular. How could Jingzhou possess two? One is the original local county school, and the other is the Wang Academy established by Grand General Yu Zhangwang during his administration in Jingzhou. Wang Yang noted that when Li Si mentioned Grand General Yu Zhang Wang, he clasped his hands in reverence, displaying utmost respect. Though he was curious about the origins of this Yu Zhang Wang, he refrained from inquiring further, lest he reveal his ignorance. Who are the heads of these two schools? The headmaster, or Zijiao, is akin to today's principal. The headmaster of the local county school is Lord Lu Zhao, while the headmaster of the Wang Academy is Lord Lu Tan, who should be known to young master. Zhang Lisi cast a furtive glance at Wang Yang. Why should I know them? Wang Yang retorted. Lord Lu hails from the Hedong Lu family, much like yourself, a prominent clan. I presumed you might be acquainted. Zhang Lisi cautiously probed. The Hedong Lu family is also a distinguished lineage of the southern dynasties, slightly inferior to the Wang family of Langya, yet still formidable. Particularly, Lu Tan's father was the illustrious Duke Lu, unless, of course, this young master is the son of the late Prime Minister Wang Jian, then he might be comparable. However, Wang Jian passed away last year, Zhang Lisi thought to himself in silent incredulity. Wang Yang remained oblivious to Zhang Lisi's underlying motives in this line of questioning, yet regardless of what Zhang Lisi sought to ascertain, it was imperative to halt here. He raised an eyebrow, his voice icy. Answer my questions directly, unlike Du Sanner, who speaks of matters better left unsaid and only invites disdain. Du Sanner? Zhang Lisi's legs nearly buckled beneath him, nearly causing him to falter. Even the black man was taken aback. Old Master Du was a figure of significant stature, rumored to have substantial connections in the capital. Even the local constables treated him with utmost deference. How could anyone dare refer to him as Du Sanner? The young boy, oblivious to the implications, was far more terrified by Awu's earlier glare than by the mention of Old Master Du. He clutched his grandfather's clothing, too frightened to meet Awu's gaze, wishing only to return home immediately. Zhang Lisi pushed aside his grandson's hand, trembling as he bowed deeply. Yes, I misspoke. Please, young master, spare my life. Wang Yang continued, what classics do Lu Zhao and Lu Tan study? In ancient times, she referred to the study or research of texts. Zhang Lisi dared not speak further, responding honestly, they study the Shang Shu. Wang Yang felt a surge of joy at this response. The term 4 books and 5 classics emerged during the Southern Song dynasty. Prior to that, the paramount Confucian classics comprised the Shi, Shu, Li, Yi, and Chun Xiu. Among these 5, Li was the weakest. As long as it was not Li, then Wang Yang had already achieved half of his objective. He inquired further, which school do they follow in their study of the Shang Shu? The study of the Shang Shu is divided into various sects, in ancient terms, asking which school refers to which faction. Which school? I do not know, Zhang Lisi stammered. Wang Yang pondered for a moment and then stated, you may leave. Remember, treat your community well and do not stir up unnecessary trouble. Zhang Lisi bowed repeatedly as he retreated, and Wang Yang called out to him, upon your return, bring me some paper and ink. I wish to write. I shall retrieve it immediately, Zhang Lisi replied, hastily leading his grandson away. The young boy suddenly exclaimed, Grandfather, she was the one who hit me first. Do not dare speak. If you cause trouble again, I will be the first to discipline you. Though he said this, he suddenly recalled, was it not appropriate to discuss the matter of who had been struck first? Should he not clarify who had initiated the conflict? How had he been caught off guard by the double fifth remark, allowing himself to be reprimanded without even mentioning the fight? In the end, it appeared that he was in the wrong. This was utterly unreasonable. However, he quickly realized, what sense is there in reasoning with the gentry? Truly, I have lost my wits. Chapter 21 of The Warrior's Daughter. Young master, you are truly remarkable. I previously mentioned that even Master Du's kowtows failed to intimidate him, yet you spoke at length about Confucian customs, and suddenly he didn't dare to breathe. What was that catchy phrase, something about strange deities? Young Ao eagerly inquired of Wang Yang. Wang Yang smiled, the master does not discuss strange forces or chaotic spirits. Yes, that's it, strange forces and chaotic spirits. That is not merely a catchy phrase. It is a quote from the Analects. What is the Analects? The Analects is a tome. If you memorize it, you will be able to speak as I did just now, rendering the village chief unable to retort. How does that sound? Would you like to learn? Young Ao initially nodded enthusiastically but suddenly recalled something, shaking her head. What is it? Wang Yang asked, perplexed. Young Master Wang is a warrior's daughter and will have to serve in the military in the future, the dark-skinned man explained, his heart swelling with hope. If young Master Wang could assist when shedding her martial status, how wonderful that would be. The offspring of military families remain bound to that lineage, even the daughters, however. Female warriors typically handle logistical duties, and unless in extraordinary circumstances, they are not required to engage in battle. As for education, that is even more futile. A's expression dimmed momentarily before she quickly donned a smile. "Ah already knows how to cook. Once I perfect my sewing skills, I will be ready." Wang Yang sighed quietly and patted A's head, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Problems must be addressed one at a time, and the most pressing concern at hand was repaying the debt. Earning money is indeed a skillful endeavor. Inventing something to sell, as in novels? That would require commercial qualifications. In ancient times, engaging in trade was not without its barriers. For instance, one must first obtain a market registration to operate in the marketplace. This registration, akin to military status, falls under the category of lowly status, effectively severing any upward mobility. However, those who are not engaged in market trading, such as affluent merchants or influential nobles controlling the business, do not face such restrictions. The former requires capital, while the latter demands noble lineage. If Wang Yang were genuinely of noble descent, merely possessing that identity would grant him tax exemption rights, allowing him to collaborate with merchants. Merchants could transfer goods under his name to evade taxes, and he would receive a commission after the transactions. Although this method may seem somewhat disreputable, it invariably yields some profit. Unfortunately, his identity is fabricated, devoid of any official documentation. Moreover, as Wang Yang is new to this realm, he has yet to conceive such a under-the-table strategy. Additionally, time is of the essence. With only 3 days remaining, it is far too hasty for both promoting products and establishing sales channels, let alone inventing something. Despite holding a doctorate, it is in literature. He could eloquently play with words, but to craft glass or smelt steel, that would be an overestimation of his abilities. When Zhang Ji sent the writing materials, Wang Yang began to write swiftly, the content having been carefully considered beforehand. After finishing, he sat on the earthen Kong and asked the dark-skinned man, "What can I purchase with 13,200 coins?" "What to buy?" the dark-skinned man queried, puzzled. "I seldom venture out, so I am not well versed in prices." "I mean, is this sum considerable? Would it be deemed substantial even by the wealthy?" It turns out this young Master Wang is unaware of the value of 1,000 coins, such audacity to act as a guarantor without knowledge. Yet this does indeed resemble someone with considerable wealth. The dark-skinned man scratched his head. "For someone like me, even selling myself would not be worth 1,000 coins, but for the wealthy, it should not be much. Renting a somewhat spacious roofed house requires at least 10 to 20,000. Good." Wang Yang pondered thoughtfully. The dark-skinned man's words provided some reassurance. After all, if even the wealthy could not muster 1,000 coins, the likelihood of success for his plan would diminish significantly. Yet suddenly, he sensed something amiss, but he could not quite pinpoint what it was. He contemplated but could not discern the source of this unease, so he set the doubt aside and focused on devising a plan to earn money. Young Og peered in from outside. "Have you thought of a way to make money, young master?" Wang Yang nodded and closed his eyes, beginning to ponder in his mind. Young O entered the room, squatting on the ground, silently cleaning Wang Yang's straw sandals. After entering the military camp, he had donned all of Commander Shui's clothing, save for the sandals, which were the ones he wore upon his arrival. After a while, Wang Yang opened his eyes and asked the dark-skinned man, "How much would a decent outfit and shoes suitable for me cost?" Having previously inquired about the worth of 1,000 coins, this question posed less of a shock to the dark-skinned man. Moreover, many noble families could craft their garments at home, rendering a trip to the market unnecessary, so it was not surprising that Wang Yang was unaware of the prices. "What type of clothing does the young master usually wear?" "You need not inquire. Any attire typical for a noble youth will suffice." This posed a challenge for the dark-skinned man, as he had not encountered other noble youths nor visited a tailor, yet he possessed some knowledge of fabric prices. "I am not well acquainted with this, but decent fabric typically costs around 700 to 800 coins per bolt, and making it into clothing could exceed 1,000, let us say 2,000 coins, then." Wang Yang doubled the price outright. "Goodness, 2,000 coins, that would likely suffice to purchase silk." The dark-skinned man mused silently. Wang Yang then inquired directly, "I need 2,000 coins, how much can you gather?" 2,000 coins. Both father and daughter were taken aback. Why, young master, do you wish to buy clothing? The dark-skinned man stammered, utterly unprepared for the young master to prioritize clothing over settling his debts. Yes, I also wish to purchase fine clothing. What, are you reluctant? Wang Yang teased. The dark-skinned man's expression hardened as he earnestly replied, Young master, you speak lightly. Before he could finish, Young Ah suddenly dropped the sandals and dashed outside. The dark-skinned man speculated that his daughter might be upset with young master Wang for neglecting pressing matters in favor of seeking money for clothing, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. Children do not understand. I will scold her later. Young master, you saved Ah yesterday, which in turn saved my life. Whatever demands you make, I shall comply. He paused, gritting his teeth. I still have a bit of savings at home. Perhaps I can sell some items and gather 300 coins. It is 500 coins. Young Ah returned, clutching a hairpin. How did you come by that? The dark-skinned man exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the hairpin. After that woman returned, I feared she might escape again, so I secretly hid this piece of jewelry. What she had in that wooden box was actually chopsticks. Young Ah laughed heartily. It's a pity her pair of jade bracelets was too conspicuous, or else I would have swapped those as well. Wang Yang, intrigued, asked Ah, I am seeking money not to repay my debts but to procure clothing. Do you not feel angered? Young Ah wore a serious expression as she replied, Firstly, this money is not owed by you. You helped us yesterday, granting us a 3-day reprieve, which was exceedingly kind. Even if we cannot repay you, we will still be grateful and will not harbor resentment. Secondly, since you assisted us, we must repay you. Only that old scoundrel Li would have my father work without compensation. Though 2,000 coins may seem excessive, we shall strive to gather it. Thirdly, Young Ah said with a sly grin, I believe you seek money not merely for fine clothing, but because it pertains to repaying your debt. Father has said that to gain rewards, one must be willing to invest. Our 2,000 coins represent an investment, and your fine clothing represents an investment as well. Both Wang Yang and the dark-skinned man listened in astonishment. Wang Yang smiled at the dark-skinned man, saying, This girl is quite extraordinary. I was never as clever at her age. A warrior's daughter, shrewdness is her forte. She cannot be compared to a young master, the dark-skinned man humbly declared, though his face beamed with pride. Young Ah held her head high, clearly pleased. Wang Yang teased her, Perhaps I never intended to help you repay your debts but merely sought fine clothing. You would not do that. If you did not wish to help us, you would have left this morning, Young Ah retorted. Wang Yang feigned profundity, slowly stating, You are mistaken. What if I stayed merely to deceive you out of 2,000 coins, only to leave afterward? Young Ah appeared struck by lightning. She clearly had not considered such a possibility. Her eyes widened, mouth agape in shock, and then suddenly, like a little frog, she leapt onto Wang Yang's arm, crying out, Young master, you are so capable, please do not deceive us out of our money. Chapter 22. Ding Zhou's bet. Old hey, what brings you here? My wife's in a frenzy, so I can't invite you in to sit. Ding Zhou's gaze wavered slightly. The two had been in a Chushu for 5 years, and he was well aware that Du Sanyi had visited He Han's home the previous night, yet he had not dared to show his face. Jiao, I'm here to borrow some money. He Han got straight to the point. Ding Zhou had already anticipated He Han's purpose. With Du Sanyi's visit and subsequent departure, it was clear that He Han had come to request a loan. He hurriedly recited the excuses he had prepared. It's not that I don't want to lend you money. You know my wife is quite the spendthrift. My son fell ill not long ago, and I lost a few bets yesterday. My luck was terrible. Besides, my father-in-law just acquired a batch of chestnuts, and you know how it is. With the rising grain prices, who has spare change for chestnuts when one can barely afford a meal? Ding Zhou rambled on, finally sighing. If you had asked me for a loan a couple of months ago, I might have managed to scrape something together, but now, I truly can't. He Han responded earnestly, Jiao, it's not for me. It's for young Master Wang that if you agree to lend, even if it's just 1,000 coins, I assure you I will repay you, and young Master Wang will certainly remember your kindness. Ding Zhou exclaimed in surprise, You're still with young Master Wang? You witnessed what happened in that place on Shokong Alley. They wouldn't even let him through the door, not a single word was exchanged. That fellow is either a swindler or a down-and-out individual. It's clear he's trying to con you out of your money. You mustn't fall for it again. He grew more animated, glancing around before lowering his voice. Let me tell you, the more I think about it after returning home, the more I feel something's off. A robbery against the Wang family of Langya. What a serious matter. Why hasn't he reported it to the authorities? And how coincidental that he has no proof whatsoever. I suspect his identity is dubious. He might not even be from the Wang family, perhaps he isn't even of noble birth. Did you not notice how our team leader and the clerk avoided him? If his identity were legitimate, would they dare to leave? They would have already ingratiated themselves. Han shook his head. In truth, my interest in him isn't solely due to his noble status. That might work on outsiders, but saying such to me is pointless. Ding Jiu remained unconvinced. Truly. Or perhaps it's not entirely for that reason. I cannot ascertain whether he is genuine or not, but just based on his explanation regarding the Yongming era, and despite his tattered attire and lack of documentation, he was able to command respect from our team leader and clerk. The way he turned the situation around, compelling the team leader to eliminate those two spies who had turned against him, convinces me he possesses extraordinary abilities. He is no ordinary person. Han spoke gravely. Jiu, consider this. Setting aside the issue of noble status, individuals like him are rare encounters in our lifetime. Even if we were to cross paths, would we have the opportunity to know him if he weren't in dire straits? You often lament the lack of opportunities to stand out. Now that one has presented itself, why not seize it? Han's words swayed Ding Jiu, who hesitated. Then how much does he wish to borrow? It's not him. It's me borrowing. I wish to borrow 1,500. Han felt reluctant to further increase young Master Wang's debts. 1,500. Ding Jiu's eyes widened. What on earth do you need so much for? Are you building a house? The purpose cannot be disclosed, but it is indeed for young Master Wang's use. If you agree to lend, I will inform young Master Wang that this is Ding Jiu's money. The decision to lend or not lies with you. After a moment of inner turmoil, Ding Jiu finally said, "Wait here for me." He then returned home. Han heard a commotion of a woman scolding from Ding Jiu's residence. After a considerable time, Ding Jiu emerged with a small cloth bundle, forcing a smile as he said, "I truly have little to spare. I can only manage 500. Han thought, 500 is better than nothing. All right, I will repay you in due time. Should we draft an agreement? An agreement is unnecessary, but you must ensure young Master Wang promises me one thing. What is it? Help me secure my discharge from military service. Han was momentarily speechless. Jiu, what are you thinking? You think you can offer 1,000 coins to someone to get discharged? Do you have the connections for that? If 1,000 cannot accomplish it, how can 500? Ding Jiu, with audacity, replied, "If he can help me get discharged, then the 500 need not be repaid. I could even add 2,000. That is not how this works. If you openly pay someone to secure your discharge, who would agree to that, adding 2,000 as if it were a simple purchase? I can assure you, young Master Wang will not consent." Ding Jiu pouted. "Are you afraid he lacks the ability to help me?" Han indeed harbored such doubts, having previously mentioned the matter of military service to Wang Yang and alluding to a Wu being a soldier's daughter. Young Master Wang had not responded, suggesting it might be beyond his capabilities. Indeed, the current government was stringent, and discharging from military service was no trivial matter. Whether he has the ability is one thing, we must act with reason. That if you were to pay someone to handle this, not even 20,000 would suffice. If you wish to pursue this, it must be based on personal connections. Since it relies on relationships, you must make a sacrifice first. To borrow 500 and immediately make demands is a jest. Ding Jiu retorted unhappily, "Surely I can't go in empty-handed. What if I lend him the money, and he proves useless?" Recalling Ding Jiu's penchant for gambling, Han said, "This is a gamble. That if you're willing to wager 500 for a chance, then go ahead and lend it. If not, then do not. The stakes, high or low, are entirely your choice." Seeing that Ding Jiu still hesitated, Han turned to leave. "Old don't rush off. I haven't said I won't lend." Ding Jiu hastily grabbed Han. 500 coins, it's all yours. Just check, and remember to tell young Master Wang that this money is borrowed from me. Fearing Han might take undue credit, he added, "Once I finish my work, I will go see young Master Wang." After Han departed, Ding Jiu contemplated his words, suddenly rushing into his house to frantically search through the cabinets. His wife, blocking his path with her body, exclaimed, "What are you doing? You've just taken 500. What more do you want? Ding Jiu pushed past her, declaring, if I'm going to gamble, I might as well go big. I'll take out 2,000. His wife, frenzied, lunged at him, shouting, if you dare touch even a single coin today, I will fight you to the death. We can't go on like this. After a tumultuous scuffle and shouting, Ding Jiu slumped to the ground, cradling his wailing son, feeling utterly despondent. The notion of increasing the bet dissipated entirely. As the victorious wife in this domestic battle, she could never have anticipated that this incident would become a lifelong joke for her husband. Heihan exchanged a hairpin at the Li Si household for 200 coins, adding to his entire savings of 200 and the 500 just borrowed, barely managing to scrape together 900. He contemplated pawning household items when Wang Yang stopped him, saying, 900 and 1,000 aren't much different. Moreover, I still have the 33 coins you gave me before. Let us proceed to Jingzhou City now. Wu looked up, filled with anticipation. Young master, may I accompany you to see the city? I've never been in one. Wang Yang thought this was an important matter and that bringing a child along would be inconvenient, so he replied, next time, I'll take you into the city for fun. Seeing Wu's disappointed demeanor, Wang Yang's heart softened. I'll bring you back some candy. Really, really? Wu's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Wang Yang. Wang Yang could not fully grasp what candy meant to a child from a poor family in this era, not to mention the impoverished. Even the average family rarely indulged in sweets. When they did, it was often limited to rice, sugar or honey, as they could only afford malt candy. A malt candy was made from germinated grains such as rice, barley, and wheat, and Wu had only ever tasted a soft candy called Jia Yixing during the new year. However, with the sharp rise in grain prices in Jingzhou this year, the price of sugar had soared as well, making it uncertain whether they would even be able to enjoy it during the festivities. Chapter 23: The Faux Aristocrats in Imitation Finery. This type of clothing is generally bespoke. Ready-made garments are quite rare. However, there is one ready-made shoe brocade shirt. Wang Yang promptly interrupted the shopkeeper's introduction. Let us forgo the shoe brocade. Our young master prefers something simpler. To facilitate their endeavors, he and the black man had disguised themselves as servants procuring garments for their master. They had already visited several ready-made clothing shops yet could not afford a single outfit suitable for a gentleman of refined status. The prices for such attire were exorbitantly high, particularly for shoe brocade, which was the epitome of luxury in ancient times. Moreover, this year, for reasons unknown, the supply of brocade in Jingzhou was particularly scarce, further inflating the already steep prices, leaving Wang Yang, a false aristocrat, feeling despondent. The shopkeeper remarked, for something simpler, we have silk robes and elegant trousers. Silk and satin are still beyond our means. Wang Yang clarified, our master favors a more understated style. More understated? Do you mean plain Luorsha fabrics? Wang Yang inquired, are they made of silk? Of course. Something even simpler. The shopkeeper scrutinized Wang Yang for a moment. Then we have only hemp. Good quality hemp will suffice, Wang Yang insisted, bracing himself. The shopkeeper frowned slightly. There is a single-layer hemp garment, but that is meant for summer. It might be a bit early to wear it now. How about this one? The fabric is excellent, authentic fine yellow cloth, just shipped from Shu last month, with a simple style. Wang Yang gazed at the garments on the rack, nodded, and asked, how much? 4,200 coins. Wang Yang immediately averted his gaze, his eyes landing on a lightweight, ethereal white garment nearby, and he cautiously inquired, this one isn't silk, is it? You have a keen eye. It resembles silk, but it is not. It is woven from fine kwaijirami, also known as yu cloth, which is of comparable quality to yellow cloth but far more affordable, priced at only 3,000 coins. Wang Yang felt like crying, gritting his teeth as he said, my master would not appreciate this. Was it truly his master who disdained it, or did he simply find it unacceptable? Was it a matter of preference or of financial means? The shopkeeper regarded Wang Yang with a knowing look. Why not just tell me what your master truly desires? He emphasized the word master heavily, as if seeing through their ruse, having already deduced that the two, despite their unremarkable attire, were indeed master and servant. Wang Yang's face flushed slightly. The cheapest possible. Wang Yang had lost the desire to continue shopping, suspecting he could not afford a single garment suitable for the gentry. The shopkeeper replied, exasperated, surely, the cheapest option cannot consist of coarse hemp. After all, you are of noble descent. Wang Yang pressed on resolutely, indeed, it must be suitable for the gentry. what is the lowest price? The shopkeeper had conclusively determined that all this talk of understated elegance was merely a cover for lack of funds. This individual was either a fallen noble or a child of a humble family. The term humble family, unlike its modern connotation of impoverished households, referred to a class situated between the highborn aristocracy and the common folk, often referred to as second-tier families. This designation implied a status inferior to that of highborn aristocrats but still significantly higher than that of ordinary commoners, with many belonging to prominent local clans. They endeavored to emulate the aristocracy while being strictly segregated from it by the rigid class system. The shopkeeper surmised that this individual belonged to the most financially constrained segment of the humble families. He rummaged through a chest and produced a white jacket, asking Wang Yang, "What do you think of this white jacket?" The jacket, or jiaoi, is a layered garment suitable for the spring and autumn seasons, perfect for the current weather. Wang Yang, curious, remarked, "Isn't this similar to the previous cloth fine fabric? It merely differs in style. Why, then, is this one cheaper?" Dear customer, take a closer look. While these two garments may appear similar, they are, in fact, quite different. Is that so? Wang Yang touched the fabric, finding it soft and light, yet unable to discern any significant difference. The shopkeeper boasted, "Only an expert would fail to notice the distinction. This is finely spun ramie cloth." The black man interjected, "Is it fine ramie?" He had heard that spinning fine ramie was quite challenging and expensive. The shopkeeper waved his hands dismissively. "True fine ramie comes from Yulin and is priced higher than the yellow cloth from Shu. This is crafted by a skilled artisan in his own home." Wang Yang examined the garment closely and felt quite satisfied, asking, "Is it considered shabby for the gentry to wear this?" In truth, he did not wish to appear ostentatious. He only desired not to be immediately recognized as a non-aristocrat. How could it be considered shabby, the shopkeeper thought to himself, but spoke otherwise. How could this be deemed shabby? Just look at the stitching. The quality, most people wouldn't even realize it is ramie, and even if they did, you could easily claim it is Yulin cloth or banana ramie. Who would dare to look down on that? Unless one is a true connoisseur of fabrics, no one would be able to tell the difference. In reality, wearing Yulin cloth or banana ramie was merely considered not shabby or passable among the gentry, and the shopkeeper's claim that "who would dare look down on it" was a gross exaggeration. Wang Yang was well aware that he could not fully trust the shopkeeper's words, yet he found himself devoid of other options and could only self-deprecate. A faux aristocrat donning faux high fashion was rather fitting. He inquired, "How much?" 2,200 coins. Too expensive, 1,000. Wang Yang countered, having the price outright. "Impossible. If you find it too costly, perhaps you should explore other shops." The shopkeeper's stance was unwavering. After some back and forth, Wang Yang finally expressed his intention to purchase shoes from this shop, which led the shopkeeper to reluctantly agree to lower the price to 2,000 coins. Wang Yang then selected the most ordinary fabric shoes, the price of which astonishingly reached 500 coins. This time, the shopkeeper was resolute in his pricing. In truth, Wang Yang could have chosen more economical square-toed or round-toed shoes. However, these styles were typically worn by servants in noble households. To avoid giving away their ruse, he had no choice but to play the part of the gullible spender. With 2,500 coins beyond his reach, he dared not consider selecting trousers or skirts. Fortunately, the aristocrats of the 6 dynasties favored loose-fitting garments, with wide sleeves that exuded an air of elegance. This very preference allowed certain shops to offer ready-made clothes without strict sizing restrictions. Wang Yang assessed the situation. The white jacket hung long enough that the fabric of his lower garments would not be overly conspicuous, otherwise, he would have had to select skirts or trousers or perhaps even a full robe. Wang Yang informed the shopkeeper that he did not have enough money with him and would return to fetch it, urging the shopkeeper to keep the clothing and shoes he had chosen safe, before departing with the black man. The black man, furrowing his brow, remarked, "Young master, 2,500 coins, we are still over half short. Where shall we procure the funds?" "I shall think of something," Wang Yang replied, lowering his head as he walked forward, contemplating ways to earn money. As they passed the entrance of a tavern and were about to exit the alley, an arm suddenly seized him, pulling him into the establishment. Wang Yang was taken aback, ready to break free, but the hand that grasped him suddenly released, revealing a plump youth adorned in resplendent attire, aged around 18 or 19, who earnestly declared, "I am doing this for your own good." "Young master!" The black man anxiously rushed into the tavern to check on the situation. Inside, approximately 20 young men of similar age to the chubby boy were seated, some clad in particularly extravagant garments, while others were dressed quite appropriately. They occasionally turned their heads to glance out the window, and upon hearing the black man shout, they all fixed their stares upon him. "Shoo!" The plump youth gestured for quiet, then pointed to a seat opposite him at the table. "Trust me, just sit here and observe. It's not worth the trouble." Note the term humble family is often used rather casually today, and this casualness extends even into academia, where many discussions regarding the 6 dynasties conflate the concepts of humble individuals and humble families to refer to those without any familial background. However, in the historical context, this was not the case. Individuals without any family lineage at that time were not considered part of the humble families. For more on this topic, refer to Zhu Zongbin's A Preliminary Discussion on the Aristocratic System of the Wei, Jin, and Southern and Northern Dynasties, and Miyazaki Shitei's research on the 9 ranks of officialdom. Chapter 24. The 3 beauties of the imperial capital. What is not worth considering. Wang Yang found himself enveloped in confusion, hesitating to take a seat. The plump youth, believing Wang Yang to be obstinate in ignoring his advice, earnestly implored, "Let me tell you, this ploy has been attempted before. The young master of the Yin family from Chenjun, akin to your circumstance, donned a disguise and attempted to engage in a carriage encounter, and what became of him? His legs were shattered. And he was even imprisoned. It matters not that his father held a position as a provincial official. Being an offspring of the Yin family, he certainly did not deserve such a beating. The outcome, he not only suffered unjustly but was also detained for 6 or 7 days. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang recognized a misunderstanding. The chubby lad likely assumed that, due to his plain attire and the black man addressing him as young master, he had deliberately altered his clothing. However, he remained unaware of the meaning behind carriage encounter. As he was about to inquire about the situation of the gentry in Jingzhou, he opted not to explain and instead seated himself, feigning astonishment, and exclaimed, "Isn't the provincial official a high-ranking assistant?" In the 6 dynasties, local officials were classified into upper and lower ranks, with positions such as Longsher, Sima, and Zhizhong being esteemed ranks just below the inspector general, also referred to as upper officials or senior assistants, holding significant status. Lu Su once remarked about Pang Tong, stating, "Pang Xiuan is not merely a talent of 100 miles, should he serve in the office of Zhizhong or as a senior assistant, he would surely showcase his remarkable abilities." Zhizhong indeed refers to Zhizhong Songsher, which oversees various clerical duties, ranking just below the senior assistant. And what of it? I am from the Lu family of Yuyang, the son of a senior assistant in Jingzhou, yet I cannot approach her. The chubby youth shook his head, took a sip of wine, and sighed, "Heaven can judge. I am not like that roguish Yin Xiaowu, who flits about seeking pleasure. I truly admire Lady Xia. I have held a letter in my bosom for 2 months, yet have had no opportunity to present it." Lady was a term of respect for women at the time, akin to the modern Miss. Wang Yang found the youth's forced maturity and his lamentable demeanor somewhat amusing, and curiously inquired, "Who is Lady Xia?" The plump youth, slightly irked, replied, "I am looking out for your best interest, trying to warn you and share the inside scoop, and yet you feign ignorance? If you wish to go, then go, no one will stop you." This chubby lad certainly possessed a straightforward nature. Wang Yang contemplated seeking further details, but if he claimed to be merely passing by and had no connection to the matter, the youth might not wish to continue their conversation. After all, if he were merely a passerby, the notion of changing clothes would be irrelevant. Despite the youth's straightforwardness, as a member of the gentry, would he truly wish to converse with a commoner? Furthermore, if he were unrelated to the matter, why would the youth engage in discussion? Moreover, had the youth's earlier warnings and explanations been in vain? Wang Yang lowered his voice, his gaze sincere. "Brother, do not be angry. I genuinely did not know. I am not a local. I came here after losing a bet. Thanks to your warning, I might have suffered greatly today." Observing the table laden with a pot of wine, a plate of broad beans, and a dish of walnut kernels, he declared, "This round of drinks is on me, as a token of gratitude." He then called out, "Innkeeper, bring us 2 more dishes to accompany the wine." The black man shuddered in fear. Having already lacked sufficient funds and failed to purchase clothing, the young master insisted on treating. Alas, this matter had nothing to do with him, yet if the young master wished to treat, so be it. If he could not pay, he would confront Master Dusan, devising a way to eliminate the contract before meeting his demise. ensuring that the young master would not be implicated further. There's no need for that. What is there to eat here, were it not for the local advantage? Who would dine in such a place? Once we have seen Lady Xia, let us go to Judingxiang to eat. The chubby youth performed a respectful gesture towards Wang Yang. I am Lo Pang of Yuyang, courtesy name Zigo. Wang Yang returned the gesture. I am Wang Yang of Langya, courtesy name Jian. Lo Pang was taken aback. You are of the Wang family of Langya. What relation do you have to Wang Tai? Simply of the same clan, Wang Yang replied succinctly, then redirected the conversation. Pray tell, what is the story regarding Lady Xia? You are of the Wang family of Langya and yet are unaware of the illustrious Xia family, particularly the esteemed fourth Lady Xia, whose grace rivals that of Xia Daoyun from the Jin dynasty. Do you not reside in Jiankang? Jiankang is today's Nanjing, the capital of the southern Qi dynasty, a gathering place for high-ranking clans. Wang Yang, contemplating, replied, I am a distant branch of the Wang family, unable to reside in Wui Lane. Wui Lane was the residence of the Wang and Xia families during the eastern Jin and southern dynasties, with the descendants living there referred to as Wui gentlemen or Wui youths. Wang Yang intended to convey that he belonged to a more peripheral lineage of the Wang family. However, he was only partially informed. In truth, the Wang lineage residing in Wui Lane was not the most prominent branch of the Langya Wang family, being merely second tier. Nonetheless, the second tier of the Langya Wang family still stood as a top tier among the vast majority of aristocratic families. Even in the Tang dynasty, Lu Yushi expressed his sentiments at the entrance of Wui Lane. In days of yore, swallows from the halls of Wang and Xia flew into the homes of common folk, symbolizing the decline of the era dominated by the elite families of the eastern Jin and southern dynasties. Upon hearing Wang Yang identify himself as a distant branch of the Wang family, Lo Pang felt a surge of goodwill towards him. I have never been to Jiankang, however. I have heard that the fourth Lady Xia is quite renowned in the capital. She is the only daughter of Xia Pai, who has just been promoted to the position of Zhongshuling this year. Wang Yang, wishing to fuel Lu Pang's enthusiasm for conversation, interjected, so she is the daughter of a chancellor. During the southern and northern dynasties, besides the three dukes, the heads of the Ministry of Personnel and the Central Secretariat could also be called chancellors. The Zhongshuling was the head of the Central Secretariat. Fortunately, the political system of the Wei, Jin, southern, and northern dynasties was largely traditional. Otherwise, given Wang Yang's unfamiliarity with the history of the southern Qi, he would have struggled to engage in conversation. Lo Pang was quite taken with this topic, excitedly exclaiming, indeed, otherwise, even if she belongs to the Chenjun Xia family, she would not allow the Yin family to suffer such a silent defeat. However, her fame is not merely due to her noble lineage but rather her stunning beauty and unparalleled grace. Alongside the daughters of the Xichang Marquis and General Xin, they are collectively referred to as the three beauties of the imperial capital. It is said that the princess of Pengchang from the northern barbarians is renowned for her beauty. Upon hearing the name of the three beauties, she dispatched an artist within her envoy to secretly portray their likenesses, and upon the envoy's return, 3 portraits were presented to her. After viewing the first, her smile vanished, after the second, her demeanor waned, and upon seeing the third, her appetite diminished, leaving her speechless for days. Lo Pang spoke with fervor, momentarily forgetting to prefix the northern princess with pseudo. However, in casual discourse, one need not fear being pedantic. Wang Yang found this account utterly implausible, suspecting that the storyteller had concocted this tale to elevate our national prestige, thus arranging for the three beauties to overshadow the princess. Nonetheless, the prominence of the three beauties was certainly palpable. Lo Pang slightly raised his head, seemingly lost in thought. If only I could meet the three beauties, I would gladly accept a rank of 3rd or 4th grade from the Zhongjing official. The 9-rank system of Zhongjing, Wang Yang mused inwardly. It appeared that the chubby lad had yet to attain an official rank, hence he had not yet taken up an official position. What a pity, though, the daughter of the Xichang Marquis is elusive, and General Xin is currently the inspector of Yingzhou, surely accompanied by his sister. These two are beyond my reach. Just as Lu Pang lamented, a voice from within the tavern called out, "They've arrived." Instantly, everyone held their breath, straining their necks to gaze out the window. Lu Pang, too excited to converse with Wang Yang, clenched his fists in anticipation. Following the direction of their gazes, Wang Yang spotted a finely crafted ox cart stationed at the mouth of a narrow alley across the street. Though modest in size, the cart's canopy was fashioned from exquisite satin, with tassels adorning its corners. The cart's body was embellished with beautiful carvings, the lacquer gleaming softly in the sunlight. Standing outside the cart were 4 young men clad in blue attire, their expressions alert and poised, each armed with a short staff. After a moment's pause, the cart remained stationary. It turned out to be a false alarm, for Lady Xia had yet to board. A collective sigh of disappointment swept through the crowd, who began to express their frustration at the false report. Wang Yang could scarcely contain his laughter at the sight of Lu Pang and the other youths lamenting in unison. Upon reflection, it was understandable. In ancient times, one lacked the comprehensive audiovisual technology of modern society. If one wished to see beauty, it was easily attainable, yet in antiquity, even catching a distant glimpse was a challenge, which explains the fervor of these star-chasing youths. Chapter 25. What nonsense about Xia Lingyun, Lu Pang elucidated for Wang Yang. In that alley resides Master Huaishu, a true connoisseur of tea. When the Prince of Yuzhang was stationed in Jingzhou, he held her in high esteem, and even the Princess of Yuzhang once studied Zen under her. The Prince of Yuzhang? Wang Yang recalled the profound reverence with which the officials spoke of him. So, he had indeed once been in charge of Jingzhou. Lady Xia visits her every 5 days, dedicating 2 hours each time to the study of tea, always punctual. I wonder what has caused today's delay. Lu Pang shook his head, muttering to himself, Master Huaishu has not received visitors for quite some time. I once sent an invitation, but she did not allow me entry. Only someone as refined and graceful as Lady Xia could earn her favor. Truly, Lady Xia is extraordinary. Lu Pang smiled, expressing his admiration before momentarily succumbing to despondency, thumping his chest. Lady Xia may return to the capital at any moment. This letter has been tucked away in my bosom for 2 months, it may never reach her hands. Wang Yang suggested, why not deliver it to her home? It's not that simple. Countless have attempted, yet they cannot even get past the maidservants. There are those who intercept carriages to deliver letters, others who rush into taverns to hand them over, and even some who employ kites for delivery. Such tricks abound, yet she simply does not accept them. Even if by chance she does, it is discarded without a glance, alas. With a deep sigh, Lu Pang drained his cup of wine. Wang Yang blinked slowly and remarked, actually, if you wish for her to see the letter, it is not an insurmountable task. You are boasting, Lu Pang scoffed, dismissing the notion. Wang Yang merely smiled in silence. Lu Pang straightened in his seat, fixing his gaze on Wang Yang. Are you serious? Of course I am. But, to have her see the letter, it must first reach her hands. Indeed, how else could she read it? Wang Yang replied, exuding confidence. Lu Pang remained puzzled, yet even if it is delivered to her, she may not look at it. Wang Yang smiled gently, that is why we must compel her to look. Lu Pang leapt up, trembling with excitement, I implore you, brother Wang. If you can make her read my letter, I would forsake meat for an entire month. Wang Yang couldn't suppress his laughter, having expected a grand ambition, only to be met with a vow of abstaining from meat. He found Lu Pang quite amusing, earnest and straightforward, albeit somewhat starstruck. He deemed him a worthy friend, though this was merely his initial impression. The true measure of a person would reveal itself in due course. I shall assist you in this matter, but I have a request of my own. I find myself in financial straits and wish to borrow 2,000 coins from you, which I shall repay in due time. Lu Pang was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Wang Yang's request for money, but quickly responded, if you truly succeed in this endeavor, consider the 2,000 a reward, no repayment necessary. The robust man felt a surge of joy. He had previously misunderstood why young Master Wang lingered here, but now, witnessing his swift acquisition of 2,000 coins, he could not help but admire him greatly. While receiving 2,000 coins for nothing seemed advantageous, Wang Yang did not wish to take advantage. I must repay the money. You just detained me and shared so much, I shall remember this kindness. Assisting you in delivering the letter is but a trivial task, there is no need for compensation. Since we are discussing favors, let us not speak of prices. Were it not for my urgent need for funds, I would not have borrowed this 2,000. Lu Pang was quite pleased to discuss favors without mentioning prices. Well said. Now, please guide me. First, let me see the letter. Is that convenient? Lu Pang hesitated. Without knowing its contents, I cannot devise a plan. Rest assured, I will not mock you. Lu Peng hesitated, reluctant to share such a personal letter, yet for the sake of his delivery plan, he ultimately handed it to Wang Yang. Upon reading it, Wang Yang nearly choked on his own blood, slapping the letter down. "You fool. After all your efforts to send a letter, this is what you present?" "Yes, what of it? Is the poem not well written?" Lu Peng picked up the letter and glanced over it again. This is not a matter of quality. Do you not fear being ridiculed for sending this?" "Of course I am, that is precisely why I have hesitated." Lu Peng replied, looking innocent. Who would dare to send such a letter? Thank goodness he had read it first. Wang Yang regretted agreeing to help him deliver the letter. How could he toy with innocence like this? You say. Wang Yang found himself both exasperated and amused, at a loss for words. Lu Peng, feeling slightly displeased, remarked, "Brother Wang, you promise not to laugh at me." "I am not laughing at you. I admire your audacity, to send a poem on your first attempt and choose such a risky one. Impressive." "Risky? What do you mean?" Lu Peng exclaimed, alarmed. "Are you still pretending?" Lu Peng hurriedly reread the letter. The wind rises, the wine dissipates, the willows droop, then sway again, fine flowers drink the morning dew, while long boats bear the evening tide. The oriole calls from afar, hastening across the narrow bridge, not coveting fragrant grasses. I first taste the purple grape. Where is the risque element? Is this not a description of scenery, using imagery to express my relaxed and expansive demeanor, as my cousin advised? Lu Peng cried out in protest. "Your cousin?" Lu Peng's face flushed with embarrassment as he sheepishly admitted, I cannot write poetry. This was composed by my cousin, who said that Lady Xie appreciates the poetry of her ancestor, Xie Lingyun. Thus, it is best to write fresh and natural landscape poetry to cater to her tastes. Xie Lingyun? Landscape poetry, fresh and natural. Could it be that I am too lewd? Wang Yang took the poem again, reading it thoroughly, then slammed it onto the table. What nonsense about learning from Xie Lingyun. Aside from the first 5 words of the first line, not a single line is innocent. Little Fatty was stunned. How is that possible? What do you mean by willows? What do flowers signify? Why specify long boat when writing about boats, and narrow bridge when mentioning bridges? What does the oriole's call imply? What do fragrant grasses represent? Dew, tide, swift steps, tasting grapes? Think carefully. This cousin of his was indeed a talented individual. While writing risque poetry was one thing, the disguise was remarkably well crafted. Without careful consideration, one might easily mistake it for a mere landscape description. Lu Peng sat in stunned silence for a moment before suddenly shouting, "Sun Duo, you scoundrel! I will confront you." He was about to go settle the score with his cousin in a furious huff. Wang Yang quickly stopped. "Little Fatty, are you not delivering the letter to Lady Xie anymore?" Right, I almost jeopardized the entire affair." Little Fatty regained his composure but remained irritated, tearing the letter to shreds. Yes, he had nearly ruined everything, and the 2,000 coins were still unclaimed. What good is it if I lose credibility in the process? Lu Peng asked, furrowing his brow. Wang Yang smiled slightly. "Bring me a pen. I shall write it for you." Lu Peng summoned the innkeeper to bring paper and pen. Wang Yang considered for a moment, then took up the brush. "Another poem?" Lu Peng, still haunted by the poem from his cousin, was somewhat skeptical. He was not well versed in poetry, and now witnessing Wang Yang compose another, he hesitated. Is it still 7-character? Do they not usually write 5-character poems? Will Lady Xie even like it? Whether she likes it is secondary. The key is you must be able to present it, and she must be able to read it. What do you mean? As Wang Yang wrote, he instructed, lean closer. Note, based on my limited knowledge, the term Shirtai does not appear in the literature of the 6 dynasties. Nuns are generally referred to as XXNI. However, if the novel were to use the term HuisuNI according to medieval customs, readers unfamiliar with the cultural context of the 6 dynasties might not perceive the same level of respect. Thus, using Huisu Shirtai is preferred for clarity. Chapter 26: The stopping of the cart on a bluestone path, a yellow ox cart, a pitch-black cart shed, and a vermilion silk net. A young maiden sat within the cart, her form as slender as a crescent moon, and her eyes reminiscent of twinkling stars. Her exquisitely arched brows were slightly furrowed, akin to an ink painting. Dressed in a white gauzy gown, the edges of her collar and sleeves were embroidered with delicate silver thread, the overlapping neckline elegantly complemented by a light azure undergarment, creating a harmonious layering. Even with only a single maid by her side, her graceful spine remained upright, not out of a desire to maintain poise, but simply from long-standing habit. This was none other than the illustrious fourth miss of the Xie family, Xie Xinghan. My lady, you have already devoted enough effort to this matter. Even if the master were here, he would not fault you, the maid, Xiao Ning, said, observing the young mistress's delicate features marred by an unshakable worry, and spoke soothingly. Clad in a pink attire and sporting twin buns, Xiao Ning's eyes sparkled with liveliness, her beauty radiant enough to turn heads on the street, where she might easily be mistaken for the daughter of a wealthy family. Yet, in the presence of Xie Xinghan, she was undeniably perceived as a mere maid. Xie Xinghan furrowed her brow and gently shook her head. Since I am here, I must see it through. As a close attendant who had always been by her side, Xiao Ning understood her mistress's disposition, yet she felt that her young mistress was still too tender in age. No matter how gifted, she ought not to be embroiled in such affairs. Just as she was about to voice her concerns once more, the ox cart came to an abrupt halt. I am Lopang from Yuyang, seeking the fourth miss of the Xie family. Xie, 4th Mississippi. Greetings. Lopang stood in the middle of the road, bowing awkwardly, his nervousness causing him to stumble over his words. A group of raucous young gentlemen stood nearby, jeering and cheering, whistling and clapping in a cacophony of noise. Their gazes toward Lopang varied between viewing him as a true hero or as an amusing simpleton. Xiao Ning glanced at Xie Xinghan, who nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Ning lifted the curtain of the cart and commanded, "Scare him off." 4 young men clad in blue, armed with short staffs, advanced briskly, their eyes cold and their movements sharp, not resembling ordinary household servants in the least. Although they would not draw their weapons without their mistress's command, anyone witnessing their imposing presence would instinctively feel threatened. Wait, I came here to. The group of young men scattered, and Lopang felt his legs weaken, unable to articulate the words Wang Yang had instructed him to say. He took a few steps back, contemplating escape but finding himself indecisive. Wang Yang, recalling that the 2,000 coins had yet to be secured, gritted his teeth and rushed through the crowd, shouting, "My young master has come to repay a debt." The Xie family, known for their integrity, would not dare to engage in violence in broad daylight. The 4 young men in blue halted 3 steps away from Wang Yang, not due to his words, but because their directive was merely to intimidate these individuals. Having failed to do so, they awaited further instruction from their mistress. A burly man stood protectively in front of Wang Yang, facing off against the 4. Lopang gripped Wang Yang's arm, desperately holding his ground, yet cold sweat streamed down his face, and he struggled to remain upright. Xie Xinghan spoke softly to Xiao Ning, who then raised her voice through the cart curtain. What constitutes violence when the sticks have yet to strike? It was the first time Lopang had heard a maid from the Xie family speak, and he was quite moved, hoping she might say more. Although he intended to engage in conversation, her question was not part of the answers Wang Yang had prepared, leaving him at a loss and looking to Wang Yang with pleading eyes. Wang Yang instructed the burly man to step aside and said, "When a tiger chases its prey, its fangs have yet to reach, must the pursued refrain from crying out the tiger is biting?" Xie Xinghan pressed her lips together gently, her brows unfurling, and a hint of a smile graced her fair, jade-like face, instantly brightening the atmosphere of the cart. Xiao Ning could not help but mutter, "What a cunning little rascal!" Xie Xinghan spoke again, and Xiao Ning relayed loudly, "Should you wish to repay your debt, go to the residence and submit a formal request, explaining the circumstances. How can one waylay a cart on the road and engage in private dealings?" Wang Yang exchanged glances with Lopang, who shook his head anxiously, uncertain of how to respond. With no other option, Wang Yang continued to speak on Lopang's behalf. "My lady does not accept informal messages, thus, there is no venue for formal requests, no means to convey matters. In this vast world, under the clear sky, upon the public thoroughfare, openly inquiring about repaying a debt, how can one call that a private transaction? If one must speak of dealings, then certainly, private dealings cannot be ascribed to this." Lopang felt elated, gazing at Wang Yang with gratitude and admiration. Xie Xinghan, however, frowned and uttered a remark. Xiao Ning replied sternly, "My lady has never lent money, others cannot possibly be expected to repay a debt." She mimicked her mistress's displeasure almost perfectly. "I did not claim that my young master owes your lady. Rather, it is a debt incurred by our ancestors to your ancestors. My young master is here to repay it on their behalf. I implore you to accept this repayment." "Utter nonsense. Xia Xinghan's expression turned cold as she struck the embroidered silk cushion. Xiao Ning immediately echoed, "Utter nonsense." Seeing their mistress's anger, the 4 servants of the Xie family stepped forward, their gazes sharp as eagles. Lu Pang stumbled back a few steps, while the burly man tensed protectively beside Wang Yang. With his military experience, he quickly assessed that the 4 men were exceptionally skilled. If a fight broke out, even a one-on-one confrontation would be precarious. As the crowd around them swelled, Wang Yang remained composed and replied, "I possess evidence." He whispered a few instructions to the burly man, who appeared puzzled. Wang Yang urged, "Hurry back." The burly man dashed toward the tavern. "What evidence?" Xie Xinghan instructed Xiao Ning to inquire. Wang Yang turned to the somewhat dazed Lu Pang and whispered, "Quickly, fetch the letter." Lu Pang finally reacted, retrieving the letter Wang Yang had penned for him. Wang Yang took the letter and declared, "Here lies the written agreement. Its authenticity shall be evident upon inspection." Xie Xinghan, though skeptical, ordered her servant to pass it to her. Lu Pang watched anxiously as the letter was handed into the cart, feeling a mix of happiness and tension, and he admired Wang Yang to the utmost. Meanwhile, Wang Yang contemplated how to extricate himself should the worst-case scenario arise. Xie Xinghan unfolded the letter and found inscribed a poem: "Drifting through rivers and lakes, with wine in hand, a slender waist sways lightly in my palm. Mount Dongshan rises for the common folk, winning the name of a renowned chancellor. A cup of wine spills the tears of tyrants, a game of chess shatters the hearts of the northern D. 50,000 palm fronds can withstand the summer, for a moment's cool breeze, 1,000 years of sentiment." At the end of the poem, there was a small note: "Xie Taifu assisted my ancestor in selling 50,000 palm frond fans. This kindness has yet to be repaid. This poem expresses my remembrance of the noble Xie Taifu and is a token of my heartfelt regard. The bond of the heart is one that must be reciprocated. I hope, dear lady, you will not refuse." Words fail to convey my intent. Yuyan Lu Pang bows deeply. The Xie Taifu referred to was none other than Xian. Xian was a paragon of elegance and a celebrated chancellor of the past, the leader of the Xie clan during the Eastern Jin dynasty. Naturally, he was also an esteemed ancestor of Xie Xinghan. Unbeknownst to Wang Yang, tracing the family lineage, Xie Xinghan's father, Xie, was the 5th-generation descendant of Xian's younger brother, Xie Wan. Thus, while Xie Xinghan's lineage was not a direct line from Xian, it was certainly close enough to hold significant merit, far surpassing those from distant branches. Moreover, Xie held Xian in high esteem and often sought to emulate him. Xian had a fond affection for his niece, Xie Daoyun, and Xie Xinghan was often referred to as Little Xie Daoyun. Therefore, from both the perspective of familial honor and educational upbringing, one can easily surmise the depth of Xie Xinghan's reverence for this ancestor. Thus, Wang Yang's poem, Ode to Xian, could be aptly described as flattery that hit the mark. The first 4 lines of the poem were adapted from Du Mu's Reflections, subtly alluding to the tale of Xia and accompanying courtesans to Mount Dongshan, where scholars would inquire, if Ungshi does not emerge, how will the common people fare? The 5th line spoke of Xian thwarting Huan Wen's aspirations for the throne. The 6th celebrated the Battle of Feishui, where Xian leisurely directed the retreat. The 7th and 8th lines recounted a tale related to Xian, which also inspired Wang Yang's letter-sending scheme. Note: in modern contexts, the term Feng Lu often carries negative connotations, a result of the narrowing of its lexical meaning. In ancient times, particularly during the Wei, Jin, and Southern and Northern dynasties, did not solely refer to romantic matters, but more often described the demeanor of distinguished individuals. However, Xian's associations with courtesans do lend a degree to his character. Note: at this time, poetic forms had yet to evolve into regulated verse, hence the absence of tonal and rhythmic constraints. However, a poetic reform was brewing in the capital, eventually giving rise to regulated verse. With the protagonist's time travel, this process naturally diverged from the past. This matter will be elaborated upon in the Jinling volume. Note: the characters Xing and Han are familiar to modern readers, yet were commonly used in ancient names. The character was notably used by Tang Wanzong, who was initially named, leading a gentleman named Zheng Han to change his name to Zheng Han to avoid taboo. The Yudang Zizu records a person named Shui Han during the Northern Wei period. In Shenin Zhuan, there is a nun named Han Guang. As for the character, the only daughter of the great Tang poet Cui Shu was named Xing, and there were notable figures in the Ming dynasty bearing the name Zhou Xing and the renowned calligrapher Qin Zholuan, whose style name was Xing Zhai. While there may or may not be others named Xing Han, I have yet to come across any. However, it is not an entirely fabricated name, as Wuzaza states, moon halo, stars encompassing, a remarkable beauty. Lu Xiaowei of the southern Liang dynasty wrote, the stars encompass auspicious colors, while the thunder of the storm resounds far away. A more famous instance is Han Yu's line, let us wait for the night to deepen and ride the moon, to see how many stars are encompassed in the waters. Note: in the medieval period, women's names sometimes aligned with modern cultural contexts such as Yang Yan, Rongji, Zhuofen, Li Lingrong, and Hu Faon, yet, there were also names that seem entirely unrelated to femininity, such as Zhang Wide, Lu Duanyan, Zhang Mile, and Wang Muji. Chapter 27, Madame Commands. Capture him. Historically, Xiayan's fellow townsman was dismissed from his position and returned home with a backlog of 50,000 palm leaf fans. In an act of solidarity, Xiayan took one fan for his personal use. The gentry and common folk of the capital, upon hearing of Xiayan's use of the palm fan, flocked to purchase and emulate him, thereby inflating the price of the fan several times over. This incident has long been celebrated as a vivid testament to Xiayan's grace, yet the name of the fellow townsman he assisted remains unrecorded. This omission offers Wang Yang ample room for creative interpretation. The concluding lines of the poem convey that the collective fluttering of 50,000 palm fans could shatter the oppressive heat of summer, even a fleeting breeze could preserve the bonds of friendship for generations. With such camaraderie, the possibility of reciprocation arises, and thus, the matter begins to take shape. Although Wang Yang awkwardly concocted a pretext of delivering a message, the truth is that he was merely attempting to be clever. Madame Xie is no fool, she can certainly discern the underlying motives. The crucial factor lies in whether she will be swayed by this charade. Uncertain of Madame Xie's disposition, Wang Yang felt a pang of anxiety as silence enveloped the carriage. Little Ning observed her master scrutinizing the letter repeatedly, her delicate face growing increasingly cold, her grip on the parchment tightening. Cautiously, she inquired, Madam, this letter, capture him. Xia Xinghan's slender fingers clenched, crumpling the letter into a ball. Little Ning exclaimed, Madam commands, capture him. Run! Wang Yang yanked Lu Pang to flee, but Lu Pang stood frozen in confusion, unable to react. The four servants of the Xia household surged forward, and suddenly, a cascade of white powder rained down from above, filling the air. It was flour. Wang Yang had instructed Han to procure flour from the tavern in preparation for their escape. Alongside the flour, a handful of copper coins was scattered into the air. Pick up the money! Wang Yang shouted. The flour obscured vision as the townsfolk scrambled to collect coins, and the youths clamored in excitement, throwing the scene into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yang, Lu Pang, and Han bolted away. Don't run anymore. I can't keep up, Lu Pang gasped, bent over and panting heavily. Did we shake them off? Wang Yang was equally exhausted. The Xia household servants had pursued them relentlessly, their heads covered in flour as they chased them for 3 streets. Han, possessing the best stamina, noticed Wang Yang and Lu Pang had ceased running and turned back to check for any pursuing assailants. My good brother, I am deeply grateful to you today. I shall remember this kindness. Come, let us return to my home and enjoy a drink together. Wang Yang hesitated to accompany the plump youth home, as Lu Pang's father was a high-ranking official in Jingzhou. In the past, Lu Su had advised Liu Bei to employ Pang Tong, stating that he was not merely a talent of 100 miles but deserving of a crucial position like that of an official. Though the authority of such officials had diminished since the southern dynasties compared to the later Han, they still held significant local power, akin to a deputy governor. While Lu Pang's identity was not readily discernible, his father would certainly recognize it. Perhaps another day. I have matters to attend to today. I shall visit once I am free. Wang Yang resolved to first secure the 2,000 coins before proceeding with his original plan. What do you mean another day? Today is the day. Besides, do you not require the 2,000 coins? I only have a single coin on me. Come with me to my home for a drink, and you can conveniently collect your money. A single coin refers to 1,000 coins in a string. In ancient times, there were 3 common methods for carrying money: in pockets, in money pouches, or hanging on the body or wrapped around the waist. The position of pockets typically included 2 places. One sewn into the sleeve, with the opening at the elbow, opposite the sleeve's opening. As long as the bag's mouth was secured, its contents would not fall out. Hence, during the Eastern Jin period, there was a medical text titled Emergency Formulas for the Elbow, indicating a book that could be carried in a pocket, similar to modern pocketbooks. The second type was a triangular pocket formed where the waistband and the garment's opening overlapped, which allowed for the concealment of items. During the Southern Qi, silver notes had yet to be invented, and gold and silver were not widely used as currency among the populace. Although copper coins varied in value, the southern dynasties, except for the Qin dynasty, had not minted any coins heavier than 5 zhu. While the circulation of ancient coins was permitted, such as the Great Coin of 1,000 from the Eastern Wu or the Direct 500 minted by the Shuhan, these large denomination notes were scarce and had significantly depreciated in value during use, leading even the wealthy to refrain from carrying excessive copper coins. Should I take 1,000 coins first? No, 1,000 is insufficient. I must secure 2,000. Wang Yang declared. I truly cannot manage today. We can drink another day. Hey Han, you go with young Master Le to collect the money. Seeing Wang Yang's firm refusal, Lu Peng ceased to press the matter. Wang Yang called He Han over for a few instructions before allowing him to accompany Lu Peng home. Along the way, Lu Peng inquired of He Han about Wang Yang, to which He Han replied, without the master's permission, I dare not discuss matters concerning the household, and Lu Peng merely thought that the Wang family of Langya was stringent and did not take offense. Upon arriving at the office of the deputy official, He Han, adhering to Wang Yang's wishes, refused to enter and insisted on waiting outside, which Lu Peng reluctantly accepted. Shuangji, go to my tent and fetch 2,000 coins for that black-faced man outside. Young master, Shuangji stammered, his face betraying his discomfort. Lu Peng, oblivious, called out as he walked into the courtyard, A Chang, gather 10 men with sticks, let us confront that scoundrel Sun Duo. Quickly, someone bring me a change of clothes, do not let that scoundrel Sun Duo escape. Lu Peng shouted several times before realizing something was amiss. The servants in the courtyard did not approach him as usual but instead shrank back, looking at him with a hesitant demeanor. What is the matter with you? Lu Peng halted, puzzled. Unfilial son. How dare you return? Bring him, seize this ungrateful wretch. Hearing his father's shout, Lu Peng trembled in fear, uncertain of what had transpired, and hurriedly attempted to flee the residence. 7 or 8 servants rushed to block him, and Lu Peng bellowed, Get out of my way. The servants, too frightened to physically restrain him yet unwilling to let their young master escape, could only obstruct his path while offering apologies. Just as Lu Peng was about to force his way through, 2 guards sprang from behind and seized him. What are you doing? Why are you capturing me? What crime have I committed? Lu Peng protested loudly. Young master, I am sorry. The guards escorted Lu Peng into the front hall, where his father, Lu Zhan, the deputy official of Jingzhou, awaited him with a switch in hand, fury radiating from him. Unfilial son. Kneel. Father, kneel. Lu Peng dared not resist and knelt in the center of the hall. Today, I shall beat you to death, you good-for-nothing, idle son. Lu Zhan struck mercilessly, causing Lu Peng to cry out in agony, ouch. Ah, father, why are you hitting me? Lu Zhan, caught up in his anger, merely chastised Lu Peng for being idle and causing trouble, completely ignoring his son's questions. The switch flew back and forth, eliciting cries from Lu Peng as if he were being slaughtered like a pig. Lord Lu need not be so enraged. It would be prudent to clarify the situation before taking action. A cool, refined voice emanated from the back hall. Chapter 28. The elegant white robe. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhan immediately ceased his actions. Who is there? Lu Xiaopeng was taken aback. I ask you, who penned this poem? Lu Zhan tossed a crumpled piece of paper before Lu Peng. Stunned, Lu Peng realized it was the very letter he had sent to Madame Xia. How did it end up here? Speak quickly. Lu Zhan raised the switch, ready to strike again. Lu Peng hastily shielded himself with his arm. No, this is my work. Nonsense. Lu Zhan lashed out at his son again. Do you think I am unaware of your pitiful abilities? You could not possibly have written this poem? Seeing the situation escalate, and not wanting to implicate Wang Yang, Lu Peng steeled himself and said, I have recently been learning to write poetry and have made some progress. Ah, father, please don't hit there, it hurts. Ah, some progress? Roaming the rivers and lakes with wine in hand, is that something you could write? Do you think you are Qin Sima or Yuan Ji? Xiaoxi, known by the posthumous title Qin Sima, is often referred to simply as Qin Si in classical literature, while both he and Yuan Ji were revered poets of their time, akin to how we regard Li Bai and Du Fu today. The slender waist of Chu, light as a palm. Lu Zhan recited, somewhat entranced, even finding a rhythm to his strikes. From the back hall, Xie Xinghan listened intently to Lu Zhan's enthusiastic recitation, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, and her slender fingers curling ever so slightly. I shall call you light as a palm. I shall call you light as a palm. Father, please stop hitting, it wasn't me, I didn't write it. Lo Pang could no longer endure the punishment. Then who did? Lu Zhan demanded sharply. It was someone I met at the tavern. What is their name? Lu Zhan's penetrating gaze bore into Lo Pang. Xie Xinghan listened with rapt attention. Lo Pang inhaled deeply, crying out, I don't know, he didn't tell me his name. Then why didn't you ask? Roaming the rivers and lakes with wine in hand, the slender waist of Chu, light as a palm. And you didn't think to inquire about the author? How could I have given birth to such a fool? Frustrated, Lu Zhan began to strike his son again. Lord Lu, please hold your hand. Xie Xinghan stepped out from the back hall, her dark hair half up, her white dress swaying gently, her exquisite beauty radiant as the moon. Lo Pang had never seen such a lovely maiden and momentarily forgot his pain. Lu Zhan, with a righteous demeanor, declared, there is no need for the fourth lady to plead for him. Such a rebellious son deserves to be punished even to death. Fourth lady. Fourth lady. Lo Pang felt an overwhelming joy. After fervently pursuing her for so long, he had finally glimpsed Madame Xie today. This letter was worth delivering, this beating was worth enduring. Truly, she was one of the three most beautiful in the capital. He could only wonder how the other two compared. Still dare to look. Lu Zhan struck Lo Pang on the backside with the switch. Lo Pang let out a yelp and quickly bowed his head. Young Master Lo, might you tell me the name of the person who wrote this letter? Xie Xinghan inquired politely. She is speaking to me. Lo Pang felt as though he might faint from happiness. Lord Lu, your son is young and may act inappropriately. This incident is primarily due to the instigation of others. If he reveals the name of the letter's author, he should not be punished. Lu Zhan coldly remarked to his son, it is rare for the fourth lady to speak on your behalf. You must answer truthfully and not conceal anything. Hearing that Madame Xie was advocating for him, Lo Pang felt a wave of dizziness, overwhelmed with excitement, and absent-mindedly began to say, his name is, what is it? Madame Xie pressed again, her voice dreamlike. His name is, Lo Pang hesitated, then gritted his teeth, clenched his fist, and lowered his head, saying, what it is, I do not know. Xie Xinghan's expression turned cold, and Lu Zhan once more raised the switch. In the grand hall of the Lu residence, Lo Pang lay on the ground, appearing as though he had fainted. After a while, Lu Zhan entered, dismissing all the servants, and stated, he has left. Cease your pretense. Lo Pang opened his eyes a crack, glanced around, and then got up, his face a mask of sorrow. Father, you struck too hard this time. Do not play the fool. You've stirred up such a great mess. Do you think I used little effort? Do you know who Xie Xinghan's father is? The Xie family of Chen County, a renowned family, the Minister of the Interior. A chancellor, and who is his grandfather, also a chancellor, 2 generations of chancellors, old enough to oppose even the emperor. How dare you provoke his daughter? I did not provoke her, I merely wished to deliver a letter. Father, may I sit? I am both sore and exhausted. Lo Pang, seeing his father's stern expression, refrained from sitting down. In principle, I should punish you severely today. However, Li Xiaopang, hearing his father's tone soften, asked with curiosity, however what? However, your ability to remain loyal in the face of danger and to not betray your principles is quite commendable. Lu Zhan chuckled. Then, may I sit now? Lo Pang cautiously inquired. Lu Zhan placed a cushion beneath his son and finally said, sit down. Lo Pang finally settled down. Lu Zhan sat across from him. Now, let us discuss seriously, who truly wrote the slender waist of Chu, light as a palm? Outside the estate, the black-clad man waited in vain for Lo Pang to deliver the money, his suspicions growing. He then spotted Xia's household ox-drawn cart approaching from behind and quickly concealed himself, pondering if the cart was departing from this grand residence. After a lengthy wait, just as he was about to give up, a servant emerged carrying a money bag. allowing the black-clad man to count it in front of him. After thanking the servant, he hurried back to find Wang Yang. Originally, they had 933 coins. After creating chaos by scattering 33 coins and spending 400 on flour, they had 500 coins remaining. Adding the 2,000 borrowed from Lu Pang brought their total to 2,500, just enough for clothing and shoes. The white spring robe concealed a hidden pouch, while the young man played the flute for the Prince Ning. Wang Yang donned his new attire, his eyes gleaming like bright stars, his hair styled sharply, transforming into a graceful young gentleman, leaving the black-clad man and the shopkeeper in awe. "Young sir, you are as handsome as jade, and with this robe and these shoes, you truly resemble a scion of a prestigious family," the shopkeeper exclaimed in admiration. The black-clad man interjected, "My young master is indeed a scion of a prestigious family." "Ha, never have I seen such a poor scion," the shopkeeper silently criticized while outwardly showering praises, then began to promote, "Young sir, your hair is quite sparse. You lack a cap, hat, or hairpin." This sales tactic is timeless. Just as Wang Yang was about to decline, the shopkeeper continued, "But you are so young, you must not yet be of age to wear the cap. Your demeanor is so refined, if you could pair it with a scarf, it would be even better." With that, he produced a ready-made indigo scarf. "This folded corner scarf I will sell to you at the low price of 100 coins. Wang Yang's heart stirred. He took the scarf and inquired, "Is this the Linzong scarf?" The Linzong scarf originated from the renowned scholar Guo Linzong during the Eastern Han Dynasty. Once, when caught in a downpour, his scarf got wet in one corner folded down. People admired his grace and began to wear their scarves in the same fashion, leading to this style being called corner scarf or folded corner scarf, which became quite favored among scholars. Wang Yang's next plan was to attend the county academy, making this scarf quite suitable. Moreover, if he were to disguise himself as a scholarly youth from a prestigious family with empty pockets, wearing faux brands would not seem so out of place. Otherwise, he would constantly need to explain the mismatch between the illustrious Wang family of Langya and his humble attire. The pressing issue now, however, was that he had no money to spend at all. Chapter 29 of the County Academy. Whether to buy or not is a matter of debate. I shall first try it on for the young master and see how it looks. The shopkeeper, brimming with enthusiasm, placed the horn cap upon Wang Yang's head, then surveyed him from head to toe, exclaiming, "It fits perfectly. Simply splendid." With the white gown and the green horn cap, all that is left is a green cloud robe. In that era, attire consisted of an upper garment and a lower garment. Although trousers existed, the trousers worn outside were typically paired with a short upper garment known as cuffs, collectively referred to as trouser cuffs. Trousers were further categorized into kuns, which had a crotch, and ku, which were open-crotch trousers. It was customary for the gentry to don skirts or robes over their kuns, as exposing the kun was deemed improper or disgraceful. However, for one like Wang Yang, who wore the closed-crotch trousers gifted by the commander of the Shui squadron, it was a style typical of the common folk. The shopkeeper then produced a green cloud robe, stating, "This is made from Rami fabric. Though not as fine as the silk from you, it is still a high-quality material, only 400 coins. Young master, do try it on, just once." Wang Yang waved his hand in refusal and began to remove the horn cap, when the dark-skinned man suddenly interjected, "I believe the young master looks splendid in this. If you are pleased, let us purchase them all." He slammed his waist knife onto the counter before the shopkeeper, declaring, "Take heed, this is the ring-shaped sword forged by the armory of Jingzhou during the time when the Prince of Yuzhang served as the magistrate. Consider it a deposit for the cap and robe, it is hardly a loss for you." The armory was the official institution responsible for weapon forging. Wang Yang noticed that when the dark-skinned man mentioned the Prince of Yuzhang, he, like the previous official, clasped his hands in a salute towards the upper right. "Is this the sword of the Prince of Yuzhang?" The shopkeeper, astonished, picked up the knife, caressing its sheath before drawing the blade for a closer inspection. During the tenure of the Prince of Yuzhang, Shaoi, as the magistrate of Jingzhou, that was indeed a time of great prosperity for the region. At that time, the position of the southern barbarian commander had not yet been abolished, and the Prince of Yuzhang concurrently governed both the Jingzhou and the southern barbarian prefectures, overseeing the magistracy of both Jingzhou and Xiangzhou, with all expenses borne by the imperial court, allowing for a flourishing livelihood. In other words, he provided substantial financial support to Jingzhou. As a result, the prices of grain and taxes were, in modern terms, at an all-time low, leading to a situation where low grain prices harmed farmers, prompting special allowances for households to pay their taxes in grain instead. Furthermore, all previously owed taxes were forgiven. Thus, even though the Prince of Yuzhang had long since left Jingzhou, he remained respected and beloved by its people. Because the Prince of Yuzhang was not lacking in funds, he also employed the finest materials in weapon crafting. In his efforts to quell the barbarian disturbances, he personally sent people to the armory to oversee the production, resulting in weapons of exceptional quality, famously known as the Yuzhang arms. "You are not a soldier, are you?" The shopkeeper regarded the dark-skinned man with suspicion. The man, unperturbed, replied, "Certainly not, otherwise, I would be risking my life to wager a military sword." Selling swords was a capital offense for soldiers, which was precisely why the dark-skinned man had refrained from including this sword in his calculations when gathering funds. Now it dawned upon him that if he could not repay the money in 3 days, retaining the sword would only serve the purpose of fighting to the death against Master Dusan, with an inevitable outcome. Therefore, whether he possessed the sword or not made little difference. Furthermore, he had witnessed Wang Yang procure 2,000 coins in a remarkably short span, enhancing his belief in Wang Yang's capabilities. It was akin to the bet he had placed with Dingzhou. Since he had already wagered his life and livelihood on Wang Yang, he saw no harm in including a sword. Wang Yang wished to dissuade the dark-skinned man, but the latter preemptively addressed the shopkeeper. "Let it be understood that this sword is temporarily entrusted to you. Within 3 days, I shall return with the funds to redeem it. If you do not return in 3 days, then the sword shall belong to you." "Very well, words alone are insufficient. Let us draft a written agreement." Once outside the shop, Wang Yang remarked, "In truth, there is no need to pawn the sword." The dark-skinned man replied, "Though I am unaware of the young master's intentions, I can sense that the young master approaches matters with great forethought, as evidenced by your previous request for flour. Since you are considering the horned cap, there must be a reason behind it." Wang Yang patted the dark-skinned man on the shoulder, saying, "In my presence, you need not refer to yourself as this humble person." The man appeared somewhat flustered. "I dare not." "I permit it." "What is there to fear? In the presence of outsiders, maintain the same manner. In moments shared solely between us, there is no need." The dark-skinned man had long perceived that this young master was unlike others and chose not to be overly formal, promptly clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, young master." Though it was merely a matter of address, the dark-skinned man felt that their bond had grown closer. "The reputation of the Prince of Yuzhang in Jingzhou must be quite illustrious," Wang Yang ventured to inquire. "Indeed. When the Prince of Yuzhang governed Jingzhou, we dined on wheat porridge daily, and rice was distributed, authentic white rice. The taste was truly—" The dark-skinned man smacked his lips as if reminiscing about the flavor of white rice. "And how does the current magistrate compare to the Prince of Yuzhang?" Although Wang Yang trusted the dark-skinned man, such trust must have its limits. Having assumed the guise of the Wang family of Langya, he could not directly inquire about the Prince of Yuzhang's identity. He could only adopt a casual conversational approach to extract information. "That is somewhat difficult for me to say. I am not well versed in significant matters. However, I have heard that the prices of rice and cloth have recently skyrocketed, and the barbarians have become increasingly audacious." At this point, the dark-skinned man lowered his voice. "I heard that a month ago, the barbarians launched a surprise attack on the Chaogong-Lin outpost, resulting in over 30 fatalities. However, the authorities have suppressed the news and kept it under wraps. Such an occurrence would never have transpired during the time of the Prince of Yuzhang. Does this imply that the current magistrate lacks the support of the populace?" "Not exactly. After all, the current lord was raised by the Prince of Yuzhang. The townsfolk still bear the prince's goodwill in mind and are quite willing for him to govern Jingzhou. Moreover, the lord is exceptionally skilled in martial arts, possessing strength akin to that of a deity, able to draw a bow that requires 4 sheng of strength. Who in the entire army does not revere him?" "A lord? How did another lord come into the picture?" Wang Yang mused. Yes, the southern dynasties had long maintained the system of royal princes stationed in the provinces, dispatching royal family members to govern various regions. It seemed that the current magistrate of Jingzhou was also a prince, but why was this prince said to have been raised by the Prince of Yuzhang? The dark-skinned man, oblivious to Wang Yang's contemplation, inquired, "Young master, where are we headed now?" Wang Yang temporarily set aside his questions, with hands clasped behind his back, replied, "To the county academy." Jingzhou had 2 county academies. One was the local government academy, and the other was the Wanggu school established by the Prince of Yuzhong, setting aside the advantageous background of the Wanggu school, which was presided over by the esteemed Lu family of Hedong, akin to the Wang family of Langya. Wang Yang was disinclined to pursue that avenue. He feared that this place might be haughty and exclusive, and harbored doubts about his own identity's disguise. Hence, he initially set his sights on the local government academy. The government academy was located in the northwestern Old Town, encompassing a considerable area, including school buildings and a pond. The surrounding streets were strictly prohibited from noise and commerce, imparting a solemn and dignified atmosphere upon approach. Upon inquiring for directions, the two arrived at the entrance of the county academy, where they beheld a ginkgo tree large enough for 3 people to embrace, its dark gate slightly ajar. Before the entrance lay a long bench, upon which a youth sat engrossed in a scroll. The young man wore a long robe with curved hem and a black high cap, and Wang Yang instantly recognized this as the traditional Fengye robe and Jiangfu cap of Confucian scholars. This individual was a scholar. The essence of guiding the world and enlightening the people lies primarily within Confucianism. The foundation of Confucianism is the 5 classics, while metaphysics and Buddhism flourished. It was not surprising to see scholars in Confucian attire at the entrance of the county academy. What was curious, however, was the presence of a bench. Could this be some custom unfamiliar to him? Wang Yang stepped forward. "May I inquire, are you here to see the sacrificial official?" the scholar inquired casually, his gaze never leaving the scroll. Note 1. Although Confucian attire had undergone changes since the pre-Qin era, the fundamental structure remained a long garment, historically referred to as shini, and a black cap, known as sifu guan. Given the location at the county academy's entrance, Wang Yang could easily identify this as Confucian attire. Chao Gong Lin is located 12 li northeast of Jingzhou City. It is said to have been a military encampment for Cao Cao during his campaign against Liu Bei at Changban. According to Taiping Yulan, citing Jianglingji, 12 li northeast of the state city lies Chao Gong Lin, which is said to have been named after Cao Cao, who camped there after pursuing Liu Bei in the 13th year of Jianan. Chapter 30. The challenge. Wang Yang replied, "Indeed. The gentleman is not receiving visitors." The scholar turned the pages of his book, not sparing Wang Yang a glance. Seeing the scholar's disdain for Wang Yang, the black-clad man stepped forward and said, "My master is of the esteemed Wang family from Langya." The scholar still did not lift his gaze, casually retorting, "Even the Lanling Shao family would not suffice." Wang Yang was taken aback. The Lanling Shao family was a name associated with the royal lineage of the southern Qi. In the context of the 6 dynasties, such a statement would be inconceivable, and if uttered in the Qing dynasty, one would surely face punishment for declaring even the Aisin Zhao family would not suffice. The black-clad man, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed, "The prince is also of the Lanling Shao lineage. The current governor of Jingzhou is none other than the 4th son of the reigning emperor, Prince Shao Zhixiang of Badong." In Jingzhou, when one refers to the prince, it generally alludes to him. The titles of princes in the southern dynasties were food fiefs, meaning they were entitled to the taxes but lacked the authority to govern land. The actual power depended on their official positions. Thus, although Shao Zhixiang is the prince of Badong, his connection to Badong County is tenuous. Now stationed in Jingzhou, coupled with the fact that his uncle, Prince Yuzhong, had also governed Jingzhou, and Shao Zhixiang was adopted as a son by Prince Yuzhong, this web of relations has fostered a peculiar sense of affinity among the people of Jingzhou towards the Prince of Badong. The black-clad man implied that if one dares to dismiss the Lanling Shao family, would they also deny an audience to the foremost figure of Jingzhou, the Prince of Badong? The scholar replied nonchalantly, "In the realm of academia, virtue and wisdom take precedence over rank." The black-clad man did not comprehend this statement. He simply could not believe that this bookish individual would truly dare to obstruct the prince. Wang Yang, however, understood that this was a traditional belief among certain scholars. They honor virtue and wisdom rather than the titles of nobility. Wang Yang was capable of countering this scholar's statement, yet he chose not to engage in such a dispute. He halted the black-clad man, bowing respectfully to the scholar. "I possess a letter. I kindly request that it be delivered to the head of the academy." The scholar neither looked at Wang Yang nor returned the gesture, dismissively stating, "I am not a messenger." Confucius said, "One should not concern themselves with matters beyond their station." The Book of Changes states, "A gentleman contemplates without stepping out of his role." He first quoted the Analects, then the Book of Changes, implying that it was not his duty to interfere. Wang Yang responded, "Confucius said, a gentleman assists in the betterment of others. The Book of Changes states, with a faithful heart, do not inquire about auspicious beginnings. He similarly began with a quote from the Analects, followed by the Book of Changes, indicating that the sages advocate for helping others. At this, the scholar finally set down his book and looked up at Wang Yang. Do you wish to use the name of the Wang family from Langya as leverage? What leverage? If you are not here as an intermediary, what purpose do you seek with my teacher? To discuss matters of learning. The scholar chuckled lightly. You are not worthy. Wang Yang remained unperturbed and calmly inquired, what would make one worthy? I shall pose 3 questions. If you answer correctly, I shall inform you, but if you fail, you shall never set foot in the academy again. Wang Yang extended his right hand, palm upward, adopting a gesture commonly seen in dramas, and said, Please. Hurry. Brother, you is blocking the entrance. 7 or 8 students hastily approached from within. The Analects of Confucius states, when entering, a disciple should be filial, when leaving, respectful, cautious and trustworthy, loving to the many, yet close to the virtuous. If capable, one should pursue learning. Thus, learning is regarded as the least significant matter. Yet, the chapter Shu'er states, the master taught 4 things: literature, conduct, loyalty, and trust. Why then does literature take precedence? The scholar delivered this in one breath, casting a challenging look at Wang Yang. The students nodded in agreement, feeling that this question was indeed astute. Wang Yang pondered for a moment before responding. The former reflects the order of a disciple's practice after receiving instruction. The latter represents the order of a teacher's lessons to their disciples. The scholar's smug expression faltered momentarily. Wang Yang continued, literature consists of the classics of the former kings, from which virtue is nurtured. One must first study literature to cultivate conduct. Only through conduct can loyalty and trust be established. Once loyalty and trust are preserved, a disciple should then prioritize the cultivation of virtue, practicing filial piety and respect, showing love to the many and closeness to the virtuous. If one cannot achieve these, what value is there in focusing solely on literature? Thus, in Confucian teachings, virtue holds the highest place while literature is the least. Yet when instructing disciples, one must approach through literature, akin to fishing, where one relies on the rod to catch fish. What doubt remains? Understanding dawned upon the assembly. The students nodded in agreement, marveling at Wang Yang's clever reasoning. The scholar, taken aback, thought to himself, I had not considered this interpretation. This question was originally intended to stump others, with even he himself unaware of the answer. Yet this young gentleman managed to articulate a well-reasoned response. The Wang family from Langya indeed boasts a remarkable academic legacy. The scholar promptly retracted his earlier disdain and sternly asked, how many instances of princes relocating their capitals are recorded in the spring and autumn annals? Wang Yang closed his eyes, mentally calculating, while the students began to murmur among themselves regarding the question. After a brief pause, the scholar sneered, if you cannot think of an answer, you may as well leave. The Jingzhou Academy is not a place for just anyone. The black-clad man interjected, my master has yet to respond. How can you presume he cannot? Is he to ponder until nightfall while I wait? The black-clad man, seeing Wang Yang silent with his eyes closed, grew anxious that he might be stumped, and insisted, it is inherently unfair for you to pose the questions. You have prepared them in advance. My master must think on the spot. Were I to set the questions, I assure you, you would be unable to answer even one. The scholar did not dispute this point. If I were to visit him, he could certainly pose the questions, but now, 7 instances. Wang Yang opened his eyes and stated. The scholar was taken aback and pressed, which 7 instances? Wang Yang smiled, is this the 3rd question? Of course not. Asking how many instances merely requires you to specify which ones. Should you guess? Wang Yang interjected before he could finish. Xingba's relocation to Yi, Wei's move to Diqiu, Kai's shift to Zhou, Su's initial move to Yi, then to Yi, 3 relocations of Baiyu, and 4 to Rongqing. A look of astonishment crossed the scholar's face, and the students fell silent. The scholar, regaining composure, asked again, the Zhuojuan records Jin's relocation to Xintian, and Shu's initial move to Zhu, followed by Yi. Why is this not noted in the spring and autumn annals? The path of scholarship has always been characterized by the notion that it is easy to articulate what exists, yet difficult to explain what does not. To inquire why the spring and autumn annals do not record something, regardless of whether the answer is it may have been forgotten or the events were too numerous to document, falls into the realm of personal conjecture, which cannot be deemed certain. Thus, the scholar chose this difficult question as a finale, determined to thwart Wang Yang's entry into the academy. This time, without a moment's hesitation, Wang Yang responded, "In truth, the spring and autumn annals traditionally do not record instances of princes relocating their capitals of their own volition. It only documents those compelled by external pressures to do so." Qing's relocation to Yi was due to pressure from the Di people. Wei's move to Diqiu was similarly compelled. Kai's relocation was due to Wu and Su's relocations were largely dictated by Chu. The move to Yi was to evade Zhang, faced with pressure from both Chu and Zhang, yet it was still conducted with prior consent from Chu. Wang Yang surveyed the stunned scholar and students, then continued, "The 7 instances above were all relocations not of the prince's own volition. The spring and autumn annals records relocations without specifying forced relocations, firstly to disapprove of princes not reporting to the royal court before relocating on their own, secondly, to prevent the Wu and Chu barbarians from gaining any advantage. This embodies the consistent principle of the spring and autumn annals, which is to honor the king and repel the barbarians, the so-called subtle words with profound significance." The assembly stood in stunned silence, unable to respond for a long while Wang Yang did not rush them, patiently waiting. The black-clad man felt increasingly convinced he had aligned himself with the right person, observing Wang Yang standing tall and dignified, his white robes billowing, and thought to himself, with such scholarly talent and character, he ought to wear such fine attire. Note: the titles of the Southern Dynasty princes denote the taxes of their food fiefs but do not allow them to enjoy the entirety of the fief's revenue. During the Western Jin dynasty, it was 3 parts for food, 1 part for the court, with the remaining 2 parts going to the court. By the time of the Eastern Jin, with the territory halved and facing strong northern enemies, it became 9 parts for food, 1 part for the court. Do not be misled by the phrase 9 parts for food sounding meager. In fact, 9 parts for 1 is sufficient for a rather lavish existence. This does not account for the other incomes of the royal family. The food fiefs of the Southern Dynasty's nobility typically encompass around 2,000 households, though actual income varies significantly based on the wealth of the granted land. Emperor Wu of the Southern Qi favored his youngest son and once stated, having exhausted good fiefs, "I shall grant him Xuanqing," indicating that all the prime fiefs had been allocated, necessitating the granting of Xuanqing County to his son. Xuanqing is located within Yangzhou, the province housing the capital, suggesting a desire to allocate a county from the central region. Therefore, when reading the historical texts of the Southern dynasties, one can discern the favor bestowed upon certain princes based on their conferred titles. To avoid diminishing state taxes, the lands granted to princes were typically in remote, less developed areas along the upper and middle reaches of the Yangtze River, such as Badong County, which was not considered a desirable fief. Chapter 31. The crisis of the county academy. The Confucian scholars, having donned their decorum, shed their previous exuberance and bowed to Wang Yang, saying, "I am fortunate to receive your guidance. I am Yu Yuling from Xingye, styled Zijie. May I inquire your esteemed name, dear brother?" The Yu family of Xingye is a prominent aristocratic clan of Jingzhou, often mentioned alongside the Lu family of Yuyang, the Lu family of Nieyang, and the Zong family of Nanyang, collectively known as the 4 families of Jing soil. Though they may not rival the likes of the Wang, Xia, Lu, and He families, they nonetheless stand as a paragon within Jingzhou. The renown of these 4 families is comparable, yet when it comes to connections within the court and familial influence, the Yu family is undoubtedly the foremost in Jingzhou. Among the 43 students of the county academy, only Yu Yuling dared to obstruct the entrance in broad daylight, with classmates believing he was emboldened by the Yu family's illustrious reputation. Little did they know, his father had repeatedly cautioned him against involving himself in this crisis at the academy. Yu Yuling, however, had decided to reside at the academy, seemingly estranged from his family. Thus, his audacity to block the entrance was not born of his lineage, but rather from a reckless temperament and fervent passion. Wang Yang was unaware of the Yu family's background, yet he understood that most individuals permitted to study at the academy were not of common lineage. He did not return the bow, merely nodding slightly as he introduced himself, "I am Wang Yang of Langya, styled Jian." The eavesdropping students behind the door erupted in excitement. "Langya Wang, he belongs to the Langya Wang clan?" "Indeed, the Wang family. Have I misheard? Which branch of the Wang family does he hail from?" However, Yu Yuling displayed no interest in such inquiries and instead asked, "Might I inquire about your mentor, young Master Wang?" His question, focusing on the teacher rather than the family lineage, reflected the essence of a scholar. But, alas, my mentor hails from the 21st century, a name you would not recognize. Wang Yang refrained from fabricating names and simply replied, "It is not suitable for outsiders to know." He produced a letter he had prepared in advance, asking, "Could you assist me in delivering this?" Yu Yuling hesitated for a few seconds before sighing, accepting the letter and saying, "Please wait a moment," as he stepped inside. Yet, after taking only a few steps, he suddenly halted, turned around, and with a serious expression declared, "Since the 9th year of the Taiyuan era under Emperor Wu of Jin, when Xie Shi submitted a petition for the restoration of the National Academy, the Jingzhou County Academy has stood for 109 years. Throughout a century marked by turmoil, the academic spirit of Jingzhou has not faltered, nurturing many scholars. Thanks to this institution, the pursuit of knowledge should not be monopolized, the text of the Shangshu must not be discarded. I implore you, young Master Wang, to consider this." With that, he clasped his fist to Wang Yang and departed hastily. Wang Yang pondered Yu Yuling's words, feeling utterly bewildered. What is it that I am to consider? Inside the academy study, an elder and a youth were engaged in conversation. The elder, in his 50s or 60s, with gray hair and a scholarly demeanor, was Lu Zhao, the academy's dean. The youthful figure was a strikingly beautiful young woman, known as Xie Xinghan, often referred to as Little Xie Daoyun. Presently, she sat opposite Lu Zhao, her expression tinged with regret as she spoke softly. Lu Zhao had once been a disciple of Xie Xinghan's grandfather, Xie Zhuang, and shared a friendship with her father, Xie Fei. Thus Xie Xinghan had received much care from Lu Zhao since her arrival in Jingzhou. In light of the crisis facing the academy, Xie Xinghan had been greatly troubled, tirelessly seeking solutions. Observing the young woman as furrowed brow, Lu Zhao felt a pang of guilt and comforted her, saying, "My dear niece, there is no need for self-blame. It is understandable that Master Huisu has long refrained from engaging in worldly affairs and would be unwilling to intervene. I shall devise a plan for this matter. You should rest and not exhaust your energies further." Has the esteemed uncle devised a feasible solution? Is there news from Prince Jingling? The mere thought of Prince Jingling's assistance revitalized Xie Xinghan. I intend to unite the aristocratic clans of Jing soil and present our grievances publicly at the Wang residence. Should the prince refuse to meet with us, we shall wait outside the Wang residence until he emerges. We are willing to forego governmental funding and bear all expenses for the academy ourselves. As long as we can preserve the county academy, I am prepared to make any concessions, save for the annual recommendation quota to the National Academy. Xie Xinghan protested urgently, "This cannot be done. Given Prince Badong's temperament, such a course of action would be counterproductive." Prince Badong already favored the Wang Academy, which was dominated by the aristocracy that had accompanied him to Jingzhou for official duties. Thus, Prince Badong's partiality towards the Wang Academy could stem not only from it being established by Prince Yuzhan but also from an inclination to support the local aristocracy. If Lu Zhao truly incited a disturbance among the local clans, would that not clearly indicate a conflict with the prince? I understand, yet this is a course of last resort. Besides, it is not merely for the prince's sake, it is also to demonstrate to Lu Tan our unwavering resolve to sustain education in Jingzhou, whether for the sake of scholarly debate or to enhance our reputations. We must show him our determination to continue the legacy of learning. If it comes to the point of abolishing the academy, Lu Zhao inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute, then let the prince send troops. I, Lu Zhao, shall remain here. I will stand with the county academy in its fate. At that moment, one might expect a typical woman to either dissuade Lu Zhao from his impulsiveness or offer soothing words. However, Xie Xinghan, equally stubborn, shared the same admiration for the resolve of better to be a shattered jade than an intact tile. She solemnly declared, "Since Xinghan has taken on this matter, I shall see it through to the end. I am well acquainted with Lu Tan's younger brother, Lu Yong. I shall ask him to persuade his elder brother. Moreover, there is also Master Yue, who possesses extensive connections in Jingzhou and significant influence in the capital. If he is willing to speak on our behalf, even if the prince remains indifferent, he will be compelled to reconsider, allowing us to buy some time. I have always regarded Yu Jian as a friend." Lu Zhao shook his head, a look of disappointment crossing his face. Not to mention that his second son is a student of the county academy, but as the leader of the Jingzhou aristocracy, it is inconceivable for him to stand idly by. As if summoned by fate, just as Lu Zhao mentioned Yu Yi's second son, Yu Yuling's voice rang out from outside, "Master, the student has a matter to report." Xie Xinghan, not wishing to meet with outsiders, glanced at Lu Zhao, who nodded in agreement. She then stepped behind a lacquered screen. Once she was settled, Lu Xiao called for the visitor to enter. "Someone seeks an audience with the master. Here is his letter." Yu Yuling, dejected, presented the letter. Lu Xiao took the letter, puzzled. "You are actually willing to report this? Quite a rarity. I have long maintained that since the Wang Academy has come prepared, mere obstruction will not suffice. It is my duty as a disciple to bear the burden. I am powerless, and can only shield my master from those blundering fools, yet this individual is different." Observing Yu Yuling's disgruntled expression, Lu Xiao surmised the situation and remarked while reading the letter, "I have told you before, there are always greater talents beyond the horizon. Enduring setbacks can be beneficial." After you left Wu Zongchi speechless, he was full of bravado, but now he realizes the weight of his actions, does he not? "I assumed that since he dared to come, he must have studied the Shanshu, so I questioned him about the Luan Yuan the Chuanshou. But could it be that he is proficient in both classics?" Yu Yuling muttered softly. "The 5 classics are vast. To be well-versed in even one is to attain recognition in one's art. However, since the Luanyu is not among the 5 classics, Yu Yuling doubted the young noble could master both the Chuanshu and the Shanshu." Lu Xiao, however, was oblivious to Yu Yuling's words, for upon glancing at the text on the letter, he became utterly absorbed, forgetting everything around him. Not receiving a response from his master, Yu Yuling raised his head, astonished to find Lu Xiao holding the letter, his pupils dilating, hands trembling. Chapter 32 Responses to Queries. Yuan Yuling exclaimed in astonishment, "Master? What has happened to you?" Lu Xiao immediately rose to his feet, urgency evident in his tone. "Quickly, invite him in." "Master, I shall go to greet him myself." Lu Xiao disregarded any hesitation and strode towards the door, only then recalling that Xie Xinghan remained inside. "Master, do you know him?" Yuan Yuling was perplexed by his teacher's uncharacteristic behavior and wondered if there was some connection between this Wang family from Langya and Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao forcibly steadied his emotions and instructed Yuan Yuling, "Go and fetch him here, but do not treat him with any negligence." With a mind full of questions, Yuan Yuling complied. "Whom have they invited?" Xie Xinghan stepped out from behind the screen. However, if he is indeed capable of answering these questions, Lu Xiao is willing to treat him with the respect due to a teacher. Lu Xiao exclaimed, holding the letter with palpable excitement. Xie Xinghan was taken aback. In recent days, the Wang Academy had persistently sought to challenge Lu Xiao under the pretense of academic discourse, yet he had always handled those situations with ease. But today, he spoke thus. "Be cautious, my lord, this may very well be a scheme from the Wang Academy. Should you concede voluntarily, it would provide Lu Tan with a pretext to abolish the county school." A jolt of realization struck Lu Xiao. He had been so engrossed in scholarly pursuits that he nearly overlooked the precarious fate of the county students. "Do not meet him, find an excuse to send him away," Xie Xinghan suggested. Lu Xiao pondered for a moment, then replied solemnly, "That cannot be. Knowledge is a matter of eternal significance. How can one deceive oneself? If this individual can indeed impart teachings from the book of documents, I shall bow in acknowledgement. Moreover, if he can elucidate these profound questions for me, it would be a fortunate occurrence in my life." Seeing Lu Xiao's ecstatic demeanor, Xie Xinghan recognized that his scholarly disposition had once again taken hold. Amidst her perplexity, curiosity struck her as she glanced at the letter in Lu Xiao's hands. The ink seemed familiar, and just as she prepared to scrutinize it further, footsteps approached from outside, prompting her to hastily retreat behind the screen. "Master, the young Lord Wang has arrived," Yuan Yuling announced as he ushered Wang Yang into the room. "Mr. Lu." Wang Yang performed a respectful bow to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the visitor would be so youthful. Xie Xinghan was equally startled. The voice sounded oddly familiar. "Is this your handwriting?" Lu Xiao inquired, holding up the letter in disbelief as he looked at Wang Yang. "Indeed. Are you able to answer all these questions?" "I can." Lu Xiao was momentarily dazed, staring at Wang Yang, before recalling his manners and gesturing, "Please, take a seat." As soon as Wang Yang sat down, Lu Xiao hastily asked, "Qin Mingwen CNN, you claimed the commentary of Confucius misinterpreted it. How would you explain it?" Wang Yang replied, "The Book of Documents Examination of Langya states, Fong Sin Qin Ming Wen Si Yen Yan Jing Xian annotated that Yen means to be generous and accommodating, the area states Yen Yan means gentle, in the historical records, and Ruzi is also written as Yen Ruzi, indicating that Yen and share similar meanings. Thus, the Shiming states, and is Yen wait, just a moment." Lu Zhao interrupted Wang Yang, rushing to the bookshelf to pull out a volume and flipping through it quickly, and meanwhile, Xie Xinghan, hidden behind the screen, wished to search as well, but her quest was not for a book. She intended to find the letter to confirm the handwriting. It dawned on her that, in her frustration, she had left the letter at the office of the deputy magistrate. Lu Zhao nodded while perusing the book and then turned to Wang Yang, saying, "I apologize. Please, continue." Suddenly remembering something, he called out, "Yuling, bring some tea and refreshments." Tea refreshments refer to what we now call light snacks, which were typically fruits rather than pastries during that era. Yuan Yuling hurriedly departed to arrange them, eager to hear more. Wang Yang resumed, and it is originally a reduplicated word, akin to cautious or heaven's net is vast and wide, and similar expressions. Its meaning aligns with yin yen, therefore, Qin Ming when seen and signifies that his esteemed thoughts and insights arise naturally, not forced. The commentary of Confucius claims this refers to ensuring peace for the world, which is indeed a stretch. Well explained, well explained. Lu Zhao's face glowed with enthusiasm as he praised the letter, then continued, "Gao Yao's admonition states, steamed people are indeed grain, while Zhang annotated that grain refers to rice. You criticized it as not a word. What do you mean by that?" At this point, Yuan Yuling had returned with 2 servants, setting the tea and fruits on the table before Wang Yang. He personally poured the tea and respectfully offered it to Wang Yang. Wang Yang accepted the tea with a word of thanks and replied, "Steamed people refer to rice, which does not form a complete sentence. If we extend grain to mean food grains, then this usage is not applicable." The Book of Documents, Wang Ji states, in the West, they are called Rome, wearing animal skins. There are those who do not eat grains. It should be changed to there are those who do not eat. Is that acceptable? Lu Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly asked, "Then how should the character grain be interpreted?" Xie Xinghan leaned forward unconsciously, awaiting the answer. Grain is a borrowing from the Zhou song where establishing the steamed people uses the word establish. The Guanya states, establish means to become. Zheng Xian annotates the minor secretary as to become means to settle. Thus, Lu Zhao hastily rushed back to the bookshelf to find another book, exclaiming, "Do not mind me, please continue." Therefore, steamed people are indeed grain actually means steamed people are settled. Consequently, the historical records. Annals of Xia presents this phrase as the multitude of people are settled, capturing its essence. Furthermore, when linked with the preceding context, during Diyu's management of the waters, when the 5 grains could be consumed, and birds and beasts could thrive, alongside abundant resources for the people, this indeed reflects the intention of stabilizing the populace, far from merely indicating that the people are well fed. Thus, grain does not imply rice grains. Once Wang Yang finished speaking, the room fell silent, save for the soft rustling of pages being turned. The rustling here does not refer to the sound of turning pages, as the invention of the scroll binding had not yet occurred. Books during the southern and northern dynasties were mainly in scroll form, hence the sound was that of unrolling scrolls. Yuan Yuling seized the opportunity to inquire, "Young Lord Wang, you previously mentioned Zheng Xian's annotation of the minor secretary. Brilliant. Truly brilliant." Lu Zhao exclaimed, returning to his seat, his excitement palpable. "This young gentleman's philological skills are remarkably profound. He indeed bears the legacy of Han Confucianism. May I ask who your esteemed teacher is?" Philology, in ancient times, was also referred to as elementary studies, akin to today's linguistics and textual studies. Philology flourished during the Han and Tang dynasties, and by the Qing dynasty, it had developed into a grand tradition. Wang Yang's previous responses embodied the scholarly achievements of the Qing dynasty's Qianjia school. Although Lu Zhao, bound by the limitations of his era, was unaware of the Qianjia school, he discerned that Wang Yang's answers were firmly rooted in philology, thus remarking on his connection to the Han Confucian legacy was not misplaced. "I have many teachers." Wang Yang was at a loss as to how to respond. In ancient times, scholarly pursuits placed great emphasis on lineage. The notion of not disclosing one's teacher's name, as often depicted in martial arts novels, rarely occurred. Even hermits concealed their human identity rather than their name, let alone learned scholars. "Many teachers?" Lu Zhao inquired with surprise. In the realm of classical studies, a singular lineage was paramount, and it was uncommon for individuals to study under multiple teachers, especially since most would be hard-pressed to find such a multitude of mentors. Yuan Yuling reminded his master, the young Lord Wang hails from the Wang family of Langya. Oh, so he is from a distinguished family, no wonder. Lu Zhao exclaimed, both astonished and delighted. The term distinguished family referred to the aristocracy, and distinguished young lord was one way to address the sons of such families during that period. Xia Xinghan frowned slightly at the mention of the Wang family of Langya. Note, during the Eastern Han Dynasty, one would enter officialdom through classical studies, first accumulating generations of scholarly learning, followed by generations of public officials, leading to the emergence of noble clans. Therefore, prominent families often maintained a rich tradition of scholarly excellence. Xian Mu posited that the nobility's preservation of lineage was not solely rooted in power and wealth, but also in scholarship and propriety, which together fostered familial education and values. This assertion holds considerable merit. Refer to Qian Mu's A Brief Discussion on the Relationship Between Academic Culture of the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern Dynasties and the Noble Lineage of the Time. Hence, upon hearing that the male lead belonged to a distinguished family, Lu Zhao immediately understood, as many great scholars of the time emerged from noble families. Chapter 33 A Modicum of Understanding. Lu Zhaozhan was poised to inquire in detail about Wang Yang's lineage when he heard Wang Yang declare, "Today, let us discuss only academic matters, not family background." Lu Zhao was overjoyed. Wang Yang's words resonated perfectly with his inclinations. "Excellent, let us focus solely on scholarship. Then I shall ask," Yuan Yuling promptly interjected, "since we are to discuss solely academic matters, I kindly ask young Master Wang to uphold the impartiality of scholarship and refrain from deceit through victory and defeat." Lu Zhao's expression hardened as he admonished his disciple, Zijie. Wang Yang, perplexed, questioned, "When have I ever intended to deceive through victory and defeat?" Yuan Yuling's tone turned cold. "Though young Master Wang is entrusted by another, he ought to wait a moment." "Who has entrusted me?" Wang Yang, eager to win Lu Zhao's favor, felt compelled to clear up the misunderstanding first. "Are you not entrusted by Wang Guanji?" Yuan Yuling replied, astonished. "Certainly not, I have heard that Mr. Lu is an expert on the Shangshu. What relation could I possibly have with Wang Guanji?" Wang Yang finally realized that Yuan Yuling's previous difficulties had stemmed from mistakenly believing him to be associated with Wang Guanji. It appeared there was significant discord between Wang Guanji and the local academy. Both Lu Zhao and Yuan Yuling were elated to hear Wang Yang disavow any ties to Wang Guanji, while Xie Xinghan, who had been hiding behind the screen, also breathed a sigh of relief. Yuan Yuling, his face alight with joy, exclaimed, "I knew that with young Master Wang's illustrious background and talent, you could not be so easily swayed by trivial matters. My prior rudeness warrants an apology." He immediately bowed gracefully to Wang Yang. Wang Yang, unperturbed, returned the gesture, saying, "No offense taken." Yuan Yuling continued, "Master, I also have a question I would like to pose." Earlier, young Master Wang mentioned Zheng Xian's commentary on the Shao Situ, stating, "Success is indeed certainty." What is the Shao Situ? The Shao Situ is found in the Zhouli. Diguan, since you have not yet mastered the three rites, it is best not to concern yourself with it for now. Wei Zhao's commentary on the Guiyu also contains this passage. You may refer to it at your leisure, Lu Zhao responded swiftly. Wang Yang thought to himself that this individual was indeed a master of the classics. He, too, was unaware of this particular commentary in the Guiyu. Yuan Yuling then inquired, "What of the Shangshu Cao Ling Yao?" This is a text from the Han Dynasty's Wei writings. Given the level of your studies, it is best not to interject, simply note your questions, and I shall address them later, Lu Zhao replied, casting an eager glance at Wang Yang. "Young Master Wang, shall we continue?" The opening of the Konggao. From only in the third month does the soul come to life. To thus the grand edict is established. All 48 characters belong to the text of the Luo Gao and should be placed before Duke Zhou bows and pays homage. How do we know this? Duke Zhou's eastern expedition took 2 years to pacify Guan and Kai, after which he conferred the title upon Kongshu. 7 years later, upon his restoration, he established Luo in the year of his restoration. Thus, it is evident that he had not established Luo at the time of conferring the title upon Kongshu. Therefore, this segment must be a later compilation that has misrepresented and distorted the original text. What is meant by Dao Shan? Dao refers to the way, the path. In the Shurji, when quoting the Yugong, this is precisely the character Dao that is employed. As one traverses the path, observing its direction, one measures its distance, hence the term Dao. It is also referred to as Ken Lu. What is Ken Lu? Ken denotes representation, Lu signifies arrangement. To represent and arrange is an ancient method of measuring distance. Heaven has bestowed upon my family not a small portion, only the young and innocent endure. This reflects a misjudgment by the earlier scholars concerning punctuation. The term not a small portion refers to the narrative of the three monitors and the rebellion of the Huai. However, when one examines the entirety of the text, it begins with the establishment of the Zhou dynasty, followed by the sudden demise of King Wu, and then the young Cheng Wang ascends the throne. Only after Yue Zichuan does it mention the three monitors and Huai. Thus, the character family should end the sentence, and Yen should belong to the previous phrase, heaven has bestowed upon my family, not a small portion, only the young and innocent endure. The term not a small portion merely indicates the untimely death of King Wu. After 3 rounds of tea, the table was strewn with books. Lu Zhao, Yuan Yuling, and Xie Xinghan were utterly captivated. With a span of 1,500 years from the southern Qi to the present, during this period, eminent scholars and masters emerged, and countless scholars engaged in prolonged discussions and debates, elevating the study of the Shang Shu to heights unattainable in the southern Qi era. Furthermore, Wang Yang's grasp of the academic historical context and his insights proved to be the key to unraveling the complex dilemmas that had persisted since the Han dynasty regarding the study of the Shang Shu. How could Lu Zhao and the others not be astounded and enchanted? Initially, Lu Zhao would frequently consult texts and pose questions, but soon he became entirely submissive to Wang Yang's monologue. As Wang Yang grew more animated, he not only maintained rigor but also interspersed bold and shocking theories that could overturn established views, leaving Lu Zhao exhilarated and overjoyed, as though he were witnessing a new world previously unseen. After sipping tea to moisten his throat, Wang Yang continued to speak eloquently. Yugong states, when the 3 rivers converge, the Jinzi is settled. What are the 3 rivers? From Yuzhang down to Pingli, east to the sea, this is the southern river. From Minshan to Zhejiang, Pingli, entering the sea, this is the central river. From Zhuangzhong flowing eastward to Han, passing through sands, and then entering the Jiang, merging into the sea, this is the northern river. Lu Zhao exclaimed, young Master Wang is indeed proficient in the study of geography. Wang Yang humbly replied, a mere smattering of knowledge, a mere smattering. Indeed, it is only a smattering. A cool voice suddenly emerged from behind the screen. Wang Yang was taken aback. He had been so absorbed for so long that he was unaware of anyone's presence behind him. Lu Zhao, previously engrossed in scholarship, had forgotten that Xie Xinghan was still there, and upon seeing Wang Yang's confusion, he quickly explained, this is the daughter of a friend of mine. Young Master Wang arrived unexpectedly, and she had no time to avoid detection, hence she has been concealed behind the screen. Please do not take offense, young master. Yuan Yuling suddenly recalled something, glancing at the lacquered screen with a changed expression. Xie Xinghan remarked, what young Master Wang describes concerning waterways generally refers to the North Han River, the Central Min River, and the Southern Yuzhang River. However, if we follow this reasoning, once the 3 rivers converge at Pingli, merging into one as they flow past Meiling and Jinko into the sea, they could no longer be referred to as 3 rivers. How then does the Yugong still designate them as 3 rivers entering the sea? Young master, your arguments seem overly contrived in their brilliance. What, she is quite knowledgeable, but what does her subtly barbed remark imply? Wang Yang, who typically prioritized textual studies, was now accused of being overly contrived. The term overly contrived suggests a forced and tenuous argument. For a scholar, receiving such a critique is a tremendous embarrassment. Yet, one could also fault Wang Yang for becoming so engrossed in his discourse, casually citing Su Shi's argument without ensuring its academic rigor. Had it been any other time, Wang Yang would have simply acknowledged his lack of rigor, but not now. He had to dominate the discourse, otherwise, he would fail to achieve the desired impact. Wang Yang promptly countered, why can a convergence into one not still be called 3 rivers? The waters flow westward, and upon reaching Jinshan, there are distinctions among the 3 streams. For those who appreciate fine tea, the flavors of the water matter. Thus, the mingling of the 3 streams cannot be misleading. Even when the rivers converge, their identities can still be distinguished as 3. 3 streams? What do you mean by 3 streams? And where does this concept originate? Xie Xinghan inquired. Wang Yang silently cursed himself for his slip of the tongue. 3 streams was a term that only emerged during the refined tea culture of the Tang dynasty, making its current reference rather premature. Seeing Wang Yang hesitate to respond, Xie Xinghan frowned, her lips curling in a disdainful expression. Surely you are not fabricating this. Lu Zhao and Yuan Yuling turned their gazes toward Wang Yang. Note: as Wang Yang continued to astonish Lu Zhao with his unique theories, some of his assertions lacked substantiation and were merely conjectures without verification. However, the most exquisite conjectures can be the most compelling, regardless of their correctness. Scholars of the Qing dynasty spoke of a state of knowledge where one could achieve a sort of independent judgment. The term independent judgment refers to making a definitive statement without conclusive evidence. When one asserts that something is right, it is deemed right. This is an intuition cultivated through profound scholarly refinement, a blend of genius and enlightenment encapsulated in a single judgment. Those interested in this topic may refer to Mr. Chun Inca's Pao Huayuan Ji, a supplement, or Reading the Tale of Ying Ying. The conclusions in these two articles may not necessarily be correct, but they convey the allure and brilliance of conjecture. Chapter 34. Does the young master understand poetry? Wang Yang, sensing the piercing gazes of Lu Zhao and Yu Yuling, immediately clarified, "Of course not, I merely forgot the title for a moment. Allow me to provide another example. It is indeed found within the Yugong. The Han River, upon reaching Xiakou, merges into the Great River, flowing into Pengli, yet the Yugong still refers to it as Beijiang. When the river and the Han River converge at Pengli, the Yugong continues to designate it as Zhongjiang. Even as the Yangtze and the Han join, they still retain the appellations of Beijiang and Zhongjiang. But if I argue that the three rivers, when united, may still be called the three rivers, what objection can there be?" Xie Xinghan, relentless and undeterred, was determined to give Wang Yang no quarter, even if that were permissible. "It does not substantiate your claim. The Hanshu geography identifies the river entering the sea from Wu County in the south as Beijiang, the one flowing eastward from Wuhu to Yangxian as Zhongjiang, and the river entering the sea from the northeast of Pailing as Nanjing. But this aligns with the assertion in the Zhou Li Jifeng that Yangzhou contains three rivers. The confluence of the Han Shu and the Zhou Li serves as definitive proof. Although you present an innovative interpretation, it lacks empirical support. The distinction is evident, impressive. Indeed, this young lady is quite formidable, yet we are merely engaged in an academic discourse. Why the palpable tension? Have I provoked you in any way?" Wang Yang began to counter. "It seems you have hastily reached your conclusion. The Han Shu refers solely to minor tributaries in the southeast, and certainly not to the grand rivers described in the Yugong. But if these three are deemed the three rivers, then surely the river at Jinko, which possesses a far greater flow than those three minor tributaries, must also be considered. Why then does the Yugong neglect the significant in favor of the trivial?" Xie Xinghan was momentarily taken aback. Wang Yang smiled gently. "Moreover, there lies a fundamental error in your assertion that the Han Shu aligns with the Zhou Li. Such a claim is not necessarily accurate. Bangu was a figure of the Eastern Han, while the Zhou Li is a work of the pre-Qin period. Thus Bangu's interpretations cannot be taken as infallible. Should we seek alignment with the Zhou Li, I would argue that Guopu's interpretation is far more fitting. Guopu identifies the three rivers as the Minjiang, Songjiang, and Zhejiang within Yangzhou. The most significant waterways surpass neither Min nor Zhejiang. During that era, even the Songjiang could rival the Yangtze and Xiantang, thus earning the title of Yuji. "The Guiyu states, Wu, and you are encircled by the three rivers," Fan Li remarked. "I contend with Wu for the benefits of the three rivers and 5 lakes. These three rivers must refer to those of the Zhou Li, not the three you have cited from the Han Shu. Yu Yuling found himself unable to follow the rhythm of their exchange, feeling as though he were witnessing a celestial duel. Lu Zhao, not well versed in geographical studies, felt slightly bewildered. After Wang Yang concluded, a silence enveloped the space behind the screen. Lu Zhao, intending to ease the tension, was interrupted by a soft voice emerging from behind the screen. "Your knowledge is truly remarkable, young master." "I am in awe." Wang Yang finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He had perhaps become too engrossed in the conversation, choosing a topic that was difficult to navigate. The question of the three rivers had been a subject of debate for millennia, with countless influential theories emerging even during the Qing dynasty. Thus, Wang Yang's apparent dominance in the discussion stemmed not from the correctness of his argument, but from his synthesis of various scholars' opinions, allowing him to debate with great fervor. Reflecting now, he felt somewhat guilty for having taken advantage of the situation, and he replied, "You flatter me. I merely borrow the words of others." "I have not flattered you, rather, it is you who is overly modest," she said, her voice drawing closer. Wang Yang turned with curiosity to see a stunning young lady in a white gown emerge gracefully from behind the screen, her waist cinched, exuding an air of nobility. her eyes bright like stars, imparting an impression of extraordinary intelligence. Starry eyes, so this is what it means to have starry eyes. In his past readings, Wang Yang had only associated the term with animated characters, but now, encountering this young lady, he realized that such a phenomenon truly existed. Her eyes sparkled with the glimmer of a galaxy, twinkling like countless stars in the night sky. Typically, Lu Zhao would have introduced Xie Xinghan to Wang Yang, yet he was uncertain whether she would wish to reveal her identity. Meanwhile, Xie Xinghan did not conform to the expected demeanor of a noblewoman, waiting demurely for an introduction, nor did she shyly lower her gaze and murmur a greeting. Instead, she met Wang Yang's eyes directly, displaying no signs of trepidation. It was Wang Yang who felt oddly unsettled under her gaze, and just as he contemplated what to say, Xie Xinghan spoke first. "Young master, do you understand poetry?" "I possess a modest knowledge," Wang Yang replied with a polite smile. "Recently, I came across a fine poem. I remember the first line, fallen and disheveled. I traversed the riverside with wine." Wang Yang's smile froze instantly. He was not foolish enough to think she was another time traveler, for Dumu's original line was fallen and desolate. "I traversed the riverside with wine." He had altered fallen and desolate to fallen and disheveled, believing the latter better suited Xie circumstances. Thus, in a mere second, he deduced the identity of this young lady, recalling the various rumors surrounding the fourth daughter of the Xie family and her dealings with flirtatious young men, coupled with her earlier hints of hostility and the way her gaze inadvertently swept over the fake nameplate he had used as a disguise. Wang Yang felt an urgent need to devise a strategy, for more importantly, he was far from prepared to confront the Qinjun Xie family. His visit to the county academy was merely to perform a role, and he could not afford for this young lady to ruin the act. Why is it in 7-character lines? The orthodox form is 4-character, 5-character for lyrical flow. As for 7-character lines, I dare not indulge. Wang Yang frowned, resembling a stubborn old scholar. "Have you not heard this poem, young Master Wang?" Xie Xinghan fixed her gaze upon him. Wang Yang delivered a performance worthy of an award-winning actor, feigning confusion. Could it be a renowned work? Is it by a poet of the present dynasty? "I truly have no deep understanding of poetry. If my earlier remarks offended you, I sincerely apologize." Xie Xinghan scrutinized Wang Yang for several seconds before breaking into a smile. "If you do not know, then so be it. I merely asked casually." Wang Yang felt a slight relief. "Oh, young Master Wang, how is there white ash in your hair? Is it flour?" Xie Xinghan blinked her exceptionally bright and clear eyes, glancing at the top of Wang Yang's head. Wang Yang's heart skipped a beat. He patted the spot where she was looking, responding casually, "Perhaps it is lime. I must have picked it up while entering the city. It should be gone now, yes?" Xie Xinghan blinked. "Oh, I must have seen incorrectly. There is no white ash." Wang Yang realized he had been played. This young lady undoubtedly harbored suspicions about him, yet he maintained a facade of calm. At that moment, the curtain had not been lifted, so she could not have seen his true appearance. Furthermore, the ox cart had been at a considerable distance. He had only shouted a few words, and unless the chubby boy emerged to testify or the servants recognized him, she could not substantiate her suspicions. If he could just hold firm and not concede, he could surely sway her doubts. Lu Zhao observed the peculiar interaction between the two, yet he could not articulate what seemed odd. His mind was preoccupied with Wang Yang's previous scholarly assertions, leaving him little inclination to ponder the present situation. In contrast to the discussion of poetry, he yearned to hear Wang Yang elaborate further on the Shangshu. Having dedicated a lifetime to the study of the Shangshu, he had never realized it could be interpreted in such a manner. Many questions that had plagued him for decades were suddenly clarified through the insights of this young gentleman. How often does one experience such a liberating epiphany in a lifetime? Dear niece, please take your seat and listen as young Master Wang continues on the Shangshu. Xie Xinghan smiled lightly. "I shall pass on that." Wang Yang rose. "The hour grows late. I too must take my leave." Upon hearing that Wang Yang intended to depart, Lu Zhao, unable to contain his urgency, exclaimed, "You cannot leave. We have yet to finish. We have not dined. How can you depart?" He then turned to Yu Yuling. "Zijie, quickly instruct the servants. I must host a banquet for young Master Wang." Wang Yang, believing he had succeeded in his maneuver, felt elated and politely remarked, "That truly is unnecessary." Xie Xinghan interjected, "Indeed, it is quite unnecessary." Wang Yang. Chapter 35 of the Noble Son of Langya. "Fortunately," Lu Zhao remarked, "why should it not be necessary? To study alone without friends leads to ignorance and narrow-mindedness. Today, young master has taught me the book of documents, and I must certainly extend my hospitality." He then turned to Xie Xinghan, saying, "Niece, do stay and share a meal with us." Xie Xinghan smiled. "Since uncle wishes to entertain esteemed guests, I shall not intrude." She then glanced at Wang Yang, a playful smile gracing her lips. With your remarkable talent, I shall certainly seek your guidance in poetry on another occasion. Wang Yang felt a twinge of unease within, forcing a smile as he clasped his hands together. I am not well versed in poetry. However, I would be delighted to engage in discussions on classical texts. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the southern Qi imperial capital of Jiankong, within a sprawling estate on the outskirts of the city, a throng of guards stood vigilant. A remarkably handsome young nobleman clad in resplendent robes was learning to ride a horse. Standing nearby were 4 highly skilled equestrian instructors, intently observing every subtle movement of the young nobleman, fearful of any misstep. A sheen of perspiration glistened on his forehead as his movements appeared somewhat clumsy, yet his focus was unwavering, gripping the reins while watching the steed beneath him, which rebelliously twisted its neck, further igniting his enthusiasm. An elderly servant approached, bowing respectfully. Young master, half an hour has passed. The nobleman, lost in the thrill of the moment, immediately dismounted upon hearing the time, showing no signs of reluctance. However, in his haste, his left foot landed awkwardly, causing him to sway dangerously close to a fall of the 4 equestrian instructors, and a dozen guards rushed forward to assist him. The young nobleman steadied himself, smiling as he waved his hand. No harm done. The instructors and guards then retreated to their positions, relieved. A young attendant presented a cloth for wiping his face, and as the nobleman wiped away the sweat, he remarked, half an hour is hardly sufficient. 4 attendants hastily followed him, one carrying a basin of water, 2 assisting him in changing garments, and 1 holding a tray with a small cup of wine. This nobleman, who had just dismounted, was none other than Wang Rong, the esteemed son of the Langya Wang family, the chief advisor to the Prince of Jingling, revered as the foremost talent of the Great Qi. He was a direct descendant of the renowned Eastern Jin statesman Wang Dao, belonging to the most prosperous branch of the Wang clan. At merely 23 years of age, he had already attained the lofty position of Deputy Minister of the Secretariat, with court officials acknowledging that his rapid ascension is unparalleled in recent times. Thus, many regarded him as a promising candidate for the position of Prime Minister or Grand Counselor by the age of 30. Among all the young talents in the southern Qi Empire, his prominence was unmatched. After wiping his face and changing his attire, he sipped from the cup of wine, and the 4 attendants withdrew to a distance. An elderly servant reported, 5 individuals await an audience. Zhang Su, the chief clerk of the Ministry of Personnel; Li Zhu, the legal officer of the Grand Marshal's office; Lu Man, a doctor of the National Academy; Xu Zhen, the governor of Yixing; and Niu Mu, the cavalry commandant. Wang Rong, drying his hands, instructed, give the list I prepared to Zhang Su, select 2 plump maidens to accompany Xu Zhen. Lead Lu Man to the study to wait, host a banquet for Li Zhu, avoiding fish, but the rest is up to you. Summon Niu Mu to the mountain pavilion, as I shall see him first. His words flowed rapidly, as though he were discussing a single matter, seamlessly transitioning from one task to another without pause. The elderly servant, equally astute, memorized the instructions and departed promptly. At that moment, a steward hurriedly approached, bowing low. A visitor from Jingzhou has arrived. Wang Rong halted the servant. Have Niu Mu wait a little longer. I shall meet with the visitor from Jingzhou first. In a secret chamber, a man dressed in black with an eye patch over his left eye knelt and reported, the king of Badong is reluctant to associate with outsiders, and only his 60 loyal guards are permitted close contact. Even the chief historian and the general find it difficult to gain an audience with him, and it is even more challenging for other civil and military officials to meet him. Our men cannot approach. The man paused momentarily, then added, Lord Wang seeks your guidance, young master. Should we attempt to find a gap within the 60 loyal guards? Absolutely not. Wang Rong decisively rejected the notion. The king of Badong is astute. Although he may appear eccentric and unpredictable, he adheres to his own principles. Inform my cousin that the 60 loyal guards must not be touched. He must devise another approach. The man hesitated before inquiring. Lord Wang asks if, in the event that we still cannot find an opportunity, we may bypass this step and directly initiate the plan. Wang Rong regarded the man in silence. The latter quickly added, I have offered my counsel, yet it seems you are quite confident. Realizing the temperament of the young master, he hastily fell silent, bowing his head. I shall ensure that Lord Wang strictly follows your instructions. Wang Rong spoke slowly. If we are to act, we must do so with prudence. We can afford to wait for opportunities, even if it takes another year or two. the paramount goal is stability, and only then success. Should any misfortune arise, neither of you shall return. Understood. The man, feeling a chill run down his spine, bowed once more. Wang Rong's tone softened. I am aware that you long to return to the capital. You have endured much during this time. Relay to my cousin that I have made arrangements. Upon his return, he will either serve as a cavalry attendant or hold a position among the 9 ministers. As for you, you shall serve as the captain of the White Guard in the Prince of Jingling's residence. How does that sound? The man expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your kindness, young master. However, I wish only to follow you and do not desire any other position. Working at the prince's residence is not a better opportunity than accompanying me? Wang Rong replied with a teasing tone. I owe my current standing to you, young master. My ability to serve at the prince's residence is also due to your influence. It is possible that I may someday serve within the imperial city, and I attribute that to you as well. Therefore, I have no desire for anything else but to follow you. Wang Rong chuckled. You are indeed clever. Focus on your tasks, and perhaps you may indeed find yourself serving in the imperial city one day. Thank you, young master. I shall ride swiftly to convey the message. Rest today, depart tomorrow. But young master, go home and visit your mother, she misses you. The man felt his eyes moisten, deeply bowing his head to Wang Rong. Within the Jingzhou Academy, Wang Yang was relishing his meal. This marked the first occasion since his arrival in this realm that he savored white rice, accompanied by golden chicken broth, roasted pork, fermented soybeans, and spring onions with wood ear mushrooms, complemented by 2 varieties of fresh vegetables. Additionally, there was a unique delicacy, rice and fish fillets wrapped in lotus leaves, known as guizha. In a moment of reverie, Wang Yang found himself reminded of sushi. No wonder Wang Shiji held such fondness for this dish, even composing the guizha tai, noting that guizha tastes exquisite. Now, it seemed quite genuine. As Lu Zhao eagerly poured wine and continued the discourse on the Book of Documents, Wang Yang, feeling the effects of the wine, no longer confined himself to the traditional methods of textual exegesis. Previously, he had chosen such topics to gain trust and avoid being countered. Now that the conversation flowed freely, he felt more at ease, passionately discussing the literary techniques and principles of the Book of Documents, and subsequently extending the conversation to ancient military systems and legal codes, causing Lu Zhao to feel elated, as if they were meeting too late. Under the influence of fine wine, the two grew increasingly familiar, with Lu Zhao even addressing Wang Yang by his courtesy name, Jian, replacing the more distant young master Wang. Yu Yuling was utterly in awe of Wang Yang, and upon seeing his cup empty, he personally stood to refill it. Wang Yang, caught in the spirit of the moment and slightly inebriated, unconsciously employed the modern etiquette of knocking hands, gently tapping the table 3 times with his fingers, uttering, "Thank you, thank you." Both Yu Yuling and Lu Zhao were taken aback by this gesture. Chapter 36. Pointing out flaws. Wang Yang also sensed something amiss and was about to casually interject when Lu Zhao remarked, Jian is from Yixing, is he not? I have heard that the customs of Yixing dictate that during banquets, one taps the table with their fingers to enhance the conversation and signal others to listen attentively. Such a notion exists? Wang Yang chuckled softly, neither confirming nor denying, and casually replied, Indeed, you are remarkably well read, sir, with extensive knowledge. Since we are away from home, let us refrain from discussing family matters and instead delve into the Book of Documents. He then resumed discussing the Book of Documents. The first half of Wang Yang's statement was merely a casual compliment made at the dining table, yet Lu Zhao, having prior knowledge of the tapping the table custom, took it to imply that Wang Yang must be connected to Yixing. Therefore, what Wang Yang intended as flattery transformed in Lu Zhao's ears into an affirmation of the matter. As for Wang Yang's evasion of the topic, it is easily understood. The authentic Wang family of Langya predominantly resides in the capital, Jiankang, while this young master is from Yixing, clearly suggesting a branch of the family that has fallen from grace. Otherwise, his scholarly pursuits would have led him to Jiankang, not Jingzhou. It is likely that the prominent families of the capital would not have accepted him, or perhaps he was reluctant to seek their favor, wary of their judgment. With no time for further contemplation, he listened attentively as Wang Yang addressed a critical issue. Wang Yang spoke with assurance, noting that ancient texts, inscribed on bamboo slips, often suffered from the deterioration of their binding strings, leading to the disarray of the vertical slips, and even the direct loss of certain sections, a common occurrence. The Book of Han states, texts may lose slips, and transmission may result in disarray. The loss of slips signifies absence, while disarray indicates confusion in the sequence. Modern scholars, lacking in understanding of bamboo slip studies, rely on paper copies to establish the text and mistakenly consider it definitive, unaware that what they transcribe may well be erroneous. He set down his chopsticks, observing Lu Zhao and Yu Ling, who were listening with wide eyes, and continued. For instance, in the Gao Yao chapter of the Book of Documents, the upper text states, Yun Di Ju De, Mo Ming Bai Xia, which is what history recounts, rather than the words of Gao Yao. The lower text features Di Yu saying you. You signifies yes. Who is this yes referring to? Between these two lines, there must be a missing text. First, Gao Yao speaks, and then Di Yu affirms him, posing a question. This is the only logical interpretation. Lu Zhao and Yu Ling nodded in unison, convinced that Wang Yang was a genius in scholarly pursuits, capable of deriving doubt from seemingly unquestionable premises. Such an ability is not merely acquired through reading, it relies more on innate talent. Noticing their admiration, Wang Yang realized that Su Shi's remarkable theory had won over 2 more fans. He drained his cup, adding, there are numerous instances of such errors in the Book of Documents, with miswritten slips and characters not limited to just one section. Unfortunately, contemporary scholars often remain oblivious to these inaccuracies, thereby losing sight of the true essence of the Book of Documents. Having concluded, he rose and clasped his hands in thanks, stating, I am grateful for your hospitality, but the hour is late, and the city gates will soon close. I must take my leave. The audacity of asserting that the current text of the Book of Documents might contain errors, not just one instance, what a monumental revelation for scholars. Lu Zhao and his disciple, holding their breath in anticipation, were prepared to hear more, only to be taken aback by Wang Yang's announcement of his departure. They sprang to their feet, insisting he must stay the night, nearly resorting to force to keep him seated. Wang Yang feigned reluctance, saying, but I still need to settle my bill at the tailor's, and this, I shall go. Yu Ling volunteered eagerly. That one tea be necessary. Just let my attendant handle it, Wang Yang replied, glancing towards the door. Hey Han. Hey Han approached, bowing respectfully, young master. Was the bill at the tailor's 2,000 or 3,000 coins? Wang Yang pondered momentarily, considering saying 10,000, but borrowing such a substantial sum upon first acquaintance might raise suspicions. Furthermore, 10,000 coins was too large a sum to request so soon after meeting, potentially leading to complications. Wang Yang aimed to control the amount to a sum that would be considered not too much for a gentry family, thus allowing Lu Zhao to lend it without further thought. Hey Han, feeling fortunate, responded, 3,000 coins. In truth, had it been entirely up to Hey Han, he would have claimed 3,800 coins. However, fearing to displease Wang Yang, he opted for the safer figure. Bolstered by the effects of the wine, Wang Yang awkwardly began his performance. Will there be time to exit the city, gather the money, and return? Yu Ling innocently inquired, where do you reside? Lu Zhao promptly instructed Yu Ling, go find Steward He and have him withdraw 3,000 coins from my private account for this young gentleman. Wang Yang sincerely replied, thank you, sir. I shall certainly repay you in the future. Lu Zhao grasped Wang Yang's arm, insisting, let us not discuss such matters, come, you and I shall continue our scholarly discourse. Wang Yang queried, are there any sweets available here? Indeed. Jian, do you desire something sweet? Would you prefer sugar crabs, sugar cane, or honey cakes? Wang Yang pondered for a moment before boldly requesting, I would like all of them, please. Additionally, could you prepare a few dishes similar to those I just enjoyed, to send back with my attendant as a gift for a friend? Would that be too much trouble? Not at all, not at all, Lu Zhao replied nonchalantly. Zijie, prepare the funds first, and then notify the kitchen that tonight, Jian and I shall indulge in a long night of drinking. Hey Han understood that the young master desired sweets because he had promised to Wu before departing. The fact that he remembered even such trifles moved him greatly. Although the meal Hey Han consumed could not compare to Wang Yang's, the county school had provided him with a meal of considerable merit due to Wang Yang's influence. He dared not jeopardize Wang Yang's plans, so he suppressed the urge to pack his food, instead secretly stowing away a sesame cake to bring home for his daughter. It seemed his daughter would have a delightful treat tonight. Under the sparse clouds and twinkling stars, with the dawn breeze caressing the moon, as little Wu tearfully gnawed on a large chicken leg, Wang Yang was expounding upon the Book of Documents. As little Wu savored the flavors, nearly biting her own tongue, Wang Yang continued with his discourse. As little Wu stood atop a small stool, stacking the remaining wrapped delicacies into a clay jar, Wang Yang remained engrossed in his lecture. As the night deepened and the wine flowed, Lu Zhao, brimming with enthusiasm, slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "To reopen such paths of inquiry and to enrich the scholarly realm with such insights, it would be a shame not to document it. Someone, bring me ink and brush." "Ji Yan, you speak, I shall write." "The title shall be," Wang Yang interjected, "how about calling it Pointing Out Flaws in the Book of Documents? The Book of Documents does contain errors, akin to white jade with slight imperfections. To point out these flaws is to reveal their defects. That title is inappropriate." Lu Zhao immediately corrected him. "The Book of Documents is flawless and cannot possess any blemish. It is the later versions that have flaws, hence it should be titled Pointing Out Flaws in the Ancient and Modern Texts of the Book of Documents." Mr. Lu is indeed steady and astute. "Very well," Wang Yang readily acquiesced. "Agreed, let us call it Pointing Out Flaws in the Ancient and Modern Texts of the Book of Documents." Chapter 37, Writing a Book. The two engaged in a lively exchange of words and writing until the late hours of the night. Lu Zhao penned his thoughts with fervor, feeling no fatigue, while Wang Yang, exhausted and weary, found it increasingly difficult to persevere. Lu Zhao arranged for a guest room to be prepared for Wang Yang, who gratefully took residence within. Although the room was modest in size and decor, it was a far cry from the thatched hut of the blacksmith's family. As a member of the gentry and a scholar official, Lu Zhao had no fewer than a dozen servants at his disposal in the county academy. He specifically assigned 2 attendants to cater to Wang Yang's needs. Having traversed a perilous journey filled with immense pressure, Wang Yang had rarely enjoyed a sound sleep. Now, having finally settled into a comfortable room, the tension within him eased, allowing him to wash up and promptly fall asleep. However, Lu Zhao could not share in this comfort. After experiencing Wang Yang's brainstorming session for half the day, he found himself without the slightest inclination for slumber. He busied himself with organizing his recently penned drafts, meticulously reviewing literature and verifying details. Engrossed in his work, alternating between laughter and tears, he astonishingly remained awake the entire night. As dawn broke, he anxiously sought out Wang Yang, only to find him still in slumber at the threshold. Not wishing to disturb Wang Yang's rest, Lu Zhao stood for a while before reluctantly returning to his chamber to continue pondering the manuscript. He dispatched servants at intervals to check if Wang Yang had awakened. After several disappointing responses, he could not help but think to himself, "This young man possesses such remarkable talent. If only he could overcome his habit of daytime napping, his future would be boundless." Lu Zhao persisted until the hour of the snake, around 10 o'clock, and upon realizing that still no sounds emerged from Wang Yang's room, he could no longer wait and instructed a servant to summon Wang Yang for breakfast. During the meal, he hastily posed several perplexing questions, to which Wang Yang responded without pause, demonstrating a remarkable flow of thought. Lu Zhao could not restrain a sigh, exclaiming, "Truly, the youth is formidable. With your scholarship, you would be more than sufficient to pursue a doctoral position at the Imperial Academy." The ancient doctorates differed significantly from modern ones. They encompassed both scholars and officials, who not only studied classics and educated talents but also engaged with the court and deliberated on state affairs. In truth, given Wang Yang's penchant for reading and scholarship, attaining a doctoral position at the Imperial Academy would be quite commendable. Nevertheless, Wang Yang was acutely aware of the fleeting lifespan of the Southern Qi dynasty, marked by extreme political turbulence, and more critically, he remained uncertain of the specifics regarding its short lifespan and turmoil. This only intensified his sense of insecurity. To him, the capital appeared as a treacherous whirlpool of latent crises, which he sought to avoid at all costs. How could he possibly consider attending the Imperial Academy? Of course, given his lack of residency, even if he wished to go, it would be impossible. The threat of exposure for his assumed identity loomed large, and the matter of his debts remained unresolved. He had no luxury of pondering the question of attending the Imperial Academy. Wang Yang shook his head with a wry smile, continuing to eat in silence. Seeing Wang Yang's demeanor, Lu Zhao assumed he was indifferent to the prospect of a doctoral career and remarked, "Certainly, pursuing a scholarly position does offer a narrower path to officialdom. However, the pursuit of knowledge is not confined to titles. Where there is will and wisdom, every place can become a realm of learning." Consider the late Wang Wenxian, who, despite holding the esteemed position of prime minister and managing countless affairs, was renowned for his expertise in ritual studies, authoring works such as records of mourning attire from ancient to modern times, questions on rituals and righteousness, and essentials of ritual discussions, all of which garnered the respect of scholars far and wide. It is said that even the northern barbarians sought his writings. The northern barbarians referred to the Northern Wei dynasty. The southern dynasties regarded themselves as the rightful lineage, deeming the northern dynasties as barbarians, hence the term northern barbarians. Wang Yang felt a twinge of shame, realizing his own understanding of ritual studies was rather superficial. He had never even heard of the several so-called timeless works Lu Zhao mentioned. Of course, it was also possible that they had simply not been passed down. Lu Zhao continued with a sense of nostalgia. After the passing of Wang Wenxian, I believe that among the Wang family of Langya, only Wang Rong could inherit his legacy. Yet today, I have discovered a second contender. Just as Wang Yang took a hearty bite of fish paste mixed with rice, he looked up to see Lu Zhao's eyes sparkling with a look of affirmation, as if to say, "Indeed, it is you, young man." Noticing Wang Yang's slightly dazed expression, Lu Zhao proclaimed earnestly, "Ji Yan, I do not speak lightly." While Wang Rong is hailed as a polymath, I believe, particularly regarding the Shang Shu, that no matter how proficient he may be, he cannot surpass you. Many of your assertions resonate profoundly. Your work, Xia, is destined to endure through the ages. The highest virtue is to establish morality, followed by the establishment of merit, and next, the establishment of discourse. Though time may wear on, this is what we call the imperishable. Lu Zhao's eyes gleamed with unwavering devotion and determination. His manuscript in hand, his inner fire ablaze, he suddenly stood and declared, "Bring forth the servants. Clear the table, Ji Yan and I shall continue our writing." Although Wang Yang was deeply moved by Lu Zhao's unadulterated passion for scholarship, he could not suppress his exasperation, exclaiming, "But I have yet to finish my meal." The Shang Shu states, "I have Zhou Wei, who grants you great beneficence." The term great beneficence has been difficult to decipher throughout history. In fact, great beneficence is originally a single character, with great above and beneficence below. The character appears in the Shua when Jia, where it is defined as great and beneficence pronounced as Gai. All instances in the classics that interpret great as beneficence are merely borrowing this character. Here, the original character is employed, rarely seen by later generations. It has thus been mistakenly divided into great and beneficence. Furthermore, the phrase Wang Kunyan Ting is interpreted in the Shuchuan as, "There is nothing to contemplate, nothing to hear." In light of the preceding text, only the sage has no contemplation and is mad, only the mad can contemplate and become sage. It raises suspicion that Nian Ting was originally a mistake for Nian Shang, referring to the actions of King Zhou, who had nothing worthy of being revered as sage. The Wu Yipian states, "This is precisely what is not heard." While the Han stone inscriptions replace Ting with Sheng, as Ting and Sheng bear a close resemblance in ancient forms, making transcription prone to error. The De Gao states, "If you examine the chamber, it is already established." What does established mean? Established is likely a miswriting of fixed, indicating that while the father has settled the foundation, the son refuses to build the hall. The next line, "I dare not change the law," is written in the Han Shu as "You must not alter what is fixed," or the ancient writing of fixed and established appear similar, leading to easy confusion. Lu Zhao, suppressing his astonishment, steadied his hand, writing with remarkable speed. He keenly sensed that he was witnessing the birth of a timeless masterpiece. Once published, this book would undoubtedly become an indispensable text for all scholars of the Shang Shu. At this moment, Wang Yang proposed a startling assertion. Shun Dian states, "To repair the 5 rights, 5 jades, 3 silks, 2 lives, and 1 death sacrificial offering. Like 5 vessels, they will eventually return. Among these 5 jades, 3 silks, 2 lives, and 1 death sacrificial offering." The 9 characters seem to be a miswritten text, misplaced, based on literary reasoning. Their correct placement should be, with an exhilarating surge of emotion. Lu Zhao quickly noted down Wang Yang's words and eagerly inquired, "Where should it be placed?" Wang Yang stretched languidly, "Let us leave it here for now. We can continue later when the opportunity arises." "What? Time is of the essence. We could complete the manuscript in one go, thus benefiting the scholarly community sooner. How splendid would that be? Why must we pause?" Wang Yang feigned helplessness, saying, "I have matters to attend to." Lu Zhao, somewhat displeased, retorted, "What matter could be more important than scholarship?" Wang Yang sighed, "To be frank, I owe a debt of 13,200 coins, and the day of repayment is fast approaching. Alas, my purse is empty, and I cannot focus on writing. I must first devise a way to raise the funds. As for writing, it will have to wait." Lu Zhao's expression turned grave as he regarded Wang Yang, asking, Ji Yan, tell me the truth, do you have a habit of playing chupu? Chapter 38. How could a lowly clerk dare to defy the aristocracy, clad in simple attire, devoid of jade ornaments, arriving without a bullock cart, and showing no particular preference for the meal? He relished a few modest dishes. These subtle details had long been observed by Lu Zhao. Thus, prior to Wang Yang's request to borrow 3,000 coins, Lu Zhao had already concluded that Wang Yang's family wealth was quite meager. Therefore, when Wang Yang first hinted at the need for a loan last night, Lu Zhao did not hesitate to lend the money, hoping to assist this prodigious young man. However, now, nearly a night later, Wang Yang spoke of debts again, and this time the sum was even greater, an astonishing 13,000 coins. Lu Zhao, who held Wang Yang's talent in high regard and even admired it, grew concerned that Wang Yang might have fallen into some vice. The so-called chupu was a form of gambling popular among both nobles and commoners at the time. Engaging in a few rounds was harmless, but there was a vast difference between casual enjoyment and becoming ensnared in addiction. Wang Yang hastily replied, "Of course not." Lu Zhao's expression became increasingly solemn. "Then do you indulge in the company of courtesans?" "Where? No, when? I haven't even seen one." "Do you consume the 5-stone powder, or perhaps delve into the art of alchemy?" At that time, alchemy and the consumption of medicinal substances were notoriously extravagant pursuits, with individuals sometimes squandering their entire fortunes on them. 5-stone powder? Even if it were given to me for free, I would refuse. Seeing Lu Zhao's increasingly wild conjectures, Wang Yang chose to be candid. "This money is not for me, I am merely helping a friend." Observing Wang Yang's sincere demeanor, Lu Zhao felt reassured and said, "Very well, then I shall provide the funds." Wang Yang was overjoyed. "But consider it a loan from me to you. I shall definitely repay it in the future." "No need, as long as you can complete Jixia. What is a mere 100,000 coins?" Wang Yang bowed deeply to Lu Zhao. "I must repay the money. I owe it to my friend's family for your life-saving grace." Lu Zhao also bowed deeply in return. "Wealth is a trifling matter, scholarship is of paramount importance to I express my gratitude on behalf of scholars everywhere for your intention to compose this timeless masterpiece." The elder and the youth exchanged bows, mutual respect and admiration evident between them, feeling fortunate to have met one another. Lu Zhao said, "Come, let us continue, striving to complete the manuscript as soon as possible." Logically, Wang Yang had no reason to decline at this moment. The repayment date set by Master Du was 3 days hence, meaning Wang Yang had the remainder of today and all of tomorrow. Since Lu Zhao had already agreed to lend the money, there was no rush. However, Wang Yang preferred to act with caution. First, having money in hand alleviated any sense of urgency. Second, the blacksmith and Ab were still anxiously awaiting at home, and it would be better to return the money swiftly to put their minds at ease. Third, writing could be done at any time, and no day or half-day was particularly critical, but repaying the debt had a deadline. What if delays occurred, or unforeseen circumstances arose? Thus, Wang Yang politely declined Lu Zhao's suggestion, expressing a desire to deliver the money first and then return to write. Lu Zhao, suppressing his eagerness, instructed Yu Yuling to prepare the funds for Wang Yang. Yu Yuling had long wished to seek Wang Yang's guidance on scholarly matters but had struggled to find an opportunity, and now, upon hearing that Wang Yang was heading out of town on business, he volunteered to accompany him. Lu Zhao readily agreed. It was not out of fear that Wang Yang might abscond with the money, but rather to ensure that Yu Yuling would urge Wang Yang to return promptly. Furthermore, Lu Zhao arranged for his own bullock cart for Wang Yang's journey. The bullock cart was a distinctive emblem of that era. The aristocracy of the 6 dynasties favored the bullock cart, believing it to be dignified, smooth, and a mode of transport superior in style to horse-drawn carriages. As Wang Yang sat within the cart, he engaged with Yu Yuling in discussions of scholarly pursuits, while also inquiring about the local aristocracy of Jingzhou, its customs and culture, feeling as though he were on a delightful journey. Upon reaching the entrance of Beiying village, Wang Yang instructed Yu Yuling to wait in the cart while he took the money pouch to the blacksmith's home. Before he even entered, he sensed something amiss. The door of the thatched cottage swung wide open, and within, he heard the desperate cries of a father and daughter. "Release my daughter! Release my daughter! You wicked scoundrels, my lord is on his way. You shall pay for this." "My lord, how splendid, let him come. I must admit, I have missed him." "Who longs for me?" As Wang Yang stepped inside, he saw the blacksmith pinned to the ground by 3 men, veins bulging, his face flushed, struggling and shouting, "My lord! Quickly save all!" Little Odd was being held aloft by a burly man, flailing her tiny hands and kicking her feet. Initially quite defiant, upon seeing Wang Yang, she suddenly broke into tears. Wang Yang coldly commanded, "Release her." The 4 ruffians who had come with Master Du were now unperturbed. Previously, they had been intimidated by Wang Yang, but this time they paid his words no heed, their eyes filled with provocation. Master Du sat in the hall, chuckling, "This fellow simply cannot resist a visit. I was just thinking of you, and unexpectedly you have delivered yourself to my doorstep." Wang Yang turned to Master Du and retorted sarcastically, "Du Sanner, it is rather unbecoming to show up before the appointed time. Your character leaves much to be desired." Upon hearing Wang Yang refer to him as Du Sanner, Master Du's anger flared on the brink of death. "You dare to play the fool before me? Let me be frank, I have already had someone investigate, and aside from Wang Tai, there is no second member of the Wang clan from Langya in Jingzhou. Once you are imprisoned, I shall take my time to deal with you." With that, he bellowed outside, "Tom Luozhu, seize him." 3 constables clad in black rushed in, and upon seeing Wang Yang in his scholar's garb, stood momentarily stunned, thinking to themselves that this individual bore the bearing of a gentleman, which contradicted Master Du's description. Master Du, seasoned and astute, quickly discerned the constable's thoughts and declared, "This trickster has merely changed his attire to create an illusion. It is indeed him." The leading constable steadied himself and said, "I am Tong Luozhu, the constable of Yinghu village in Jiangling County. It has been reported that you are impersonating an aristocrat and engaging in deceit. Come with us." The constable, an officer of local law during the southern dynasties, was subordinate to the county magistrate and was responsible for maintaining order in peacetime and conscripting labor in wartime. Although not a high-ranking official, he wielded some authority. Tong Luozhu had initially planned to arrest Wang Yang immediately, with shackles prepared on either side. However, upon observing Wang Yang's distinguished demeanor and attire, he instinctively softened his tone. The moment for theatrics had arrived. Wang Yang looked at Tong Luozhu, gradually revealing a smile, which culminated in a hearty laugh, as if he had witnessed something exceedingly humorous. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, particularly Tong Luozhu, who felt a twinge of uncertainty in his heart. Yet if he knew that the one laughing bore an even greater trepidation, what would he have thought? "Little Aw, quick-witted," exclaimed, "don't you understand? My lord is laughing at your foolishness." Tong Luozhu, upon hearing this, felt a surge of doubt. "What are you dawdling about? Seize him." Master Du, growing impatient, disregarded Tong Luozhu's dignity and issued orders directly. Tong Luozhu, unable to defy Master Du, gritted his teeth and waved his hand, signaling 2 constables to advance on Wang Yang. Sensing the urgency, Wang Yang suddenly bellowed, "I am a son of the Wang clan of Langya. You lowly clerks dare to trample upon the aristocracy. Are you truly seeking death?" Chapter 39. The Guan Yuan Tavern. The subordinates were taken aback, intimidated by Wang Yang's imposing demeanor, hesitating in their steps. Seizing the moment, Wang Yang commanded with a fierce tone, "Summon the magistrate of Jiangling County immediately. I intend to demonstrate just how foolish his subordinates truly are." The poor Tong Luozhu and his 2 companions, who usually exuded authority, were now chastised by both Master Du and Wang Yang, leaving them utterly at a loss. Master Du stood up and addressed Tong Luozhu, "Have you all lost your wits? I have already investigated, and aside from Wang Tai, there is no other member of the Langya Wang clan in Jingzhou." Wang Yang sneered, "Is that so? Have you inquired about the county's academy? Have you consulted Lu Zhao, the academy's head?" "The county academy?" Both Master Du and Tong Luozhu were momentarily taken aback. "The academy's carriage is waiting at the village entrance. Oh, and by the way, my friend is aboard. He hails from the Yu clan of Xinya." Tong Luozhu promptly instructed one of the subordinates to check at the village entrance, and Master Du sent one of his own men alone. The distance to the village entrance was not far, and soon they returned, accompanied by Yu Yuling. "Wang brother, what is happening here?" Yu Yuling surveyed the crowded room with a hint of surprise. Wang Yang casually replied, "Nothing much, just a few people courting death, and I am prepared to oblige them." At that moment, Tong Luozhu's subordinate was whispering something to him, and Tong Luozhu exclaimed in shock, "Did you see clearly?" "I saw it quite clearly. That carriage bears the emblem of the Lu clan from Yeyang." Yamawa called out, "If you don't admit your mistake now, there will be no chance left. The Lu clan of Yeyang is one of the 4 prominent families in Jingzhou, and Tong Luozhu turned pale with fright, not daring to ponder further, and hastily knelt before Wang Yang, saying, I, a mere commoner, failed to recognize your greatness, and I have offended you, my lord. I beseech your forgiveness. His 2 subordinates quickly followed suit and knelt down, and Master Du remained skeptical. He had clearly conducted an investigation and confirmed that Wang Tai was the sole representative of the Langya Wang clan in Jingzhou, which was why he dared to act. He turned to Yu Yuling, clasping his hands in respect. May I inquire if this young master hails from the Yu clan of Xinye? Yu Yuling shot a glance at Master Du. Who are you? Before Master Du could respond, Wang Yang half-jokingly interjected, a moneylender who has lost his mind, suspecting us of impersonating nobility, and has summoned the magistrate to apprehend us. Master Du was about to retort, claiming his suspicions were directed solely at Wang Yang, but then he reconsidered, wondering if the newcomer was also a fraud, both of them conspiring together. No, wait, the Lu clan of Yeyang had sent them here in a carriage. If they were not of noble birth, how could the county academy dispatch a carriage? The identity of the Yu clan from Xinye could be verified at the provincial office. They would not dare to fabricate it openly, judging by his attire. Perhaps he was a scholar from the Yu family enrolled in the county academy. Yu Yuling addressed Wang Yang. Brother Wang is a guest. Allow me to handle this matter. Wang Yang nodded in consent. Why Yu Yuling did not spare Master Du a glance and approached Tong Luozhu. Are you the local magistrate? His tone exuded authority, completely contrasting his demeanor when discussing academic matters with Wang Yang earlier. Yes, I am the magistrate of Ying village. Tong Luozhu quickly replied. Under the jurisdiction of Jianling County? Yes, yes. Tong Luozhu began to sweat. I now suspect that these individuals are colluding with bandits. Take them back for interrogation. I shall send a message to Wu Luo. What a clever tactic, returning the favor. He doubts my noble lineage, and I shall doubt his affiliations with bandits. Nobility must not prove themselves, a splendid strategy, Wang Yang mused inwardly. Wu Luo was the magistrate of Jianling County, and Tong Luozhu, hearing this young lord casually mention his superior's name, felt even more apprehensive. The problem was that Master Du had considerable influence. How could he dare to apprehend him? He could not afford to offend either party. Caught in a dilemma, Master Du chuckled. Young master, you, do not be hasty. If you wish to detain someone, do you not wish to know who I am? Yu Yuling replied matter-of-factly. I inquired, but you did not respond. I am the proprietor of the Guanyuan Tavern, surnamed Du. During the southern and northern dynasties, a place for storing money and goods was called D. High-interest lenders typically had exclusive warehouses for lending and collecting collateral, also referred to as D shops. The name Guanyuan Tavern was quite renowned in Jingzhou. However, Yu Yuling raised an eyebrow and asked, and what of it? This family owes a substantial debt, and I have come to collect. Master Du presented the contract before Yu Yuling's eyes, no longer mentioning his doubts about their identities. As if on cue, Yu Yuling chose not to pursue the matter of apprehending anyone but instead glanced at the contract and stated, we have brought the money. If it were a reckless youth, they might have insisted that Tong Luozhu apprehend someone again. But Wang Yang sensed that the situation was unusual and did not press further. He merely tossed a bag of money onto the ground, stating, Du-san, I have brought the money. Count it, precisely 13,200 coins, but you, sir, lack integrity. You promised 3 days, so why are you here so soon? Being referred to as Du-san by the Langya Wang clan, Master Du could only grit his teeth and endure. He looked at the bag of money on the ground and said, I request both young masters to step outside for a conversation. Wang Yang replied, let us speak right here. There are some matters I wish to discuss privately with both young masters, Master Du said, clasping his fists in respect and stepping outside. Wang Yang and Yu Yuling exchanged glances and opted to follow him out. To their surprise, once outside, Master Du adopted a much humbler demeanor, bowing deeply to Wang Yang in apology, his attitude exceedingly sincere, and he even offered to treat Wang Yang to a meal as an act of contrition. Wang Yang chuckled, what kind of play are you performing? May I ask what your relationship is with this family of commoners? What of it? Your noble status is high, you have no kinship with these lowly folk, so why bother repaying their debts? Wang Yang grew cautious. As a moneylender, you should be delighted when someone repays a debt. Why concern yourself with who is providing the money? could it be that you do not wish to collect? Master Du's expression changed. He had not anticipated Wang Yang's sensitivity, which raised his suspicions with just one sentence. He immediately denied, I run a business, of course, I wish to profit, I merely do not wish to offend you, my lord. Wang Yang replied coldly, then take your money and leave. He understood that when dealing with such scoundrels, one must never appear weak. Only by assuming the true identity of the Langya Wang clan could he dispel any thoughts of a counterattack from Master Du. A flicker of malevolence flashed in Master Du's eyes, but he said nothing further. He lowered his head in respect to Wang Yang and Yu Yuling, then returned indoors to retrieve the money, leaving with his subordinates. Wait! Wang Yang raised his hand to block their path. Leave the contract. Master Du placed the contract into Wang Yang's hand, glanced at him, and hurried away. Yu Yuling observed the retreating figures of Master Du and his associates and cautioned Wang Yang, though this man may hold a lowly status, he should not be underestimated. His daughter was originally a singer in the household of the third prince of Luling, later taken as a concubine by the prince. The Guanyuan Tavern was established during the first year of Yongming when the Luling prince served as the governor of Jingzhou. It is said that the true owner behind it is the Luling prince himself. Having a prince as a backer? No wonder Tong Luozhu was so fearful of him. Chapter 40 of the Promise. As Du Sanyi stepped out of the village, his gaze fell upon a nearby ox cart, his expression dark and brooding. Noticing the absence of others around, one of his subordinates approached and suggested, Sanyi, if all else fails, why not resort to force? Du Sanyi retorted sharply, what nonsense, if force were an option, would I not have employed it already? Why would I expend such effort? Orders from above dictate that unless absolutely necessary, we must avoid stirring up legal troubles. If you insist on using force, how would you proceed? The subordinate, attempting to placate him, chuckled nervously, if you make the necessary arrangements in advance, the legal issues will naturally resolve themselves. Calling you foolish is an understatement. Initially, no one paid attention, but your meddling would only draw more eyes to the situation, Du Sanyi said, his expression solemn as he muttered to himself, I wonder where this Wang family from Langya emerged from. One subordinate gasped in surprise, is he truly from the Wang family of Langya? I cannot ascertain his authenticity, but Lu from Niyang and Yu from Xinya are certainly genuine. Upon hearing this, the subordinates exchanged glances, their tongues clicking in disbelief. A task that should have been straightforward had unexpectedly entangled the two prominent families of Jingzhou. They had truly stumbled upon a formidable challenge. Du Sanyi contemplated the situation. Since it was now intertwined with these influential individuals, reckless action was out of the question. He needed to devise a strategy to circumvent them. Meanwhile, Wang Yang had reassured Tong Luozhu before allowing him to depart. Why? Yu Yuling inquired, Wang brother, why did you speak so harshly to Du Sanyi? Treat this minor official with such leniency? Wang Yang explained, Du San is a wolf. If you show any sign of weakness, he may easily overpower you. Tong Luozhu is timid and reluctant to cause trouble. He only came here under instruction, so there is no need to belittle him further. Besides, he oversees the local security, and as the saying goes, the county magistrate is inferior to the current overseer. If I press him too hard, he may harbor resentment and subsequently vent his frustrations on the Heihan family. I see. The saying the county magistrate is inferior to the current overseer is quite intriguing. Young master, you are truly formidable, even the wicked fear you. Little Ah scampered over to Wang Yang. Wang Yang bent down and playfully teased Ah's nose, you are quite impressive as well. You held back your tears for so long. I did not cry, I did not. Little Ah, recalling her earlier sobs, felt embarrassed and quickly denied it. Oh, it seems I was mistaken. Ah is indeed brave. Observing this scene, Yu Yuling felt a pang of emotion. Wang brother was remarkably affable, even extending warmth to the daughter of a servant. His handling of the situations with Tong Luozhu and Du San also exhibited a commendable level of tact. What a fine friend to have. Wang Yang then expressed gratitude on behalf of Heihan and Ah to Yu Yuling, who, sensing that Heihan had something to discuss with Wang Yang, excused himself to wait in the carriage. After Yu Yuling departed, Heihan spoke to Wang Yang about his return to the camp the following day. Wang Yang asked, you are returning to the camp, what about Ah? Ah will be fine. She has been able to stay at home by herself for a year now. The Zhao family is the kindest, and I have entrusted them along with a few neighbors. They will help if anything arises. As he spoke, he retrieved a small blue pouch from the bottom of his box. "Young master, this is the 3,000 coins you borrowed from the county school. I am returning it to you." Wang Yang was somewhat taken aback. 3,000? Did you not redeem the knife? I was concerned. Did I not say that when there are no outsiders present, you need not refer to yourself as a mere servant? Heihan felt slightly embarrassed but complied. I was worried that you might have other plans, so I did not redeem the knife. First, take 500 coins to redeem the knife. And you borrowed 500 from Dingzhou, so you must return him 1,500. What, that seems excessive, Heihan replied, a hint of reluctance in his tone. Even if he were to add a little extra, a mere 100 or 200 coins would suffice. It is not excessive. Tell him it is my repayment, the extra counts as interest. Having borrowed money for only 2 days, the interest would amount to a staggering 200%, which would undoubtedly make Dingzhou a substantial profit. Since his arrival, Heihan and Dingzhou had been among the earliest individuals to engage with Wang Yang, and they were privy to many of his affairs. Following his return to the camp, it was likely that he would discuss the details of Wang Yang's time in Bang village with Captain Shui and Wang Wenshu. Wang Yang was uncertain whether Captain Shui truly intended to relinquish any further oversight, but if anything were to go awry with Dingzhou, it could potentially erupt into a calamity. Thus, providing a more generous sum served multiple purposes. Firstly, to prevent Dingzhou from harboring resentment, as his initial loan was motivated by the prospect of high returns. Failing to meet those expectations would surely leave him disgruntled. Secondly, to assert his identity and capability, thereby deterring Dingzhou from harboring ill intentions. Lastly, to allow Dingzhou to experience the benefits of their association, which might foster a sense of loyalty that could yield unexpected benefits in the future. After distributing the funds to Dingzhou, Wang Yang added, "As for the remaining 1,000 coins, let us each take 500. Heihan hurriedly declined. "I do not want it. Young master has just repaid such a large debt for us. How can I accept your money?" Seeing Heihan's firm refusal, Wang Yang simply left half of the coins behind, stating, "Very well, the carriage awaits, I must take my leave." "Young master, you are truly the most trustworthy person in the world." Little Off suddenly bounded into the doorway, blocking his exit. Wang Yang was momentarily taken aback. What brings about this praise? You promised to bring me candy last time, and then you really had father bring candy back. It is so rare to find someone like you who keeps their word. You are a young master of integrity, a man of his word. I always knew that those who are good-looking are trustworthy. Noticing Little Ob's wide, expectant eyes, Wang Yang quickly deduced her thoughts and gently patted her head, asking, "Ob, do you wish to visit Jingzhou City?" Ob's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Can I? I heard there is a grand market in the city every day, far more bustling than our rural market." "I did mention I would take you to the city next time, but unfortunately today is not feasible," Wang Yang replied apologetically. He had just borrowed a substantial sum from Lu Zhao and had postponed his manuscript submission. If he returned to the city and neglected his writing duties, it would be quite unfair to Lu Zhao. Although Lu Zhao would not voice his discontent, mutual respect among individuals should not be taken for granted. Little Ao's eyes dimmed at this, and Heihan quickly interjected, "Ah, be good. The young master is busy, your father will take you a step aside and do not block the young master's exit." Ah nodded, aware that her father would be returning to the camp the following day and that she would not be able to enter the city in the short term. Nevertheless, she stepped aside, her head lowered as she fixated on the tips of her straw sandals. Wang Yang's heart softened. He patted A's head once more. "Today truly cannot work, but how about this? I will come to pick you up tomorrow at noon, and in the afternoon, we can explore the bustling market of Jingzhou City together?" Little A leapt in delight, her spirits soaring. Inside the county school, Lu Zhao stood anxiously before the study door. Why had they not returned yet? This was unexpected. What was taking Zijie so long? Had he not been instructed to hasten back with Ji Yan? A servant hurried over. "My lord." Lu Zhao's face lit up with joy. "Have they returned?" "Not yet. Mr. Zeng sent someone to say that he has moved to a new residence today and invites you to his estate for a gathering." The servant presented the invitation. Lu Zhao felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Upon taking the invitation, he noted the singular character inscribed on it, prompting an involuntary chuckle. Such a style of invitation was surely one of a kind in all of Jingzhou. Regrettably, he could not attend due to academic commitments, so he instructed, just inform him that I have matters to attend to today and cannot make it. Please send my set of bamboo brushes and stone ink slab as a congratulatory gift." Another servant rushed in, and Lu Zhao exclaimed, "Have they returned?" News from Shisha Island. Lu Zhao had a cousin named Lu Qiu, a devout Buddhist living in seclusion on Shisha Island outside Jiangling City, who frequently corresponded with the Buddhist practicing prince of Jingling, Xiao Ziliang. The prince was renowned as the wise king, esteemed by the emperor, and held a prominent position as the minister of state, involved in governance. Recently, Lu Zhao had sought assistance from Lu Qiu regarding the closure of the county school, and now, at last, he had received a response. He hurriedly took the letter and began to read, "May we indulge in merriment to celebrate this festive occasion, without the need to ascend heights to bid farewell to the setting sun. Wishing all companions a joyful mid-autumn festival, I raise my cup. Please feel free to follow suit." Chapter 41. The disputatious sun on the 15th of April, with the dragon-white sky. Dear cousin, are you well? At noon, I received a letter from Prince Jingling, stating that the affairs of the county academy fall under the jurisdiction of the provincial officials, and are ultimately adjudicated by the governor of our province. Though the prince serves as a minister, he cannot usurp state matters. He greatly admires your talent, often keeping your work, the correct pronunciation of the Book of Documents, before him, reading it day and night, praising it endlessly. He now sincerely invites you to the capital, to serve at the Western Mansion. Furthermore, he mentions that if you do not wish to serve as an official in his court, you may still take up the position of a national scholar. Lu Zhao, upon reading this, was filled with indignation. Lu Zhao have sought the prince's assistance on behalf of the academic lineage of Jingzhou. How could I be so self-serving? The world speaks highly of Prince Jingling's wisdom. Is this truly the extent of his virtue? What does he mean by the affairs of the county academy fall under the jurisdiction of the provincial officials? The governor of Jingzhou, Wang of Badong, is indeed the prince's fourth brother. Although Wang of Badong possesses a rather obstinate temperament, would he not yield to the prince's request? If he is unwilling to assist, why not simply state so rather than resorting to such evasive language? Noticing their master trembling with rage, the servants hurried to support him, but Lu Zhao waved them off, continuing to peruse the letter. He still harbored a glimmer of hope. After all, Prince Jingling was renowned for his wisdom and love of learning, known for aiding the distressed. Logically, it should be a trivial matter for him to extend a helping hand, and such a curt refusal seemed out of character. However, Lu Zhao's hopes were soon dashed. The subsequent lines were filled with Lu Qiu's reiterations of Prince Jingling's praise and recruitment of Lu Zhao, urging him to hasten to the capital. While an ordinary recipient of such a letter would rejoice, Lu Zhao's anger only intensified. He felt utterly insulted. With great audacity, he had set aside his pride to beseech Prince Jingling for assistance, seeking aid for the century-old county academy and the Jingzhou academic lineage. Yet the prince merely offered him an official position. Was the implication not that Lu Zhao was more concerned with his own status and rewards than the preservation of the academy? Fuming to the point of trembling and becoming dizzy, Lu Zhao was suddenly interrupted by a servant rushing in to report, "Master, master, the young lord has returned." Lu Zhao quickly composed himself, silently reciting, "Keep calm, keep calm. Knowledge is paramount, keep calm, knowledge is paramount." When Wang Yang arrived, Lu Zhao had regained his composure, preparing paper and ink, and half jokingly, half seriously remarked, "Shi Yan, you must not retire too early tonight. We must write until at least the hour of high, 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. At the hour of high, I shall retire, but tonight I intend to make a concerted effort." Since he had promised to take a wu into the city the following day, he resolved to finish his work today. Lu Zhao felt a surge of joy, clapping his hands and exclaiming, "Excellent! Since you are so diligent, how can I possibly sleep alone? Let us begin." Wang Yang thought he understood the implication but sensed something was amiss. Yu Yuling, witnessing the fervor of the two, also caught the enthusiasm, declaring, "I shall not sleep either. I will serve the teacher and brother Wang until dawn." Lu Zhao waved his hand dismissively, "There is no need for you to serve, hurry back home. What would it be to linger here?" Dissatisfied with his father's indifferent attitude towards the county academy, Yu Yuling retorted, "I refuse to return. I have no desire to stay in that household." "What do you mean by that?" Confucius said, "In serving one's parents, one may offer counsel. If the counsel is not heeded, one should still respect them and not harbor resentment. Although you may have failed to persuade your father, you must not let bitterness take root in your heart." I previously allowed you to stay at the county academy so that you might learn the lesson of small punishments are to be accepted, while great punishments may lead to departure. Now that your father's anger has likely subsided, it is time for you to return and fulfill your duty as a son. Furthermore, you are nearing your official appointment. If you were to be discredited over this matter, it would be my failure as your teacher. Qingyi, meaning village discourse, refers to the reputation formed by local gentry about an individual. During the Wei and Jin dynasties, Qingyi was a crucial component of the 9-rank selection system. As time progressed into the southern dynasties, the rigidity of the 9-rank system grew, diminishing the role of Qingyi, though its importance should not be underestimated. Even officials who fell under Qingyi scrutiny could face penalties, with severe cases leading to lifelong confinement, rendering them unable to hold office. Seeing that Yu Yuling remained obstinate, Lu Zhao declared sternly, "If you still regard me as your teacher, you must return home at once." Yu Yuling sighed, bowed to his teacher, and replied, "As you wish, teacher." Returned? A tall, slender man clad in a blue and white long robe was practicing the 5-animal play in the garden, slowly stretching his arms, and asked calmly. This was the most distinguished member of the Yu family of Xinya, the leader of the Jingzhou gentry Yui. Yes, Yu Yuling replied, feeling frustrated at his father's nonchalant demeanor. Go back to your studies. You are to attend the National Academy in October. Yu Yuling clenched his fists, deliberating before responding, I shall not go. Yui continued his practice, arms bent and shoulders relaxed. You have studied at the county academy for 3 years. Upon graduation, you were meant to enter the National Academy. I know, but if the county academy is abolished, I will remain in Jingzhou to assist my teacher in its revival. If the academy does not recover, I shall not leave Jingzhou. Yui paused his movements, slowly gathering his focus, and looked at Yu Yuling. You will attend the National Academy, which is a privilege granted by your family background, not by the county academy's recommendation. Indeed, but since I have graduated from the county academy, I cannot stand by and watch it be dismantled. What can you do? Yui frowned. I lack the strength to effect change. Thus, I can only strive to rebuild it after its dissolution. Your teacher does not even dare to claim it can be restored, how can you? I am young, I will strive to become a great scholar in 20 years, then do my part and leave the rest to fate. Yui chuckled lightly. You Confucians speak of the relationships between rulers and subjects, fathers and sons. Can a son disregard the words of his father? Yu Yuling paused, knelt, and replied, the Book of Filial Piety states, if a father has a dispute with his son, the son must not fall into injustice. Yui leaned closer, fixing his gaze on his son, so you imply that you are the disputatious son, and I am the unjust father? Yu Yuling struggled to contain himself, finally exclaiming, to the gentry of our province, you are a leader. To my teacher, you are a friend, to me, you are a father, yet now, the Jingzhou academic lineage is in peril, friends are in trouble, I am in urgent need, but you, father, remain indifferent, coldly observing, refusing to utter a word. In both public and private matters, this truly cannot be called righteousness. Yui remained silent, staring at his son for several seconds before suddenly letting out a cold laugh and sweeping away. Yu Yuling watched his father's retreating figure, momentarily dazed, then sighed, rising to his feet. After some contemplation, he decided to return to the county academy. Upon reaching the door, he encountered his elder brother, Yu Qianlu, hurrying towards him with several attendants. Jie. You have just returned home, are you to leave again? Yu Qianlu, 12 years Yu Yuling's senior, currently held the position of chief clerk in Jingzhou. He was known for his composure and filial piety, taking over the family affairs from a young age. In earlier years, while Yui socialized outside, the responsibility of nurturing and educating Yu Yuling fell to him, meaning Yu Yuling had spent more time with his brother than with his father. Seeing his elder brother, Yu Yuling felt a pang of sadness, speaking in a strained voice, since father holds such disdain for me, why should I remain here to vex him? Chapter 42. The political landscape. Yuan Qianlu retorted, what nonsense, our father has been most concerned about your affairs. Just moments ago, he informed me of your return and instructed me not to go to the government office, but to see you first. After you left home that day, he even wrote to his friends, arranging for you to enter the National Academy. That was merely his way of sending me away. If he had the slightest regard for me, he would not have ignored my desperate pleas and refused to utter a single word on my behalf to the county school. Even without me, he and the teacher have been friends for decades, yet he still refuses to lend a hand, not to mention private relationships. The county school is vital to my academic path. It is not just the local gentlemen who offer their support, even outsiders, such as Madame Xia, are eager to assist, but what of my father? His actions are truly disheartening. Seeing his brother's face contorted with anguish, Yuan Shanlu shook his head and waved to a few attendants, saying, "You may withdraw." Once the attendants had moved away, Yuan Shanlu inquired, "Did you read the records of the later Han? The biographies of the factionalists as I suggested?" "I did. What are your thoughts?" Yuan Yuling, with a serious expression, declared, "A scholar ought to cultivate integrity and take it upon himself to clarify the world." "Wrong," Yuan Shanlu interjected decisively. "What I wish to convey to you is that since ancient times, factions have been inescapable. Those ensnared in factional disputes are the most susceptible to calamity. One must learn to analyze the situation from the perspective of factions, otherwise, it is akin to seeing through a fog, forever separated by a veil." Factions? What factions exist in our dynasty? Yuan Yuling exclaimed in astonishment. It is not merely those who are openly labeled as factions that qualify. While the overt factions are easily discerned, the covert ones are far more difficult to detect. Yuan Shanlu sighed softly. Covert factions? Who does my brother imply is a part of them? I am not suggesting that anyone is part of a covert faction, rather, Yuan Shanlu paused thoughtfully before continuing, what I say to you now must remain strictly between us. It should not be spoken to a third party, not even to your teacher. Can you abide by this? Yuan Yuling pondered for a moment and replied, "As long as it does not harm my teacher, I shall not speak of it." Mr. Lu has indeed taken on a fine disciple, Yuan Shanlu remarked with a hint of admiration, then turned to his brother, saying, "Ajia, as you are about to enter the National Academy, it is time I spoke to you about matters of the court." Yuan Yuling thought to himself, "If I cannot secure a place in the county school, I shall not attend the National Academy." He listened as his brother continued, "The current emperor has a total of 21 sons. Excluding the 6 who died young, namely the 6th, 12th, and 15th princes, there remain 18 living. Although there are many offspring, most are still quite young, with only 6 having reached adulthood. The eldest son, who is also the crown prince, Xiao Changmao, is 32, the second prince, the king of Dingling, Xiao Ziliang, is 30, the third prince, the king of Luling, Xiao Ziqing, is 22. The fourth prince, the king of Badong, Xiao Zishan, is 21, the fifth prince, the king of Anlu, Xiao Zijing, is 18, and the seventh prince, the king of Jinan, Xiao Zimao, is also 18. It is evident from their ages that the crown prince and the second prince are significantly older than the remaining princes. In the prime of their lives. In terms of both influence and prestige, they far surpass the other princes. Ever since the second prince was bestowed the title of king of Jingling, he has enjoyed great prominence. As the Minister of Personnel, he established a residence in the West, warmly receiving guests and attracting talented individuals from across the realm, earning him the reputation of a wise king. His scholars have even been able to rival the doctors of the National Academy. Furthermore, he has honored virtuous monks, expounding upon Buddhist doctrines, compiling a compendium of works, and cultivating a flourishing cultural environment in Jiangsu that has not been seen before. Just last year, the emperor appointed the king of Jingling as the head of the National Academy's sacrificial rites. Although the king of Jingling declined the position, the emperor still bestowed upon him a ceremonial carriage as a token of favor, reflecting the depth of his grace, his high renown, and his growing power, which increasingly rivals that of the crown prince's brother. Yuan Yuling gasped, startled by his brother's unprecedented candor. It matters not. For now, it is just the two of us brothers, and we can speak freely. But everyone claims that the king of Jingling and the crown prince share a strong bond. Could that all be false? I cannot ascertain the truth. I am merely stating the objective situation. The crown prince established the Six Diseases Institute to provide for the impoverished, while the king of Jingling opened private granaries to aid the destitute of Danyang. The king of Jingling proposed reducing harsh punishments and labor burdens, while the crown prince personally visited the Shenyuan garden to review prisoners and grant them clemency. When the crown prince arrived at the National Academy to examine the students, the Ministry of Personnel recommended the king of Jingling for the position of head of the National Academy. The king of Jingling invited esteemed monks to lecture on Buddhist teachings, and the crown prince organized a grand assembly of monks to debate various scriptures. While you might argue that this represents mutual encouragement and progress, the reality is that brothers may be many, but there can only be one heir. The notion of mutual advancement in a royal context inherently signifies a certain tension. Yuan Qianluo's words seemed to clear the mists, revealing to Yuan Yuling a perspective he had never before considered. Brother, do you mean to imply, when two factions vie for power, they must seek to bolster their own ranks by attracting external forces, such as the remaining 4 adult princes? Among these 4 princes, 2 are currently in the capital. The 3rd prince, the king of Luling, serves as a general, and the 5th prince, the king of Anlu, holds the position of military protector. The other 2 princes are stationed in the provinces. The 4th prince, the king of Badong, governs Jingzhou, while the 7th prince, the king of Jinan, oversees Xiangzhou. These are pivotal figures, and regardless of which faction they align with, they could significantly enhance that faction's strength. Noticing his brother's expression of dawning comprehension, Yuan Qianlu reiterated, "Once more, I must emphasize that what I have just shared is based on the limited information I possess and my own extrapolations. It does not necessarily reflect the true state of affairs. As this is an extrapolation, there may be other factors concerning the 4 princes." For instance, Yuan Qianlu intentionally paused, casting a scrutinizing glance at his brother. Yuan Yuling ventured, "Perhaps these 4 princes could unite to form a faction, or alternatively, each could form their own faction?" Yuan Qianlu smiled. "A child can indeed be taught. Let us take the 4th prince, the king of Badong, as an example. If he were to seek to consolidate his power and gather allies, it seems the prince lacks the cunning for such maneuvering. He does not even meet with the civil and military officials of Jingzhou. How could he possibly gather allies?" The king of Badong's character was known to be wild and unpredictable. In popular parlance, he was considered somewhat off-kilter. Yuan Yuling had heard numerous rumors regarding this eccentric prince and found it hard to believe that such a ridiculous figure would attempt to consolidate power or secretly form factions. If the subtleties of cunning are evident even to you, then they are no longer subtle. The court exercises strict vigilance over the feudal lords. The upper echelons of Jingzhou's civil and military ranks are either appointed by the Ministry of Personnel or controlled by local gentry, with some serving as the court's eyes and ears. Should one attempt to openly recruit allies, a single misstep may lead to word reaching the court. Conversely, a prince like him, who interacts solely with those within his own palace, appears to act capriciously, driven by personal preference, yet remains within the bounds of propriety, causing no significant harm. Scholars often criticize him for his frivolity and missteps, yet in the grand scheme, these are minor errors, which is why the emperor has been lenient with him thus far. Moreover, when the prince assigns his guards to military posts, do you think he is merely favoring his own, or is there a deeper purpose? He often displays a robust and martial demeanor. I have heard that among the lower-ranking officers, the prince's reputation is quite commendable. Yuan Yuling pondered for a moment but still found it somewhat exaggerated, exclaiming, "Brother, your words hardly resemble those about the king of Badong." Note: regarding these princes, there is no need for the Lord to have complete clarity. It will gradually become clearer. Furthermore, Yuan Qianluo's official position is not particularly high, considered a mid-level local official, so his analysis of the upper echelons may not be entirely accurate. Chapter 43. Variables. YCNLU corrected, "It is not as we imagine the king of Badong. Of course, this is merely a hypothesis. Having served as a chief registrar for so long, I have encountered the prince no more than twice. Naturally, I cannot claim to understand him. Let us assume for the moment that the king of Badong desires to consolidate his power. Whom might he seek to unify with? Alu Tian seems to be quite an admirable choice. More importantly, if he truly intends to cultivate a good relationship with the esteemed old Duke Lu." A meaningful expression crossed YCNLU's face. Yylang's countenance turned grave as he continued his brother's line of thought. Thus, due to his connection with the old Duke Lu, he will undoubtedly support the Royal Academy. In his endeavor to strengthen his own influence, he will certainly seek to undermine the gentry of Jingzhou. Undermining may be too strong a term. The prince would not recklessly position himself against the Jingzhou gentry. However, he represents the interests of the gentry from the capital, and his officials have all come from the capital as well, so it is only to be expected that the capital faction will carry more weight than the Jingzhou faction. Moreover, apart from the 6 princes, there exists another figure of extraordinary standing, whose influence sometimes surpasses that of the crown prince and the king of Jingling. Ling immediately thought of this person's identity and said, the Grand Marshal, King of Yuzhong. Precisely. It is King Yuzhong. He holds the esteemed position of Grand Marshal and Governor of Yangzhou, stationed at the heart of the capital. His standing is immensely significant. Furthermore, when King Yuzhong had no heirs, the emperor adopted the King of Badong as his son. Although the King of Badong has since returned to his original lineage, the bond of nurturing between him and King Yuzhong is unparalleled by any other prince. So, King Yuzhong and the King of Badong are of one faction? Ling was somewhat bewildered, pondering whether this meant the court was in utter chaos. Thus, the academy established by King Yuzhong now seeks to displace your county academy, aspiring to become the sole official academy of Jingzhou. From the perspectives of both the Hedong-Lu clan and King Yuzhong, whether through kinship or interests, the King of Badong is likely to tacitly approve or even lend his support. Other factions, in their efforts to either win over or at least refrain from alienating the King of Badong and King Yuzhong, are unlikely to voice any objections on this matter. This explains why no matter how Lu Zhao and Lady Xie implore, their efforts are bound to be in vain. It also elucidates why our father has consistently refrained from intervening. Do you understand now? Ling was taken aback by the complexity surrounding the potential dissolution of the county academy. After a moment of contemplation, he asked in confusion, but if the political situation is truly as you describe, would not the emperor be aware? Do you think the emperor appointed Xie Pei as the minister of the interior without reason? He is, after all, a remnant of the previous dynasty. When the late emperor abdicated, Xie Pei served as a palace attendant and was responsible for handing over the imperial seal to the late emperor. Yet, upon his arrival, Xie Pei declared, one should naturally have a palace attendant, and proceeded to lie down in repose. Upon waking, he donned his court attire and exited through the eastern gate, heading straight home. Ling gaped in astonishment upon hearing this long-forgotten secret. As Qianlu recounted the tale, he could not help but reflect, such is the renown of the Xie clan of Chen County. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have lost their head for such an affront. Though Xie Pei managed to keep his life, his status and reputation have led to 5 years of idleness and 3 years in a distant province, effectively relegating him to a position of neglect. But why, then, has he suddenly been summoned back to the capital and granted a ministerial position? Is it not because Xie Pei remains unaligned with any faction, and his character assures that he will not join any party? So, do you think the emperor is aware of the factional strife? Knowing is one thing, managing it is another. The census has been a failure for the emperor after years of effort? Even the emperor cannot act at will and achieve his desires, let alone us. Qianlu cast a meaningful glance at his brother. But does not our father share a personal relationship with the emperor? As long as he is willing, foolish. Qianlu interrupted sternly. Is that a personal relationship? It is merely the emperor leveraging our father to win over the Jingzhou gentry, all while seeking a reputation for seeking out talent. It is precisely because our father refrains from officialdom that the emperor is willing to engage him in casual conversation. Our father can then speak on matters genuinely beneficial to the state and the people, provided these discussions do not touch upon the princes or the nobility, nor involve the factional struggles. Do you believe that had our father truly accepted the call to serve as the crown prince's attendant 3 years into Yongming's reign, the emperor would have continued to maintain personal correspondence with him? Ling sighed bitterly. So, according to you, the dissolution of our county academy is inevitable. Qianlu gazed up at the heavens, hands clasped behind his back, and said, of late, I have repeatedly studied the histories of the Han, Shiji and Han Shu, and have come to understand one principle. Nothing is certain, variables always exist, though their location remains unknown. Ling's demeanor darkened as he murmured, where, then, lies the variable regarding our county academy? To compile without verification is to err. To interpret through the lens of reason is what is termed the method of reasoning. The highest mastery lies within this method, yet it is also the most perilous. If modern scholars fail to grasp the intentions of ancient sages and mistake their errors for correctness, then disputes will only multiply. Therefore, I believe that the errors of interpretation are far more damaging than those of compilation. Ying stretched widely and declared, it's done. Li Zho paused his writing, turned to Ying, and exclaimed, done? Yes, the manuscript is complete. Wing yawned. How can it be done? You have yet to elaborate on the errors of interpretation. This book discusses the Shangshu, not the study of interpretation. Any further elaboration would be inconsistent with its structure. Wing deflected. What inconsistency? Li Zho replied, somewhat agitated. At this point in the discourse, one ought to continue discussing the errors of interpretation. How can one leave a thought unfinished? Then you may simply add a line, details to be discussed separately. Li Zho? The study of interpretation is vast and intricate, it cannot be hastily appended to Jixia, it requires a separate composition. Wing understood that to persuade Li Zho, he must take this approach. Upon hearing this, Li Zho nodded, that makes sense. With Li Zho finally appeased, Wing intended to retire to his chamber for rest. However, Li Zho replaced the paper, stating, then let us continue. What continuation? Wing quickly explained that the essence of the study of interpretation was profound and should be explored beyond the confines of Han Confucianism. It required careful and dedicated study, not to be hastily transcribed. Only then did Li Zho recall that Wing was merely an 18-year-old youth and that he had been overly impatient. Moreover, even the most learned scholar could not produce a manuscript at will. The fluency with which Wing spoke of the Shangshu was the result of countless years of dedication. How could he then delve into the study of interpretation? Furthermore, he greatly admired Wing's cautious scholarly attitude and permitted him to freely peruse his collection of books, entrusting him entirely with the organization of the Jixia manuscript. That night, Wing slept for less than 2 hours, scarcely reaching 4. In truth, he had no obligation to write today, having arranged to meet at noon, so he need not have risen so early. Yet, Wing felt an urgent need to study, especially after the events involving Master D and Lord Tiang yesterday. Upon traversing to this realm, what should one read first? Each person's answer may differ. However, in Wing's view, the foremost reading should be the Laws, chapter 44. A knowledge endures through the ages, cannot be determined by debate. If one is unaware of what can or cannot be done, then actions lack foundation, behavior lacks evidence, and one may unwittingly stumble into a pit, ultimately remaining oblivious to the cause of their downfall. The foundation of the laws of the Southern Qi is the Taisher Code. This so-called Taisher Code was promulgated in the 4th year of the Taisher era of the Western Jin dynasty, 267 AD, and has been adhered to by subsequent generations. Since last year, the court has been revising the legal statutes. Though Wang Yang remains unaware of this fact, what Wang Yang is even less aware of is that, while he is engrossed in the study of law, a conversation is taking place in a nearby chamber, a conversation that will soon have repercussions for him. What? Lu Zhao exclaimed, both astonished and enraged, can matters of eternal knowledge be settled by mere debate? This is not idle chatter, I shall go to see the prince. Xie Xinghan sighed in dismay, it is futile. The prince has already made up his mind. It is said that the official document has been drafted and will be issued this afternoon. Moreover, debates on Confucianism have long been substantiated. During the reign of Emperor Zhang of Han, scholars convened at the White Tiger Hall to discuss the similarities and differences in the 5 classics. The prince has clearly chosen the White Tiger as the venue for the debate, evidently intending to emulate the sages of old. Lu Zhao retorted vehemently, in the past, at the White Tiger Conference, Emperor Zhang personally adjudicated the outcomes, and all were in awe of his impartiality. That was because Emperor Zhang himself showed no favoritism, thus, the discourse was free and unrestrained, but now, the prince is evidently biased towards Wang's school, the outcome is merely a matter of his pronouncement. Xie Xinghan furrowed her brow, even with bias, one must still win the public's approval. Since this is a public debate, many will attend. If one can genuinely refute Lu Tan's arguments with sound reasoning, I believe the prince would not openly commit fraud. The 2 schools of classical and vernacular literature have been in contention for ages. It is nearly impossible to decisively refute Lu Tan on theoretical grounds. If one could overwhelm him with superior knowledge, there might be a glimmer of hope. Yet, with Lu Tan's talent and erudition, even the late Duke Wenxian Wangjian held him in high regard, stating, Lu's 2 dragons can be said to travel 1,000 miles in a single day. I truly lack confidence in overcoming him. If it were a matter of assessing scholarly foundations, I would not fear, however, engaging in verbal combat before the public eye, especially under circumstances of perceived bias. Lu Zhao sighed, unless one achieves an overwhelming advantage, rendering him speechless. But with Lu Tan's talents, this is nearly impossible." As he spoke, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he exclaimed, "Why is it impossible? Does the elder have a solution?" Xie Xinghan asked, her surprise evident. Lu Zhao's eyes sparkled. "I have a candidate in mind, currently at the county academy. If he agrees to participate, our odds of victory are considerable." Xie Xinghan hurriedly inquired, "Who is it?" "Wang Yang." "You have met him. He is the one from the afternoon of the day before yesterday." Upon hearing the name Wang Yang, Xie Xinghan, akin to a startled cat, nearly leapt from her seat. "He hasn't left? Where is he?" Lu Zhao, taken aback by Xie Xinghan's sudden agitation, was puzzled. "Niece, what has come over you?" Realizing her lapse in composure, Xie Xinghan steadied herself, straightened her posture, and resumed her usual graceful demeanor, speaking with firm resolve. "He is not suitable." "Why not?" Lu Zhao asked, bewildered. He is frivolous and lacks scholarly depth." Xie Xinghan replied vehemently. "On what basis do you assert this? If we consider those who are truly learned, how many could be deemed genuinely knowledgeable? Niece, do you perhaps harbor a misunderstanding of him?" Upon recalling Wang Yang, Xie Xinghan felt a surge of resentment. When she first read that poem, she sensed something amiss. The initial lines, "Wandering the rivers and lakes, drinking along the way, the slender waist of Chu is light in my palm. The eastern mountain rises for the common folk, earning the name of a dashing prime minister," seemed to depict Xian abandoning a leisurely life of indulgence to rescue the common people. Seemingly unproblematic, however, if this were merely a nostalgic poem he composed, that would be one thing, but it was a gift directed at Xie Xinghan. Starting with remarks about a woman's slender waist, his words were overtly frivolous, suggesting a hint of insinuation. At that moment, Xie Xinghan felt a flicker of anger, finding his choice of words reckless, and had intended to confront him, yet he cleverly evaded her. Later, during their encounter at the county academy, she refrained from expressing her ire out of deference to Lu Zhao. Little did she expect that within just a day or two, the poem would inexplicably circulate, with even songstresses composing tunes for it. Those lecherous youths and frivolous young men eagerly recited it, entirely disregarding the original theme of the poem, praising Xian, misinterpreting it and insisting that the second line was a direct reference to her, Xie Xinghan. She was even bestowed the nickname Xie Chuyao. Moreover, some went so far as to fabricate connections, claiming the lines depicted the tender affections between Xie Xinghan and the poet, with elaborate explanations. The first line, "Wandering the rivers and lakes," was said to convey the poet's unruly nature. The second line, describing Xie Xinghan's slender waist and graceful figure, while seemingly an allusion, was taken literally, implying a sense of intimate familiarity. How could one possess such profound insight without direct experience? Hearing this for the first time nearly drove Xie Xinghan to rage, filled with shame and indignation towards Wang Yang. Yet, she found it challenging to articulate her grievances to Lu Zhao, merely hinting that she felt Wang Yang's words were exaggerated and that he was too youthful and inexperienced to compare with Lu Tan. Lu Zhao produced a manuscript and handed it to Xie Xinghan. "This is a transcription of his dictation. It is not yet fully organized." As Xie Xinghan read the text, her bright eyes widened in astonishment. Lu Zhao remarked, setting aside other matters, "Just in terms of the book of documents, this individual could establish a new school. At times, I ponder that in this contemporary world, where Buddhism and Taoism dominate, Confucianism has faltered." With the recent passing of the two eminent figures, Wang Jian and Lu Huan, is it truly the case that the heavens have forsaken culture and that fate is against us? Yet now that I have encountered him, I feel a glimmer of hope for the revival of Confucianism. This young man may well become a master of his generation, leaving his name throughout history. As for Lu Tan and me, I fear that a century hence, no one will remember us. Lu Zhao sighed, his expression dimming, but suddenly brightened again. "I am involved in compiling the book of documents. Critique of ancient and modern texts. As long as critique exists, my name will endure. Moreover, I have become friends with him, engaging in daily exchanges and discussions. My knowledge will surely progress, thus it will be Lu Tan who fades into obscurity, not I." Ha ha ha. Xie Xinghan was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Lu Zhao would hold such a high opinion of that frivolous youth. If this individual truly possessed such depth of knowledge, would defeating Lu Tan not resolve the crisis at the county academy? With this thought, Xie Xinghan promptly cast aside her personal biases and began to contemplate the feasibility of sending Wang Yang into battle. Elder, if he truly can prevail, that would indeed be splendid. Yet the question remains, by what identity would he enter the fray? Lu Zhao's smile vanished instantly as he murmured, "Indeed, by what identity would he engage in battle?" Wang Yang was engrossed in his study of the Qi laws when suddenly a servant arrived to inform him that Lu Zhao wished to speak with him. Wang Yang surmised it must pertain to the manuscript. However, upon entering the room, he was met with the scrutinizing gaze of a tranquil young lady, causing him to momentarily pause. With sparkling eyes, a slender waist, dressed in elegant attire, and a countenance as radiant as jade, it was none other than Lady Xia. What was she doing here? Surely she wasn't here to confront him. Lu Zhao introduced, "Ji Yan, you have met previously, though I failed to provide a detailed introduction. This is the daughter of the esteemed Minister Xie of the Chenjun Xie family, ranking 4th, hence she is referred to as Lady Xie. I hope you engage in more exchanges. Please, take a seat." Once they were seated, Lu Zhao inquired of Wang Yang, "Ji Yan, where is your household registered?" Xia Xinghan's starry gaze fixated on Wang Yang, as if probing into his very soul. Here it comes. Wang Yang's heart raced, a sense of foreboding surged within him. Chapter 45 Madame Xia, please conduct yourself with dignity. Could it be that she harbors doubts about my identity? Has she come today to investigate me? Composing a poem for someone else is trivial. At worst it could be deemed as a moment of levity for a young lady, but impersonating a gentry is a grave offense. Where does my household registration lie, and how shall I respond? If I fabricate a tale, a mere verification could unveil the truth. It is even possible that this young lady has come fully prepared. Since the Eastern Jin dynasty, the Wang and Xie families have been allied, often intermarrying. Her knowledge of the Langya Wang clan might well exceed my own expectations, yet, to remain silent would only betray my unease. What to do? He needed to devise a response swiftly. Wang Yang gazed out of the window, letting out a despondent sigh by the shores of the Eastern Sea, the blessed land of Langya. The domain where Guojian aspired to dominance, the very site of the first emperor's inscriptions. A millennium of homeland, reduced to naught in a single day. I lift my gaze to the sun, yet Langya eludes my sight. Langya, located within present-day Shandong, boasts a rich history and profound cultural heritage, yet it has now fallen under the dominion of the Northern Wei. Wang Yang, reflecting on the past, wore an expression of deep sorrow. The sunlight pierced his eyes, causing him to squint, as if on the verge of shedding tears. Lu Zhao was profoundly moved by the scene before him, expressing his sentiments. I never anticipated that your attachment to your homeland would run so deep. Nowadays, most of the descendants of the expatriates reside comfortably in Jiangsu, having long ceased to look northward. My own Lu clan from Nanyang also migrated here a century ago, yet now our entire family, myself included, claims to be a gentry of Jing soil. Truly a case of forgetting one's roots. However, Xie Xinghan remained undeterred, coolly stating, "Young Master Wang, we are already aware of your ancestral roots in Langya. What I inquired about was your household registration, not your lineage. Where is your household registration located? Is it in Jiankong? The majority of the Langya Wang clan has long resided in Jiankong. While I may not know every branch, I have some understanding." Which branch do you belong to? Where do you reside in Jiankong, Wui Alley, Moffin Alley, or could it be in Dantolini? Goodness, you remain unmoved by the sorrow of the nation. You, too, are of expatriate descent, Xie family of Chenjun. Do you lack compassion? As Xie Xinghan pressed on with her relentless inquiries, Wang Yang thought to himself, for since that is the case, do not blame me. Wang Yang spoke earnestly, "Madame Xia, you possess both beauty and talent, and I hold you in high regard. However, matters of marriage have traditionally been determined by one's parents and matchmakers. If you truly wish to understand my family background, you ought to inquire through an intermediary. How can you be so direct in your questioning?" Xia Xinghan. Lu Zhao sat face. Wang Yang rose to his feet and bowed to Xie Xinghan. "I am sincerely grateful for your interest, Madame Xia. However, I truly do not wish to consider matters of marriage at this moment. I apologize." With that, he turned toward the door. A flush of crimson spread across Xie Xinghan's fair neck, quickly ascending to her jade-like cheeks. Lu Zhao hastily attempted to clarify. "Ji Yan, you misunderstand," Wang Yang interjected. "Sir, I appreciate your goodwill, but as the party involved, you ought to consider my opinion. Moreover, scholarly pursuits are far more significant than matchmaking, are they not? Please seek another suitor for Madame Xia. I shall take my leave now." "Stop right there." Xie Xinghan stood up, her voice trembling with anger. I did not, Madame Xia. Please conduct yourself with dignity. We truly are not suited for one another." Wang Yang deliberately raised his voice, bowing deeply. Despite being learned and clever, Xie Xinghan was still a noble young lady, raised in a strict household, accustomed to being adored. She had never encountered such a situation. Wang Yang's words made it seem as though she was shamelessly pleading for him to marry her, only to be publicly rejected. Embarrassment and fury mingled within her, feeling unjustly humiliated, and in her agitation, she nearly burst into tears. In her exasperation, she could only stammer a few words. "You speak nonsense." "I did not. I absolutely did not." Seeing her distress, Wang Yang felt a twinge of compassion. It was not honorable to bully a young girl, yet refraining from doing so would lead to being questioned about household registration, and he was an unregistered individual. An inquiry would be disastrous. Thus, he could not afford to show her any tenderness. "Madame Xia, please do not cry. I am not saying you are lacking. It is simply that there are many fine young men in the world. Why must you be so fixated?" Xie Xinghan had not intended to cry, but upon hearing Wang Yang's words, tears streamed down her face. With a stamp of her embroidered shoe, she dashed out the door. "Young niece! Young niece!" Lu Zhao hurried after her. Wang Yang sighed in relief. As long as Xie Xinghan was not present, things would be easier. Lu Zhao, being devoted to learning and possessing a kind heart, would be far easier to placate than Xie Xinghan, even if he intended to investigate household registrations. "Jian, I must say, how could you be so reckless? She is the daughter of the Xie family. How could she come in person to seek marriage?" Lu Zhao complained. "I, too, have lost my senses, seeing her take such an interest in my affairs, and with you introducing her status, I thought, alas, you must tell Madame Xia that I am merely a bookish fool and she should not take me seriously." Noticing Wang Yang's expression of regret, Lu Zhao turned to offer comfort. "You need not worry too much about this matter. Madame Xia is not a petty person and should not hold it against you." Wang Yang thought to himself, "Then I shall borrow your auspicious words. Actually, Madame Xia is not interested in your affairs. She wishes to inquire about your household registration and whether you have enrolled in the local county academy. If not, would it be convenient to register and enroll in the Jingzhou County Academy?" "Enroll in the county academy?" Wang Yang asked in confusion. Lu Zhao, feeling somewhat awkward, explained, "I know that, with your knowledge, you could easily qualify as a doctoral candidate at the Imperial Academy or serve as a scholar in the Jingling Wang residence. Given your lineage and talent, you could ascend directly to the ranks of the nobility without needing to take the path of the Mingjing examination, but currently, the county academy is indeed facing difficulties." Then Lu Zhao proceeded to elaborate on the origins of the Wang Academy and the conflicts it had with the county academy, stating, "In truth, my personal honor and shame are of little consequence. It is simply that the county academy upholds the Jingzhou school of thought, which places great emphasis on the modern text of the Book of Documents. However, the Wang Academy seeks to entirely abolish the modern text of the Book of Documents in favor of the ancient text. If they succeed, the long-standing tradition of the modern text of the Book of Documents within Jingzhou shall be utterly extinguished in my generation. The extinction of a school of thought signifies a grave calamity for scholars and a tremendous crime." Lu Zhao straightened his attire and bowed deeply to Wang Yang. "Thus, as an elder of the Jingzhou school, I implore you, Jian, to register with the county academy and represent it in the battle. Should we triumph, the essence of culture shall not perish. If we fail, then it is fate. Regardless, I shall be grateful for your kindness and hold no grievances." The Book of Documents records the words and deeds of ancient emperors and is one of the 5 classics of Confucianism. The contention between the modern and ancient texts of the Book of Documents is a significant event in the history of its scholarship, with a complex and convoluted process. Simply put, from the Han Dynasty onwards, 2 versions of the Book of Documents emerged. One, known as the modern text of the Book of Documents, was derived from the ancient preaching texts and orally transmitted by scholars who had experienced the Qin and Han dynasties, then transcribed in the clerical script prevalent during the Han. The other, termed the ancient text of the Book of Documents, was discovered on the walls of Confucius's residence, written in ancient script predating the Qin and Han. The debate over which version holds authority ignited fierce disputes among scholars of the Han, leading to the emergence of different interpretative methods and schools. It was only in the late Eastern Han that a convergence began to take shape. However, during the Eastern Jin, a new edition of the ancient text of the Book of Documents was presented, claiming to be the true ancient version. This tome comprises over 58 chapters, with 25 being previously unseen. Thus, upon its publication, it quickly became the authoritative version, leading to a resurgence of the study of the ancient text, which also provided the rationale for the Wang Academy to dismantle the county academy and establish itself as Jingzhou's sole official academy. Wang Yang, aware of the intricacies involved, wished to assist Lu Zhao, yet numerous issues were at play. Note, there is a scholarly opinion that the modern text of the Book of Documents became lost during the transition between the two Jin dynasties. However, this is not necessarily the case. Without delving into the mainstream belief that the modern text was transmitted through the ancient text, or the unverified speculations regarding private collections, one can simply refer to the Sui Shu Jingjie Ji, which recorded the one-character stone classics of the Book of Documents in 6 volumes. The so-called one-character stone classics refers to the Shiping stone classics from the reign of Emperor Ling of Han, at which time the modern text of the Book of Documents was the official scholarship, hence it was indeed the modern text that was inscribed. The Tang dynasty's revision of the Sui Ji indicates that copies of the modern text were still available in the early Tang's official library, the secret pavilion, thus the notion of it being entirely lost is overly absolute. Chapter 46. The purchase of a fan. Let us not dwell on the fact that the illustrious Wang Guanju is the founder of the Wang Academy, and that the presiding ritualist is the esteemed Lu family of Hadong. If I were to truly take to the battlefield, would I not risk offending such prominent figures? Speaking of myself, I am but a man without a household registration, even bearing the false identity of the Wang family of Langya. Surely, I should not attract undue attention. Observing Wang Yang's predicament, Lu Zhao sighed. I understand that this matter is exceedingly difficult, for the prince is inclined towards the Wang Academy. Thus, although a reward of 100,000 coins is promised to the victor, in reality, when Lu Zhao mentioned 100,000, he spoke rather ambiguously, intentionally or not. How much? Wang Yang immediately perked up. 100,000, awarded to the victor. Should Ji Yan prevail, this sum shall be yours. Lu Zhao enticed, Wang Yang felt a stir of ambition. Having traversed through time, he was utterly destitute, even his garments had been procured through borrowed funds, and he currently owed Lu Zhao a staggering 16,200 coins. Even if Lu Zhao was not insistent on repayment, he could not continue to live off others indefinitely. With this in mind, he inquired, what did you mean earlier by hanging a household registration? Seeing Wang Yang's interest piqued, Lu Zhao hastily explained, it means to temporarily transfer your original household registration, placing it in Jingzhou, before you can enroll in the county academy. Internally, he mused. Ji Yan does not even comprehend the concept of household registration. It seems he has been wholly absorbed in scholarly pursuits, rather oblivious to worldly affairs. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Yang resolved to seize this opportunity to discern whether Lu Zhao could assist him with his household registration issue. He chose his words carefully and asked softly, but what if I do not possess a household registration? Lu Zhao was taken aback. No household registration? What do you mean? Do you not reside in Yixing? Surely, you must have registered. Wang Yang sighed heavily. It is not that I wish to withhold information from you, but the circumstances here are quite delicate. My apologies, I was presumptuous. Lu Zhao quickly deduced that this might involve a family secret of the Wang family of Langya, entangled in the intrigues of noble families, and his imagination spun tales of illegitimacy. Thus, even if I wished to enroll in the county academy, it is impossible without a proper household registration, Wang Yang ventured cautiously. Lu Zhao, sensing an opportunity, immediately inquired, if I could resolve your household registration issue, would you be willing to represent the county academy in the competition against the Wang Academy? Wang Yang replied earnestly, I shall exert every effort, living up to your expectations. Lu Zhao was overjoyed, but his happiness quickly turned to concern. If it were merely a matter of aiding a commoner without a registration, that would be simple enough, but Ji Yan is of the gentry, what to do? Noticing Lu Zhao's troubled expression, Wang Yang asked, is there something amiss, sir? If this were prior to the registration checks, it would indeed be manageable, but now, Lu Zhao feared Wang Yang might retract his promise. Shifting his tone to one of feigned lightness, he said, worry not. I shall take care of this matter. While it is impossible to procure a proper household registration, let me consider the option of a temporary one. Wang Yang rose, then you may ponder that. I shall venture out of the city and shall not return for dinner this evening. Lu Zhao expressed his concern, Ji Yan, the day of the academic debate is but 7 days hence. Lu Tan is profoundly learned, do not underestimate him. Rest assured. Wang Yang replied with a smile and a bow, stepping out the door. Lu Zhao, meanwhile, continued to fret over the household registration issue. Wow! Is this Jingzhou city? How grand, how towering! Little Wu stood at the foot of the city, gazing upwards in awe. The majestic city walls loomed over the diminutive figure of Wu, creating a striking contrast. Can we go up there to have a look? Wu inquired eagerly. Entry to the city walls is not permitted at will. Oh. Little Wu felt a twinge of disappointment, then blinked his large eyes and said, "Ordinary people are not allowed up, but someone as handsome and impressive as you, surely there must be a way." Wu, flattery does not work on all occasions. Little Wu responded with a curious "oh," and then asked, "What does flattery mean?" "Young master, what is a building?" "This is a building." "What kind of building is this?" A young master, what does a mean?" When one does not know or cannot answer, one may say a. "Young master, are there any grassy patches here?" "What do you need the grass for?" And so, the pair, one large, one small, wandered through the streets of Jingzhou City. This was Little Wu's inaugural visit to the city, and naturally, he was brimming with excitement. Wang Yang, being a newcomer himself, was equally enthralled. They paused frequently to take in the sights, eventually making their way to the marketplace. At that time, the market was enclosed by walls, featuring grand gates and pavilions for official use, serving as a regulated hub for commerce. The market had 4 entrances, each leading to the center, forming a shape. Along the roadsides, shops lined the way, vendors congregated, and the sounds of haggling filled the air, creating a vibrant atmosphere. As Wang Yang entered a shop selling fans, Little Wu was busy devouring white silkworm candy, a popular confection of the time made from crushed glutinous rice formed into cakes, dried, cut into strips, and fried, then coated in powdered sugar and wrapped in lotus leaves, a bit akin to modern jiangmi tiao. However, the small packet of white silkworm candy commanded a price of 23 coins. Wang Yang had previously seen an old horsewhip priced at merely 10 coins, and could not help but lament the steep cost of this jiangmi tiao. Noticing that Wang Yang possessed an extraordinary demeanor and was dressed like a member of the gentry, the shopkeeper warmly introduced various exquisite silk fans. Having surveyed several shops prior, Wang Yang circled around this one and confirmed in his mind that the folding fan had not yet been invented. He then inquired, "Do you offer custom fan designs here?" "Certainly. May I ask what type of fan you wish to customize?" Wang Yang meticulously described the appearance of a folding fan, expending considerable effort to ensure the shopkeeper understood what he meant. The shopkeeper, puzzled, asked, "What purpose do you have for such a contraption? There are plenty of beautiful and practical fans here. Do they not serve your needs better? That item would hardly produce a breeze as well as a palm fan. Moreover, it is meant for fanning. Why would one wish to fold it?" "You need not concern yourself with that. Just tell me, can you procure sufficiently sturdy and smooth paper? It must not tear at the slightest unfolding." "Perhaps, it could be possible?" "Yet, such sturdy paper is generally coarse and thick, unsuitable for the tables of cultured scholars." "That is of no consequence. It must be white, with a bright, fresh hue, as white as snow." "How much would it cost to make such a fan?" This small shop has never attempted this before. We would need to experiment. The costs of materials and labor would be considerable." The shopkeeper glanced at Wang Yang, seemingly having made a decision. "Very well, I will not ask for much. Just 200 coins. Before Wang Yang could respond, Little Wu piped up, "Young master, I told you to go to that other shop. They only charge 50 coins. The shopkeeper, taken aback by Wu's innocent and unassuming eyes, felt somewhat embarrassed and asked, "Which shop is that?" "Let me tell you, many small workshops are known to cut corners. While their prices may seem low, they often do not deliver quality." Wang Yang silently commended Little Wu, patting his head, and seamlessly continued, "But that shop requires 2 days. I would prefer to have it completed by tomorrow." The two, in their bid to haggle, displayed remarkable synergy, as if they were seasoned partners in negotiation. The shopkeeper hurriedly replied, "It can be done by noon tomorrow." "Then I shall have it done here. I will give you 40 coins, you." The shopkeeper was about to protest. However, Wang Yang continued, 40 coins per fan. Not if the quality is satisfactory. I shall order 30 fans from you, to be completed within 7 days. Can you manage that?" Chapter 47 The Startling Horse. 30 fans in 7 days. This timeline is far too rushed, and with the price so drastically low, even if produced, the quality is bound to suffer, the proprietor lamented with a lackluster demeanor. Wang Yang chuckled lightly. And what if I were to tell you that each fan would yield you a profit of 1,000 coins after the 7 days, what would your response be? How much? The proprietor's eyes widened in disbelief, suspecting a malfunction in his hearing. The young master claims 1,000 coins, exclaimed Xiao Ao, raising a finger. Wang Yang merely smiled in silence. Is the young master jesting with me? The proprietor's expression darkened. Do you think I have the luxury of time for such frivolities? I require 10 fans with black handles and 20 with a natural wood finish. After 7 days, you shall first sell the black-handled fans at a price of 10,000 coins each. Of the remaining 20 with natural wood finishes can be sold thereafter at 8,000 each, and the price must remain firm. I possess a method to ensure these 30 folding fans are sold out. For every black-handled fan sold, you shall receive 1,000 coins from the 10,000. For each natural wood-handled fan sold, I shall give you 800. What say you, will you profit from this arrangement? The proprietor was left speechless. Had he not noted Wang Yang's aristocratic attire, he would have thought him mad. To sell such a seemingly worthless paper fan for 10,000 coins, where could one find such foolish buyers? However, upon reflection, he concluded that if this young master was to be mad, he might as well indulge in his madness. After all, should the fans not sell, he would incur no loss. Thus, he donned a smile and replied, "Then I thank you, young master. However, this is a modest business for me. The total for 30 fans is 1,200 coins. Will you be paying in cash?" Or Wang Yang casually produced 100 coins and placed them down. "No change is necessary. I would like you to craft one fan for me to evaluate, and deliver it to the county school on Sima Street by tomorrow evening, addressed to young Master Wang. Remember, the money is not the issue, quality is paramount. If the fan meets my expectations, I shall place an order for the remaining 30. Should it fall short, this transaction will be considered void." Seeing Wang Yang's extravagant display, the proprietor beamed with delight, repeatedly expressing his gratitude, oblivious to the fact that this noble youth could scarcely afford the price of the fans. Wang Yang meticulously outlined the desired characteristics of the folding fan, and the proprietor nodded in acknowledgement. Once outside the shop, Xiao Ao inquired with confusion, "If we could acquire them for 40 coins, why did you offer him so much?" Economies must be observed where they can, yet one must not be stingy when the time calls for expenditure, lest one jeopardizes the outcome. For instance, this folding fan, which has never been crafted before, would require the shopkeeper's utmost dedication. If he is reluctant, how can he exert himself fully? Thus, it is essential to offer a sweet incentive, allowing him to feel both pleased and hopeful for the future, thus providing him with motivation. Xiao Ao pondered this and remarked, "Then I erred in my estimation. I should not have suggested 40 coins. You did not err, the initial price must be low, otherwise, the proprietor may assume we are simpletons. For example, if I had initially offered 100 coins, even if the deal were struck, he might feel dissatisfied, possibly believing he could have secured a better price. By first establishing a price of 40 coins and then presenting him with 100, he will be pleasantly surprised, the same amount given, yet the effect is entirely different. I believe I am beginning to understand, but what is the principle behind this? Such is human nature. Have you heard the tale of morning 3, evening 4? Xiao Ao shook his head. Once, there was a man who kept monkeys. He told them that each morning they would receive 3 chestnuts, and every evening 4. The monkeys were displeased. The man quickly revised his statement to say they would receive 4 in the morning and 3 in the evening. The monkeys were then overjoyed. What do you think this story teaches us? Wang Yang gently probed. Young master, could we buy a bag of chestnuts? Wang Yang, this is hardly a full bag. We agreed on a full bag. Not full enough, please fill it more. Fill it some more. Xiao Ao keenly observed the vendor's every movement, urging him on. The vendor's shaky hands technique had little space to operate under Xiao Ao's scrutiny, resulting in the chestnuts being filled to the brim, causing several to tumble to the ground. Xiao Ao hurriedly dashed to retrieve the fallen chestnuts. The vendor grumbled, "See, I told you it wouldn't fit." Wang Yang chuckled, "Oh, come back, this is sufficient. Step aside." A commanding voice rang out, the sound of galloping hooves approached rapidly, a rider on a swift horse came charging forth. Xiao Ao had just picked up 2 chestnuts when she felt a gust of wind at her back. She turned to see 2 powerful hooves coming down upon her. Ah! Wang Yang was struck with terror, yet there was no time to save her. Bystanders anticipated that the little girl would meet a tragic end beneath the horse's hooves, but unexpectedly, a blur of green dashed out from the side, as swift as the wind, snatching Xiao and rolling away. In a mere instant, the figure executed a forward roll, drawing a dark scabbard from their waist, striking the horse's hooves with a resounding crack. The horse reared, whinnying into the air. The rider urgently pulled on the reins, but the startled horse collided with a stone wall of a shop across the street. On the other side, the figure in green cradled Xiao and rolled to the roadside, using their hands to brace against the ground to stop. Originally wearing a conical hat, it fell off during the roll, revealing a cascade of long, dark hair that flowed in the wind. It was a stunning young woman, such beauty paired with such agile skill? The crowd erupted into applause. "Ah, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" Wang Yang rushed forward, taking Xiao from the woman's arms and inspecting her closely. Xiao, still in shock, clung to Wang Yang, stifling her tears to maintain her composure. Wang Yang gently patted her head, offering soothing words. The woman in green stood up, and Wang Yang promptly did the same, bowing respectfully. "I am immensely grateful for your timely intervention." The woman nodded. "It is nothing." Her voice was cool and distant, exuding an unapproachable aura. Clad in male attire, she possessed a tall and athletic stature, her long legs reminiscent of Xie Xinghan, lacking the typical coyness of a young lady of her time. Xie Xinghan projected a blend of intelligence and poise, exuding a calm yet lively demeanor. In contrast, this woman radiated a cold, aloof elegance, her sharp nose and delicate brows adding an air of stubbornness and detachment. It seemed that no clamor or unexpected event could disturb her. The previous peril appeared to her as a trivial matter, as her serene and ethereal features bore no trace of disturbance. "Who dares to harm my horse? Stand back, everyone disperse." A young man with a stubbly jaw forcefully pushed through the crowd, approaching with an air of authority. He donned a light blue pleated outfit, unarmored yet with leather bracers on his wrists. The pleated trousers, popular during the southern and northern dynasties, featured a short top and long pants, favored for their practicality and simplicity, becoming a common military attire, regardless of rank. Upon seeing the lovely countenance of the woman in green, the young man's fury instantly melted into a smile. "How is the young lady? Are you unhurt?" The woman remained expressionless, continuing her path forward. The young man smiled and clasped his hands in greeting, attempting to engage her further. "I am," yet the woman seemed oblivious to his presence, brushing past him without a glance. His smile faltered, and he explained, "Young lady, I am merely concerned for your well-being, I mean no offense." The woman continued to the center of the road, bending to retrieve her hat. The onlookers stifled their laughter at the young man's awkwardness. Gradually, his smile faded. "I am speaking to you, can you not hear me?" The woman dusted off her hat without sparing him a glance. The young man raised his voice. "Is it that you cannot hear, or are you simply mute?" Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a voice from the crowd remarked, "You may speak well, but alas, you do not speak as a human should." Chapter 48. A narrow path for rivals. The man turned towards Wang Yang, his gaze piercing and contemptuous as it swept over the figure of all, clad in coarse linen garments. He inquired of Wang Yang, "Is this your child?" Young Ah, sensing the disdain in the man's tone, tugged at the hem of her rough attire, attempting to smooth out the creases, yet her efforts proved futile. The folds cascaded like waves, and as one side appeared flat, the other erupted anew. Fearing she might bring shame to Wang Yang, she lowered her head and sought refuge behind his legs. Wang Yang, noticing Ao's embarrassment, attempted to coax her out from her hiding spot, but she stubbornly refused to budge. With a gentle pat on her head, he stated calmly, "She is indeed my child." The man scoffed further, a derisive laugh escaping his lips. "Very well, since you refuse to appreciate the leniency I extend, do not lament your choice later." At that moment, the woman in green had resumed her hat, preparing to depart, when the man bellowed, "No one is allowed to leave." He pointed an accusatory finger, declaring, "Look closely. This is a purebred Liaoshi black steed, worth at least 30,000. Even if you wish to purchase it, you might not find one available. You have harmed my horse, compensation is due 2,000 each, or you shall not leave." A horse valued at 30,000? Surely, that exceeds the worth of a house. Wang Yang recalled the blacksmith mentioning that constructing a tiled house would require about 10 to 20,000. Suddenly, Ah collapsed to the ground, causing Wang Yang to gasp in alarm as he hurriedly lifted her, exclaiming, "Ah! Ah! The man merely observed with cold indifference, showing no concern. Little awe peeked through her eyelids, subtly tugging at Wang Yang's garment before resuming her active unconsciousness. Wang Yang, caught between exasperation and amusement, gently set her down, whispering, "There is no need. He is at fault, and we are not obliged to pay." Ah let out a soft "oh" and once more retreated behind Wang Yang's legs. The woman in green suddenly interjected, "That is not a purebred black steed. It is a hybrid of the Liaoshi black horse and the Jianghuai black mare." The man was taken aback. He had been speaking off the cuff, never anticipating that this woman possessed knowledge of horses. He hastily adjusted his stance, stating, "Even a hybrid black steed warrants 2,000, each of you shall pay 1,000. Enough of this chatter, quickly hand over the money." Wang Yang cleared his throat, asserting, "According to the laws of Qi, riding horses in a crowded area is prohibited. Those who ride recklessly in the city, causing harm to others, cannot claim it as an accident. You rode your horse through a bustling marketplace, and had it not been for this valiant lady's intervention, you would now be facing charges of manslaughter. How dare you attempt to deflect blame? Oh, there is one who understands the law. Perhaps you are a minor noble, yet you fail to introduce yourself to bolster your standing," the man mocked. Wang Yang smiled lightly. "No need for that, let us stick to the facts. I shall not take advantage of you." His main concern was that the identity of the Wang clan from Langya was fabricated, and without proper registration, he felt no confidence in flaunting his lineage. The man's response was anticipated. Although Wang Yang's attire barely conformed to that of a scholar, he lacked attendants or a cart, and being associated with a child dressed like a sack, he presumed Wang Yang belonged to some impoverished family, at best, a minor gentry. Having grown accustomed to his arrogance in Jingzhou, he naturally regarded Wang Yang with disdain. He chuckled lightly. "You do not intend to bully me, haha, well, I must thank you then." "No need for thanks," Wang Yang interjected. The man's expression darkened. "Do you know who I am, to discuss the laws with me? I have ridden these streets freely, no one has dared speak out against me, yet you dare to lecture me on the law?" Wang Yang replied languidly, "So your implication is that the laws of our great Qi do not apply to you? You consider yourself above the law, dismissing everyone around you, is that correct?" "I did not say that, do not twist my words." The man hastily denied, for even he, in his arrogance, was wary of such a dangerous implication hidden within those few words. Wang Yang suddenly fixed him with a piercing gaze, questioning loudly, "Then do you dare deny that you violated the laws of Qi by recklessly riding through the marketplace, nearly causing injury to others?" Little Ob peeked out, mimicking Wang Yang's stern tone, her voice sweet yet firm. "Do you dare deny it?" The man, though seasoned in confrontations, flinched under Wang Yang's fierce stare, a flicker of guilt washing over him. In a moment of desperation, he exclaimed, "I am the cavalry commander of Badong. I have urgent military matters to report to the prince. I am not bound by common law. It is you who have harmed my horse and delayed critical military affairs. You shall be dealt with accordingly." The woman in green replied coldly, "Military messages are to be conveyed with red, white, blue, and black flags. Confidential messages are exempt from this. However, if you possess a confidential message, you should not divulge it to us. If it were indeed an urgent military matter, you would not linger here for so long. You are either fabricating stories or neglecting your duty." The man was taken aback. How could this woman be so familiar with military protocols and possess such skill? "Who are you? Are you from Jingzhou? How do you know about military matters?" The woman offered no reply as the man stepped forward, his tone growing harsh. "I am asking you a question. Your surname, where is your household registered?" "Remove your hat." The woman took a step back, her left hand inching toward the hilt of her sword. The man shouted, "Lu Yang has sent word, there are northern spies among us. You two have injured military horses and delayed military affairs. I now suspect you have ulterior motives." He pointed to a nearby vendor, commanding, "You, go to the market office immediately and summon the magistrate to apprehend them." The magistrate is the official responsible for market transactions and order. Wang Yang realized the situation was dire and decided to fight back. He pointed to a figure in the crowd, adopting an authoritative demeanor. "You go to the county school and summon the headmaster, Lu Zhao, to see me at once." "The county school? Who exactly are you?" The man questioned, suspicion creeping into his mind. Although the headmaster of the county school held a scholarly title, his rank was considerable, and Lu Zhao was one of the 4 great clans of the Neon Lu family. The man found it hard to believe that Wang Yang could casually command such authority. Just as Wang Yang was about to reveal his false identity, a clear, melodic voice chimed in from behind. Mr. Lu has long been devoted to his studies, do not trouble him with trivial matters. Wang Yang turned to see a young girl in a pink dress, her hair styled in twin buns, stepping forward. Without acknowledging Wang Yang, she curtsied to the man, saying, "General Wang, my lady's carriage is over there, please follow me." Given the man's rank, he could hardly be addressed as general, yet the girl's words clearly flattered him. The man, pleased, was about to inquire, "Who is your lady?" when his gaze fell upon a cart not far away, a yellow ox cart that he hurried over. Wang Yang followed his gaze, and to his astonishment, it was indeed the cart belonging to Lady Xie. What a narrow path for rivals! The man bowed and clasped his fists beside the window of the cart, but the distance was too great for Wang Yang to hear their conversation. Moments later, the man returned, casting a suspicious glance at Wang Yang before addressing the gathered crowd. "Disperse, disperse, do not block the way." The onlookers, momentarily confused, remained rooted in place, but the man barked, "If you continue to obstruct the path, I will summon the magistrate to arrest you." The crowd hurriedly scattered, and the man mounted his horse, riding away. Wang Yang realized that Lady Xia had come to his aid and prepared to approach her in gratitude. However, to his surprise, the ox cart showed no signs of stopping and, as if intentionally, sped up as it passed him, kicking up a cloud of dust and leaving Wang Yang covered in grime. Inside the cart, Xie Xinghan maintained the most dignified posture, struggling to suppress her laughter, while her maid, Xiaoning, lowered the curtain and exclaimed joyfully, "Yang has arrived, he is covered in dust. He is coughing now." Xie Xinghan burst into laughter, her waist bending gracefully, her butterfly bones moving lightly. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, filled with mirth that seemed to conceal shining starlight, as she excitedly proposed, "What do you think? Shall we turn around and give him another dusting?" Chapter 49. The renowned scholar. The residence lay deep within a verdant bamboo grove, the air filled with a refreshing tranquility. Wang Yang and Lu Zhao strolled along a narrow path framed by towering bamboo, guided by a neatly attired young servant. Lu Zhao, captivated by the scenery, remarked, "Your master certainly has an eye for selecting a location. It is quite rare to find such an expansive bamboo forest within the city." The servant replied, "Master says this is the reincarnation of the bamboo grove of the 7 sages of the bamboo grove." Lu Zhao chuckled, only he could make such a claim. He then leaned closer to Wang Yang and whispered, "My friend is quite a decent fellow, though he has a somewhat eccentric temperament. People often say he possesses the spirit of Ruanji. If he inadvertently offends you, please do not take it to heart." The master of this abode was named Zongsu, courtesy name Jingwei, a distinguished scholar in Jingzhou. He was known for his unconventional and unrestrained demeanor and had a reputation for his high ideals. Years ago, when Wang Xin held power in Jingzhou, he extended a generous invitation for Zongsu to serve as an advisor, which Zongsu declined. 5 years prior, when King Luling was appointed governor of Jingzhou, he sent a lavish gift to persuade Zongsu to take office, yet he was again rebuffed. His refusal to even entertain the request of a prince speaks volumes of his formidable spirit. The administrative divisions of the southern dynasties comprised counties, commanderies, and provinces. Jingzhou City belonged to Jiangling County, thus it was also referred to as Jiangling City. Jiangling County fell under the jurisdiction of Nanjun, and coincidentally, Jiangling City served as the capital of Nanjun, hence it was also known as Nanjun City. Furthermore, Nanjun City was the administrative center of the entire Jingzhou region, akin to a provincial capital, which is how it acquired the name Jingzhou City. The phrase "one city, 3 names" derives from this. Zongsu's son, Zong Rui, currently holds the position of deputy governor of Nanjun. The deputy governor serves as the assistant to the county magistrate, akin to a provincial secretary general, with the management of household registrations being one of his responsibilities. Therefore, Lu Zhao's visit with Wang Yang to Zongsu was primarily concerning household registration matters. Given that they were seeking assistance, Wang Yang had little reason to take offense. Moreover, Zongsu's resemblance to the illustrious scholars of the Wei and Jin dynasties piqued Wang Yang's curiosity, fueling his desire to witness the so-called scholarly demeanor. As the trio emerged from the bamboo grove, they encountered a small lake before them. On the grassy bank lay 7 flat stones arranged in a crescent shape, their surfaces as smooth as mirrors. Upon one of the stones reclined a man clad in a flowing white robe, his eyes closed as he softly recited verses, lying at ease, exuding an air of tranquility. As they approached, the man was heard to chant, "To journey forth to the distant capital, then return and head northward. To navigate the Yellow River by boat, passing the old dwelling of Shan Yang. Wang Yang recognized these lines as part of the Ode of Longing for Old Friends, penned by Xiang Xiu, one of the 7 sages, expressing nostalgia for his companions, including Ji Kong. Lu Zhao stepped forward, inquiring, Jing Wei, do you have intentions of traveling again? Zhang Su, still with eyes shut, responded, I have just acquired this residence. I do not intend to leave, I am merely wandering in spirit. He continued to recite, gazing upon the desolation of the wilderness, I rest my carriage at the city's edge. Treading upon the remnants of 2 gentlemen, traversing the empty cottages of the alleys, having grown accustomed to Zhang Su's temperament, Lu Zhao was not angered by his refusal to open his eyes, and playfully asked, Xiang Ziki composed the Ode of Longing for Old Friends in remembrance of his old friends. Now that your old companions stand before you, why do you not spare them a glance? Zhang Su merely turned over, facing away from Lu Zhao, saying, I invited you yesterday, yet you did not come. Now that my spirits have waned, what is there to see? I had pressing matters at the time. I was engaged in organizing a remarkable text, critiquing the book of documents. Stop. Do not bring your Confucian affairs into my presence. Lu Zhao had intended to smoothly introduce Wang Yang into the conversation, but was abruptly interrupted, leading him to reconsider his approach. Now that our guest has arrived, you must at least offer him a seat. Only then did Zhang Su sit up, turning to face them, yet he did not look at Lu Zhao or Wang Yang. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon the 6 large stones nearby, murmuring to himself, this one won't do, nor will that one, this is even less likely. Lu Zhao inquired, what are you doing? Zhang Su then turned towards Lu Zhao, excitement illuminating his features as he exclaimed, Ming Yang, do you not see that these 7 stones resemble 7 seats? Indeed, they bear a striking resemblance. These stones are situated just behind the bamboo grove. Could it not be a divine coincidence? As Lu Zhao remained perplexed, Zhang Su continued with fervor, these must be the seats of the 7 sages from centuries past. After 200 or 300 years, their likeness remains so uncanny. Is this not a rare and extraordinary fate? The previous owner of this estate claimed that these stones have stood here for quite some time, naturally formed as seats. At times during the night, he even heard the voices of 7 individuals conversing. He initially thought it was a haunting. I purchased this residence at a high price solely for these 7 seats. Last night, I awaited their voices but heard none. I suppose the sages do not visit every day. Nevertheless, the residence now belongs to me, and surely there will come a day when I can entertain myself with Laozi and Zhuangzi in the morn and befriend the 7 sages in the eve. What joy that would bring! Ha ha ha! Lu Zhao exchanged a glance with Wang Yang, his eyes conveying a sense of helplessness. Wang Yang, however, did not mock Zhang Su. He reflected that, perhaps during his own youthful exuberance, he too had harbored similar fantasies. Lu Zhao chuckled, perhaps the former owner devised this story and arranged the stones specifically to sell you the house. Zhang Su was momentarily taken aback. Lu Zhao quickly added, I was only jesting. Wang Yang felt that this jest might have contained an element of truth. It matters not. Zhang Su waved dismissively, even if that were the case, it is the owner who, out of goodwill, arranged these 7 seats for me. This is surely a predestined occurrence, a fortuitous chance that allows me, Zhang Su, to recreate the revelries of the bamboo grove. With great enthusiasm, he pointed to each stone, introducing them to Lu Zhao. Behold, this is Ji Kang's seat. This one belongs to Ruan Ji, this is Shan Tao's, that is Xiang Xiu, Wang Rong, and Ruan Xian. I shall take my place upon Xiang Xiu's seat. Wang Yang found the situation quite amusing, while Lu Zhao curiously asked, why do you not occupy Ruan Ji's seat? Is he not the one you most admire? Zhang Su looked astonished. How could I dare to sit in Ruan Xizong's seat? I am unworthy of Ji Kong, Ruan Ji, or Shan Tao's seats. Wang Rong is not one of my peers, and I disdain to occupy his seat. Upon hearing Zhang Su disparage Wang Rong, Lu Zhao cast a worried glance at Wang Yang. After all, Wang Rong was a revered ancestor of the Wang clan of Langya. Should he belong to Wang Yang's lineage, it could spell trouble. Sensing Wang Yang's calm demeanor, Lu Zhao felt relieved. Zhang Su continued to expound upon his peculiar views. Lu Ling and Ruan Xian cannot compare to me. Sitting there would be of little significance. As for Xiang Xiu, he and I are of similar standing, thus I may as well take a seat. After making this statement, Zhang Su turned to Lu Zhao. Come, Ming Yang, you may take Lu Ling's seat. Lu Zhao thought to himself. Just moments ago, Zhang Su claimed Lu Ling was inferior to him, and now he suggests I sit in Lu Ling's place. Does that not imply I am lesser in his eyes? He refrained from contesting Zhang Su, for if they were to bicker over such trivial matters, they would have never become friends. Lu Zhao chose not to take a seat and instead introduced Wang Yang. This is the talented young man I mentioned to you, Wang Yang, son of Wang Jiyan. Wang Yang humbly replied, I am unworthy. I am Wang Yang, and I have the honor of meeting Master Zong. Zhang Su rolled his eyes dramatically at Wang Yang. In times devoid of heroes, even a mere child can gain renown. Nowadays, anyone dares to claim the title of genius. Lu Zhao reproached, Jingwei, you are being excessive. Ji Yan is my esteemed guest. Zhong Su showed no regard for politeness. Then let him return to your county school. These 7 seats are not for just anyone to occupy. Perhaps he should sit inside the house instead? Lu Zhao found himself at a loss with Zhong Su's obstinacy, casting an apologetic glance at Wang Yang. Yet Wang Yang remained unfazed, appreciating Zhong Su's authenticity, his unfiltered likes and dislikes, which he considered to be a rare and genuine quality. Historically, Ruan Ji was known for his wide-eyed demeanor, expressing disdain towards commoners. Zhong Su's earlier eye roll bore a striking resemblance to this legacy of Ruan Ji. Chapter 50. Love and detachment. When one seeks assistance from another, what need is there for a bicycle? Whether one sits or stands is of little consequence. The only priority is to resolve the household registration issue. Wang Yang appeared remarkably relaxed, gesturing to Lu Zhao with a wave of his hand and a meaningful glance. Lu Zhao, left with no choice, seated himself first and conveyed his intentions to his old friend. However, to his surprise, Zhang Su interrupted Lu Zhao almost immediately, displaying evident resistance. Enough, enough! You seek my help for such trivial matters. You truly underestimate me. Besides, I have no expertise in these matters. If you wish to accomplish something, go directly to Zhong Rui. Lu Zhao replied, you are well aware of your son's temperament, stubborn like yourself. If you do not speak up, how can he possibly heed my request? It is of no concern to me. I have never involved myself in such mundane affairs, and you ought to know this. I did not intervene when your academy faced collapse, so why would I concern myself with the fabrication of household registrations? Lu Zhao frowned. What do you mean by fabricated household registrations? The individual in question is indeed of the Langya Wang clan. It's merely a matter of rectifying their registration after it was overlooked. How can you say nonsense? How can a noble family rectify anything? If there is to be any rectification, it would be the Langya Wang clan coordinating with the Ministry of Personnel. Why should you fret over it? Let us not dwell on this. I must ask, is it true that your academy is on the verge of collapse? If so, let us discuss metaphysics instead. The doctrines of Confucianism are truly lacking in interest. Nonsense! Lu Zhao retorted, his patience wearing thin. He could not tolerate such disparagement of scholarly pursuits, even from an old friend. I shall not tolerate your derision of Laozi and Zhuangzi, and you should refrain from belittling the noble principles of Confucius. Even if the academy were to fall, I would steadfastly uphold the righteous path, unrepentant even unto death. Zhong Su interlocked his hands behind his head, reclining slowly, crossing his legs, and closing his eyes. Only after a great awakening can one comprehend this grand dream. Yet the foolish believe themselves awake, whispering about lords and ministers, which is truly the height of ignorance. These words are drawn from the Zhuangzi on equating things, implying that foolish individuals are ensnared in a grand dream, unaware of their slumber, engaging in discussions of lords and subjects, which is profoundly base. Confucianism places great emphasis on the hierarchy between rulers and subjects, thus this statement directly pierced Lu Zhao's earlier proclamation of the noble principles of Confucius. Lu Zhao, in need of Zhong Su's assistance, could only ignore the sarcasm, suppressing his frustration, and continue to plead, I am well aware of your stance on Confucianism, which is why I have not sought your aid regarding the academy's plight. However, this matter necessitates your involvement. Please, for the sake of our many years of friendship, assist me just this once. Zhong Su languidly replied, I am a scholar of Zhuangzi, as you well know. Zhuangzi extols detachment, why speak to me of friendship? Wang Yang suddenly interjected, Zhuangzi is not devoid of emotion, rather, he possesses the deepest affections. Lu Zhao's expression stiffened. Although he was a scholar of Confucianism, he recognized that Zhuangzi advocated for emotional detachment. Wang Yang's assertion was evidently contrary to common understanding, yet, one could not blame him. At such a young age, having mastered the Xingshu, he likely had little time to delve into Taoist texts. Zhong Su dismissed the matter lightly, chuckling, you likely have not even read Zhuangzi, have you? Wang Yang calmly responded. Laozi states, when kinship is discordant, there exists filial piety. When the nation is in chaos, there arise loyal subjects. It is only when kin lack filial affection that the concept is championed. Similarly, it is only in times of national turmoil that loyal subjects come to the fore, who, then, would cry out for the way of detachment. It is the one who harbors deep feelings. The highest transcends emotions, while the lowest are devoid of them. Those lacking in emotion cannot even be said to possess feelings or detachment. Only those who are deeply affectionate, tormented by their affections, yearn for detachment and ponder the way of detachment. Zhuangzi frequently laments, is it not sorrow? Is it not sad? Alas! These expressions of grief appear countless times, no less than 20. How could someone truly devoid of emotion utter such words? Shi Yu Lu Zhao was utterly astonished. He had always believed Wang Yang to be a scholar of Confucianism, but to his surprise, he could discourse on Laozi and Zhuangzi. Zhang Su also sat up, scrutinizing Wang Yang with newfound seriousness. When Zhuangzi's wife died, he beat a drum and sang, "What is that if not emotion?" Wang Yang countered, if he were truly devoid of emotion, why then beat the drum? Why sing? That was an expression of resignation, an attempt to articulate his feelings. To beat the drum and sing is but a means of lamenting. In this world, when faced with unavoidable circumstances, the most profound sorrow emerges. When Wan Ji's mother passed, he played chess, feasted on fatty pork, and drank copious amounts of wine. Why did he do this? To indulge in reckless behavior, seeking to alleviate the burdens of his heart. Zhuangzi states, to be mutually supportive is inferior to forgetting one another in the rivers and lakes. Who speaks of forgetting if they are truly indifferent? The indifferent do not need to forget. Only those who are deeply affectionate must seek to forget. The phrase better to forget one another is but a lament. It may seem devoid of emotion, yet it is profoundly emotional. Thus, it is said that great sounds are scarcely heard, great snow leaves no trace, supreme joy is without joy, and supreme affection is devoid of. Zhang Su abruptly shouted, his entire body covered in goosebumps, his voice trembling. Supreme affection is devoid of emotion. Supreme affection is devoid of emotion. Well said, well said. I have read Zhuangzi for over 40 years and never grasped this. He rushed forward, grasping Wang Yang's hand, pulling him to Shan Tao's seat. Come, Wang, my dear brother, sit here and continue. Lu Zhao remained in a state of utter shock, staring blankly at Wang Yang. Jiyan, how, when did you? Do not interrupt, do not interrupt. Zhang Su waved his hand, cutting Lu Zhao off. Wang Yang, feeling fatigued from standing, seized the opportunity to sit down, continuing his discourse on the household registration issue. Zhuangzi views the world as murky, unsuitable for Zhuangzi's discourse, hence, he employs strange words and bizarre tales, trivializing the universe and playfully mocking the sages, presenting what seems to be humorous discourse. All are aware of Chu Yuan's lament, yet few recognize Zhuangzi's sorrow. Chu Yuan's grief is confined to one nation, while Zhuangzi's sorrow encompasses the world. Chu Yuan's sorrow is bound to a moment, while Zhuangzi's grief spans the ages. In Zhuangzi on forgiveness, it is stated, in this world, the dead lie in heaps, and the living push against each other. Those who suffer punishment gaze upon one another, while Confucians and moists begin to flail their arms between shackles. How profound is the sentiment! Such words, brimming with compassion for the world, could not possibly emanate from a heart devoid of emotion. This illustrates the so-called murkiness of the world, which neither Confucians nor moists can rectify. Thus Zhuangzi contemplates his teachings to correct the world's ills and return to righteousness. Well said. Well said. Zhang Su clapped his thighs, beaming with pride as he looked toward Lu Zhao. What do you think? You always claim Laozi and Zhuangzi are pessimistic and of no benefit to the world, yet you fail to recognize Zhuangzi's profound concern for society. Lu Zhao retorted, what is there to be proud of? You only just discovered this yourself. Zhang Su eagerly beckoned Wang Yang. Come, Wang, my dear brother, rise, do not sit in Shan Tao's place, sit in Ji Kang's, your lofty discourse deserves such a seat. No need, I am quite comfortable here. How can that possibly be acceptable? Shan Tao cannot be compared to Ji Zhongshan? Zhang Su insisted on switching seats with Wang Yang, who had no choice but to acquiesce. Wang, my dear brother, please continue. Zhang Su rubbed his hands together, his expression earnest, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Wang Yang continued, Zhuangzi speaks of the contest between the land of snails, where 100,000 corpses laid out. He remarks that those who steal hooks are punished, while those who steal nations become lords. Jiyan. Lu Zhao, realizing Wang Yang's words had crossed a line, immediately halted him and cautiously glanced around. At this moment, the southern Qi had only been established for 11 years. The founding emperor, Qi Gaozu, who was also the current emperor's father, was once a minister of the Lu Song dynasty. After seizing power, he emulated Qiao Pai, compelling Emperor Song to abdicate, thereby claiming the throne. Thus, the topic of stealing nations as mentioned by Zhuangzi was undoubtedly a sensitive issue for the court. Chapter 51. The daughter of the Xichang Marquis Zonsa waved his large sleeves and declared, "It matters not, only 3 of us have heard this today. If each repeats it, naturally, there will be no informants." Lu Zhao cast a sidelong glance, wearing an expression that clearly conveyed, "Are you joking?" Undeterred, Zongsa, with a spark of excitement in his eyes, exclaimed, "I shall begin. Those who steal a hook shall be punished, those who steal a nation shall be marquises." After saying this, he turned to the male servant, who obediently echoed his words. Zongsa then looked towards Lu Zhao. "I refuse to speak. This is sheer nonsense." Lu Zhao retorted indignantly. Zongsa laughed heartily and assured Wang Yang, "Fear not, Lu the scholar will not betray us, continue speaking." Wang Yang silently regretted his slip of the tongue. Nonetheless, he had merely quoted Zhuangzi without any insinuation. Could he truly face repercussions for this one phrase? Was there even a literary inquisition at this time? Regardless, caution was prudent, and as he reminded himself to tread carefully, he concluded, "To no one's foolishness is not to be greatly foolish. To no one's confusion is not to be greatly confused. The truly confused remain eternally perplexed, the truly foolish remain perpetually unwise." Zhuangzi laments the folly of the world and grieves its confusions, mourning their misfortunes and lamenting their lack of ambition. His gaze is icy, yet his heart is fervent. With cold eyes, he disregards right and wrong. With a warm heart, he is filled with deep sorrow. Though he knows it is futile, he cannot help but cling to his emotions, revealing a heart ensnared. Though unable to forget, he ultimately refrains from action, for he sees all with a cold eye. Upon finishing, Zongsa and Lu Zhao appeared as if petrified, rooted in place. This profound discourse was an amalgamation of Wang Yang's reflections on the insights of several historical scholars, with the conclusion directly borrowing from the classic remarks of the Qing dynasty scholar Hu Weining. For Zongsa and Lu Zhao, who were still exploring the depths of Zhuangzi's philosophy, the impact on their minds was unmistakable. "Shi Yan, you actually comprehend metaphysics?" Lu Zhao exhaled in disbelief, finally voicing the question that had lingered in his mind. In ancient times, the texts Laozi, I Ching, and Zhuangzi were collectively referred to as the 3 mysteries. Metaphysics pertains to the study of these texts. Since the Wei and Jin dynasties, metaphysics had flourished, almost rivaling Confucianism. Thus, it was not surprising for scholars to be well-versed in metaphysics. However, the issue lay in Wang Yang's profound understanding of the Xinshu, clearly indicating him as a disciple of classical studies. Coupled with his youth, how could he possess such a deep comprehension of metaphysics? If one were to assess the depth of his understanding, Wang Yang excelled in Zhuangzi, followed by Laozi, and then I Ching. Particularly with I Ching, although he had taken specialized courses and achieved the highest marks in his department, he would not dare to claim mastery. Just to attempt divining using various methods from I Ching without any references would be beyond his capability. How could he claim to be proficient? Wang Yang clasped his hands together and replied, "I cannot claim to be proficient. I merely possess a slight understanding." "If you merely possess a slight understanding, does that not render me a fool?" Zongsa, regaining his composure, grasped Wang Yang's hand and urged, Come, Wang, my dear brother, accompany me to a certain place." "What place?" Wang Yang felt somewhat uncomfortable with Zongsa's sudden handholding. Although he knew that the term handholding in early Tang literature often referred to gestures between male friends, Lu Zhao seized the opportunity to inquire, "What of Ji Yan's household registration matter? Leave that to me." "However, dear brother Wang, you must first assist me with a favor." "Ming Yang, you may return now. I shall accompany Wang, my dear brother." In a secluded chamber with windows and fragrant pathways, 2 young ladies were seated, savoring tea. One of the young ladies, clad in a white silk and azure gauze dress, had a figure as slender as willow and delicate collarbones. She extended her hand to push a teacup across the table. As her graceful wrist moved, her sleeves slipped back, revealing skin as smooth and pale as ivory. She was none other than the renowned 4th Miss of the Xie family, Xie Xinghan. Seated opposite Xie Xinghan was a young lady adorned in a black and gold silk robe, with golden embroidery along the edges. The hem trailing elegantly of the robe accentuated her exquisite curves, complemented by a face that could only be described as bewitchingly beautiful, radiating a unique charm that blended grace and allure. This was none other than the most enigmatic figure among the three beauties of the imperial capital, the daughter of the Xichang Marquis Xiao Baoyue. If Xie Xinghan exuded a snowy elegance, calm yet unable to conceal her clever playfulness, Xiao Baoyue embodied a pure and captivating beauty. With every smile and frown, she exuded an innate charm that could mesmerize the heart. She took a small sip of tea and closed her long, expressive eyes slightly, remarking, "The froth settles and the flowers float, shimmering like accumulated snow." "Sister, your tea has become increasingly refined. It seems that Master Huishu has taught you well. However, Huishu's tea ceremony is influenced by the Zen master Shinchang from Shu, often incorporating sandalwood leaves and large soapberries. You have taken the liberty to substitute them with lotus seeds and calamus. Though the intention is commendable, it does not harmonize with the tea from Badong, which is rather unfortunate." Xie Xinghan smiled gently. "Sister, you are indeed a woman of great intellect, possessing a heart as sharp as a needle. It is no easy feat for you to find rest. Should you drink the authentic Badong tea, would it not be even more difficult to sleep? You have just arrived in Jingzhou today and are already aware of my tea studies with Master Huishu. It seems you observe the world keenly and bear too much concern. My use of calamus in place of sandalwood leaves was merely a gesture of goodwill." Xiao Baoyue chuckled. "You little imp, you are always quick with your tongue. I merely commented on your tea, and you accuse me of overthinking. If you wish to place blame, you can only fault your own fame, which causes the youth of Jingzhou to be enamored with you, scrutinizing your every move." Xie Xinghan's youthful face turned serious. "What do you mean by enamored?" "Sister, do not speak carelessly." Xiao Baoyue's beautiful eyes sparkled with mischief. "Are you trying to hide it from me? Wandering through the riverside with wine in hand, the delicate waist sways lightly in my grasp, but that lightly swaying waist can only refer to our little Xinghan, can it not?" Xie Xinghan's cheeks flushed crimson at the thought of Wang Yang, and she clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. "That rogue!" Xiao Baoyue set down her teacup and said, "Enough, there are many lecherous individuals in the world. Those with a touch of literary talent often seek to display their wit, yet they are mostly fools lacking in true talent. You cannot possibly hold them to account." Xie Xinghan blinked her starry eyes. "What of young Master Su then?" "With profound knowledge and eloquence, even my father praises him as possessing historical talent. He began his career as an assistant to a literary official, with an immeasurable future ahead of him." "Surely he possesses true talent." "Su Kuang, merely a bookish fool," Xiao Baoyue scoffed, glancing at Xie Xinghan. "Why do you mention him?" Xie Xinghan pondered for a moment and replied, "It is said that your family intends to form a marriage alliance with the Su family of Donghai, and that Su Kuang harbors deep affections for you, while you too regard him with favor. Uncle Xiao even praises him as a talented scholar of the nation." Xiao Baoyue yawned lazily and said, "Even you are aware of this?" Xie Xinghan was taken aback. Could this truly be the case? Note: at that time, the term for sister was Z, but whether referred to simply as Z or a Z, for modern readers, lacking that cultural context, it does not convey the same accuracy as sister. Thus, to avoid disrupting the narrative, sister is used instead. The practice of placing tea leaves in a teacup and pouring boiling water over them emerged during the late Tang period. It had not yet appeared during the southern dynasties. The characteristics of tea culture during that time will be mentioned further along in the text. It is acceptable if some details are forgotten, as we have only revealed a small portion of the iceberg. These elements will be elaborated upon repeatedly, eventually presenting a clear and comprehensive picture. Chapter 52 The Dastardly Suitor. Perhaps, in a manner of speaking, however, it is utterly impossible for me to harbor any affections for him. My father's remarks were clearly mere pleasantries. The Su family is intent on promoting this matter, aiming to elevate Su Kuang's standing while compelling me to acquiesce. Xie Xinghan exclaimed in indignation, "How despicable of the Su family!" Xiao Baoyue, indifferent, twirled a lock of her hair and replied, "Despicable hardly captures it. Their methods are rather unrefined. Are you not angry?" Xiao Baoyue's gaze was as frigid as ice. "There is nothing to be incensed about. Since the retirement of Duke Lu from the position of Minister of State, this role has been assumed by the King of Jingling. Su Xiaozi, serving as the Minister of War, is but a subordinate to the King of Jingling, working closely with him, their bond rather profound, yet, this man is exceedingly cunning, unwilling to bind himself to the King of Jingling, thus seeking to forge an alliance with my family to curry favor with the Crown Prince. Naturally, during such times, my father would not dismiss Su Xiaozi, and the crown prince is also inclined to win him over, hence this predicament has befallen me. Ultimately, it is merely a case of mutual exploitation. Xiao Baoyue's father, the Marquis of Xichang, is widely recognized as a supporter of the crown prince. Upon hearing that both the crown prince and the Marquis of Xichang were intent on facilitating this union, Xie Xinghan expressed her concern. "What shall we do about you, sister? If I do not wish it, none can coerce me. However, being 3 years your senior, I am already past the prime age for marriage. Delaying further will only postpone the inevitable. After all, most men in this world are rather mediocre. Why should I resist? Is there truly a difference in whom I marry?" Xiao Baoyue scoffed lightly, her demeanor one of disdain for all men. Xie Xinghan urged, "Though there are many who are indeed mediocre, there are also genuine talents among them." "And what of these talents?" "They merely flaunt their literary prowess and embellish their phrases. Even if one were to rival the likes of Sima Shangru in prose or Chao Ji in poetry, what true benefit does that confer upon the world?" Xie Xinghan responded earnestly, "Literature is the cornerstone of great governance and an enduring legacy. Throughout history, there have been great literary figures and accomplished individuals alike. One observes the heavens to discern the shifting tides of fate, and studies humanity to cultivate the world. The Book of Songs contains virtues that critique, and the Han Dynasty's great prose carries the weight of admonition. Both have resonated through the ages, celebrated for eternity. How can one claim they are without merit?" Observing Xie Xinghan's serious demeanor, Xiao Baoyue suddenly reached out, pinching her delicate cheek, unable to suppress her amusement. "Look at you, so earnest. Surely, you will marry a great talent someday." Xie Xinghan swatted Xiao Baoyue's hand away, chiding, "I worry for you, and you jest with me." As they played, a distant clamor reached their ears. Xiaoning hurried in. "Mistress, Mr. Zong has arrived," knocking at the door and demanding to see you, but he did not present his visiting card, so the doorman was hesitant to let him in. Xie Xinghan, residing in Jingzhou, maintained a strict household, with the doors firmly shut without prior notice. Upon hearing it was Zong Su, she chuckled. "What visiting card would he present? I imagine he is too proud to concede defeat, intent on reclaiming that handwritten copy of Zhuangzi by Guoxiang. I have also heard he possesses a version of the Tao Te Ching that is ancient, and it seems he will not rest until he is bested." Xiao Baoyue rose gracefully, her figure as slender as the rising moon. "Little Xinghan, continue to outmatch him in your discussions. Engage in enlightening conversations and study the art of tea. It is all for the best. Do not involve yourself in trivial matters. I shall take my leave through the side gate." "Do not go, sister. I still require your guidance on how to secure my position at the academy." Most regarded Xiao Baoyue as a natural beauty, her demeanor aloof, the most straightforward among the three beauties of the imperial capital. Yet, Xie Xinghan knew her sister possessed a keen intellect, unparalleled in strategy. Her inner wisdom could surpass that of many a man in the court. While people believed the Marquis of Xichang to be the crown prince's sage, they were unaware of the true mastermind behind him, Xiao Baoyue. Xiao Baoyue pursed her alluring lips, her voice soft yet captivating. "You see, this is precisely a trivial matter. Once your family's ship arrives and your goods are settled, return promptly to Jiankang. Remember, do not entangle yourself with the Wang family from Badong." Having spoken, Xiao Baoyue departed without hesitation. Xie Xinghan contemplated her words, momentarily lost in thought, and as she saw her sister walking away, she called out, "Sister! Did you truly come to Jingzhou merely for sightseeing?" Without turning back, Xiao Baoyue lifted her right hand, elegantly gesturing with her slender fingers, leaving behind a stunning silhouette. Outside the Xie residence, Zong Su grasped Wang Yang with one hand and pounded on the door with the other, exclaiming, "Xie girl! Come out, do not hide inside in silence." Wang Yang, visibly awkward, tentatively replied, "Are you certain you are in the right place? How would you know?" Zong Su queried suspiciously. "Mr. Zong, I truly have a stomachache. Please, let me leave." Wang Yang was desperate to avoid meeting Xie Xinghan. Though this enchanting beauty was indeed pleasing to the eye, he had already made an enemy of her, and she had only just helped him resolve a crisis at the marketplace yesterday. Now, seeking out her assistance for Zong Su would only create new grievances. Zong Su ceased his knocking, inquiring with raised eyebrows, "Are you truly unwell?" Wang Yang hastily affirmed, "Indeed, I am." Zong Su promptly pounded on the door again, declaring loudly, "Open up." My brother needs to use the restroom. Wang Yang nearly choked on his own breath. Creak, the door swung open, and Xiao Ning greeted Zongsu with a radiant smile. My lady has invited you and oh, it's you? Xiao Ning's expression soured upon seeing Wang Yang. Zongsu, brimming with bravado, commanded, summon the Xie girl. Today, I have brought a master of discussion to surely subdue her. You cannot enter, my lady has not invited you. Xiao Ning blared at Wang Yang, her demeanor unfriendly. Several servants within the house cast wary glances at Wang Yang. Zongsu, undeterred, dragged Wang Yang inside. He is my brother. What is there that prevents his entry? Xiao Ning hurriedly rushed to inform her mistress, while Zongsu, fearing Xie Xinghan might be alerted and hide, sprinted after her, calling for Wang Yang to keep close behind. Wang Yang wished to leave, but given that he still relied on Zongsu for his household registration and had already entered the premises, surrounded by the Xie family's servants, he had no choice but to follow closely behind Zongsu. Xiao Ning and Zongsu arrived almost simultaneously under the eaves. A lavish tapestry had been laid out, complete with tea utensils and incense, all meticulously arranged. Xie Xinghan knelt gracefully upon the brocade, her expression gentle, her posture elegant. My lady, without waiting for Xiao Ning to announce him, Zongsu interjected, Xie girl. Why have you kept your door shut for so long? Are you afraid of me? Xie Xinghan smiled, Uncle Zong, one must honor the game. Having lost twice in succession, do you still refuse to accept it? You should not grow too complacent. This time, I have brought a master of discussion. You shall surely bow to my superiority. Is that so? Where is he? Xie Xinghan inquired with a smile. Wang, my old brother, why have you arrived so late? Hurry! Under the watchful gaze of several servants, Wang Yang's expression was one of dismay as he entered slowly. Upon seeing Wang Yang, Xie Xinghan's smile gradually faded. Wang Yang hastily bowed. I am immensely grateful for your assistance yesterday, my lady. Zongsu paused. You two know each other? Xie Xinghan clenched her fist tightly, declaring, seize this scoundrel and throw him out of the estate. The servants surged forward with fierce intent, advancing toward Wang Yang. While Wang Yang could engage in verbal sparring, he lacked physical prowess. Faced with such sudden aggression, he could only retreat while calling out, Miss Xie, let us discuss this calmly. At that moment, the image of the green-clad woman from the marketplace flashed through his mind. If only he possessed her skills, he would not need to fear these servants. Chapter 53 The Master of Eloquence. Zongsu stretched out his arms to block the conflict between the servant and Wang Yang, exclaiming, do not engage in violence. He turned to Xie Xinghan and asked, what is the meaning of this, young lady? Xie Xinghan's brows furrowed in anger as she retorted, inquire with him. Zongsu then directed his gaze towards Wang Yang, demanding, what exactly have you done? A lecture, could it be that you? He immediately cast an admiring glance at Wang Yang. What kind of look is that? Wang Yang, unable to suppress his sarcasm, hastily explained, that is not the case. Just yesterday morning, Madame Xie inquired about my family background, and I mistakenly thought she was. You dare to speak further? Xie Xinghan's cheeks flushed at the mere recollection of that moment. I had no desire to elaborate. It was a misunderstanding. And what about the poem Drunken Wanderings in the Rivers and Lakes, was that also a misunderstanding? Xie Xinghan's eyes reddened. As a virtuous young woman, she found it utterly humiliating that this poem had been circulated and discussed by lecherous young men, even becoming a popular tune in brothels. How shameful, Zongsu chuckled and inquired of Wang Yang, not long ago, I heard that poem being sung outside. It turns out you were the author? And no, I did not compose that. Wang Yang quickly denied, perplexed by how this poem had spread without his knowledge. Did Xiao Pang disclose it to others? That couldn't be. Xiao Pang had been reluctant to share any of his previous writings. Even if it had been disseminated, it would not be a significant issue, as the poem merely praised Xian's accomplishments without any scandalous content. Could it be that the controversy stemmed from Xian's flirtations? No, this is the era of the Six Dynasties, and both Shishua Sinuan official histories record such matters, highlighting Xian's charm. So what was the real issue? It must be that she adheres strictly to propriety. Belonging to the traditionalist faction, she likely disapproves of the libertine reputation of the literati, viewing their promotion of ancestral flirtations as a disgrace to their family name. Thus, the flattery in the first line of the poem was akin to a slap in the face. As Wang Yang pondered, Xie Xinghan, now thoroughly incensed, declared, send this lecture to the county office. I shall accuse him of defaming virtuous women and violating propriety. Wang Yang's heart sank. Here stood an enraged noblewoman and a scholar who thrived on chaos. Although the matter seemed trivial, it could easily spiral out of control. He still needed to represent the county school in the battle against Wang Academy. Even considering Lu Zhao's influence, Xie Xinghan should not resort to sending him to the county office for punishment. Furthermore, given that he had merely composed that historical poem and concocted a tale about Xiao Pang's ancestor owing Xie a favor, it seemed an excessive response. However, he bore a significant risk. His household registration had yet to be finalized. If Xie Xinghan lost her composure and actually delivered him to the county office, and they investigated his identity, the consequences would be dire. No, he must turn the tide. I understand now. Madame Xie has harbored animosity towards me, mistakenly believing I am the author of this poem. Wang Yang feigned sudden realization. Are you still pretending? Xie Xinghan's fury only escalated. I have indeed heard this poem, but I do not comprehend why Madame Xie believes it to be my work. Drunken wanderings in the rivers and lakes, with a slender waist and delicate hands. These lines are quite well written, yet they are not my creation, I swear before heaven, Wang Yang asserted with utmost seriousness. Those lines were penned by Dumu. If one seeks the author, they should look to him. Here, he cleverly played with words, asserting that those two lines were not his, leading others to naturally conclude that he had no connection to the entire poem. Xie Xinghan, observing Wang Yang's solemnity, began to harbor doubts. After all, she was convinced he was the one who had interrupted her carriage that day, merely mistaking the voice without any concrete evidence. Xiaoning had also not seen the man's face, only heard the voice, which was indeed difficult to ascertain. But just as she contemplated whether to summon the 4 accompanying servants from that day to identify him, Wang Yang interjected, "Very well, since Madame Xie does not believe me, let us go to the county office to clarify the matter. This will also restore my reputation. Let us proceed." Wang Yang clasped his hands behind his back and turned to leave, thinking, "Zonggu, why are you not here to rescue me? If I go to the county office, who will help you?" Seeing the conversation turn sour, Zongsu quickly grasped Wang Yang's arm, exclaiming, "Do not be angry, my friend, the county office is no place for people like us." He then turned to Xie Xinghan and remarked, "Young lady, it is merely a poem, a trivial matter best left to the winds. Only a fool would take it seriously. If it were to escalate to the county office, especially one under your jurisdiction, would not the onlookers only stir up more trouble?" Xie Xinghan's face was like ice, and she remained silent. Wang Yang hurriedly added, "Regardless of whether I am the author of this poem, it is my frivolity that has led to this misunderstanding. Otherwise, how could Madame Xie not consider that it might have been written by someone else? As the saying goes, flies do not alight on an egg that is not rotten." As Wang Yang was self-deprecating, he noticed Xie Xinghan's eyes narrowing and swiftly corrected himself, or rather, it is I who have acted inappropriately. I owe Madame Xie an apology. He bowed deeply to her. Zongsu attempted to mediate, saying, "My dear, it is all just a misunderstanding. Once clarified, there will be no issue. I came today specifically to engage in pleasant conversation with you. The weather is delightful, a perfect day for discourse. Why waste time on such trifles? I do not wish to see this man, let him leave." Xie Xinghan glared at Wang Yang, then resumed her seat. "How can that be? I cannot hold my own against you. Wang Yang is my specially invited ally. If he departs, what shall I do?" Xie Xinghan raised her delicately chiseled chin, her expression haughty, declaring, "I shall not engage in conversation with such a lecherous individual." Zongsu slyly commented, "Are you afraid of losing?" Xie Xinghan scoffed, "Such provocations are ineffective against me." Zongsu whispered to Wang Yang, "Quickly assist. If you win against her, I shall ensure your household registration is handled flawlessly." "Very well, in the name of securing my registration, I shall continue to strive." After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yang replied, "Let us abandon this. I have already offended her. It weighs on my conscience. Besides, I have bested her once before, and perhaps that is why she harbors some jealousy towards me. If I were to triumph again, would that not be tantamount to bullying?" His voice, though lowered, was not quiet. Xie Xinghan could no longer contain herself, retorting, "You speak nonsense. When did you ever defeat me? In the book of documents, tribute of you, during the debate on the 3 rivers, were you not thoroughly convinced of your defeat? Did you not say, your knowledge is profound, and I am most impressed? Wang Yang mimicked her tone, squeezing his voice into a high pitch. How infuriating! For the first time, Xie Xinghan felt an overwhelming urge to pummel someone, to unleash a furious assault. Xia Ning was equally incensed. As a noblewoman of high status and extraordinary talent, when had anyone dared to treat her with such disrespect? Xie Xinghan pressed her hand against the embroidered mat, asserting, that was classical learning. If it were a discussion of eloquence, you would not last 3 exchanges against me. Eloquence was a distinctive activity among the literati of the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties, primarily focused on the 3 mysteries while encompassing other philosophical discourses, also referred to as mystical discussions. Exchanges was a term used in eloquence, where one poses a challenging question, and the other responds, constituting one exchange. When confronted with an equally matched adversary, discussions could last from dawn till dusk, sometimes even exceeding 100 exchanges. Xie Xinghan's claim that she could best Wang Yang in 3 exchanges indicated that she held him in utter disdain. Xie Xinghan's family had been renowned for their eloquence for generations, and she had been steeped in this tradition from a young age. The illustrious talent of Xie Daoyun was celebrated for her eloquence, leaving many scholars feeling inferior in comparison. Xie Xinghan was often referred to as Little Xie Daoyun, and her prowess in eloquence was unquestionable. In her eyes, Wang Yang epitomized the archetype of a Confucian scholar. While there were indeed many who excelled in both Confucianism and Taoism, finding a young man like Wang Yang who could thoroughly impress Lu Zhao in the field of the Book of Documents spoke volumes about his diligence and focus. As the saying goes, expertise requires specialization, and since he specialized, it was not easy for him to be broadly knowledgeable. How many could rival the likes of Wang Rong, a genius who was both knowledgeable and specialized? He was indeed the most talented scholar of this dynasty. Hence, while Xie Xinghan greatly respected Wang Yang's mastery in the Book of Documents, when it came to eloquence, she did not regard him as a formidable contender. Note: many misunderstand the concept of eloquence, believing it solely revolves around the 3 mysteries. However, its scope is quite extensive. While it primarily focuses on the 3 mysteries, it also touches upon Buddhist philosophy and other cosmic life philosophies, including character evaluations. Those interested in this topic may refer to Tang Changru's eloquence and clear discourse and Tang Yiming's eloquence of the Wei and Jin dynasties. Chapter 54 of the flirtatious argument of the dandy Wang Yang feigned disinterest, stating, perhaps not. If I were to win, you might find fault and become upset, dredging up past grievances, which would be exhausting. He intended to seize this opportunity to silence Xie Xinghan, so that should she ever revisit their previous disputes, he could assert that her ire stemmed from her defeat in their discussion, thus fueling her resentment. Enough of your prattle. I shall engage you in discourse. However, if you lose, you must serve as my servant for 10 days, fetching tea and water, obeying my every command without complaint, enduring both blows and insults. Such childishness. It would be wiser to seek something more tangible, Wang Yang responded. Agreed, but if you lose, you shall transcribe a book for me, 300 copies within 6 days. Can you manage that? Xie Xinghan raised an eyebrow. How many volumes and characters does this book contain? Not many, just 1 volume, over 4,000 characters. Unfazed, Xie Xinghan replied, that is simple. I shall hire 10 scribes, each to copy 5 copies a day. The contents of the book must not be disclosed within 6 days, Wang Yang added. Very well, I shall confine them within my residence and release them after 6 days. How splendid it is to possess such wealth! Wang Yang could not help but marvel inwardly. Were he to have the means to hire help, he would not resort to gambling as a method. Xie girl, should you lose, you must return to me the handwritten Zhuangzi commentary by Guoxiang, Zongsu interjected. Xie Xinghan smiled slightly. Agreed, but if I win, you must present me with the Tao Te Ching commentary bearing Wang Bai's seal. Zongsu grew anxious. If you win, will you not have Wang Laodi as your servant? Wang Yang. So you wish to avoid any personal investment at all, Xie Xinghan replied. That wager concerns me and him, and is entirely separate from what pertains to Uncle Zong. Zongsu glanced between Xie Xinghan and Wang Yang, feeling quite torn. On one hand, Wang Yang's Zhuangzi's profound affection theory was truly remarkable and would surely captivate Xie Xinghan during their discussion, yet, on the other hand, discourse is not merely about establishing a position. It involves rebuttals and counterarguments. Zhang Su had arrived too hastily and was unaware of Wang Yang's rhetorical prowess. As he was mulling over this predicament, Wang Yang casually remarked, "It is merely a volume of the Tao Te Ching. Let us wager it." Zhang Su was somewhat displeased by Wang Yang's nonchalant tone. "Merely a volume of the Tao Te Ching, Wan Laodi. Do you understand from which dynasty this manuscript originates? It matters not the dynasty, for she cannot possibly win." Zhang Su's eyes widened as he observed Wang Yang, with his bright eyes and dark brows, standing tall and composed, his demeanor unfazed. The gentle breeze rustled his white robe, enhancing his ethereal charm. Feeling a surge of confidence, Zhang Su exclaimed, "I trust you, let us wager." Xie Xinghan cast a sidelong glance at Wang Yang, her expression cold. Yet within her mind, she pondered, how badly do I want to strike him? The sunlight poured down and wispy clouds drifted by. Xie Xinghan and Wang Yang sat across from one another. Xie Xinghan's gaze was sharp as she regarded Wang Yang, who met her stare with a smile. Although the debate had yet to commence, the atmosphere had already grown tense. Zhang Su interjected, "Wang Laodi shall present his Wanzi's profound affection theory as the main argument." In a conversation involving only two parties, one assumes the role of the host while the other takes on that of the guest. The host presents their argument first, followed by the guest's rebuttal, after which the host responds. This is the customary procedure of discourse. Zhang Su, eager to position Wang Yang as the host, had confidence in Wang Yang's theory and sought to catch Xie Xinghan off guard. Xie Xinghan chuckled lightly. What merit is there in presenting prepared material? If he were to establish the flirtatious argument of the dandy, then I might as well present the argument of the flirtatious dandy myself. This was initially a sarcastic remark aimed at Wang Yang, with the last 6 words emphasized. However, to her surprise, Wang Yang immediately countered, "Mistress Xie is mistaken. I contend that the dandy is not a man of lecherous disposition. Marrying and bearing children is the common course of human nature. How can one label him as lecherous?" Song used the flirtatious dandy is, in truth, a case of preconceived notions leading to a misinterpretation of the facts, unjustly accusing the dandy. As he pronounced the word unjustly, he enunciated it with deliberate emphasis. The Flirtatious Dandy is a renowned work by Song Yu, which recounts how the dandy slanders Song Yu's character before the king of Chu. Song Yu asserts that despite the beauty of his eastern neighbor, who could captivate an entire nation, he had refrained from courting her over 3 years of secret observation. Meanwhile, the dandy's wife was of remarkable unattractiveness, and yet he fathered 5 children with her. In the end, Song Yu asked, "Who, then, is truly the lecherous one?" Thus, the dandy became synonymous with lechery. Xie Xinghan's delicate fingers rested upon her teacup, gently tapping it. His wife has disheveled hair and protruding lips, walks with a limp, and suffers from various ailments, yet the dandy finds pleasure in her, resulting in 5 offspring. How can this be without lechery? To tolerate an unattractive wife only illustrates that he is not a lecherous man. Moreover, it is only natural for a husband and wife to bear children. If having 5 children is deemed lecherous, then does Mistress Xie imply that Yao, with his 10 sons, and Shun, with his 9, are both lecherous rulers? Wang Yang retorted. Xie Xinghan paused, momentarily taken aback. She had merely quoted from Song Yu's text, never anticipating that Wang Yang would seize upon her words. Intent on continuing the debate, unwilling to yield, she countered, "To tolerate an unattractive wife does not indicate a lack of lechery. Rather, it suggests that one has become so indiscriminate in their desires that no standards remain. Bearing children is not inherently lecherous, yet to indulge in one's desires to the extent of fathering 5 children certainly implies lechery." Seeing Xie Xinghan sit upright, her little face stern and serious as she spouted her assertions, Wang Yang could not help but find it amusing. Indulging in one's desires? Do you truly understand what indulging in one's desires entails? Xie Xinghan's cheeks flushed slightly, a hint of fluster crossing her features, but she quickly regained her composure, responding calmly. Confucius stated, "Excess leads to deficiency," and also said, "Conduct oneself with propriety." Indulging in desires equates to lack of restraint leads to excess, and excess is synonymous with lechery. Xie Xinghan had not been swayed by Wang Yang's provocations, remaining steadfastly focused on her argument. Wang Yang, seizing upon her statement, pressed, "To marry an unattractive wife and father 5 children is to lack restraint. Who decrees this?" "I do," Xie Xinghan confidently replied. Wang Yang was taken aback. "On what authority do you make such a decree?" "By my argument that the dandy is lechery incarnate. The definition of lechery lies within my purview." I assert that this constitutes a lack of restraint, hence, it is indeed a lack of restraint. Xie Xinghan lifted her teacup, taking a small sip, exuding an air of serenity. This argument bordered on sophistry, yet for a moment, it proved difficult to counter. Zongsu anxiously glanced at Wang Yang, fearing he might be rendered speechless. Wang Yang resolved to bait this adept debater. If, according to your definition of lechery, I too am considered lecherous? Xie Xinghan dismissed the inquiry with indifference, her lashes lowered, conveying a "what do you think" demeanor. Wang Yang continued to prod, if that is the case, then perhaps lechery is not inherently derogatory. Xie Xinghan scoffed, of course it is derogatory. Wang Yang slowly articulated, Gaozi stated, food and sex are inherent to human nature. The Li Ji mentions, the great desires of humanity are food and companionship. The I Ching bases itself on the duality of heaven and earth. The Book of Songs commences with the crows and doves ode. The sages do not shy away from these topics. How can there be any notion of derogation? With a single breath, he cited 4 classical texts, launching his counteroffensive with fervor. At this juncture, Wang Yang successfully established a second battleground for their debate, initiating a concerted assault. Chapter 55 of Xie Xinghan. At this moment, Xie Xinghan had realized that Wang Yang had skillfully led the conversation to this point, yet she remained composed. The Zhuozhuan states, today, one takes in Xia Ji, driven by lust. Desire for beauty leads to debauchery, and debauchery is a severe punishment. To desire beauty is to be lustful, and lustfulness constitutes great sin. Wang Yang immediately seized upon the flaw in Xie Xinghan's words. Not so. The Prince of Huainan comments on the Li Sa, stating that the Guofeng is desirous of beauty but not immoral, and the Xiaoyu laments but does not lose control. Therefore, to desire beauty does not necessarily equate to immorality. Excellent! Zongsu exclaimed, thumping his leg in excitement. Xie Xinghan found herself at a disadvantage, pausing slightly before retorting. Mencius says, I, the humble one, have an affliction. I am fond of beauty, yet to be fond of beauty is a malady. Wang Yang smiled gently. Mencius in Wanjiang states, desiring beauty is a human inclination. Understanding this desire leads one to admire the youthful. Xie Xinghan's tone grew urgent. The Li Ji states, thus, a gentleman distances himself from beauty to maintain order among the people. If beauty is worthy of admiration, why must it be distanced? Wang Yang replied unhurriedly, when those above have desires, those below will surely follow suit. The king of Chu fancies slender waists, leading many palace maidens to starve. While there is nothing wrong with a slender waist, the king of Chu should not indulge in such desires. At this point, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Xie Xinghan's delicate waist, which could easily be grasped, causing her expression to darken with indignation. Wang Yang quickly averted his gaze and continued, there is nothing wrong with beauty. However, a gentleman worries that the common people may imitate excessively, thus he keeps his distance. Xie Xinghan gritted her teeth, retorting bitterly, I have yet to see anyone who favors virtue as much as they favor beauty. Confucius did not say that desiring beauty is wrong, Wang Yang countered. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Xinghan responded, if beauty is commendable, then why did Confucius say, in youth, when one's blood is unsteady, one must guard against beauty? The following line states, as one matures, with blood and vigor, one must guard against conflict. Is conflict then not undesirable? Wang Yang replied swiftly. Xie Xinghan responded, certainly not. Confucius once said, those who recklessly charge into danger, without regret, I shall not associate with. Wang Yang frowned, speaking sternly. Confucius authored the Spring and Autumn Annals, instilling fear in treacherous ministers and rebellious sons. Is this not conflict? Confucius served as the regent of Lu, executing Xiao Zhangmao in 7 days. Is this not conflict? Confucius stated, a nation perishes without knowledge, which is unwise. Knowing yet not contending is disloyal. Perishing yet not dying is cowardly. Is this not conflict? In times of national peril, what is to be done if not to contend? In times of righteousness being trampled, what is to be done if not to contend? In times when the populace suffers indignities, what is to be done if not to contend? When it is time to fight, even if faced with 1,000,000 opponents, I shall march forth. When it is time to desire beauty, even if one's wife is unattractive, there shall be no complaint. Zongsu, sipping fragrant tea, found himself spitting it out upon hearing Wang Yang's impassioned declaration. He thought to himself that Wang Yang was indeed impressive, able to weave such a depth of argument from a mere jest. Xie Xinghan's exquisitely delicate nose twitched slightly, her tender fingers twisting in her sleeve, unable to find a rebuttal. Zongsit chuckled, Xie girl, it seems you have lost this round. Xie Xinghan's lovely face tightened, feeling that Wang Yang was exceptionally cunning. He had first seized upon her light-hearted remark to launch a sudden offensive, catching her off guard. Then, step by step, he set traps, skillfully leading the conversation, using her anger towards him as a lecher and her ridicule to provoke her into revealing a flaw, ultimately delivering a decisive victory while returning to his original argument. It was a masterful display of logic, though she felt begrudged. Being a well-bred young lady, she conceded defeat within moments, her expression relaxing as she gently nodded. Master Wang possesses profound insight and eloquence. I, Xinghan, concede this round to Xinghan. You are called Xie Xinghan. What do those two characters signify? Wang Yang inquired curiously. In those times, a woman's given name was rarely divulged, and even among the youths in Jingzhou who admired Xie Xinghan, most were unaware of her true name, referring to her simply as Xie Xingyang. Xie Xinghan, not understanding why, found herself momentarily distracted and inadvertently revealed her name. However, she was not a petty girl. Having spoken it, she felt no need to conceal it further, softly stating, Xing, as in star, Han, as in the sea's embrace. Wang Yang nodded. The shadow of stars flickers at dawn, their light akin to dew upon the autumn. A beautiful name indeed. Xie Xinghan narrowed her starry eyes slightly. Did you not say you were unversed in poetry? Ahem. Wang Yang coughed awkwardly. I possess a slight understanding. To say I comprehend would be an overstatement. And these two lines? Were they penned by another? Indeed, they were written by another. You. Zhongsu interjected. Wait a moment, Xie girl, if you concede, what of the wager? Xie Xinghan's expression turned cold. I shall certainly fulfill the bet owed to you, but the topic discussed earlier was too frivolous, not suitable for a serious discourse. She glanced at Wang Yang, her exquisite face illuminated against the light, the curve from her chin to her graceful neck glowing resplendently. Master Wang, do you have the courage to compete with me once more? This time, let us engage in a genuine discussion of metaphysics. Wang Yang gazed at Xie Xinghan, clad in her ethereal white gauze dress, peacefully seated like a celestial being across from him, and found her most pleasing to behold. He asked, if you were to lose again, what then? Xie Xinghan slightly tilted her head back, countering, what do you propose? At that moment, a servant from the Xie household reported that a scholar from the county was outside to deliver a note to Master Wang. Wang Yang took the note and, upon reading it, quickly said, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. I shall have someone send that scroll for you to copy later. Within 6 days, Xie Xinghan interjected, 300 copies, I shall certainly fulfill my promise. Zhongsu asked, Master Wang, where are you off to? I had planned to take you to the West Sand Islet to visit friends. I am to meet an old acquaintance. Next time we shall gather again. After Wang Yang departed, Zhongsu urged, girl, quickly hand me the Zhuangzi annotations, I shall not linger here to obstruct your view. Xie Xinghan instructed, Xiao Ning, go fetch the book for Zong uncle. After Xiao Ning left, Xie Xinghan poured tea for Zhongsu and, seemingly casually, inquired Zong uncle, how did you come to know Wang Yang? Ah, it's quite a coincidence. This morning, Lu Zhao brought him to me regarding household registration, and I said I wouldn't. Zhongsu suddenly realized something and ceased speaking. Household registration for what? Xie Xinghan asked nonchalantly. Household registration for what? Did I mention household registration? You must have misheard. I was referring to a binding agent. You see, I've been experimenting with some medicines lately, and I need to mix them into a paste to create a potion, hence the binding agent. Zhongsu laughed awkwardly, forcing a smile, and changed the subject. Master Wang delivered a profound discourse on Zhuangzi at my place, and it truly astounded both Lu Zhao and me. Let me share it with you. I assure you, you've never heard it before. Xie Xinghan's eyes sparkled for a moment, and she smiled, saying, very well. Chapter 56, The Strange Order. Upon returning to the county academy, Wang Yang discovered that the black man was awaiting him. As soon as the black man laid eyes on Wang Yang, he knelt on one knee, clasped his fists, and implored, my lord, please save me. His voice was earnest, tinged with a hint of urgency. Wang Yang replied, rise quickly, what has transpired, speak slowly. Yes, this morning, I received an order commanding me to be dispatched to Tianmen County for duty. Tianmen is over 400 miles from Jingzhou City. Should I proceed, it may be the end of the year before I can return home, leaving me unable to care for a Wu before the Tang dynasty. 6 feet constituted a step, 300 steps made a li, and 1 li equated to 1,800 feet. During the southern dynasties, 1 foot measured 24.7 centimeters. This distance is not overly extensive, one could reach it within 2 days of walking. However, the military's monthly leave is limited to 3 days, and a round trip for the black soldier would take 4 days, rendering it entirely impractical. Furthermore, the commander there may not be amenable, potentially denying him the opportunity to accumulate leave for an extended respite. Moreover, Tianmen, being close to the southern barbarians, faces significantly greater pressures in terms of defense, to the extent that even the assurance of a regular monthly leave is uncertain. In such a case, it would be impossible for him to return home frequently to care for all, and even the monthly provision of grain and money could become problematic. Wang Yang listened attentively as the black soldier relayed his concerns and inquired, "Given Tianmen's proximity to the southern barbarians, will there be dangers?" "I am uncertain of the specifics regarding where I will be assigned," the black soldier replied, "but no matter the location, it is undoubtedly far more perilous than guarding Akwi. The current state of affairs is somewhat chaotic. Nearly a month ago, Chao Gong's lookout was slaughtered, and that was still within the borders of Jianling County. Tianmen is situated amidst the barbarians, who are likely to be even more rampant. Yet, as a soldier, I should not be choosy regarding danger. However, this order seems rather peculiar." The black soldier's expression reflected considerable confusion. Wang Yang's gaze sharpened. "What makes it peculiar?" "Typically, soldiers are conscripted from within their own command, seldom from outside districts. Even if there is a shortage of personnel necessitating transfers, it is usually done in complete units. Even when individuals are drawn, it is the respective units that select their own men. Yet, this order was issued directly to me, with my name inscribed upon it. Is your entire unit being reassigned, or just you?" "Indeed, it is just me." Even our commander finds it strange and has questioned whether I had some special connection to be deliberately assigned to Tianmen. He even thought I might receive a promotion upon my arrival. Initially, I wondered if this was the arrangement of the young master, but then I realized that the young master is aware of A's situation and would not send me to a foreign district. Furthermore, if I were to be promoted, there would surely be an explanation. Wang Yang too found this situation somewhat odd and asked, "Has anything similar occurred in the past?" The black soldier pondered briefly and responded, "Never. 2 years ago, we were reassigned to Yangning County, but that was also a complete unit transfer. There have been instances where officers were specifically named, but as a mere foot soldier, how could my name possibly be called? Could it be that the military office has altered its regulations?" Wang Yang fell silent. This matter bore an air of strangeness. Extraordinary occurrences often herald underlying issues, yet the nature of the anomaly remained elusive. If there were indeed a hidden agenda, was it directed at the black soldier, or was it an indirect maneuver? Even if no sinister plot existed, it was prudent to refrain from sending the black soldier to the perilous Tianmen. This assistance was truly significant. Had it not been for the black soldier's change of stance regarding the scattered cavalry guard, Wang Yang might have already been in dire straits. Although Wang Yang had repaid the black soldier's debt, which could be considered a form of gratitude, it seemed that the black soldier no longer held substantial leverage over him. Nevertheless, Wang Yang valued relationships based more on sentiment than on profit, which was why he had been able to cultivate numerous true friends in the past. What constitutes a true friend? One who does not approach merely for gain, nor departs in the absence of benefit, but rather connects through sincere affection, never betraying that bond for material advantage. If one only cultivates close relations with those who are advantageous, and distances oneself from friends at the hint of trouble, it is unlikely that such connections will endure. Seeing Wang Yang in deep contemplation, the black soldier felt a surge of anxiety and ventured, "Young master." Wang Yang reassured him, "Fear not. I shall devise a solution." The black soldier gazed at Wang Yang with immense gratitude. Prior to his arrival, he had specifically solicited leave from Commander Shuat, most apprehensive that Wang Yang might be unwilling to assist. After all, Wang Yang had already done more than enough for him. After a moment's reflection, Wang Yang resolved to seek Lu Zhao's assistance. Lu Zhao possessed two commendable traits, a pure heart and a benevolent nature, and he would not delve into how the black soldier transitioned from a guard to Wang Yang's temporary attendant. Upon hearing Wang Yang's request, Lu Zhao hesitated, stating, "I truly have no influence within the military." Seizing the moment, Wang Yang suggested, "It would be even better if you could facilitate a direct release from military service." The black soldier's lips quivered. He had harbored such aspirations before and had even mentioned this desire in front of Wang Yang, with the initial intent of endearing himself to him, yet, as Wang Yang had shown no inclination at the time, he had abandoned the thought. To his astonishment, however, the young master still remembered. Lu Zhao furrowed his brow. To be released from military service, such matters are exceedingly difficult. Formal military households require approval from the Ministry of Personnel for release, typically necessitating either extraordinary merit or a decree of grace from the emperor. There have been 2 instances since the reign of Emperor Xiaowu, both of which were exceptional cases. Since the founding of this dynasty, there has yet to be a similar occurrence. While there have been many private pleas in the past, the management has become increasingly stringent since the census reform. Lu Zhao had mentioned the census reform when discussing solutions for Wang Yang's household registration, and this was the second time he brought it up. Wang Yang, though unfamiliar with the history of the southern Qi, was aware that both the eastern Jin and Lu Song had implemented census reforms. The term census reform refers to the examination of household registrations, essentially a census audit. Following the chaos of the 5 barbarians, when the north fell, a vast number of northerners migrated southward, leading to disarray in household registrations. On one hand, prominent families concealed their populations, turning commoners into their private slaves and soldiers. On the other hand, many commoners, whether for survival or social ascent, sought refuge with the gentry. Numerous individuals attempted to evade taxes in military service, either by bribing their way into noble households, feigning death to escape registration, or manipulating documentation to alter their age, each employing their own cunning stratagems. As time progressed, these issues exacerbated, resulting in a dwindling number of registered citizens and rampant inaccuracies in the household registries. To uphold national strength, both the Eastern Jin and Lu Song had executed multiple rounds of census reform. The Southern Qi, similarly, instituted census policies from its inception, and following the ascension of the current emperor, vigorously advanced the census process, not only enforcing strict laws and severe punishments for fraudulent registrations but also establishing offices to oversee household registrations, which had even sparked a nationwide rebellion due to such policies. At this moment, Wang Yang remained unaware of the specifics surrounding the Southern Qi's census reform, nor could he foresee that he would soon be embroiled in the aftermath of a rebellion that had concluded 4 years prior. However, I do have an idea, Lu Zhao suddenly remarked. In 6 days, there will be a discussion at the White Tiger Academy, with the prince awarding 100,000 coins to the victor. If you win, you can graciously decline the monetary reward and instead request a favor from the prince. While direct release from military service may be challenging, leveraging your identity as a member of the Wang family from Langya to petition the prince to transfer your military registration to that of his household would likely meet with his approval. During the southern and northern dynasties, household of warriors referred to those attached to the gentry, holding a status above mere servants and residing within their households as retainers. When armed, they served as the family's guards. Although they were private soldiers, they were nonetheless recognized as part of the official military, accompanying their masters in times of conflict and forming an acknowledged defense force. As such, the transition between household warriors and military personnel occasionally occurred, making it easier for military personnel to become part of a noble household than to transition to civilian life. Consequently, local military offices could, under special circumstances, bestow military personnel upon gentry as household warriors. For instance, it was customary to reward household warriors when officials were dismissed from their posts, a practice known as sending off the deceased. The black soldier, filled with trepidation, quickly interjected, "I am unworthy of 100,000 coins. It's truly no trouble, I can manage going to Tianmen County without issue." Wang Yang replied, "Do not concern yourself with anything else, simply tell me, do you wish to become my household warrior?" The black soldier lowered his head, suppressing tears, nervously rubbing the hem of his clothing before pausing to respond in a choked voice, "Of course I wish to. It is my dream." "Good, then we shall wait until 6 days have passed." The black soldier's demeanor darkened, "But I may not be able to wait until then. The orders require me to depart immediately, and I had to plead with the commander for a mere day's respite to settle my family affairs. I must set out early tomorrow morning." Chapter 57. Breaking the door. Wang Yang inquired, "Is there any way to delay for a few days, perhaps by feigning illness or something similar?" The black man replied with a bitter smile, "I am but a soldier, my life is as worthless as grass. Unless I am ill to the point of being unable to stand. However, should they investigate and discover my ruse, I would surely face military punishment." Wang Yang then turned to Lu Zhao, asking, would Madame Xia have a solution? There is no need to formally resign from military service, we only require a 6-day postponement of the military orders. She does hold considerable influence, Lu Zhao conceded. However, first, she is not from Jingzhou, so she isn't well acquainted with the local populace. Second, the individuals she can communicate with are primarily high-ranking nobles. It seems unlikely she would approach the Sima of Jingzhou for the sake of a mere soldier's transfer. Matters such as the reassignment of garrison troops typically fall within the purview of subordinate military officers. Yet, what chance does a low-ranking officer have of knowing the daughter of the Xie family? The Sima is the second in command of the Jingzhou military. Seeking out the Sima for an ordinary soldier's transfer is akin to approaching the deputy commander of a military district for a simple request. While it may attract undue attention, if it proves effective, it is worth it, Wang Yang stated resolutely. We have no other options, let us seek her assistance. Lu Zhao hesitated momentarily before responding. If a certain individual is willing to intervene, this matter would be easily resolved. Who might that be? Yuan Yi. He is a leader among the gentry of the Western Chu, highly esteemed, with numerous former officials and students throughout Jingzhou, and even many acquaintances in the capital. In terms of official standing, the Yu family of Xinya is the most distinguished among the 4 prominent families of Jingzhou, with 3 members holding positions above the 5th rank in the court. His eldest son currently serves as the chief clerk of Jingzhou, and his second son, whom you have met, is my pupil, Yuan Yuling. Wang Yang rejoiced. It is Zijie, perfect, I shall ask him to approach his father on our behalf. By the way, where is Zijie? I haven't seen him these past few days. He has taken leave to stay at home, Lu Zhao began but hesitated. On leave, is he unwell? He may have been confined by his father. However, you could still visit his home to see if you can catch him, although Yuan Yi has his quirks. You are, after all, from the Wang family of Langya. At the Yuan residence, amidst the artificial hills, Yuan Yi donned white silk sleepwear, wielding a long sword, his body gracefully extending as he moved through his practice. Master, a young gentleman from the Wang family of Langya is at the door, claiming to be a close friend of the second young master, here to visit him and pay respects to you. The steward presented Wang Yang's name card with both hands. Yuan Yi had heard about Wang Yang from his son, yet he did not take the name card, continuing his swordplay as he remarked, just tell them we have stepped out. The steward hesitated, remaining rooted in place. Yuan Yi completed 2 more sword movements and insisted, why are you still here? Master, this after all, he is from the Wang family of Langya. Yuan Yi thrust his sword into the air, chuckling lightly. What significance does the Wang family of Langya hold? Outside the Yuan residence, Wang Yang and the black man departed. Wang Yang realized the steward was deceiving him, for if Yuan Yi were truly absent, there would be no need for the inquiry. Yet, without alternatives, he had to settle for second best and sought out Madame Xia. To his dismay, she was also unavailable. When Wang Yang inquired about her whereabouts and her return, the doorman of the Xia residence was tight-lipped, claiming ignorance. However, they had received orders from Madame Xia to await Wang Yang's delivery of a manuscript. Wang Yang instructed the black man to return to the county school to fetch his manuscript, which was not Lu Zhao's transcription of the Shanshu Jinggu and Jixia, but rather a new short work he had penned alone the previous night, totaling just over 4,000 words. In modern terms, it would be more accurately described as an essay than a book. However, in ancient times, written works did not necessarily require extensive length. For instance, the Tao Te Ching contains just over 5,000 words, while the Shao Jing is fewer than 2,000 words. The Xia residence was tightly secured. Without the master's order, they would not permit Wang Yang to enter and wait. Thus, he remained outside until dusk, yet still saw no sign of Xie Xinghan. He entrusted the manuscript to the doorman, instructing him to inform Madame Xie upon her return that he had urgent matters to discuss. He then took the black man to seek out Zhongsu, pondering that perhaps Zhongsu might have a solution. To his surprise, the Zhong residents informed him that Zhongsu had gone to the Shisha islet and would not return that evening. Wang Yang felt a wave of exhaustion. It was truly challenging to accomplish anything when one could not even locate someone. Relying on others was fraught with difficulties. Why must he depend on others? Could it be that without assistance, Wang Yang would be incapable of achieving his aims? The black man, having followed Wang Yang around all day, was already overwhelmed with gratitude despite the lack of results. Young master, perhaps we should let it go. Going to Tianmen is not a pressing matter. I have entrusted to a neighbor, offering a bit more money should suffice. Or perhaps after you appeal to the prince, I can be summoned back. You cannot go to Tianmen County. There is an issue with the transfer order, Wang Yang stated abruptly. An issue? The black man was taken aback by Wang Yang's solemn demeanor. Anything that defies logic is a problem. Why would Tianmen County request garrison troops from Jingzhou? If it were due to a shortage of local soldiers necessitating reinforcements from outside, it would typically follow the previous protocol of collective mobilization. Why would they specify and single you out? What makes you so special? But what if they arbitrarily circle a name from the roster? You cannot place your safety on a mere what if. Have you considered what the true motive could be if this matter indeed holds a problem? People often harbor a sense of luck, sometimes recognizing the wrongness of a situation yet still persuading themselves that they are merely overthinking it. This is, in truth, the bane of inertia. Not everyone is willing to expend effort contemplating and addressing potential dangers that may never materialize. The black man was momentarily stunned. Could it be that someone truly held a grudge against him, a poor soldier? Let us depart, Wang Yang commanded. Young master, where are we headed? Back to the county school. I need to inquire about a few matters and borrow some items. As night descended and the early moon rose, a bullock cart came to a slow halt before a grandly adorned residence encircled by high walls. This was the abode of Zhao Zhang, the external military officer of Jingzhou. Wang Yang lowered the cart curtain. He resides here. I was led to believe his status was humble. How is it he dwells in such a fine house? Seated opposite Wang Yang was Lu Zhao's steward, surnamed He. Lu Zhao, deeply engrossed in scholarly pursuits, entrusted all daily affairs to Steward He. He respectfully replied, in response to the young master's inquiry, I have thoroughly investigated. Indeed, this is the place. Officer Zhao does hail from a humble background, not even reaching the status of a commoner. He later joined the military, rising through the ranks due to merit. It is said he once served in the capital's forbidden army. For reasons unknown, he was subsequently transferred to Jingzhou as an external military officer, and for the past 3 or 4 years, he has not been promoted though his rank is modest. Upon arriving in Jingzhou, he selected a prime location to purchase this grand residence, suggesting he is not lacking in funds. Wang Yang nodded. Is everything arranged? All preparations are complete. Should there be any instances of rudeness or offense, I beg your forgiveness in advance. Steward He, filled with trepidation, responded, Young master, you need not worry about such things. Rest assured, the master has instructed me to comply with all your directives. Excellent, then pay attention to the sounds. Steward He first bowed in reverence, then clapped his hands, prompting a servant outside the cart to lift the curtain. Wang Yang stepped down with a flourish. Beside the bullock cart stood 8 servants from the county school, already awaiting his arrival, greeting in unison, Young master. Wang Yang's expression remained cold. Kicked down the door. The servants advanced to the grand entrance, commencing a vigorous assault on the vermilion door. Who goes there? Stop knocking. The door swung open, revealing a gatekeeper who barked, Who are you, what do you want? Wang Yang strode in without acknowledging him. Chapter 58. Behold, young master, the gatekeeper exclaimed anxiously. Ah, young master, how dare you? A throng of attendants from the county school surged forward, barring the gatekeeper's path. The gatekeeper urgently called out, Someone's breaking in. Wang Yang strode confidently inside, shouting, Zhao Zhang, you scoundrel, come out. How dare a lowly wretch like you lay a hand on the illustrious Wang family of Langya? Several guards brandishing knives rushed from the courtyard towards Wang Yang, but upon hearing the words Wang family of Langya, they hesitated in fear. Zhao Zhang approached briskly with a few others, momentarily taken aback by Wang Yang's provocation. Are you Zhao Zhang? Wang Yang's gaze swept over the stout man, dressed ostentatiously like a wealthy landowner, his eyes filled with contempt. Zhao Zhang appraised Wang Yang with a hostile glare and inquired, You are young master Wang, young master Wang. Steward He hurried to Wang Yang's side, bowing deeply, The esteemed one is hosting a banquet at the county school, and many scions of the Lu family await your presence. I have no time. Tell Lu Zhao I am busy, Wang Yang replied curtly. Steward He retreated, compliant, the county school, Lu Zhao, Lu family. Could it be that this youth is truly of the Wang family from Langya? Zhao Zhang's heart raced, signaling a guard to investigate. Although Zhao Zhang held a lowly position, he had once served in the imperial guards of the capital, encountering numerous significant figures. Witnessing Wang Yang's brazen demeanor, he dared not retaliate and clasped his fists, saying, "I am Zhao Zhang, may I ask?" "Young master," Wang Yang interrupted, unleashing a torrent of invective, "you have the audacity to secretly report to the king of Jingling, slandering my uncle for seizing land in Jingzhou. How many souls reside in your household that can withstand your reckless antics?" The several strong servants beside Zhao Zhang, incensed by their master's humiliation, rolled up their sleeves, ready to strike Wang Yang at a mere command. Wang Yang coldly chuckled, "Are you also impatient for death? Can't wait to drag your master along to the grave, can you?" At that moment, the guard who had gone to investigate returned, whispering to Zhao Zhang that a cart outside bore the emblem of the Lu family from Niyang. Zhao Zhang hastily restrained the servants, clarifying, "I am entirely unaware of what young master speaks. Furthermore, what authority do I possess to relay messages to the king of Jingling?" Pausing, he ventured, "May I inquire who your esteemed uncle is?" Wang Yang's tone was sharp. "What pretense is this? Is there another Wang family from Langya in Jingzhou?" Upon hearing Wang Yang mention the Wang family of Langya, Zhao Zhang's mind drifted to the enigmatic figure of Wang Tai, a reclusive patriarch residing in the Ding family estate on Shokong Lane. However, he recalled that Wang Tai was nearing 40, far older than the youth before him. Perplexed, he wondered if another member of the Wang family had arrived in Jingzhou. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, he assumed the uncle Wang Yang referred to must indeed be Wang Tai. He quickly bowed. "So it is your uncle." Wang Yang, growing impatient, interjected, "You handle your official duties splendidly, feasting on Jingzhou's hospitality while harboring thoughts of the king of Jingling, inciting discord among the princes and defaming court officials. I shall report this to the king of Badong and see if he tolerates your actions." Zhao Zhang's heart raced at Wang Yang's words. The king of Jingling, the king of Badong, inciting discord among princes and defaming officials? Though his words were brief, Zhao Zhang grasped the underlying implications. This young master had somehow learned of rumors suggesting he had informed the king of Jingling about Wang Tai seizing lands in Jingzhou, thus accusing him of being a covert ally of the king of Jingling, despite ostensibly being an official of Jingzhou and a subordinate of the king of Badong. The king of Jingling, who currently assisted in governance as one of the three dukes, wielded immense power. If he were truly an ally of the king of Jingling, would he be reduced to hiding here, serving in such a petty position? Unless he had been deliberately placed here to target the king of Badong, was there a clandestine rivalry between the kings of Badong and Jingling? Such high-stakes conflicts were far beyond the concerns of a mere pawn like him. And why would he be privy to such confidential matters? Zhao Zhang protested, "Young master, I do not know from where you have obtained your information, but I assure you I have had no correspondence with the king of Jingling. I would never dare to inform your uncle. Even if he had seized lands, I would not have the courage to report it, even if you gave me 10 more lives." Wang Yang's gaze turned icy. "Do you dare to tarnish my uncle's reputation?" Zhao Zhang hastily replied, "I would never, I simply meant." Zhao Zhang carefully considered his words. "However, young master, despite my lowly status, I am still an official. You have barged in and berated me without revealing your identity." Wang Yang scoffed slightly. "You, a mere lowly official, dare to claim to be a person of rank? Even my family's attendants surpass your station. What makes you think you are worthy to know my identity? You scoundrel, if you don't tell me, how can I know? Just because you are of the Wang family of Langya, does that make you exceptional? If I were of the Wang family of Langya, I would already be a general of valiant cavalry. Would I still be subjected to your mockery? Does anyone who claims to be of the Wang family of Langya expect me to kneel in reverence?" Zhao Zhang suppressed his fury, clasping his fists. "If you do not disclose your name and status, how can I?" "Young Master Wang, young Master Wang." Steward he approached with a maid in tow. "Damn it, is my family hosting a gathering?" Zhao Zhang silently cursed. Wang Yang frowned. "Did I not instruct Lu Zhao to wait? Why are you here again?" Steward he bowed his head and replied, "This is the maid of Lady Xia, come to summon young Master Wang." Lady Xia. Zhao Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Yang had previously instructed Steward he that two parties might seek him out, one from the Xia family and another delivering fans. The Xia family was in urgent need, thus instructing someone to await them at the gates, ready to escort them directly to Zhao Zhang's residence. The fan delivery was less pressing, and if they arrived at the county school, they were to be redirected to Zhao Zhang's estate. The maid knelt and greeted, "Madam has returned home, please come to the estate." "Young master, have her wait," Wang Yang replied nonchalantly. The maid's eyes widened in astonishment, looking up at Wang Yang, seemingly unable to believe someone would dare treat her mistress with such disrespect. Wang Yang noticed the maid's innocent and bewildered expression and felt a twinge of guilt. However, to dispel Zhao Zhang's suspicions, he could not afford to relent, casually stating, "Inform her that I am currently occupied and will visit her when I have time tomorrow." Zhao Zhang nearly dropped his jaw in shock, his astonishment rivaling that of moments earlier when he heard mentions of the King of Dingling and the King of Badong. This was Lady Xie of the esteemed Xie family. Countless noble youths longed for a mere glimpse of her, and this person dared to say, "I will visit when I have time tomorrow?" Is this even human speech? Steward, he mused. This must be what young master refers to as showing off. But what exactly does showing off mean? The maid's face turned an ashen shade of fury. You were the one to seek out my lady, and now you act as if she is begging you to visit? Nevertheless, being a maid of a noble family, even when enraged, she maintained her composure, bowing politely before departing, determined to relay every word to her mistress without omission. Zhao Zheng hastily gestured for a servant to follow the maid from the Xie family. When Wang Yang turned back, Zhao Zhang had already respectfully bowed, clasping his fists, and said, "I am Zhao Zhang, a military officer from Jingzhou, and I pay my respects to young Master Wang of Langya." Chapter 59. The banquet. What is identity? It is the social positioning of oneself in relation to others. Sometimes, merely gaining recognition from others and oneself allows one to masquerade as, or even embody, that identity. For instance, when a group of students in uniforms addresses a passerby as teacher, to an observer, that passerby becomes the teacher of the school. Similarly, when two renowned actors refer to an individual as director during an interview, the audience watching the program is led to believe that this person indeed holds the title of director. In the scene directed by Wang Yang, both Lu Zhao and Xie Nyangzi are esteemed actors vouching for Wang Yang, an obscure director. This testimony is far more credible than Wang Yang's own self-justification while encircled by the soldiers of the black-clad Han in the forest. Wang Yang scoffed, "Spare me your theatrics, you conspired with the King of Jingling to slander my uncle. I swear on my life, I am utterly innocent. I implore you, Master Wang, to discern the truth." Zhao Zheng's voice resonated with a martial quality. Wang Yang displayed a skeptical expression, muttering to himself, "It cannot be." It was clearly said to be Zhao. A thought flashed through Zhao Zheng's mind, prompting him to ask, "Might I inquire, Master, who informed you that I, Zhao Zheng, secretly reported to the King of Jingling and falsely accused your uncle?" It was the King of Jing. Wang Yang feigned almost revealing the name, then quickly caught himself, exclaiming, "How could I divulge such matters to you? Could it be someone close to the King of Jingling? But if it were someone from the King's circle, how could they place the blame on me? Is there someone plotting against me? Master Wang, as a mere low-ranking official, how could I possibly be connected to the King of Jingling? I lack the audacity to slander your uncle. I beseech you to grant me my innocence." Wang Yang pondered for a moment before asking, "In Jingzhou, aside from you, who else bears the surname Zhao among the officials?" Zhao Zhang was taken aback by the sudden inquiry, hastily rummaging through his memories. "There is the West Censor, Zhao Sun, the recorder Zhao Wenyang, the rental clerk Zhao Huang, no, not Zhao Huan, perhaps Zhao Kuang. I believe there is also someone named Zhao in the chief clerk's office, and in the city defense department, there is a commander bearing the surname Zhao, and there are simply too many officials in Jingzhou, and if we include the clerks from various offices, I cannot name them all. Just because I asked, I refuse to believe that a mere office manager like you could possibly know every individual in the political and military systems. Could it be a case of homonyms? Or perhaps you were referring to a courtesy name rather than a given name?" Wang Yang murmured at just the right volume, then inquired, "Zhao Zhang, what is your courtesy name?" Zhao Zhang lowered his head and replied, "I have no courtesy name." Names were indeed common, but most individuals at that time were known by their names without courtesy names. Only nobles, those of learned heritage, or individuals with unique circumstances were granted courtesy names. Zhao Zheng hailed from a humble farming background. What name could he possibly have? Even after becoming an officer and expanding his horizons, he dared not adopt a courtesy name, for even if he did, it would only invite ridicule, much like his envy of the noble families riding in luxurious carriages, which he would never dare to purchase. Then perhaps I have made an error? I shall investigate further. I am not well acquainted with the officials of Jingzhou, please bear with me. I must take my leave now. Wang Yang feigned a lack of sincerity in his apology, clasping his hands behind his back, turning to depart. Zhao Zhang was unwilling to miss the opportunity to establish a connection with the Wang family of Langya. His mind raced, contemplating how to retain Wang Yang's presence. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he called out, "Master, please wait. I have a record at home that lists numerous officials of the same surname. If you would kindly sit for a moment at my humble abode, I shall retrieve those names for you." He quickly added, "It will not take much of your time." "Very well," Wang Yang reluctantly acquiesced. "Hurry! Remove those pretty maidservants and replace them with the unattractive ones, the uglier, the better. Bring in those 2 coarse-looking maidservants from outside as well." "Master, what is the reasoning behind this? The identity of this young master is, what do you, a mere woman, understand?" "Where is Yen where is she?" Quickly, have Yen don fresh garments and prepare her makeup to greet our guest. Tell the kitchen not to prepare any extravagant dishes. What can this noble young master have not already encountered? Let them showcase their finest skills with local specialties. No, I shall personally speak with them." The entire mansion bustled with activity in anticipation of Wang Yang's arrival. During this time, the bodyguard who had been trailing the maidservant from the Xie household returned, confirming that she indeed belonged to the Xie family. Zhao Zhang's last shred of doubt evaporated, intensifying his flurry of preparations. "Master, I am truly at fault. I distinctly remember that record being at home, yet I cannot find it anywhere. It may have been left at the military department. As the office is now closed, I shall retrieve it first thing tomorrow morning." "Master, it is just about mealtime. Why not dine with us at my humble abode? I am filled with unease. I implore you to grant me the opportunity to make amends." "Please, this way, master, watch your step at the threshold." Wang Yang observed Zhao Zheng's performance with a cold gaze, noting that the plot unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Of course, he did not foresee everything. For instance, the maidservants from the Zhao household were rather indescribable. In contrast, Zhao Zheng's daughter appeared quite presentable. No, in comparison to these maidservants, she was not merely presentable. She could be deemed a beauty. It must be said that the cuisine at the Zhao residence was indeed commendable, particularly the pan-fried duck and stuffed grilled whitefish, which boasted vibrant colors and an enticing aroma, visually appealing enough to be considered signature dishes even in modern restaurants. Many believe that ancient dishes, devoid of modern flavor enhancers like MSG, must lack depth. However, Chinese culinary traditions are rich and profound, with meticulous attention to detail. Take, for instance, the stuffed grilled whitefish, which, although lacking MSG and oyster sauce, is marinated with vinegar, a secret fish sauce, sour pickled melon, then referred to as guazhou, scallions, ginger, and tangerine peel as seasonings. When grilled to a half-cooked state, it is brushed with bitter wine and a mixture of fish sauce and fermented beans. Alas, Wang Yang, intent on maintaining his persona, merely sampled a few bites. Otherwise, he could have savored a bowl of rice paired with these dishes to his heart's content. During the banquet, a servant announced that Steward He from the County Academy had arrived with an individual, claiming to deliver a fan to Master Wang. Wang Yang instructed that the visitor be escorted directly to the dining hall, turning to Zhao Zheng and saying, "I have ordered something novel. I assure you, you have never seen anything like it." Upon receiving the fan, Wang Yang opened the folding fan to reveal a jet-black handle and a snow-white fan surface, precisely constructed in accordance with his prior instructions, meeting his satisfaction. He said to the fan maker, "Excellent, produce 30 of these within 6 days, payment will be settled upon completion, provided the quality remains consistent, and your rewards shall be substantial." The fan maker had initially intended to request a deposit, but upon witnessing the grandeur of the mansion and learning from Steward He that this was the son of the Wang family of Langya, and that this residence belonged to the family of an external military officer, he refrained from requesting a deposit. Instead, he patted his chest, assuring that he would ensure Master Wang's satisfaction. Seeing that the vendor had grasped the situation, Wang Yang had a servant from the Zhao household escort him to enjoy a drink and some delicacies. The servant hesitated to take the initiative, glancing at Zhao Zhang, who immediately rebuked, "Nonsense, Master Wang has given instructions, see to it without delay." Chapter 60. Attending the night. Though the fan shop owner had not received a deposit, he nonetheless enjoyed a sumptuous meal at the residence of the military officer Wang Yang, basking in the latter's favor. Zhao Zheng's daughter, Zhao Yan, blinked her eyes and asked in a delicate tone, "Young master, I have never seen such a fan before. It appears to be made of paper. Is it not prone to damage? What special purpose does it serve when open and closed? May I have a look at it?" Wang Yang replied, "It is merely a toy. If you like it, I shall gift you one in the future." Although he spoke thus, he refrained from showing Zhao Yan the paper fan. Noticing Wang Yang's reluctance, Zhao Yan dared not press further. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhang became increasingly convinced that Wang Yang was a frivolous young man, enamored with novel and curious items, and he began to ponder how best to curry favor with him in the future. As cups clinked and toasts were exchanged, the Zhao family exerted themselves to flatter their guest, offering wine and delicacies. Initially aloof, Wang Yang gradually loosened up and began to engage in light-hearted banter as the atmosphere became more convivial. Before long, another individual requested an audience with Wang Yang, bringing along a small note. Upon reading the note, Wang Yang's expression shifted, and he inquired of Zhao Zhang, "Well, Zhao, what was it you said you did as a military officer?" "I am currently serving as an external military officer," Zhao Zhang quickly responded. "Ah, yes, then you are responsible for the arrangement and deployment of the guards outside the city, correct?" "Indeed, I oversee the affairs of the external military officers. The deployment of guards is one of my responsibilities," Zhao Zhang affirmed. "Very well, I have a matter to entrust to you," Zhao Zhang immediately replied. "Young master, please feel free to command. I shall do my utmost if it is within my power." Wang Yang pretended to scrutinize the note once more before turning his gaze to Zhao Zhang, carefully observing his expression as he spoke. "In the Aqueous Guard, under Huang Kuei's command, there is a soldier named He Han who is to be transferred to Tianmen County tomorrow. Kindly cancel this transfer order." Zhao Zhang's countenance stiffened at once. While he could manage the deployment of any guard, why did it have to be this He Han? He hesitated, saying, "Such transfer orders to external counties involve military registrations that have already been transferred. To cancel them, I would need to coordinate with the external county, which is not something I can easily manage." Wang Yang suspected that Zhao Zhang's words were not entirely truthful. There were 2 points of suspicion. First, Zhao Zhang's change in demeanor upon the mention of He Han likely indicated he had some recollection of the transfer order. It was unusual for an external military officer to be aware of such a minor guards transfer unless it was extraordinary. Second, Zhao Zhang's evasive response suggested that if he truly could not assist, he would have stated he could not rather than could not easily. The latter phrase implied a possible unwillingness to act. Of course, it was also possible that Wang Yang was overthinking the situation. Perhaps it was indeed a complicated matter, or Zhao Zhang was intentionally exaggerating the difficulty in order to ingratiate himself with Wang Yang. Wang Yang took a sip of wine, the cup clattering on the table. "Commander Zhao, are you trying to deceive me with your vague excuses regarding military affairs?" The shift from old Zhao to Commander Zhao startled Zhao Zhang, who hastily replied, "How could I dare to deceive the young master? This matter involves external county transfers, and the regulations are quite complex. I truly find myself at a loss." This was, of course, a pretense. Zhao Zhang could revoke the transfer order, but having accepted money from others, he felt obliged to assist them. If it were anyone else, he could simply refund the money. However, that individual was someone he could not afford to offend. On one side was the hard-won connection with the Wang family of Langya, and on the other, a person he could not slight. Alas, the challenges of life. He hesitated briefly before asking, "Might I inquire what connection you have with this guard? Is it your intention to cancel his transfer?" "Do not ask further. I currently have use for this person. Here is what I propose. I will not press you. Simply postpone the transfer order by 6 days. After that, I shall not concern myself with where he is assigned." This was favorable. A delay did not signify a cancellation, merely a postponement, thus ensuring he did not offend that individual while still assisting young Master Wang. Truly a win-win situation. "Rest assured, young master. If it is merely a 6-day delay, you can count on me." Wang Yang replied with a faint smile, "Then I thank you, Commander Zhao. I am unworthy of thanks. It is my honor to assist the young master. My daughter and I have admired the Wang family of Langya for a long time, and seeing you, such an extraordinary figure, fills us with great joy. Yenner, why are you still standing there? Young master's cup is empty, do hurry and refill it." The banquet continued until the stroke of midnight. During the gathering, Wang Yang sought to uncover the hidden circumstances surrounding He Han's transfer order but was unsuccessful. Zhao Zhang, for his part, subtly attempted to probe into Wang Yang's family background, yet he gleaned nothing. Both men feigned drunkenness, engaging in lively conversation while remaining acutely aware and guarded in their hearts. As the banquet concluded, Wang Yang prepared to return to the academy and sent a servant to summon a carriage. Zhao Zhang, with a forced smile, remarked, "The night roads are perilous. Why should you endure such discomfort, young master? Why not spend the night at my humble abode? and I shall escort you back in the morning." Wang Yang considered there was little harm in resting here for a night. It was rather late, and it seemed unnecessary to trouble the Academy's carriage to come all this way. Furthermore, he still needed Zhao Zheng to handle the matter regarding He Han, so it would not do to offend him. Thus, he agreed. The main house of the Zhao family had been prepared in advance, featuring intricately carved windows propped up by bamboo poles, a long red lacquer writing desk adorned with the 4 treasures of the study, and a pair of lit candles upon it. The fragrant bedding was infused with the scent of sandalwood, and the gauzy curtains draped over the wide couch were borrowed from Zhao Zheng's friend, Zhao Gongqiao. In all respects, they had exerted great effort to emulate the decor of a noble family. Whether the imitation was successful or not aside, in terms of the room's spaciousness and the quality of the furnishings, it far surpassed the accommodations Wang Yan occupied at the academy. After freshening up and donning the nightclothes provided by the Zhao family, Wang Yang began to admire the room's decor. When Zhao Yan entered to serve him tea, she wore a lightweight white dress, the purple bodice beneath subtly visible, her cheeks slightly flushed, and her long hair cascading down, suggesting she had just bathed. This white dress was not something an ordinary person could carry off. Lacking anyone of grace, beauty, or figure could easily result in awkwardness. A petite beauty like Xie Xinghan would look ethereal in a white dress, and had she played roles like Xia Longnu or Huang Rong, she would undoubtedly have garnered fame far and wide. Yet, she lacked acting skills and had quite a haughty disposition. If enrolled in an infinite excellence class, she would surely clash with the instructors. Wang Yang's thoughts wandered, completely unaware as Zhao Yan poured tea, adjusted the candlesticks, and fussed over the bedding. However, the bed had already been prepared by the servants, and there was little left for her to do, so she merely lingered by the bed, smoothing the bedding. Coming back to his senses, Wang Yang said, "Miss Zhao, it is late. You ought to return to rest." "Yenner is not sleepy," Zhao Yan replied in a soft murmur. "You may not feel tired, but I certainly do," Wang Yang responded. Zhao Yan lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yenner wishes to stay and serve the young master." Chapter 61. The female thief Wang Yang was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Is it your desire or your father's?" "It is," she hesitated. "Father mentioned that following Master Wang is destined to result in being merely a concubine, if not relegated to the status of a mere courtesan. However, to be a courtesan of the illustrious Wang family is far more esteemed than being the legitimate wife of those great clans and powerful families. If I were to bear a son and fortune favored us, there might even be a chance for him to be included in the family genealogy. That would elevate us to the ranks of the gentry and esteemed lineage indeed. This is a once-in-a-century opportunity for our humble Zhao family. You must seize it. Of course, I will not pressure you. If you do not wish to, then so be it." The gap between the gentry and the commoners is vast. Zhao Yan's ears echoed with her father's words, as her mind recalled the sight of noble women from illustrious families laughing as they ascended into their splendid carriages. She glanced at Wang Yang's refined features and resolutely declared, "It is my wish." Wang Yang shook his head, replying, "I do not require anyone to serve me." Rejected. Did I not ask you to bow down a little? They do not desire me. What can I do?" Zhao Yan felt a mixture of embarrassment and anger. Seeing his daughter's eyes welling with tears, Zhao Zheng sighed, "It matters not. Such individuals are either raised under strict discipline or have been surrounded by women since childhood." Observing his conduct, I initially thought him a dandy, and believed he would feel uncomfortable without a woman by his side tonight, thus I intended to take advantage of the situation. Yet, it seems this lad would not partake even when the opportunity presented itself. "Father." Zhao Yan stamped her foot and burst into tears. Stop crying, if he does not want you, then let it be. With our family's status and my position, if we cannot aspire to the gentry, we can at least strive to marry into a humble clan, which would still bring honor to our family." The moon shone like frost, and the breeze flowed like water. After bidding farewell to Zhao Yan, Wang Yang sat alone at his writing desk, gazing at the luminous moon, reflecting on the family and friends he had left behind in the modern world, feeling a profound sense of longing. Unconsciously inspired to write, he seized the moment, dipped his pen in ink, and began to compose. "In the past, I heard Uncle Yang lament that of the world's myriad grievances, one finds that 7 or 8 out of 10 remain unfulfilled. Though I am young and have yet to encounter fortune, I cannot help but feel discontent within my heart each time I contemplate the past that cannot be reclaimed. I am beset by melancholy, occasionally pouring out my feelings in waking dreams, finding solace in fleeting moments. Yet, upon gazing at the moonlit shadows, I awaken to the realization that they cannot be altered. Rising despondently, feeling a profound sense of loss, Zhuangzi spoke of dreams filled with weeping at dawn, which surely bears a deeper significance. In the days of yore, I often mingled with friends. In solitude, I found solace in poetry, literature, and music. In gatherings, I donned a carefree demeanor, engaging in boastful banter and laughter. However, since my traversing through time, not a single relative or close friend has been by my side. Just as he became engrossed in his writing, a dark shadow swooped in through the window. The bamboo rod holding the window open was knocked aside, and the intricately carved window slammed shut with a sharp sound. In the blink of an eye, the candle holder toppled, the flame extinguished, papers flew, and a cold object pressed against Wang Yang's throat. It was a dagger. A woman's voice, cool and composed, resonated beside him. Do not make a sound. Immediately, a cacophony of footsteps echoed in the courtyard, and the flickering light of torches filtered through the gaps in the carved window, casting murky shadows on the faces of the woman and Wang Yang. It is you! Wang Yang exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the woman. Her delicate nose was straight, her brows sharply defined, her eyes deep and serene like a tranquil pond, her skin pale as frost, exuding an air of ethereal detachment, as if she were untouched by the mundane world. It was the same blue-clad woman who had saved a Wu at the market yesterday. Rise, she commanded, her expression as frigid as ice, using the dagger to urge Wang Yang away from the window, avoiding the light. She was tall, nearly reaching Wang Yang's forehead, her night attire accentuating her lithe figure. Appearing taut and powerful, the two stood facing each other, their movements synchronized as if they were dancing. The woman's breath brushed against Wang Yang's face, adding an unexpected touch of allure to the tense atmosphere. And knock, knock, knock. Master, have you retired for the night? A thief has just infiltrated our home, a skilled one at that. I hope it has not disturbed you. The dagger slightly shifted, prepared to slice into Wang Yang's veins at any moment. Wang Yang steadied his breath and called out, I am already asleep. I am fine here, thanks to you, General Jiao. There was a brief pause outside, and then the voice replied, as long as you are well, that is good. I shall take my leave. The footsteps gradually faded away. Wang Yang feigned delight and said, You do not remember me. Yesterday in the Grand Market of Jingzhou, you saved a little girl from beneath the hooves of a horse. I intended to express my gratitude, but you vanished in the blink of an eye. As he spoke, he naturally reached to disarm the woman's dagger. The woman tightened her grip on the dagger, pressing it against Wang Yang's neck, her voice cold as ice, Do not move. Wang Yang forced a smile, attempting to establish rapport, I shall not move. You may lower the dagger. You saved my little sister yesterday. I owe you a debt of gratitude. I have no intention of harming you. The woman's grip on the dagger remained unyielding, her tone devoid of emotion. Why are you here? Hush. Wang Yang gestured toward the door, whispering, Get onto the bed. The woman, believing she heard footsteps outside, focused intently, only to witness Wang Yang beginning to disrobe. The rustling sound. The woman's serene eyes widened in shock. It took her 3 full seconds to comprehend what was transpiring. A flush of crimson swiftly spread across her face, akin to a cold plum blossoming amidst the ice and snow, breathtakingly beautiful. With a flick of her wrist, the dagger glimmered and swept past. Boom, the door was kicked open. Zhao Zhang burst in, brandishing a knife, followed closely by 6 or 7 guards wielding weapons and torches. The sight before them left them momentarily stunned. Wang Yang sat at his desk, his trousers half down, his lower half obscured by scattered papers, one hand clutching the extinguished candle holder, wax drippings marking the floor in irregular patterns. Wang Yang's face turned pale as he covered himself with the papers, bellowing in fury, Get out! We shall take our leave. Zhao Zhang led the group hastily out of the room, each stifling laughter, their expressions utterly. Once they were a distance away, Zhao Zhang was the first to burst into laughter, followed by the others who joined in, grinning widely. Zhao Zhang waved his hand, all right, keep this matter to yourselves. Anyone who dares to leak it shall have their tongue cut out. The guards nodded in unison, complying. Zhao Zhang turned back to glance at Wang Yang's room, feeling a mix of emotions. It was no wonder the Wang family of Langya displayed such extraordinary quirks. They certainly knew how to indulge in extravagant pleasures. Inside the room, Wang Yang wiped the sweat from his brow, recalling the earlier gust of wind, the dagger gliding past him, still feeling a lingering fear. He spoke as he pulled up his trousers, See, I meant you no harm. A voice, cool as the moonlight, drifted from behind the gauzy curtains of the bed. Within 7 steps, the dagger never misses its mark. If you do not believe me, you are welcome to test it. Why would I test such a thing? You saved a woo. I still owe you a favor. Even if your throwing knives are formidable, even if you were not skilled in them, I would not flee. We bear no grudge against one another. You would not harm me. Wang Yang certainly wished to escape, and had nearly done so before Zhao Zhang's entrance. However, if he had acted on that impulse, the likely outcomes were twofold. He could either be swiftly dispatched by the woman's dagger, or be taken hostage. He was unaware of the woman's identity. If she were merely an ordinary thief, Zhao Zhang would likely strive to ensure his safety. However, if the two harbored deep-seated enmity, the situation could turn dire, risking mutual destruction. There was a chance of successfully escaping, but he dared not gamble. Thus, after careful consideration, he chose to assist the woman in concealing her presence. The woman inquired, "How did you know they would return?" She exhibited no reaction to Wang Yang's earlier overtures, her voice remaining as cold as ever. Note: during the southern and northern dynasties, the concept of humble clans referred to local powerful families or lower-ranking bureaucrats and landlords, whose social status was significantly higher than that of ordinary commoners. For instance, if Zhao Zhang's family could maintain a position akin to auxiliary military officers for several generations, they too could ascend to the ranks of humble clans. Once incorporated into the humble clans, the most apparent distinction was the exemption from taxes and corvée labor, thus differentiating them from the common people, who were subject to such obligations. The term iman refers to the obligation of labor. The status of humble clans was fluid. If a family's fortunes waned, they could be relegated back to commoner status. For example, in the Book of Song, it is mentioned as Zongyu, from the Yi family of Nanyang, originally belonged to a lesser gate of Nanyang. When General Zhao Luan stationed in Xianyang, where many mixed surnames resided, Luan assigned his chief clerk Fan Ji to categorize the clans by status, and Ji designated Yu as belonging to the Yi men. The term Ci men indicates a status below the prestigious gentry, broadly equivalent to humble clans. Zongyu's family fell from humble clan status to that of commoners, but he gradually rose through the ranks, eventually petitioning the emperor and restoring his family's standing. The emperor could intervene in the elevation or demotion of humble clans but could not do so with true prestigious gentry. Thus, the saying "scholars and officials are not appointed by the emperor" emerged during the Southern Qi period, rooted in a rich historical and cultural context. This will be further illustrated as the narrative progresses to the capital in the 3rd volume. Chapter 62. Did you really think I wouldn't kill you? Wang Yang, groping to remove the candle from the copper candlestick, remarked, "Firstly, you knocked the bamboo pole down when you jumped out the window. Secondly, my voice does not sound like that of someone asleep, and thirdly, his departure was too abrupt. Although he did not request to enter the room, he must have harbored suspicions. Once suspicion arises, he will undoubtedly come to investigate." The lady inquired again, "Then why did you?" "The room is quite small, and the mosquito net is not thick. With the light of the fire, one can easily discern any issues. By undressing, I drew their attention entirely to myself, rendering them too hesitant to scrutinize further. It was also a stroke of fortune that you happened to knock over the papers and the candlestick." As he spoke, Wang Yang concealed the candlestick in his right sleeve. "What of the papers and the candlestick?" It's rather complicated, I cannot explain it all at once," Wang Yang replied vaguely, tugging at his sleeve. As the mosquito net was pushed aside, the lady descended from the bed and took a seat opposite Wang Yang, her gaze frosty. "I ask, you answer. Do not lie." Wang Yang, adopting a serious demeanor, stated, "You saved my younger sister yesterday. You have bestowed upon me a great favor, so I would never speak falsely. Feel free to inquire, for I shall share everything I know without reservation. Your name and identity." "I am Lu Bai, a scholar from Jingzhou Prefecture," Wang Yang replied, his expression unchanging. "Do you know Zhao Zhang? I only met him today." "What brings you to his residence?" "To settle an account with him." "What account?" "He manipulated the military register and transferred one of my subordinates to another prefecture." The exchange continued without interruption. The lady fell silent, her gaze fixed upon Wang Yang, as if she were evaluating something. Meanwhile, he contemplated ways to extricate himself from the situation. "Is he afraid of you? Are you from a noble family?" the lady suddenly asked. "I am from the Lu family of Nanyang. It's not so much fear as a semblance of respect," Wang Yang responded. He mentioned his noble lineage to instill caution in the lady's actions, yet he was wary of overstating his status, which could render him a valuable asset. Thus, he adopted the guise of the Lu family of Nanyang. Having spent the last few days with Lu Zhao, he felt confident he could handle any inquiries regarding the Lu family's affairs. The lady narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. You are not from the Lu family of Niang. Wang Yang felt a jolt of alarm in his heart but feigned ignorance. Yesterday in the market, you boldly declared that you would summon Lu Zhao, the prefectural scholar, to meet you. If you were indeed of the same clan as Lu Zhao, you would not address him so directly. Indeed, he had overlooked that detail. It was a mistake. Wang Yang smiled and explained, do not be deceived by my youth. My generation is higher than Lu Zhao's, making me his fifth uncle. When there are no outsiders present, I address him by his courtesy name, Mingyang. Yesterday in the marketplace, I feared others would not recognize him, hence I called him by name. Mr. Lu, my apologies, I did not intend to take advantage of you. The lady did not pursue the matter further. Seemingly accepting this explanation, she lowered her eyelids, lost in thought. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yang remarked, the guards outside must have relaxed their vigilance by now. You should take this chance to slip away. Once dawn breaks, it will be much more difficult to depart. That is not for you to concern yourself with. You will now call for someone and have the servants summon Zhao Zheng to your room, stating that there is an important matter to discuss. Remember, only Zhao Zheng is to enter. Wang Yang inwardly lamented, attempting to refuse. At this late hour, how would he heed my call? He surely won tea-cum. The lady cast a dispassionate glance at him. Zhao Zheng is a man who craves vanity and seeks to associate with the noble. You are from the Lu family of Niang. That if you have a matter of importance, he will undoubtedly come. Wang Yang hastily countered, this time is different. He previously led men to search for your whereabouts and remains on guard. If I suddenly summon him, he will certainly grow suspicious. Do not worry about that. Just call for him. Wang Yang, his voice filled with concern and urgency, insisted, if he grows suspicious, he will bring others. The lady interrupted him sharply, you need not concern yourself with such matters. Simply call him now. But the lady revealed a dagger, its cold glint flashing. Young Master Lu, please understand that I am not negotiating with you. Wang Yang was uncertain what would transpire if Zhao Zheng arrived, but he feared that conflict would inevitably ensnare him. In the chaos, while he might find a way to escape, the risks were significant. He speculated that this lady might first eliminate Zhao Zheng and then take him hostage to flee Zhao's residence. What followed regarding his fate remained unclear. Setting aside the fact that Zhao Zheng still had dealings with the underworld, Wang Yang did not wish for his demise. Moreover, should Zhao Zheng truly meet his end, even if Wang Yang survived, he would undoubtedly be pursued by the authorities. If the truth of his impersonation as a noble were to surface, the consequences would be dire. Thus, he resolved firmly he could not follow the lady's instructions. I will not go, Wang Yang stated bluntly. The lady frowned, seemingly taken aback by Wang Yang's sudden firmness after her previously soft-spoken approach. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? The lady brandished her dagger, her icy gaze piercing through Wang Yang, sending chills throughout his body. Yet he managed a slight smile, stating, of course not, for you are not foolish. Killing me would not achieve your goals and would only serve to heighten Zhao Zheng's vigilance, making it even more difficult for you to act in the future. Furthermore, while I may not belong to a prominent noble family, I am still part of a distinguished lineage in Jing. Should anything happen to me, there would surely be a citywide manhunt for my assailant, and my family would seek retribution with all their might. Though your skills are formidable, escaping unscathed may not be as easy as you think. The lady remained silent, her hand moving as she lunged the dagger towards Wang Yang. She is only trying to frighten me. Surely, she wouldn't kill me. Killing me would bring her no benefit, it would only worsen Zhao Zheng's suspicions, complicating her future endeavors. Moreover, she saved all. She must possess a sense of chivalry and would not. The dagger rushed towards him with unwavering intent. Wang Yang's smile vanished, and his pupils constricted. Is this truly the end? The dagger, swift as the wind, halted inches from Wang Yang's eye, remaining perfectly still, as if controlled by some precise mechanism, stopping on command. I thought you were completely unafraid, the lady observed, watching Wang Yang's pallid face, and slowly withdrew the dagger. Wang Yang swallowed hard, suddenly aware that his clothing was drenched in sweat. He realized he needed to devise a solution for his inadequacies in combat. Such a shortcoming could prove fatal. You previously mentioned that I saved that little girl and that you owe me a great debt. Will you not repay this kindness? Wang Yang steadied his nerves and replied, I wish to repay your kindness, but I never do so without understanding the situation. What qualifies as understanding? The lady inquired, her gaze icy. You want me to summon Zhao Zheng alone into this room. What are your intentions? Wang Yang countered. To take him hostage. The lady replied succinctly. Is it not to kill him? What do you intend to do by taking Zhao Zheng hostage? Wang Yang pressed further. I wish to ask him something. What is it you wish to inquire about? The lady did not respond, merely fixing her cold gaze upon Wang Yang. Wang Yang continued, "If you seek my assistance, you must provide me with the background information so that I can determine whether I can assist you. If you say nothing and expect my help, how can I comply? I am not one to be led like a donkey. I do not follow without reason, nor do I back down when it matters. My only requirement is that you do not treat me as a fool." His voice was bold and spirited, embodying the demeanor of one who was unyielding, yet, he thought to himself, "How absurd! If I were to aid you in taking a government official hostage, I would indeed be a fool." His inquiry served two purposes: first, to buy time and ease the tension. Second, to probe the lady's background to formulate a strategy and identify her vulnerabilities. The lady's gaze remained fixed on Wang Yang, who, undeterred, maintained his own gaze in return. Chapter 63, The Abandoned City Case. The young woman gazed for a moment before retrieving an object that hung around her neck from beneath her garments. She lowered her head slightly and unfastened the red cord from the back of her neck, softly uttering, "Extend your hand." Wang Yang reached out to receive it, and the warm object, imbued with the warmth of the young woman's body, fell into his palm. The thought that her personal belonging was now grasped by a stranger made her feel a sudden sense of unease, prompting her to quickly withdraw her hand. Wang Yang approached the window, examining the moonlight that streamed through the crack with meticulous attention. It was a petite copper seal, arching gracefully, known in academic circles as a wanyo. The seal was threaded with a red cord and bore 5 characters in seal script: Champion General's Seal. The young woman inhaled deeply and declared, "My father was the former Champion General, the commander of the Imperial Guard's frontline, Qin Tianfu." Wang Yang. Who, noticing Wang Yang's lack of reaction, the young woman asked in confusion, "Aren't you surprised?" Should I be surprised? But I have no knowledge of who Qin Tianfu is, so what is there to astonish me? I do recall the title of Champion General, but I lack a concrete understanding of its significance. Nevertheless, being the commander of the Imperial Guard must imply considerable stature. However, during the Southern and Northern dynasties, the status of military officials was relatively low, often looked down upon by the scholarly elite, and the disdain for martial prowess was even more pronounced than in the Song dynasty. Yet if one were to hold a military position as a member of an established noble family, the situation would be entirely different. In an era dominated by aristocratic lineage, everything revolved around bloodlines and status. Is there a prominent Chen clan among the gentry of the Southern dynasties? Seeing Wang Yang lost in thought, the young woman questioned, "You are unaware of my father's story?" Wang Yang replied with slight embarrassment, "I apologize. I have been deeply engrossed in my studies and am not well versed in court affairs." The young woman expressed her surprise. "The abandoned city case 4 years ago shook the world, and you remain oblivious?" I was still quite young 4 years ago, oblivious to matters beyond my window. Surely you must know of the Tang Yuji rebellion." Wang Yang sad face. The young woman was astonished. "You are unaware of the Tang Yuji rebellion?" Given her tone, Wang Yang surmised this was a widely known event, and his ignorance might indeed be indefensible. He could only attempt to remedy the situation by saying, "I was far too focused on my studies at that time." Noticing the skepticism in her eyes, Wang Yang quickly added, "In ancient times, Dong Zhongshu devoted himself to scholarship, not venturing beyond his garden for 3 years. I was quite similar not long ago. I beg Miss Chen for your understanding." So he is merely an unworldly scholar, yet, why does he still give off an air of insincerity? During the winter of the 3rd year of Yongming, Tang Yuji of Fuyang incited rebellion against the registration policy, gathering a multitude to revolt. The 3 was responded, and the momentum was tremendous, capturing Tonglu, Qiantang, Yanguan, and dozens of cities, slaying the governor of Dongyang, the royal relative Xiao Chongji, and the imperial army was unable to withstand the onslaught. In the spring of the 4th year, he declared himself emperor in Qiantang, usurping the title of the Wu kingdom, with a fictitious era name of Xingping, to claim the title of emperor within a year of rebellion? Wang Yang shook his head at this point. The young woman continued, "With Yuji's power surging and local forces incapable of quelling it, the emperor appointed Champion General Chen Tianfu as the commander of the vanguard and designated the Viscount Lu Mingche of Zhongshu County as the deputy commander, leading the Imperial Guard to quell the rebellion. Upon reaching Qiantang, they dealt a decisive blow to Yuji, advancing victoriously to restore order in the various prefectures, ultimately bringing Yuji's head to the capital." The young woman paused at this juncture, and noticing her silence, Wang Yang inquired, "What happened afterward?" Afterward, the imperial guard, in the wake of quelling the rebellion, engaged in rampant plunder, indiscriminately seizing gold and silver, showing no distinction between the gentry and commoners. The lands of the three was lay in ruins, with the common folk lamenting, and the gentry united in outrage. This matter reached the heavens, and the court investigated, alleging that Chen Tianfu amassed wealth and allowed his soldiers to pillage, furthermore smuggling the looted treasures back to the capital. The emperor, enraged, sentenced Chen Tianfu to be executed and discarded in the market, while Lu Mingche was stripped of his office and title, reduced to a slave in Dongya. As the young woman reached this point, her voice became hoarse. I see this explains the cold, resolute air that surrounds her. Considering her age, she is likely of similar standing to Xie Xinghan, and her father's tragic demise 4 years ago must have left her with childhood trauma. The young woman paused, her expression devoid of emotion as she queried, "Do you believe my father deserved his fate?" Wang Yang thought to himself, "This is indeed not unjust, but I tell you, my father was wronged." Wronged? Indeed. Although my family is not wealthy, we are not in want of money. My father led a disciplined life, eschewing extravagance. Aside from his fondness for martial arts and fine horses, he had no other vices. Ever since my mother passed away, he neither remarried nor took a concubine. There was simply no need for money in our household, so why would he resort to plunder? Moreover, he was always stringent in his military conduct and often advised me that there were many high-ranking officials and noble relatives in the capital, cautioning me to be accommodating to avoid major errors. Thus, he conducted himself with propriety and maintained a low profile, never engaging in disputes with others. For someone like him to be accused of allowing his soldiers to pillage and smuggling away cartloads of wealth is simply beyond my belief. Wang Yang pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you possess any evidence to support your claim of your father's wrongful accusation?" "I have no evidence, but I know my father would never commit such acts. Furthermore, there is a point of doubt. My father had already died before his execution. The authorities assumed he took his own life out of fear of implicating his kin." Wang Yang questioned, "How can one commit suicide and still face execution?" The public outcry was overwhelming. A public execution was deemed necessary to demonstrate accountability, the young woman stated calmly. "I apologize." "There is no need for apologies. The man is dead. It matters not how many times he is killed again." Wang Yang fell silent for a moment before asking, "Do you suspect your father did not take his own life?" "I do not know. It is indeed possible that my father took his own life to avoid implicating others, for if he were ultimately convicted of the crime of plunder, I would, by law, be conscripted into military service." Wang Yang nodded. "According to the laws of Qi, those guilty of plunder are indeed conscripted, implicating not only you but also your uncles, aunts, cousins, and siblings." "Are you knowledgeable in criminal law?" The young woman expressed her surprise. "Only a little." Wang Yang reminded himself to delve deeper into the laws of Qi, then turned to ask, "Since you believe your father might have committed suicide, why do you still regard this as a point of doubt?" "If it were an ordinary case, with the facts unverified, given my father's rank, it would indeed be possible for his suicide to go unpunished. However, considering the magnitude of this case, would my father truly think that sacrificing his life would absolve him? Surely he would not have expected to elicit the emperor's sympathy through his death." The young woman's tone was cool, laced with a hint of sarcasm, yet perhaps the emperor indeed bestowed a modicum of sympathy upon this former beloved general. "After the verdict, I was sentenced to become a government slave, yet the officials, astonishingly, allowed me to redeem my punishment with a ransom, following the precedent for the daughters of third-rank officials. Without an imperial decree, how could they have shown such benevolence? Of course, it may simply have been a desire for money." Wang Yang mused, so there was indeed a system of ransom in place during the Southern Qi era. "It seems prudent to save money, yet, I wonder what the specific standards for ransom are. I paid the ransom, and over the years, I sought out my father's confidants and former subordinates, only to find that they had either perished, been demoted, fled, or scattered. None had fared well, save for one exception." Wang Yang's heart stirred. Note, many texts mistakenly refer to Tang Yuji as Tang Yuji, due to the similar appearance of the ancient variant of Yu and Yu, leading to transcription errors. Consequently, many ancient texts also contain this error, perpetuating the confusion and resulting in Tang Yuji becoming the prevalent form. Chapter 64. Severing a finger to thank the young master. Could it be that this man is Zhao Zheng? Indeed. He once served as my father's trusted guard in the Imperial Guard's front ranks, responsible for safeguarding the main tent, and he was held in high esteem. After this incident, he vanished without a trace. I assumed he had met the same fate as many others, lost to the annals of time. It was only 2 months ago that I located my father's former Vanguard camp officer in Jiangzhou, and it was then I learned that this man was responsible for escorting the valuables and was the first to accuse my father of orchestrating the pillaging and smuggling of stolen goods. Thus, not only did he escape punishment, but he also earned merit for his testimony, aiding the court in recovering the misappropriated funds. Although he was reassigned from the Imperial Guard, in terms of rank, his position as an external military officer is still considered a promotion. His circumstances are far better than those of my father's other subordinates. The young lady paused, her voice imbued with a touch of warmth. He has framed my father and harmed so many others. Do you think I should not capture him and uncover the truth? She gazed deeply into Wang Yang's eyes and pronounced each word deliberately. So, will you assist me? Wang Yang's fingers unconsciously drummed against his thigh, and after a few moments, he abruptly ceased, saying, "You are not being truthful." What do you mean? The young lady's voice turned icy. You first claimed that your father could not have committed such atrocities, and now you suspect that Zhao Zhang has framed him, is that not so? And so what? This case is of such magnitude that it cannot possibly be solely determined by Zhao Zhang's testimony. Moreover, your father was a commanding general. If he had indeed ordered the pillaging, it would be impossible for only Zhao Zhang to be aware of it, nor would such an order be conveyed solely to a minor guard officer. Even if he were the one to relay it, such a significant matter would surely prompt other generals to seek confirmation and clarification. You have investigated so many of your father's subordinates. How could you not inquire whether your father issued the command personally? Yet you have remained silent on this point, suggesting that the outcome may not be to your liking. Given that you were already aware of the truth, did you truly break into Zhao's residence merely to seek answers? The young lady fixed her gaze upon Wang Yang, her beautiful eyes glinting with a cold light. Do you think yourself clever? Wang Yang met her gaze with calmness. I merely believe that if you truly seek my assistance, you ought to speak the truth. For a moment, neither spoke further, their stares locked in silence, the room steeped in an eerie stillness. After a lengthy pause, the young lady let out a cold laugh and said, You guessed correctly, I did inquire with my father's former subordinates, and they all asserted that it was indeed my father's command. Though I am reluctant to believe it, the consensus is difficult to dismiss. Zhao Zhang is the last person I wish to question. If he repeats their claims, the young lady seemed momentarily lost in thought, genuinely uncertain of how to proceed if the conclusion were to be as she feared. Over the past few years, she had exhausted her family's fortune, traversing the realm in search of justice for her father. But what if her father were not wronged? What if he were indeed deserving of his fate? No. That cannot be. In comparison to the court's proclamations and the testimonies of those subordinates, she has greater faith in her father's character. She firmly believes in the father she knows. The quiet, reserved man who delighted in preparing soup and pancakes for her would never commit such an act. Father, have I misjudged you? Wang Yang noticed the shifting expressions on the young lady's face, the sorrowful glimmer in her serene eyes, and realized this might be a pivotal opportunity for escape. If he could persuade her to depart willingly, he too could evade danger. Just as he was about to utter words of solace, the young lady suddenly reached out and firmly grasped Wang Yang's left wrist. Ouch! What are you doing? Wang Yang felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Clenching his right fist, he suppressed the urge to retaliate with the candlestick hidden in his sleeve. Given his lackluster combat skills, using the candlestick would only be a desperate last resort. It must be avoided unless absolutely necessary. The young lady first retrieved the seal from Wang Yang and tucked it away, then seized a dagger, her expression resolute. I do not wish to harm you, but I cannot allow my father to suffer unjustly. If I were to be sentenced to death, my father would trust me to fight with all my strength to clear my name. I must capture Zhao Zhang. If you do not comply by the time I count to 3, I shall sever one of your fingers, continuing until you agree. Afterward, Qing Shan shall sever her finger to thank the young master. Her voice was cold, like ice in the night. Wang Yang was genuinely frightened and hurriedly exclaimed, Miss Chen, let us talk this over. Wang Yang struggled fiercely. Please, do not too. This is not the solution. Even if I lose a finger, it will not. Apologies. The dagger descended. Your father is innocent, but this method will not yield the truth. Wang Yang blurted out urgently. The dagger halted mid-air. Continue. The young lady's voice was devoid of emotion. Wang Yang, heart racing, gazed at the dagger suspended in the air and hastily added, "Consider this: if your father is indeed innocent, then the depths of this conspiracy must be unfathomable. Deep enough to compel everyone to bear false witness, deep enough that your father had no opportunity to vindicate himself. If Zhao Zhang speaks falsely, he would not recant his testimony simply because you apprehend him. Recanting would mean death, of course. You could employ torture to extract a confession, but would such testimony hold any weight? And what if Zhao Zhang chooses to die rather than speak the truth? Even if you kill him, your father's innocence will remain unproven. You would be executing a court official, a capital offense. Once you perish, who will clear your father's name?" He spoke in rapid succession, his heart filled with trepidation, his lips parched. His future hinged on the whim of this woman. Whether she would be swayed by his words was entirely uncertain. Time ticked away, and the young lady still clutched his wrist, showing no sign of release, nor uttering a word, as they sat in tense silence. Wang Yang, observing her lost in thought, felt an urge to launch a sneak attack with the candlestick but hesitated, paralyzed by the disparity in their combat abilities. "What do you propose we do?" the young lady finally asked. "How should I know?" She narrowed her eyes, the dagger shifting slightly, prompting Wang Yang to quickly amend his response. "Leave this matter to me. Instead of coercion, we will extract the truth through conversation. I will elicit the truth from him." Elicit the truth? Such a significant matter can be resolved through mere conversation? The young lady's expression betrayed her disbelief. Indeed, conversation requires skill. "You see, you have been in this room for less than half an hour, yet have not my words also been drawn out of you?" Wang Yang intended to lighten the mood with this jest, but to his dismay, the young lady tightened her grip, causing a sharp pain to shoot through his wrist as if it were about to snap. "I'm just joking." It was a jest. Wang Yang bent forward, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Of course, it was no joke, he was referring to her. The young lady relaxed her grip. "Then you shall summon Zhao Zhang and extract the truth. I will hide away and refrain from any violence. Now. Naturally. How can I extract the truth now? Is it not possible?" The young lady pressed down with renewed force. "You little adult." Chapter 65. Are mistakes not allowed to be spoken of? Do you understand what is meant by cliches? Cliches should be natural and coherent. If there is no beginning or end, and I didn't mention anything while dining before, calling someone over in the dead of night, wouldn't they become suspicious? If they're already suspicious, how can one engage in such talk? Furthermore, given the gravity of this matter, if there were indeed hidden truths, would he easily divulge them to me? One must master the nuances of preparation, timing, and measure. If you come unprepared, speaking off the cuff, how can you proceed? Wang Yang, feeling the pressure, ceased his attempts at appeasement and launched into a scolding. The lady, however, remained unperturbed, blinking her eyes as she inquired, "When will you be ready?" This sort of rhetoric hinges on opportunity, requiring the right timing, location, and harmony among people. Presently, I possess merely the title of a gentry, which is insufficient to earn his complete trust. I must wait until he fully believes in me before I can act. The lady appeared skeptical. "How will you earn his trust?" "I have my methods." Upon witnessing the lady's expression darken, he quickly added, "Just wait, in 6 days, my name will resonate throughout Qingzhou." Her skepticism intensified, suspecting Wang Yang was merely stalling. He asserted, "If you doubt me, the truth will reveal itself in 6 days, and at that time, Zhao Zhang will certainly hold me in greater esteem. As the saying goes, desire leads to weakness. Zhao Zhang is driven by desire, thus lacks resolve, and by then, I will have him firmly in my grasp." To gain the lady's trust, Wang Yang spoke boldly. She remained pensive and silent, prompting him to continue, "Rest assured, this matter is my responsibility. Release me for now, and return in 6 days, then you shall discern the truth." The lady loosened her grip, allowing Wang Yang to exhale in relief. "This place is perilous. If someone from the Zhao residence discovers you here, it would be disastrous. You must escape under the cover of night. I will be staying at the county school. Come find me in 6 days." The lady remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Wang Yang. He felt a twinge of unease, altering his tone. You may stay a while longer, it's still early before dawn. Lu Bai, do you think I am foolish? Lu Bai, oh right, that's me. Of course, you are the foolish one. If you are not, then who am I? Wang Yang replied earnestly. How could that be? You are as sharp as ice and snow, completely devoid of any foolishness. Then why do you want me to leave? If I depart, how will you escape? How will you report to the authorities? How will you set an ambush for me to walk into 6 days later? Ah, why do you speak such blatant truths? What are you talking about? How could I be that kind of person? If I have promised you, I will certainly deliver. Wang Yang asserted with righteous fervor. The lady remained silent, continuing to fixate on him. Very well, Wang Yang conceded. What do you propose we do? I will follow you until you have accomplished your task. What the heck, am I being extorted? How is this possible? I came here alone, the Zhao family is aware of that. I will first slip out of the Zhao residence, and then join you after you exit. That seems impractical. A lone man with a lone woman. The lady casually toyed with her dagger, the blade flashing ominously and causing Wang Yang to shudder. If you continue with your smooth talk, I will adhere to the ways of the underworld and draw blood from you. You're impressive indeed. I won't hold it against you now, but just wait, I'll settle the score later. Wang Yang forced a smile. Please don't misunderstand, I merely meant that having an unexpected companion is somewhat inconvenient. There's nothing inconvenient about it. I saved that young girl and today, I saved you. Consider it a form of repayment. Wait a moment, when did you save me? Are you jesting? Wang Yang realized, to his surprise, that this young lady possessed a rather humorous side. Her gaze remained calm, her demeanor as frosty as snow. When you concealed the candlestick in your right sleeve, preparing to stab me, but I spared your life instead. I had already saved you once. Wang Yang. He shook the candlestick from his sleeve onto the ground, awkwardly laughing. Just a joke, merely a jest. Such jokes are best kept to a minimum, otherwise, I might take them seriously. Additionally, I must warn you in advance, should I detect any signs of deception from you in the future, I will strike without mercy. Whoosh! A flash of cold light, the dagger flew swiftly, grazing Wang Yang's ear and embedding itself into the wall with a clang. Wang Yang inhaled sharply, feeling a chill in his ear, and quickly reached up to check, relieved to find no injury or blood, and exhaled in relief. This one do, constantly frightening me is unbearable. Will I be bound by another henceforth? In a state of panic, Wang Yang glanced back at the dagger, then stood up, approached, and extracted the blade from the wall, his expression stern. If you continue to act recklessly, no one can assist you. Wang Yang pointed at the mark left on the wall, reprimanding, do you not think before you act? If the Zhao family inspects the room and discovers this, what will you do then? The lady was momentarily taken aback by Wang Yang's demeanor, seemingly surprised that he dared to speak to her in such a manner. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, I will scrape it off. Wang Yang knocked on the wall, his tone growing more severe. Look at that, it's so deep, how can you scrape it off? Are you going to scrape off an entire layer, create a pit? At your age, how can you be so careless? Just because you can throw a flying knife doesn't mean you should flaunt it at every opportunity. Is that it? You. The lady, incensed, glared at Wang Yang with her beautiful eyes. Wang Yang returned the glare without hesitation. What are you staring at? Are mistakes not allowed to be pointed out? 1,000-mile dam can collapse from an ant hole. A single detail can ruin an entire plan. What if Zhao Zhang notices something amiss? What then? The lady's rosy lips moved slightly, as if she wished to argue, but ultimately refrained, lowering her gaze and softly asking, what shall we do now? Wang Yang examined the mark left by the dagger, coldly stating, come here, along this vertical line, add 3 strokes and carve the character Wang. Why carve the character Wang? Because I said so. I am cleaning up your mess. The lady bit her lip, pondering for a moment, then obediently took the dagger and began to carve. She composed herself and fell silent, resembling a child who had erred. Seeing her compliant demeanor, Wang Yang's heart swelled with joy. Amidst crisis lies opportunity. Was this not the very chance he had sought to resolve the matter with the fifth-rate warrior? Once the lady finished carving, Wang Yang instructed her to sit. You may stay by my side, but we must establish 3 rules. If you do not agree, there will be no foundation for collaboration, and the task will remain unaccomplished, making it better for you to simply eliminate me with a flying knife right now. What occurred earlier was my blunder, but if you dare to take advantage of this opportunity to make unreasonable demands, rest assured, all will be reasonable. First, you must refrain from using force against me. We are in a collaborative relationship. I am here to assist you. Your propensity to threaten and resort to violence not only undermines my dignity but also clouds my judgment, and it disrupts my mood. If my mood is compromised, my planning is prone to errors. Moreover, if our hearts are not aligned and our strengths uncoordinated, we shall find it difficult to achieve our goals. Note: during the Western Jin dynasty, 1 shang was equivalent to 202. 3 milliliters in today's measurements. Thus, the account in the book of Jin biography of Yuan Ji, which states that Yuan Ji, upon hearing of his mother's passing, drank 2 do, raised his voice in lament, and coughed up several shang of blood, can be substantiated. By the time of the Southern Qi dynasty, the standard measurement for 1 shang had increased to 297. 2 milliliters, a modest rise, indicating that the loss of 1 shang of blood was not necessarily a fatal consequence. Chapter 66, A Picture-Perfect Beauty. The lady pondered for a moment and said, I can abstain from using force against you, provided you refrain from playing tricks. Should I discover any deceitful intentions on your part, this condition will be rendered void. Agreed. Secondly, you will need a title while accompanying me to the outside world. You may present yourself as my bodyguard. During this time, you must genuinely act as a protector, fulfilling your duties as such. You must neither arouse suspicion nor forget that I am doing you a favor in return for your service. The lady furrowed her delicate brows and hesitated, but I have never served as a bodyguard before. This is not difficult. Simply follow behind me, ensure my safety, and heed my commands. Heed your commands? What if you instruct me to commit some heinous act? Rest assured, I would never ask you to engage in wrongdoing. I won't even perform tasks such as serving tea or water. That is acceptable. You are a bodyguard, not a maid. However, you must alter how you address me. After all, I belong to the gentry. When we are alone, you may speak freely, but in the presence of others, you must refer to me as master. The lady cast a sharp glance at Wang Yang, her icy gaze piercing like a sword. The innocent demeanor of a wayward girl completely vanished. Wang Yang immediately sensed an oppressive danger. Realizing the situation was precarious, he quickly added, or you may call me young master. The lady withdrew her gaze and nodded. You are of the Lu family from Nanyang. You rightfully deserve the title young master. Actually, my surname is Wang, not Lu. The lady's eyes widened, suddenly realizing she had been deceived. Recalling his fervent introduction of himself, which had sounded so earnest, she felt a chill run through her and clenched her fists. Do not forget the first condition, Wang Yang hastily reminded her. The lady fixed her gaze on Wang Yang, her tone unfriendly. Who exactly are you? Having resolved to let the lady serve as his bodyguard, he decided to reveal his identity. I am Wang Yang, courtesy name Jian. Your ancestral home? The lady inquired. The term ancestral home refers to a specific concept in the medieval period, originally denoting the illustrious families of a county, signifying that a particular surname had resided in that county and held renown. It later evolved to denote the original location of prominent families. During the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties, social status was highly esteemed, thus individuals often recounted their ancestral origins rather than their current residences. For instance, although the Luzhao family has resided in Jingzhou for over a century, people still refer to them as the Nanyang Lu family, not the Jingzhou Lu family. Wang Yang hesitated briefly before responding. Langya. The lady gasped. You are of the Langya Wang family? Indeed. What could the Langya Wang family possibly be doing here? Studying abroad. Studying abroad? I mentioned I am a student at the County Academy in Jingzhou. If you are indeed of the Langya Wang family, why did you not enroll in the Imperial Academy instead of the County Academy? The lady inquired, visibly puzzled. For what reason, you ask? Because I am an impostor. Wang Yang could never voice such a thought. Instead, he replied, this involves family secrets, and I am not at liberty to disclose. Can you speak with the East Casting Magistrate or the Minister of the Imperial Household? My father's deputy, General Lu Mingche, is imprisoned in the East Casting as a slave. I have long wished to inquire about the circumstances at that time, but I lack the connections. If you could help me meet General Lu, I would gladly serve as your bodyguard for a decade in return. The East Casting is located in the capital and is a governmental institution responsible for casting and metallurgy, also serving as a place for prisoners to perform labor. The management there is stringent, and gaining access to see an inmate is exceedingly difficult. However, if he is indeed of the Langya Wang family, perhaps there is a way. She looked at Wang Yang with eager anticipation. Wang Yang could only say, "I am sorry, but I do not know them and cannot facilitate a meeting." "Is there anyone in your family who could? My branch holds no power or influence. We are merely a facade of gentry, lacking even household registration, but in short, I cannot assist you." In truth, if he wished for her to wholeheartedly protect him and obey his commands, painting a hopeful picture for her would have been the best course of action. Yet, Wang Yang could not bring himself to do so. Deceiving her to save his own life was one thing, but leading a young woman, who sought to uncover her father's wrongful conviction, to cling to false hope for his selfish gain was another matter entirely. He could make an effort, and perhaps manage to extract some information from Zhao Zhang. However, to claim any connections with the East Casting magistrate or the minister of the imperial household, or to facilitate a meeting with a prisoner in the capital's prison, was utterly implausible. Thus, he had no choice but to reject her plea. The light in the lady's eyes dimmed once more. Wang Yang intended to propose a third condition, but seeing her dejected expression, he refrained from speaking. Unexpectedly, the lady quickly regained her composure and asked, "What about the third condition?" Indeed, if she could not withstand this minor setback, she would not have persisted in her investigation thus far. Wang Yang continued, "Thirdly, this matter is of utmost importance. If Zhao Zhang is indeed concealing something, uncovering the truth will be exceedingly challenging. Thus, we must avoid alarming the snake in the grass and ensure a decisive strike. We must wait for the opportune moment to act. From now on, you must adhere to my arrangements and refrain from acting independently. Additionally, the timing of when I lay the groundwork and when I inquire must be dictated by me. You may urge me, but you cannot force me. What if the opportunity never arises? What if you continue to procrastinate?" Wang Yang contemplated for a moment, raising a finger. 1 month, grant me 1 month, and I shall exert every effort to uncover this matter." "Very well. During this time, I shall also strive to fulfill my role as your bodyguard to the best of my ability. However, if after a month, you still delay in making inquiries?" Wang Yang sighed, "Then you may resort to using force." The lady nodded. Thus, they reached an agreement. "Has Zhao Zhang seen your face?" Wang Yang inquired. "No. He does not recognize you?" "Correct." "That is good, you may leave now. Wait for me at the entrance of the county academy tomorrow." The lady rose and stepped to the window, standing in the moonlight that streamed through the gaps in the window frame. Wang Yang suddenly asked, "By the way, you previously mentioned that when you intended to sever your finger, you spoke a name that began with Qing?" "Not important. You are my bodyguard, I need to know your name. Otherwise, when we are outside and you call me young master, I cannot very well refer to you as Miss Qin." The lady remained silent for a moment before responding, "Qing Shan." "What are the characters?" "Cheng as in the color blue, Shan as in coral." "Chen Cheng Shan," Wang Yang murmured to himself. Wang young master, Chen Cheng Shan glanced back, her tall figure reflected in the moonlight. If you fail to honor your word, I will kill you," Chen Cheng Shan stated earnestly. Wang Yang felt a chill run down his spine and replied solemnly, "Rest assured, I shall not betray our agreement." The lady leaped out of the window. The next day, the Zhao family treated Wang Yang to a sumptuous breakfast. Wang Yang casually mentioned, as if recounting a joke, his impulsive act of carving characters on the wall after getting drunk the previous day. Zhao Zhang lavished praise, insisting that the inscription must be preserved for the day when the young master would achieve fame across the land. Wang Yang found Zhao Zhang's demeanor rather agreeable, not due to the flattery, but because he had not discerned any malicious intent from him. Although he had betrayed his former superior, if that superior had indeed committed any heinous acts, standing up to testify was not inherently wrong. The only slight suspicion was that Zhao Zhang appeared to possess considerable wealth, yet that alone did not signify anything. After the meal, Zhao Zhang inexplicably procured a simple ox cart to take Wang Yang to the county academy. Once the cart departed, Wang Yang stood at the entrance of the academy, scanning for Chen Qingshan's figure. "Young master." A clear and cool female voice called out. Wang Yang turned to see Chen Qingshan, clad in a blue robe and wielding a long sword, emerging from behind a ginkgo tree, the tree swaying gently in the spring breeze, making her look like a picturesque beauty. I am grateful for the gifts from my friends. I have received them all. Originally, I intended to create a thank you post, but since it conflicted with the author's note, I could only post one. Thus, rather than foregoing the historical references in the author's note, I prefer to focus on refining the text quality. The fact that you all enjoy reading my work brings me immense joy. I hope each of you views this novel as a long-distance journey, accompanying the protagonist on an adventure over 1,000 years ago, gradually experiencing the customs, cuisine, and the thrilling exploits of that era, and I too share in this experience. In ancient times, there was a term called spiritual travel. The Book of Changes states it well: it is only through the spirit that one can swiftly arrive without haste, and reach without movement. One can traverse 80,000 miles a day while gazing at 1,000 rivers from the heavens. If you can find joy in this book akin to spiritual travel, then my wish is fulfilled. I recall the great French writer Gide once wrote in his diary, to read a book, in my view, is to embark on a spiritual journey beyond oneself, spending half a month with the author. I neither have the time nor the ability to complete this book in half a month. Writing is already a matter of seizing fleeting moments. Film and games have become as inconsequential as passing clouds, determined face. Moreover, the length of this book does not allow for such a feat, though if the Groundhog Day were to arrive, I would undoubtedly be confident to give it a try, Thus, I can only implore everyone to stay with me a little longer. Chapter 67 A glimpse for the young master. Today at the County Academy, two significant events transpired. The first was the admission of the young science from the Wang family of Langya, clad in white robes, exuding an air of youthful confidence as they engaged in discourse with poise. The second was the presence of a beautiful guard accompanying him, with piercing eyes and a flowing blue garment, standing silently outside the classroom, her long legs elegantly positioned, emanating a chilling composure. These two individuals drew such attention that during the initial portion of the lesson, many students became distracted, frequently glancing back, incurring the wrath of Lu Zhao's ruler. To regain the students' focus and mindful of Wang Yang's presence, Wang Yang listened attentively, feeling as though he had returned to the school days of Lu Zhao, having dedicated decades to the meticulous study of the Book of Documents, possessed unique scholarly insights. Although Wang Yang had perused the varied discourses of later scholars, he still found Lu Zhao's interpretations refreshingly enlightening. Thus, it is said, without a clear understanding of the chapters and phrases, and without mastery of interpretation and commentary, one cannot comprehend the Book of Documents. If one cannot even grasp the fundamental expressions correctly, how can one discuss anything further? However, in studying the Book of Documents, one must avoid being trapped by the text. Excessive rigidity in interpretation or overzealousness in commentary is equally detrimental. The Han scholars spoke of consulting the ancients in over 30,000 words. Yet the essence of studying the Book of Documents lies in understanding the classics and applying them to practical matters. Just as Lu Zhao was deeply engrossed in his lecture and the students were captivated, an unexpected shout from outside erupted, "Lady Xia is here!" Instantly, the classroom was in an uproar. Students eagerly rose to catch a glimpse. Lu Zhao slammed the desk in anger, commanding, "Sit down at once." The students, sensing their teacher's fury, dared not move. Lu Zhao, with a stern expression, remarked, when Ichio taught two individuals to play Go, one was wholly absorbed, listening solely to Ichio's teachings. The other, though present, was preoccupied, anticipating the arrival of a majestic swan. Though both studied together, the latter was far inferior. Reflect upon yourselves. Before he could finish, Steward he entered, followed by a charming young girl with her hair styled in twin buns. Wang Yang instantly recognized her as Xiao Ning, the personal maid of Xie Xinghan. "My lord, Lady Xie's maid, Xiao Ning, requests an audience." Lu Zhao was taken aback upon seeing Xiao Ning. Previously, Xie Xinghan had come to the academy with minimal entourage, keeping a low profile. What could have prompted such a commotion this time? Was there an urgent matter, and why at Steward he brought her into the classroom? Surely, she could have been directed to the tea room to wait, with a discreet report following. Lu Zhao glanced at Steward He, who wore an expression of helplessness, perhaps due to the unexpected nature of the visit, or perhaps intimidated by the teacher's authority. The students regarded Xiao Ning with curiosity, musing. If Lady Xia's maid is this enchanting, how exquisite must Lady Xia herself be? The atmosphere in the classroom grew tense, the silence palpable, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Lu Zhao addressed the students, "Please wait a moment, I shall return shortly." "No need, sir," Xiao Ning replied, curtsying, "my lady wishes to see young Master Wang." Wang Yang's brow twitched imperceptibly. Young Master Wang, Lu Zhao turned to Wang Yang, who quickly shook his head. Lu Zhao inquired further, which young Master Wang? Of course, the young master of Langya, Xiaoning replied, casting a sweet smile at Wang Yang, please come with me. All the students turned to Wang Yang in unison. Uncertain of the reason, Wang Yang felt a hint of mischief in Xiaoning's smile. He thought, could this be about yesterday's incident, or had the matter of the poetry been revealed? I cannot go alone. If I must go, it should be with Lu Zhao. With Lu Zhao present, at least I would have some leeway. Thus, he declined, saying, I am in the midst of a lesson. Please inform Lady Xia to wait. Upon hearing this, the students gasped in disbelief. After all, this was the Langya Wang family. How could one dare to make Lady Xia wait? Even Chen Xingshan, standing stoically at the door, glanced back at Wang Yang. Xiaoning, maintaining a smile that did not reach her eyes, insisted, my lady is currently waiting for you. Lu Zhao interjected, Ji Yan, since it is Lady Xia's request, you should go. Wang Yang replied calmly, matters of scholarship transcend time. Everything else pales in comparison, let her wait. With a flourish, he opened his folding fan, its white surface gleaming like snow. The student's sad face, Lu Zhao Xiaoning, Chen Xingshan's sad face, steward his eyes brightened. It seems I am beginning to understand what young Master Wang means by showing off. Everyone froze in place, while Wang Yang coolly fanned himself, entirely unperturbed by the heat. This display of bravado, though it may invite misfortune, was essential for the fans' market appeal. One must not shy away from such theatrics. This initial test seemed to yield promising results. Regaining his composure, Lu Zhao spoke, since it is a matter transcending time, a brief delay will not be detrimental. He approached Wang Yang and whispered, it is likely not a pressing matter. Lady Xia would not come to the classroom seeking someone, you should go quickly. I wish to continue listening to your lecture. Wang Yang asserted resolutely. Lu Zhao, exasperated, retorted, if you persist in listening, I shall be unable to continue teaching. After several prompts from Lu Zhao, who was no longer inclined to teach, and with the students waiting, Wang Yang reluctantly followed Xiaoning out of the classroom, ensuring he took Chen Xingshan along as well. Upon arriving at the academy's rear courtyard, they found a cart from the Xie family stationed there, surrounded by 4 attendants clad in blue, armed with short staffs. Xie Xinghan stood beside the cart, dressed in a striking yellow gown with narrow sleeves and a delicate waist. Her graceful collarbone shone like jade in the sunlight. The young beauty was indeed captivating. Her mere presence was a delight to behold, and if she were not a source of trouble, all the better. Wang Yang clasped his hands in greeting, Lady Xia, I trust you are well. Xie Xinghan first glanced at Chen Xingshan before gracefully nodding and curtsying. I heard the young master mention, come visit me when you have time tomorrow, and I, unworthy as I am, dared to trouble the young master. Thus, I took the initiative to come and present myself. Wang Yang felt a pang of embarrassment. Lady Xia, your words render me speechless. My actions yesterday were indeed improper. However, I assure you, it was not directed at you, but rather a matter of circumstance that left me no choice. I hope you will not hold such mundane matters against one like myself. Whether it was directed at me will soon be revealed. Xie Xinghan raised her hand, her tender fingers curling slightly. Come now, recognize them. Have you seen them before? The 4 blue-clad attendants turned in unison to face Wang Yang. He quickly scanned the 4 of them. Truth be told, he could not recall a single face. However, judging by their attire of blue and short staffs, he deduced they were likely the same 4 who had confronted him while he was with the chubby Hilu, throwing flour at them that day. It seemed Xie Xinghan was intent on uncovering the truth, yet, given that he could not recall their faces, it was unlikely they would remember his, especially since he was now dressed differently. Besides, there were no witnesses. As long as he did not show any signs of weakness, he doubted a few servants would dare to insist they recognized him. Wang Yang feigned ignorance. May I inquire, Lady Xia, who are they? Does young Master Wang not recall? You have indeed met them. Chapter 68 The esteem for literature and the dismissal of commerce. Wang Yang, puzzled, inquired, is that so? Where? Xie Xinghan let out a cold laugh and asked her attendant, do you recognize him? The 4 exchanged glances, appearing somewhat hesitant. One of them remarked, he does resemble someone, but it's too far to be certain. Xie Xinghan replied, approach and examine him closely. Indeed. The man fixed his gaze on Wang Yang's face and stepped closer. Wang Yang cleared his throat, and with a swift motion, Chen Qingshan positioned herself protectively in front of him. The Xie family servant stated, "Please step aside, my master has commanded me to approach." Chen Qingshan remained silent, her cold eyes unwavering. Realizing that no new order had been given, the servant interpreted it as tacit permission to act. He said, "I beg your pardon." With a swift turn, he attempted to bypass Chen Qingshan. He instinctively reached for the sheath swept across, and a short staff responded accordingly. The sound of two sharp cracks echoed as the Xie family servant clutched his left shoulder, retreating 3 steps, having been pricked by Chen Qingshan. The other 3 servants rushed forward, but Xie Xinghan commanded, "Stand down." The 4 bowed and retreated to their original positions. Chen Qingshan also resumed her place behind Wang Yang. Xie Xinghan scrutinized Chen Qingshan from head to toe, her tone slightly frosty. Such remarkable skill and beauty. Why doesn't young Master Wang introduce her? Wang Yang, elated by Chen Qingshan's effortless defeat of the Xie family guard, felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. He lightly clapped his fan, suppressing a smile, and replied, "This is my bodyguard. As for her skills, they are merely average, I suppose." Chen Qingshan's eyes narrowed slightly, noticing Wang Yang's seemingly frivolous demeanor. Xie Xinghan took a few breaths, suppressing her anger. "What was it you sought me for yesterday?" Wang Yang was taken aback. "When did I seek you out?" Xie Xinghan's gaze turned icy. "Oh, right," Wang Yang recalled. He had been accompanied by the black man, intending to consult Xie Xinghan regarding the adjustment orders. "I had a matter to discuss with you." "What matter?" Xie Xinghan inquired with curiosity. It's no longer an issue." Xie Xinghan, confident in her temperament, was unaware that this young man possessed an extraordinary talent for aggravating her, as he had already provoked her to the brink of wanting to strike him several times within a short span. With a flick of her sleeve, she prepared to depart, but after taking 2 steps, she abruptly halted, her face stern, and turned to ask, "Is there any follow-up regarding the book you asked me to copy?" Wang Yang had not anticipated her inquiry on this matter. After some contemplation, he responded, "There is." "Is it the answer?" "Indeed." "Can you answer all those questions?" "Of course." "Then why not simply write down the answers?" Wang Yang's written work consisted of a series of perplexing questions from the Shangshu, titled 100 Questions of Shangshu. Upon seeing it, Xie Xinghan had pondered deeply, unable to solve even a single question, resulting in sleepless nights. Who would buy a book if I wrote the answers out? The questions I provided serve as a prelude. Once the anticipation builds, I will provide the answers in the next volume, which will undoubtedly sell like hotcakes. By the way, we agreed on 300 copies. With 5 days left, keep an eye on the progress and ensure there are no delays. You intend to sell the book? Xie Xinghan's expression was one of astonishment. She had assumed Wang Yang required the copies to distribute among the luminaries of academia. Precisely. Wang Yang replied matter-of-factly. In an era devoid of printing technology and copyright, most books sold in the market were hand-copied. Having undergone numerous transcriptions, even newly published works would be immediately replicated once they entered circulation, hence the idiom Luoyang paper is precious. Therefore, those engaged in the book trade either sought rare ancient texts or employ copyists, with few authors selling their own works. Are you truly selling all 300 copies? Yes, and I shall send 1 copy to Mr. Lu, another to Zijie, and I will keep 1 as a memento. If Madame Xie desires, I shall gift you a copy as well. After excluding these 4, the remainder will be sold. Upon saying this, he recalled someone and turned to Chen Qingshan, asking, "Would you like a copy?" Chen Qingshan. Xie Xinghan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Those merchants will only purchase 1 copy of your book and then copy it hundreds or thousands of times. Are you not aware of this?" "I am aware, but my book is timely and reasonably priced. More importantly, I have a hook that will ensure every single copy sells." "What hook?" Xie Xinghan questioned, her intrigue piqued. Wang Yang wore a mysterious expression. "You'll find out when the time comes. You possess quite a few clever schemes, but alas, they are not above board." Xie Xinghan shot him a sidelong glance. Wang Yang retorted, "Why do you claim I am not above board?" Xie Xinghan responded earnestly, "As the saying goes, it is better to have 1 book than a basket full of gold for your offspring. You have devoted yourself to the Shangshu yet have turned your attention to such trivial commercial matters. While it may be acceptable in Jingzhou, should you reach Jiankang, you will surely face public scrutiny. Public scrutiny was a term commonly used during the southern and northern dynasties, referring to external opinions and discussions. In ancient times, public opinion held significant weight. For instance, after the founding emperor of the southern Qi dynasty usurped the throne, he once asked his ministers, "What do you think of my actions in defiance of heaven?" Even emperors were concerned, and scholars were not exempt. Wang Yang, however, disagreed with Xie Xinghan's assertion, stating, "While gold may not compare to a book, the crux of the matter is that I have no gold. Without effort, how could gold be acquired? Furthermore, is commerce truly a trivial matter? I do not think so. Throughout history, literature has been esteemed while commerce has been scorned. Though I respect literature, I do not despise commerce. Literature can establish the heart for heaven and earth, while commerce can provide for the livelihood of the people." Commerce provides for the people's livelihood? Xie Xinghan's expression was peculiar. Wang Yang had little interest in expounding on economic principles, so he dismissed her with, "I merely spoke off the cuff." Xie Xinghan, astute as she was, immediately recognized Wang Yang's disdain for further explanation and retorted, "Do not underestimate others. The profit from commerce is substantial. The world of business is not exclusive to you. I have long managed my family's affairs, and my visit to Jingzhou is precisely to handle business matters." Wang Yang chuckled, his expression one of skepticism. He would believe her expertise in musical arts and literature, but managing affairs and dealing in business, how amusing, akin to a noble lady playing house. The major brocade markets in Jingzhou have collapsed, and there is an urgent shortage of fabric. My family's cargo ships will arrive in 8 days, laden with 15 vessels of brocade. You will soon know the truth of the matter. However, I will oversee the operations without personally exposing myself. Many gentry engage in commerce, my family is no exception, yet most remain behind the scenes. At this point, Xie Xinghan cast a deep glance at Wang Yang. "I merely advise you not to lose sight of the greater picture for the sake of small gains. You intend to secure a position in officialdom in the future. Should you become tainted by commercial interests, you risk losing your status, or worse, facing censure and punishment." Wang Yang was well aware of this, yet he was genuinely in need of money and lacked trustworthy help, thus he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. However, if the black man could indeed shed his military status, he would gain a valuable ally. As for securing a position in officialdom, Wang Yang dared not entertain such thoughts. Firstly, the identity of the Wang family from Langya was ultimately fabricated. Even if he were to establish connections and register, the falsehood would remain. The process of securing a position is certainly strict, and as a false gentry, he would likely not pass scrutiny. Secondly, the fate of the Shaoqi dynasty was uncertain, and the timing for an official position was not right. He might end up jeopardizing himself. Regardless, he needed to amass some funds before considering anything else. Madam's counsel is noted, and I shall heed it diligently in the future. Wang Yang glanced at Xie Xinghan's expression, shifting the topic. "May I inquire if your family's fleet will be transporting goods back to Jiankang after unloading the brocade in Jingzhou?" Chapter 69. "It is better to change clothes than to spend money on guards," Xie Xinghan remarked. "Of course, the fleet usually does not return empty-handed." "What will be transported back?" "That depends on the price differences between Jiankang and Jingzhou." Considering the current season, Xie Xinghan suddenly halted, her brow furrowed in curiosity. "Why do you ask this?" Wang Yang's eyes sparkled. "I have a business proposition I wish to discuss with you, Madam Xie. Please take a look." He unfolded a paper fan. This object is known as a folding fan, a unique item crafted by a skilled artisan. When not in use, it can be closed like this, and can also be played with in hand. Wang Yang mimicked the gestures he had seen in dramas, twirling the fan twice, only to lose his grip and nearly drop it, scrambling to catch it with both hands just in time. Xie Xinghan and Chen Xingshan watched him with expressions that seemed to say, "We are quietly observing your performance." Wang Yang cleared his throat. "In any case, this item is quite charming to use, far superior to the round or palm fans. This fan costs 20 coins to produce, yet can be sold for 100 coins. I plan to transport 10,000 folding fans to the capital for sale, and all you need to do is manage the shipping and sales in the capital. Whatever profits are made, I shall split with you half. Have your father use one, and distribute a few to your uncles and elder relatives. It won't be long before these 10,000 folding fans are sold out. When that time comes, with a profit of 1,000,000 coins, you will have 500,000 in your hands." Wang Yang grew increasingly excited as he spoke. Xie Xinghan shot him a disdainful glance, extending her delicate hand, palm upward, resembling a proud and aloof princess. Wang Yang, in need of her assistance, respectfully presented the folding fan with both hands. Xie Xinghan examined the fan closely, stating, "It is indeed a novel item, but the act of opening and closing it can be somewhat cumbersome. Aside from a few who find it amusing, who else would buy it? This is not merely a toy, allow me to demonstrate how it is used." Wang Yang took back the fan, swiftly opening it with a crisp snap, striking a pose as a young gentleman might when wielding a fan. "Do you feel it?" Xie Xinghan shook her head impassively. Chen Qingshan averted her gaze in silent disbelief. Wang Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment. "You may not understand it at the moment, but fear not, in 5 days, this fan will surely become all the rage in Jingzhou. You will then grasp just how popular it is." Xie Xinghan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Very well, if it truly becomes fashionable, I shall agree to collaborate with you, provided you first promise me one thing." "What is that?" "This afternoon, there is a gathering of intellectuals, and I want you to accompany me. I wish to compete with you once more, in a fair and honorable manner." Xie Xinghan spoke with utmost seriousness. "Are you implying that our previous encounter was not fair?" Xie Xinghan narrowed her eyes slightly, an undercurrent of menace detectable in her demeanor. "It would be unwise to offend this partner," and Wang Yang quickly replied, "I am willing to engage in another contest with you, madam. If you lose, you must reveal your true origins to me, without deception." Xie Xinghan emphasized the word true. Wang Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he smiled. "What do you mean by true origins, Madam Xie?" Xie Xinghan remained silent, her gaze fixed on Wang Yang with a hint of amusement, her eyes sparkling as if they could pierce through all of his concealed secrets. Where had he slipped? Did she know something? Xie Xinghan continued to observe him until he became visibly uncomfortable, at which point she chuckled. "I mean nothing in particular, are you afraid I might inquire?" Her smile was innocent yet held a touch of mischievous cunning. Wang Yang also smiled. "What is there to fear? If Madame Xie were to win, I would naturally divulge the truth. But if you were to lose," he regarded her with a playful glint in his eyes, eagerly contemplating her, yet remaining silent. Now it was Xie Xinghan who felt uneasy, stepping back a couple of paces, on guard. "What are you planning?" Wang Yang burst into laughter, mimicking her earlier tone. "I have no plans at all." "Are you afraid of what I might do?" "Boring." Xie Xinghan turned on her heel, gracefully stepping onto the ox cart. Xiao Ning shot Wang Yang a discreet glare before donning a polite smile. "This afternoon at the first watch, my lady will come to fetch you, sir." Wang Yang replied, "There is no need for trouble. Simply tell me the address, and I shall go on my own." Xiao Ning smiled slightly. "It is likely that without my lady, you may not be permitted entry." "Where is it?" "Xiao Ning." Xie Xinghan called from within the cart. Xiao Ning gracefully bowed to Wang Yang before lifting the curtain to enter the cart. The ox cart began to move slowly, and after a moment's thought, Wang Yang hurriedly approached, saying, "Thank you very much, madam." From within the cart came Xie Xinghan's calm voice, "It is merely on the way. I was referring to your visit to the county school to find me today." Wang Yang conjectured that Xie Xinghan's public acknowledgement of him was intended to bolster his identity. Her personally escorting him to the gathering likely held a similar intention, for with this, the news of the Wang family from Langya attending the county school would swiftly spread throughout Jingzhou, making his future representation of the school in competition seem all the more rightful. Though Xie Xinghan's actions were motivated by the interests of the school, Wang Yang felt profound gratitude towards her. After all, with the endorsement of Miss Chen of the Chen family, his identity would appear all the more credible, thereby alleviating suspicion and trouble. Xie Xinghan offered no response, and the ox cart rolled forward in silence, only to stop again after a short distance. Wang Yang approached in confusion as Xie Xinghan lifted a corner of the cart's curtain, saying, "If you have the means to maintain guards, it would be wiser to invest in a proper garment." "Change clothes?" Wang Yang instinctively glanced down at his white attire. The genuine fabric of Yulin has a subtle yellow hue when exposed to sunlight. The emperor has donned this fabric for his close attendants on several occasions. Your garment's material is rather dubious. While the average person may not discern the difference, those in the know will recognize its inauthenticity at a glance. Wang Yang was taken aback, a flush of embarrassment creeping to his cheeks as he nearly forgot about his counterfeit attire. Of course, it was a deliberate act of self-deception, for he needed to perceive the garment as genuine to embody the identity of the Wang family from Langya with sufficient confidence. It was somewhat shameful that a member of the Wang family from Langya could not even afford a decent outfit. Could they truly claim to be of that lineage? Even if he could justify his situation, it would inevitably raise suspicions. Did Xie Xinghan harbor doubts? If so, why would she go to such lengths to seek him out today? Was it merely to utilize him for the debate at the Wang Academy, thus necessitating her patience? Or did she have ulterior motives? Perhaps the very act of such grandiosity signified the onset of danger. As Wang Yang's thoughts spiraled, the ox cart had already drifted away. At that moment, Chen Qingshan's hesitant voice reached him from behind. Is your Yulin white robe truly fake? Chapter 70. The elegant gathering deep within the Yu residence, 8 attendants encircled a bamboo cottage inside. Yu Yuling sat cross-legged with closed eyes, his lips parched and his complexion haggard. This marked the 3rd day of his fasting. Yui, clad in a long robe of azure hue, entered the room with measured steps. Yu Yuling, feebly opening his eyes, saw his father and attempted to rise in salutation, propping himself up with his hands. Yui dismissively shook his head, saying, "Enough, you have forsaken your very life. What need have you for such empty formalities?" Yet, Yu Yuling stubbornly stood, bowing to his father and murmuring weakly, "Rituals must not be neglected." Yui retorted coldly, "Ritual lies not in appearance but in the heart. You Confucians say that the body and skin are gifts from one's parents. What you are doing now is nothing but coercion." "I do not dare to coerce my father, I merely wish to return to the county school," Yu Yuling replied. Just then, a voice from outside announced, "Master, the meal has arrived." "Bring it in." 2 servants entered, carrying a food box with bowed heads. Yu Yuling insisted, "Take it away, I shall not eat." The servants, silent, proceeded to lay out the dishes. 2 bowls of congee, for side dishes, and 2 plates of pastries. Yui remarked blandly, "It is not meant for you." The servants prepared a cushion for Yui and then bowed, retreating. Yui settled himself leisurely, lifting the congee and sipping it with ease. As the Han poet said of the tender flesh of the calf, with vegetables made from bamboo shoots. If prepared well, bamboo shoots can surpass even veal in flavor. The people of Kuiji prefer steaming them, claiming it possesses the essence of complete flavor, which I find unappealing. I favor braising in rich broth or stir-frying in oil until glistening, perfect for accompanying rice. Yui picked up a piece of bamboo shoot, placing it in his mouth, his eyes gently closing. It is flavorful. Hearing the sound of his father chewing, Yu Yuling struggled to swallow, forcing himself to avert his gaze from the meal. "Sit down. Let us converse while we eat," Yui instructed. Yu Yuling's lips parted, ready to reiterate his fasting principles, but his father interjected, "Oh, I misspoke, it is I who shall eat and speak, while you simply listen." Yu Yuling, unable to remain standing, reluctantly took a seat opposite his father, inhaling the fragrant dishes, feeling his resolve beginning to crumble. Yui picked up chopsticks, selecting fish. "The closure of the county school has been decided. Did your elder brother not explain this to you?" Yu Yuling, lost in thought, forced himself to redirect his attention from the fish and gathered his focus, stating, "Whether matters are settled or not is determined by fate. My efforts are within my control, regardless of the outcome. I wish to contribute to the county school. Furthermore, with the support of the Wang and Xie families, it may not be an impossible endeavor." "Wang and Xie?" Yui chuckled lightly. "Xie Piao has indeed sired a remarkable daughter, surpassing many noble young men." "As for the Wang family, are you referring to that Wang?" Yui faltered, momentarily unable to recall the name. "Wang Yang, his scholarship is profound, far surpassing mine. In terms of the book of documents, even a doctoral candidate from the National University may not rival him." At the mention of Wang Yang, Yu Yuling's expression reflected admiration. Yui tilted his head slightly, pondering, before suddenly declaring, "You must not associate with him in the future." "Why?" Yu Yuling asked, taken aback. Yui finished the last of the congee at the bottom of the bowl, wiped his mouth with a white handkerchief, and stood. "There remains a bowl of congee for you." Yu Yuling frowned. "Father, the East Yang County School is in decline, and the academy is languishing. I can write to the Prince of Linchuan, recommending Lu Zhao for a position as an official at the East Yang School. Any students from the county school who wish to join may register under East Yang, provided you drink this bowl of congee." "East Yang County?" Yu Yuling was taken aback, but East Yang is in Yangzhou, not Jingzhou. As long as knowledge can be passed on, What distinction is there between Jing and Yang? Seize this opportunity to propagate your academic school to East Yang. It may well be a pivotal moment for development. In the past, Zheng Xin studied under Ma Rong, and upon completing his studies, Ma Rong sighed, Zheng is leaving. My teaching shall head east. Today, as Jing studies move eastward, could we not envision a day of flourishing? Jing studies moving eastward. Yu Yuling's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This proposal is only valid until I leave. Yui turned, hands clasped behind his back, walking toward the door. Thank you, father, for your guidance. Regaining his composure, Yu Yuling hurriedly began to consume the kanji. At the initial moments of the afternoon hour, Madame Xia's crimson-threaded yellow ox cart arrived punctually at the entrance of the county school. Xiao Ning knelt to greet the beaming Wang Yang, smiling, "How fare you, young Master Wang?" Wang Yang was in high spirits, for Lu Zhao had just informed him that the registration process had been completed. This morning, his name had been inscribed in the household register at the county office, granting him a temporary residency in Jingzhou. There was, however, a slight inconvenience: the registration required the original residence to be noted. Though the officiating officer, Zhong Rui of the southern county, had successfully navigated the process, bypassing the need for a formal inquiry regarding his original residence, it still had to be documented. Thus, Zhong Rui took the liberty of listing Wang Yang's hometown Yixing, a place he had never visited and knew little about. This decision was purely a manifestation of Lu Zhao's wishful thinking over drinks. Wang Yang had neither acknowledged nor denied it, but what else could be written if not Yixing? Wang Yang decided to let it be Yixing. It was, after all, he had finally escaped the status of being an unregistered citizen, which bolstered his confidence significantly. While it did not solidify his identity as a member of the Langya Wang clan, at the very least, it provided a verifiable status within Jingzhou, sufficient to address general inquiries and offering him some measure of security. Wang Yang greeted Xiao Ning with a smile, preparing to board the cart, but her expression shifted as she quickly raised an arm to block him, saying, "What do you mean by this, young Master Wang?" "I'm getting in the cart," Wang Yang replied, bewildered. "This is my lady's cart. Your carriage is behind." Xiao Ning was astonished that Wang Yang would presume to ride in the same cart as her mistress. During this era, the social customs regarding interactions between men and women were not as stringent as those that evolved in the post-Song dynasty. It was not uncommon for unmarried men and women to share a vehicle. However, given Xie Xinghan's identity and disposition, she would never travel with a man. Wang Yang gave it little thought and instead boarded another ox cart with Chen Xingshan. Xiao Ning, still recalling Wang Yang's earlier presumption, muttered under her breath about him being a lecher, before handing him a piece of paper detailing the identities of those attending the elegant gathering. There were 3 individuals listed. First was Lu Zong from the Lusher family of Hedong, son of the Duke of Lu and younger brother to Lu Tan, the esteemed scholar. Second was Yen Yucheng from the Langya Yin family, grandson of the governor of Beiling, Yen Tang, and younger brother to Yen Yuming, a military officer. Lastly was the host of the elegant gathering and the judge of this discourse, Yui. The paper did not specify Yui's official title, merely stating, head of the Yu clan of Xinya, foremost among the gentry of Jing. One must commend Xie Xinghan for her attentiveness. Perhaps she considered that others may not be familiar with the names, hence providing a brief overview of the situation. However, the information was rather concise, particularly for Wang Yang, who had little understanding of titles such as military officer or Duke of Badong, and could not ascertain their specific ranks. Nevertheless, one thing was certain: since they could associate with Xie Xinghan and Yui, the identities of these 2 distinguished individuals were undoubtedly significant. This realization prompted Wang Yang to ponder the strategy he would employ during the upcoming discourse. Note, the matter of unfamiliar men and women sharing a vehicle is documented in both records of the divine and customs and usages. During the Wei, Jin, and northern and southern dynasties, social customs were relatively liberal, far from the numerous restrictions. The contemporary jest regarding Wei Wu's fondness for other men's wives is merely a reflection of the cultural milieu of that era. This leniency can be traced back to the Han dynasty. For further insights on this topic, refer to Pang Wei's Marital Forms of the Han Dynasty. As for the myth regarding the absence of stir-frying during the northern and southern dynasties, please see the footnote at the end of chapter 91. Chapter 71: Ancestral lineage of Wang Yujun. When a faux noble inadvertently mingles among several generations of officials, what course of action should one take? Should one resort to ostentation and humiliation? No, That is the approach of a protagonist blessed with an aura, one who, regardless of their actions, remains impervious to demise. Engaging in intellectual sparring with them, merely for the sake of conversation, is futile. What tangible benefit shall one reap? As for forming friendships, Wang Yang harbored no such intentions, for his identity was a facade lacking familiarity with the temperaments of those two individuals. He feared that an ill-fated friendship might inadvertently expose his true nature. Therefore, the most prudent strategy would be to cultivate an air of discretion, maintaining a stance that neither offends others nor fosters excessive intimacy. Ideally, he would remain inconspicuous altogether, though such a feat was nearly impossible. Including himself, there were merely 5 individuals, with the presence of the illustrious Wang clan of Langya, that was bound to draw attention. Thus, he resolved to adopt a modest demeanor, albeit with considerable difficulty, and vowed to exert his utmost effort. Wang Yang, in a rather shameless manner, sought to reassure himself. Sitting opposite Wang Yang, Chen Xingshan wore a composed and delicate expression, a hint of realization flickering across her refined visage. "I understand now," she declared. Wang Yang, taken aback, responded, "What is it that you comprehend? What's in vogue? You must be short on funds, right?" What, is she still preoccupied with that notion? How naïve! Earlier that morning, Wang Yang had elucidated the concept of fashion trends to her, as a means to deflect inquiries regarding his fake brand. He had not anticipated that she would only grasp it now. "Am I truly lacking in funds?" Wang Yang chuckled awkwardly. After repaying the usurious loan and splitting the remaining amount with the burly man, he had a sum of 500 coins left. He had spent 100 on rewarding a fan seller, 8 on roasted chestnuts, 97 on clothing for all, and 46 on a meal of roast duck, rice, and vegetable soup, leaving him with a princely sum of 249 coins. Could that possibly be termed as being broke? Did I not mention that at Yixing, the gentry all don such attire? In fact, genuine Yulin fabric is rather unpopular. It's deemed rather common. This is what we call a trend. You do not even possess jade, Chen Xingshan interjected abruptly. Although she was not of noble lineage, she was the daughter of a military family, having resided in the capital long enough to encounter numerous aristocratic youths. Through her interactions, she discerned that while Wang Yang possessed an admirable demeanor, claiming wealth seemed dubious. Wang Yang stubbornly retorted, "I simply do not fancy it. Nor do you require incense. A true man has no need for fragrance. You lack a cart, I prefer walking. Your attendance fine, I concede, I am indeed short on funds." Wang Yang was compelled to admit defeat. Observing Wang Yang's disgruntled expression, Chen Xingshan's lips curled into a slight smile, only to be quickly suppressed. "If you truly wish for authentic Yulin garments, I can lend you some funds." Wang Yang regarded Chen Xingshan with surprise. "Do not misunderstand. I merely observed that you, a scion of a noble family, seem to be struggling a bit. Perhaps I could lend you some money, which you may repay later, at an interest of 3% per month." 3%? Why not just rob me? The esteemed Dusan charges only 1% a month. Then, perhaps 2%? Chen Xingshan inquired tentatively. Wang Yang. A cart entered the Yufu through a side gate, and under the guidance of the attendants, Wang Yang and Chen Xingshan disembarked. They beheld Xie Xinghan clad in a gown of pale yellow, her delicate features resembling snow. As the gentle breeze swept by, the yellow gauze of her attire fluttered like a butterfly. "Lady Xie." Wang Yang greeted with a smile. Xie Xinghan glanced at Chen Xingshan and softly remarked, "If you have the means to hire a beautiful guard, why not invest in new clothing?" Wang Yang could only reiterate the same excuses he had used with Chen Xingshan. "You see, in our region, it is actually the finely woven hemp fabric that is in vogue. Yulin fabric has fallen out of favor, seen as rather pedestrian, thus, you find yourself in want of funds." Xie Xinghan mused thoughtfully. "Who claims I am short on cash?" "You do not even possess jade," she replied. Wang Yang. Seeing Wang Yang in such a predicament amused Xie Xinghan, and she cheerfully suggested, "How about I lend you some money for now, at an interest of 5% per month?" Wang Yang was speechless. "Why not charge 10% instead?" "If you insist on 10%, I shall consider lending you a larger sum," she teased. "Wang Yang, Wang Gongzi, Xian Yangzi, please follow me," an attendant beckoned, guiding Wang Yang and his companions through the garden. Wang Yang tentatively inquired, "Does Yui know of my arrival?" They are only aware that you belong to the Langya Wang clan and are studying at the county academy. Nothing more, Xie Xinghan replied, adding meaningfully, rest assured. Wang Yang cast a sidelong glance at Xie Xinghan, feeling somewhat guilty. What is there to be concerned about? Xie Xinghan smiled enigmatically. Is that so? Then Wang Gongzi must be quite at ease. Wang Yang sensed that Xie Xinghan appeared privy to certain information, each of her words seemingly laden with implication, yet he remained uncertain of what she truly knew. As they entered the lacquered wooden corridor, they arrived at a spacious guest hall. The floor was of polished wood, adorned with lush greenery on three sides. As they proceeded towards the hall, a voice resonated with eloquence. What is the essence of intellectual discourse? It is feeling, simply feeling. When the feeling is right, succeeding in a discussion becomes as effortless as plucking a flower. On that day, 4 of the foremost intellectuals from Bailing County besieged me. I had yet to sip a cup of tea when I engaged them in debate. I pointed to the shadows cast by the sun on the ground and declared that should I fail to counter your arguments, I would concede outright. And what was the outcome? Just 4 words like a hot knife through butter. That was the power of feeling. Who is this person, so boastful? Wang Yang turned his gaze toward the source of the voice, spotting a young man clad in a brocade robe seated on the right side of the hall. At that moment, the servants announced loudly, Lady Xia has arrived, young Master Wang has arrived. A tall, slender man in a flowing robe rose from the principal seat, exuding an air of elegance. It was Yue. With a smile, he clasped his hands in greeting. In this humble abode, to have the esteemed Wang and Xia in attendance is indeed a great honor. Wang Yang returned the gesture, while Xie Xinghan responded, You are too kind, sir. If we speak of fortune, we are the fortunate ones. You, who transcend the mundane, are renowned throughout Jing and Chu. It is a great privilege to have you preside over our discussion today. Yue smiled. It is said that Xie Ling has a daughter, and indeed it is not unfounded. Please, take a seat. He then nodded to Wang Yang, young Master Wang, please join us. The brocade-clad youth also stood, approaching Xie Xinghan and Wang Yang with amiable gestures. Is the 4th lady well? And this must be young Master Wang. I am Yen Yuqing of Langya, courtesy name Hong Kong. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Wang Yang, courtesy name Jian. Pleased to meet you, Brother Yen. In ancient social interactions, mutual address as brother was a mark of respect, regardless of age. If the parties were still unfamiliar, being addressed as brother and subsequently reciprocating with younger brother could appear somewhat foolish. Fortunately, Wang Yang was not naive enough to fall into such a trap, thus avoiding any embarrassment. After the formalities, everyone took their seats. Chen Xingshan, clad in her sword, stood behind Wang Yang, her blue attire accentuating her tall, straight stature, lending Wang Yang an air befitting a scion of a noble family. Yen Yuqing inquired with curiosity, May I ask which branch of the Langya Wang clan you belong to, and what brings you to Jingzhou for your studies? Wang Yang noticed Xie Xinghan observing him quietly and surmised that her intention in bringing him here might also be to ascertain his identity through others. Aware that he could not evade such inquiries in this setting, he had prepared himself and replied with composure, My ancestor was a renowned minister during the Jin dynasty, serving as General Yujun and prefect of Kuaiji. Wang Yujun? Yen Yuqing exclaimed in surprise. Xie Xinghan's brow twitched slightly. Only Yue maintained an unperturbed expression. Chapter 72 of the contest for the Ruital. Wang Shiji once held the title of General of the Right Army, hence he is often referred to as Wang the Right General. During the northern and southern dynasties, prominent families placed great importance on familial taboos, which pertain to the names of one's ancestors. Not only was it considered inappropriate to directly address one's forebears by their names, but it was also deemed disrespectful to mention their names in the presence of others, lest one be perceived as offensive. Initially, the scope of familial taboos was quite narrow, confined to the names of one's father and grandfather. However, as a mark of respect, it occasionally extended to include references to more distant ancestors. Therefore, Yen Yuqing employed official titles as substitutes. Previously, Wang Yang had written to Xie Xinghan on behalf of Li Xiaopang, referring to Xian as Master Xia, rather than using his name directly, and the reasoning was the same. Wang Yang remarked, I am ashamed. My ancestors were renowned throughout the land, yet my branch of the family has fallen into decline. It is indeed a source of shame to my forebears, so perhaps it is best not to speak of it. As he spoke of his sorrow, it would be rather inappropriate for others to inquire further. Xie Xinghan's cherry lips parted slightly, as though she wished to speak, but she restrained herself and remained silent. Yan Yucheng was already aware of Wang Yang's family's decline. The illustrious branches of the Langya Wang clan were predominantly concentrated in the capital of Jiankong, and even those pursuing academic paths would bypass local prefectural schools, instead entering the National Academy directly. Wang Yang's studies at the Jingzhou Prefectural School clearly indicated his origins from a peripheral branch, yet he had not anticipated that this individual was indeed a descendant of Wang Shiji. But how had a descendant of Wang Shiji come to be in this place? Yan Yucheng felt a flicker of curiosity, yet given that Wang Yang had already divulged so much, further inquiry might be perceived as intrusive, so he offered consolation. In our scholarly families, rises and falls are a common occurrence. With your talents, Brother Wang, you will surely be able to restore your family's fortunes, Xie Xinghan interjected, as if you were so familiar with his talents. Brother Wang is undoubtedly talented, otherwise, how could the fourth lady have invited him to participate in the discourse? I have heard that the Princess of the Great Wall wishes to engage you in conversation, yet you have consistently declined, perhaps because you find the princess's scholarship unsatisfactory? I never claimed such a thing, Xie Xinghan replied, lifting her teacup, her brows slightly furrowed, exuding an air of unspoken elegance amidst her calm demeanor. Let us assume I did say so. The fourth lady is a remarkable talent of our time, possessing an admirable demeanor. How many can truly catch her eye? It is worth mentioning that even I nearly fell short in my encounter with her. Xie Xinghan set down her teacup and quietly remarked, remove the words nearly fell short. Yan Yucheng hastily retorted, it was indeed nearly. I had a headache that day, twice in succession, she interrupted. You would not understand unless you had experienced it. I consulted with a physician and took medicine. Had it not been for the headache, how could I have failed to continue the conversation? I have recited Zhong Hui's 4 books theory since childhood and have critiqued Ji Kong's On the Sounds of Joy and Sorrow. Why does it say, the heart experiences prosperity and decline, and so does sound, and thus, the entire corridor echoed with Yan Yucheng's unceasing discourse. Wang Yang thought to himself that this fellow was indeed loquacious, yet his words contained some substance. Xie Xinghan, on the other hand, calmly sipped her tea, adopting an air of indifference. Chen Xingshan, growing weary of the conversation, breathed heavily. Wang Yang turned and quietly suggested, would you like me to find you a seat? You may sit down. Chen Xingshan shook her head, resolute in her duty as a guard. Yui smiled but remained silent, merely observing, that time I conversed with the 3 brothers of the Jiang Zhang clan. How many rounds did we go back and forth? None would concede. In the end, I resolved it with a single word, just one word. It determined the course of events. Can you guess what it was? What was it? As Yan Yucheng spoke with animated enthusiasm, a voice suddenly rang out from a distance. Overjoyed, Yan Yucheng exclaimed, Brother Wenshin has arrived. A strikingly handsome young man, exuding an air of nobility, approached, his fair complexion adorned in purple robes with a jade belt, accompanied by 4 attendants. He was the final participant in today's discussion, the esteemed son of the prominent Lu family of Hedong, the beloved son of Duke Lu, and the favored younger brother of the scholar Lu Tan, Lu Wenshin. He exchanged pleasantries with Yui, greeted Xie Xinghan, and engaged in light conversation with Wang Yang before inquiring with a smile, Ankang, please continue, what was the word that determined the course of events? With an effortless grace, concealing his arrogance, this was Wang Yang's first impression of Lu Wenshin. Unlike Yan Yucheng, Lu Wenshin showed no curiosity about Wang Yang's background, nor did he attempt to pry into it even subtly. In truth, both Yan Yucheng and Lu Wenshin regarded each other with a degree of friendliness, at least on the surface. The notion of wealthy descendants initiating confrontations or senseless provocations is more commonly found in novels than in reality. Moreover, both individuals belonged to genuine noble families, and their discourse naturally adhered to propriety. Even Yan Yucheng, a notorious chatterbox, offered consolation to Wang Yang with measured words, ensuring no discomfort was felt. Yan Yucheng waved dismissively, now that you have arrived, how could I dare to show off? The determination of the course of events depends on the audience. With young Master Lu present, I find myself unable to assert my position. Let me make it clear that when we engage in discourse, you must take your time, otherwise, we shall have nothing left to discuss such nonsense. With Lady Xie and young Master Wang present, how could I take center stage? Even in responding to you, Ankang, I might not fare well. I have heard that you have recently gained insights from reading Xiaoyao Yuan claim to have uncovered meanings unseen by previous scholars. As soon as this topic arose, Yan Yucheng could not restrain himself, launching into an enthusiastic discourse. That night I read Xiaoyao Yu 10 times, pondering its phrases repeatedly, and on the 11th reading, I suddenly comprehended what the essence of Xiaoyao Yu truly is. It is not about leisure, nor is it about having no obligations, and certainly not about boundless wanderings, but rather a singular notion greatness. Lu Wenshin interjected, enough, enough. If I were to let you finish, our discourse would need to be postponed until tomorrow. Save your words for the discussion later. Wang Yang felt a jolt of surprise. He had read little of Zhuangzi, but it was only after pursuing his doctorate that he realized the crux of Xiaodiao Yu lay in the concept of greatness, believing he had stumbled upon a new insight. It was not until he encountered the works of the eminent scholar Lin Yunming from the Ming and Qing dynasties that he learned this notion had been articulated long before. Yan Yucheng, born in the southern Qi and still under 20, had not been exposed to later research, yet he had independently arrived at this insight a millennium earlier than Lin Yunming, a remarkable feat indeed. Unbothered by the interruption, Yan Yucheng readily acquiesced. Very well, he turned to Yui, Mr.Yu, shall we commence now? After our discussion, I wish to share a cup of wine with you. Agreed. Yui gestured. Bring forth the Rui tail. The full term for Rui tail is Rui fan. Rui refers to a type of deer. As noted in the book of Yi Zhou, when King Wu hunted, there were 16 Rui. It is said that when a Rui deer appears, the rest of the deer follow, guided by the direction in which its tail turns. The Rui fan is a long-handled fan adorned with Rui deer tail hairs. Initially, during the Wei and Jin dynasties, the learned elite favored wielding Rui fans in conversation, symbolizing the leadership of the Rui deer among the herd, thus showcasing their elegance. This trend flourished, and it eventually became an essential item during the scholarly discourses of the 6 dynasties. The individual holding the Rui tail assumes the role of the host, while others are the guests. If a guest poses a challenging question successfully, they may seize the Rui tail, and should the host wish to introduce a new argument, they too may reclaim it. In essence, the scholarly discourse becomes a contest for the Rui tail. Thus, Xie Xinghan felt a lingering dissatisfaction after her defeat at Wang Yang's hands, insisting that it was not a formal discourse. First, the topic did not pertain to the 3 mysteries, and second, she had not yet had the chance to wield the Rui tail to establish her argument, resulting in Wang Yang seizing the conversational lead and challenging her, an instance of what might be termed lack of chivalry and scholarly decorum. Note: Wang Yang's expertise does not lie in the academic history of Zhuangzi, hence his admiration for Lin Yunming's assertion resonated with him, unaware that the insight regarding greatness as the focal point was not uniquely his, but rather a shared understanding among scholars of the late Ming and early Qing periods. For instance, Guolianghanis Nanhua Jing Huijie references the assertions of the Ming scholar Wu Mo, stating, "This text is centered around the notion of greatness." Chapter 73. The distinction between Zhuangzi and Laozi. The attendant presented a bamboo-handled whisk on a lacquered tray. Yui glanced at the 4 individuals and inquired, "Who wishes to seize this?" "I shall." Yan Yucheng exclaimed. Noticing that Wang Yang and the other 2 remained silent, Yui instructed the attendant to place the tray before Yan Yucheng. As he reached out to grasp the whisk, he abruptly halted, his hand suspended in mid-air. Yan Yucheng first glanced at Lu Chang, then at Xie Xinghan, and finally offered a polite look at Wang Yang, feeling somewhat guilty as he said, "Do you truly not wish to take it?" Lu Chang shook his head, Xie Xinghan smiled without speaking, and Wang Yang gestured for him to proceed. Gathering his courage to pick up the whisk, Yan Yucheng faltered at the presence of Lu Chang and Xie Xinghan, feeling uncertain in his argument, and withdrew his hand, saying, "My throat feels a bit dry. I think I shall rest for a while and listen to your discussions." Lu Chang smiled slightly, "Then let the speaker be chosen from among the 3 of us. 4th Miss, Brother Wang, what say you?" Wang Yang and Xie Xinghan remained silent. Perceiving the subtle dynamics, Lu Chang remarked, "Since everyone is so modest, I shall take the lead." Upon hearing Lu Chang's intention, Yan Yucheng became anxious. "You cannot take the lead. If you do, your argument will be as impregnable as a fortress, leaving us with naught to discuss but surrender." Xie Xinghan furrowed her brow slightly. Lu Chang laughed, saying, "Things are neither this nor that. If one does not see from the perspective of the other, one cannot know oneself. Is there truly such an unassailable argument in this world? If there is a debate, it is meant to be broken. That will not do, your shield is too strong to penetrate. How about," Yan Yucheng turned to Wang Yang, "why not let Brother Wang take the lead?" "I have yet to hear your argument." Lu Chang, eager to probe Wang Yang's stance, added, "Then let us invite Brother Wang." Wang Yang, acting with calm composure and lacking a desire for the spotlight, had resolved beforehand to remain low-key, thus he declined, "I have no new arguments." "It is better for you all to proceed." Seeing the 3 of them defer to one another, Xie Xinghan's expression tightened slightly as she commanded, "Bring forth the whisk." The three fell silent immediately. The attendant delivered the whisk to Xie Xinghan, who deftly took it in hand and declared, "I have a distinction between Zhuangzi and Laozi. I ask you all to listen attentively." A distinction? Remarkably, it was a distinction, not a similarity. The four, including Yui, collected their thoughts and listened intently. Those who discuss metaphysics often refer to Laozi and Zhuangzi as a unified entity, considering both Tao Te Ching and Zhuangzi together, asserting that their teachings are of a single lineage, both rooted in Taoism. However, I contend that Laozi and Zhuangzi represent two distinct schools of thought, clearly differentiated and not to be conflated. Firstly, Laozi speaks of the art of ruling and the principles of governance. Thus, he asserts, if princes can hold on to this, all things will naturally transform, and again, to govern a great nation is like cooking a small fish. Zhuangzi, however, does not concern himself with such matters. He regards the burdens of ruling the world as excessive, preferring to nurture his own being, hence he extols the concept of yielding, stating, "I happen to have a deep-seated illness of melancholy that I must address. I have no leisure to govern the world." He further remarks, "The achievements of rulers are but secondary to the sage's pursuit of self-cultivation." Therefore, Laozi speaks of governance, while Zhuangzi speaks of self-cultivation. Having articulated her first point, Xie Xinghan paused, sweeping the whisk gracefully, her delicate arm causing the pale yellow sleeve to flutter, revealing a glimpse of her exquisite wrist, as white as snow. Secondly, Laozi emphasizes victory and defeat, teaching people not to contend, yet this is fundamentally a strategy for contention. He states, "There is nothing more yielding than water, yet it can overcome the most unyielding." He speaks of the weak overcoming the strong, the soft overcoming the hard, all focusing on the notion of victory. Such intentions are heavily laden with cunning. Conversely, Zhuangzi states, if the mind is consumed with schemes, then purity cannot be attained. If purity is unattainable, then the spirit becomes unsettled. An unsettled spirit is something that Tao does not embrace. Thus, Zhuangzi speaks of sitting in forgetfulness, of casting off form and knowledge, of wholeness of spirit, all advocating for the absence of scheming. When one follows nature, what is there to discuss in terms of victory or defeat? With another flourish of the whisk, her movements appeared casual, yet resonated with lingering elegance. Thirdly, Laozi abhors death and despises it. He states, "Those who die but do not perish live long, the strong are not permitted to die, and to forsake the latter, for the former leads to death." All these suggest that death is an undesirable conclusion. However, Zhuangzi perceives life and death as one. Just as day turns to night, and spring yields to autumn, there is nothing to lament, nor any reason to detest. He states, "Life and death are but the nature of fate. The cycle of night and dawn is the way of heaven." Thus, when his wife passed, he beat the drum and sang. In a dream of a skeleton, he expressed his desire not to be reborn, stating, "Even the joy of being a southern-facing king cannot surpass this." These 3 points all diverge from Laozi's teachings. Hence, I assert that while Laozi and Zhuangzi may appear similar, they are distinctly different. Upon completing her third point and waving the whisk for the final time, Xie Xinghan's expression remained serene, akin to a divine being imparting wisdom, undisturbed by the tides. With the 3 flourishes of the whisk, her argument concluded. A profound silence enveloped the corridor. Xie Xinghan turned to Wang Yang. "What are your thoughts, young Master Wang?" Lu Cheng's eyelids twitched slightly. Meanwhile, Yin Yucheng, deep in contemplation, had not even noticed that Xie Xinghan first sought Wang Yang's opinion. Wang Yang clasped his hands, expressing his admiration. "Your insights are indeed profound." Xie Xinghan's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. Noticing the lack of further comments, Yui remarked, "Fourth Mrs. argument is remarkably intricate, her reasoning surpassing expectations. If there are no challenges, then," before he could finish, Yin Yucheng suddenly emerged from his reverie, exclaiming, "I have one." He looked at Xie Xinghan, his eyes brimming with determination. "You say Laozi speaks of governance while Zhuangzi speaks of self-cultivation. I believe this to be utterly erroneous. Does Laozi not speak of self-cultivation?" Laozi states, "To love oneself as one loves the world, one may entrust the world." Is this not self-cultivation? Does Zhuangzi not speak of governance? He does indeed, otherwise, where would the chapter responding to rulers come from? Xie Xinghan lightly waved the whisk fan. "To love oneself as one loves the world, one may entrust the world." This still places the focus on the world rather than on oneself. It teaches how to select those worthy of entrusting the world. Yin Yucheng eagerly awaited her explanation, interjecting with excitement, "In Zhuangzi on forgiveness, there is nearly an identical phrase, to love oneself as one loves the world, then one may entrust the world." If we follow your reasoning, does this not suggest Zhuangzi's focus remains on the world rather than on self-cultivation? Ha! Caught you. This is akin to attacking a shield with its own spear. Xie Xinghan blinked. Thus, Zhuangzi, to prevent future misunderstandings, expressly stated, therefore, the great vessels of the world exist, yet are not easily born. He also said, the essence of Tao is to govern oneself, while the remnants may concern the state. Does this not clearly convey that self-cultivation is paramount? Seeing that Xie Xinghan had so effortlessly countered his argument, Yan Yucheng, unwilling to concede, retorted, but he also said the remnants may concern the state. Is that not also governance? You eat more rice and less vegetables. If I say you prioritize rice, is there anything wrong with that? Yan Yucheng's expression stiffened, cursed, then, recalling something, he quickly added, what about responding to rulers? This time, Xie Xinghan did not allow him to finish and promptly replied, even if we disregard responding to rulers as merely discussing the principle of non-action in governance, even if you insist that it expounds on the way of rulers, the inner chapters of Zhuangzi consist of 7, the outer chapters 15, the miscellaneous chapters 11, while responding to rulers is but this one piece. Does this not bring us back to the principle of prioritizing rice? I assert that Zhuangzi speaks of self-cultivation to indicate the differing emphases between him and Laozi. For instance, when Mr. Lu teaches Xingshu, he intersperses it with elements of Liji for verification. Afterward, I might summarize that Mr. Lu's lesson primarily focused on Xingshu. What is incorrect about that? Chapter 74 of the discourse Yu King was rendered speechless by the inquiry, and after a moment of hesitation, began to massage his temples, exclaiming, oh dear, I cannot bear it any longer. I must take a moment to recover, my head is throbbing again. Xnghn remarked, as Yu King once again fell victim to her intellectual prowess, his heart filled with unease, prompting him to seek assistance. WNSHN, do come. After a brief pause, he added, but do not indulge in excessive compassion. Li Weiying offered a faint smile but remained silent. YY inquired, young Master YN is at a disadvantage, may young Master Li offer a rebuttal? The terms, shu, and shn, are both technical jargon in the realm of philosophical debate, with the former indicating a setback and the latter signifying a defense. Li Weiying clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and smiled again, yet he remained reticent. Xnghn stated, if young Master Li has any objections, I, Xnghn, am all ears. Li Weiying had been awaiting Xnghnc's invitation, and upon her finally speaking, he first turned to Wing Weiying, brother Wing, would you care to begin? Wing Weiying, perceiving Li Weiying's pretentious demeanor, thought to himself, this fellow is putting on quite a show. It's not as if we are in a royal succession ceremony requiring multiple invitations. Xnghn directly addressed Wing Weiying, young Master Wing, please share your insights. Li Weiying's brows lifted slightly. Wing Weiying praised, Madam Xi's arguments are exceptionally clear and profound, her rhetoric both rich and expansive. I find myself merely a spectator, too timid to offer any advice, it is better left to young Master Li. Xnghn cast a sidelong glance at Wing Weiying. Li Weiying remarked, brother Wing, you are being overly modest. I heard from Ziying that you bested Madam Xi in a previous discussion, so why the reticence today? Is that true? Yu King straightened up in surprise. Previously, he had assumed Wing Weiying, being a student of the local academy and focused on classical studies, lacked the finesse in discourse. However, if he had indeed triumphed over Xnghn, it would certainly change the narrative. The Wang family of Langya, though fallen from grace, harbored a student of classical studies, a practitioner of both Confucian and Taoist philosophies. How intriguing, Wing Weiying replied, my previous victory was merely a stroke of luck. Today, Madam Xi's arguments are so profound that I would not dare to utter a word of criticism. Ah, so it was just Yu King instantly lost interest, slumping back against the table. A smile graced Xnghn's face. Li Weiying pressed once more, brother Wing, are you quite certain you will not join in? Must you dally so? Wing Weiying clasped his hands, saying, my learning is indeed limited. Please, young Master Li, proceed. Only then did Li Weiying slowly articulate, earlier, Nkang offered one rebuttal, I shall continue with the second. Fourth daughter claims that Laozi's focus is on victory, thus his strategies are rather cunning. I contend that victory and cunning need not be intertwined. If victory equates to cunning, then when Zhuangzi states to conquer the material without causing harm, and asserts the small can overcome the large, does it not also imply cunning? That is not quite the same, Xnghn interjected. The victory spoken of by Laozi is distinctly utilitarian, weak triumphing over strong, soft overcoming hard, the softest of all conquering the hardest. It is akin to calculation, a tool for manipulation. Hence, Han Fei cites Laozi when he remarks that to take what one desires, one must first secure it, as seen in various chapters including main principles and raising tax, echoing the teachings of the Tao Te Ching, and illustrating the deep cunning required for a ruler to govern. Li Huaying chuckled lightly. Weak overpowering the strong and soft overcoming the hard are natural principles. To discuss principles is to be utilitarian. Then I might assert that trees tower over grass, the rock exceeds the sparrow, and the tiger, leopard, bear, and wolf are mightier than the chicken, pig, cow, and sheep. Would that not also be utilitarian? Xnghn immediately countered, of course it is utilitarian. Zhuangzi speaks of the theory of relativity, stating that nothing is larger than the autumn hare, while Mount Tai is small. Nothing is longer lived than a stillborn child, while Pengzu meets an early demise. Whether it be the reed or the cypress, the fierce or the exquisite, the Tao is unified. Your distinctions between tree and grass, rock and sparrow, are inherently utilitarian. Oh dear, young Xnghn is about to be caught in a trap. Upon hearing Xngh's assertion, Huaying sensed impending trouble. Sure enough, Li Huaying responded with a knowing smile. If the Tao is unified, why then do you assert that Laozi and Zhuangzi are distinct? Xnghn fell momentarily silent. Li Huaying continued nonchalantly. In truth, the third point raised by fourth daughter can also be refuted. Laozi does not shy away from death, otherwise he would not state, the reason I suffer greatly is because I have a body. If I had no body, what would I suffer from? He further states, a gust of wind does not last an entire morning, a sudden rain does not last a full day. If heaven and earth cannot endure, how much less can humans? Such words are clearly those of transcendence and understanding, rather than confusion regarding life and death. However, human sentiment shuns death. Thus, when the sage wishes to educate, he must borrow from human fears to illustrate his points, warning the hearts of the masses. In Zhuangzi's words, there is also the phrase piercing a hole for 7 days leads to the death of chaos. It is not that Zhuangzi deems death an undesirable conclusion, but rather that he employs allegory to convey truth, and must do so. He adjusted his posture and surveyed the room. Mencius stated, those who discuss poetry should not let the text harm the intent, nor the intent harm the will. To reverse intent with meaning is to gain it. It is most detrimental for a scholar to become ensnared by a single phrase. If one is trapped within a mere word or two, confined to 3 or 4 phrases, while ignoring the entirety of the text, one easily loses sight of the true meaning, leading to a profound misunderstanding. How lamentable! How painful! For all of us who pursue knowledge, we must exercise caution in this regard. Li Huaying's expression bore a hint of regret as he gently shook his head. Xnghn wore a grave expression, contemplating deeply, yet found no counter-argument. Li Huaying turned to Huaying. What do you think, brother Huaying? Why must you keep calling on me? Nonetheless, Mencius's method of studying is indeed a rare gem of wisdom. Huaying clasped his hands, saying, young Master Li's words resonate deeply with me. Your insights are truly profound. Huaying had previously used the phrase truly profound in reference to Xngh's argument. Now, he applied the same 4 characters to Li Huaying, transitioning smoothly without any sense of dissonance. Xnghn raised an eyebrow. Huaying clapped his hands and declared, the discourse of WNSHN is undeniably sound and worthy of conclusion. In this instance of philosophical dialogue, the first prize must surely go to WNSHN. Li Huaying laughed lightly. If that is so, fourth daughter shall undoubtedly contest this. Fourth daughter, would you be willing to relinquish your feathered staff? To relinquish the staff is tantamount to conceding one's argument. Though reluctant, Xnghn had no choice but to place her staff upon the tray, allowing a servant to present it to Li Huaying. Li Huaying took the staff, giving it a gentle shake 3 times, and proclaimed with clarity of the Taoist school is rooted in Laozi and Zhuangzi. Both speak of Tao, Wu-wei, contraries, and abandoning the sage and rejecting knowledge. Zhuangzi draws from Laozi. Laozi states, the Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao, while Zhuangzi asserts, the great Tao is nameless. Laozi says, I practice non-action, and the people transform naturally, and Zhuangzi states, you merely dwell in non-action, and things transform by themselves. Thus, Sima Chen remarked that Zhuangzi returns to the teachings of Laozi, which is indeed true. When Wyf inquired of Ru Wenxi about the similarities and differences between Laozi, Zhuangzi, and Confucianism, Ru Wenxi replied, "There is no sameness. This statement is quite astute. Laozi and Zhuangzi are not distinct from Confucianism, and how could Laozi and Zhuangzi possibly differentiate themselves?" Zhuangzi, chapter on the world states, "The Taoist techniques will cause divisions in the world, not because the Taoist techniques themselves cause divisions, but because those who discuss the Tao create divisions. Although your argument, Madam Xi, is intriguing, it nonetheless divides the great Tao and blurs the differences, while new, it is not exempt from the pitfalls of emptiness." Upon concluding, Li Weiying struck the table with the staff, producing a resonant sound. The argument that Laozi and Zhuangzi are distinct has been shattered. Chapter 75. I humbly request guidance from Brother Wang. The words echoed resoundingly, complemented by the gentle breeze wafting through the corridor and the fluttering of gauzy curtains, creating an atmosphere imbued with depth and resonance. Is this truly a serious matter? Could there be some long-standing grudge? Wang Yang glanced at Lu Tong and then at Xie Xinghan, feeling that although Lu Tong possessed talent, his remarks seemed rather excessive. Yan Yucheng, more perplexed, recognized Lu Tong's character. Though proud, he was not one to be reckless. Typically, he spoke and acted with tact, treating Xie Xingyang with utmost civility. Why, then, had he chosen to openly confront her today? Xie Xinghan, however, remained composed, her beauty radiant, her expression placid, betraying no sign of embarrassment or displeasure, her starry eyes flickering slightly, gaze lowered, lost in thought. Apart from Wang Yang, the most detached of all was Yui. He cared little for the outcome of their discourse, viewing it merely as an unavoidable social engagement. Observing Lu Tong's dominance, he declared, "If no one objects, let us declare young Master Lu the victor of this conversation." Yan Yucheng was the first to respond. "Brother Wenshin's insight is unparalleled. We cannot compete." Yui turned to Wang Yang, who remarked, "Brother Lu's insights are indeed profound." Suddenly, Xie Xinghan leaned toward Wang Yang, covering her mouth with a delicate hand, and whispered, "If you cannot best him, your business with the fan is as good as lost." Wang Yang's eyes widened in surprise as he coughed and swiftly changed his tune. "There are still some flaws." Xie Xinghan's eyes sparkled, her brows curving like a new moon. A slight, almost imperceptible smile graced Chen Xingshan's cold visage. Yan Yucheng looked at Wang Yang, astonished. Lu Tong, with a congenial demeanor, said, "I humbly request Brother Wang's guidance." "I dare not presume to offer guidance. Might I ask, Brother Lu, from where does the phrase originate?" Lu Tong replied with poise, "Zhuangzi, chapter on the world." Wang Yang nodded. "Then allow me to inquire further, Brother Lu. In the same chapter, various schools of thought are enumerated. Why are Guan and Lao placed together, while your own school stands apart?" Lu Tong's expression shifted slightly. After a brief pause, he responded, "Zhuangzi established a distinct school, so what is wrong with standing alone?" Wang Yang immediately countered, "Indeed. If he has established a distinct school, he must possess his own knowledge. If he merely borrowed from Laozi, how could he establish a school? There must be differences." Xie Xinghan could not contain her amusement. Lu Tong's expression cooled slightly. "To establish a distinct school does not necessarily imply difference. One can also accumulate knowledge to form a school. From where does the phrase originate?" Mingzi, chapter on Wanjiang states, "Confucius was the sage of his time. Confucius is referred to as the one who accumulates great accomplishments. So, Brother Lu, does this imply that Confucius's teachings were entirely derived from others, and that his philosophy did not differ from that of his teachers? When have I ever claimed such a thing?" Confucius established a school. Lu Tong realized mid-sentence that he had stumbled into a trap. Chuckling softly, he said, "The Tao is hidden in minor accomplishments, and words are concealed in glory. Brother Wang, your examination of characters and phrases, even if you uncover a few facts, what significance does it hold? It is merely a rhetorical trick, of no benefit to the profound principles." "Very well, let us speak of profound principles." Laozi said, "The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth," while Zhuangzi stated, "The Tao has no beginning or end." One asserts a beginning, the other denies it. This is the contradiction between Lao and Zhuang. Lu Tong frowned. Laozi said the nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth but did not claim the Tao is the beginning of heaven and earth. Laozi stated, "All things arise from the existence, existence arises from the non-existence, thus, non-existence gives rise to all things." He also said, the Tao produces one, one produces two produces three, and three produces all things. Thus, the Tao gives rise to all things. Non-existence is the Tao. Hence, Wang Bai said, the Tao is the name of the non-existent. Lu Tong was momentarily stunned, realizing he had been ensnared by Wang Yang's argument, and quickly sought to extricate himself. For the Tao gives rise to all things, and the non-existence also gives rise to all things. Thus, both the Tao and non-existence give rise to all things. Wang Yang immediately inquired, if all things originate from a single source, how can there be two? Lu Tong replied, a person's existence has parents, and the creation of all things has yin and yang. How can there not be two? Quite perceptive, Wang Yang silently commended him. Shifting tactics, the saying goes, there are things mixed together, born before heaven and earth, that I do not know their name. I call it Tao. It is also stated, in the beginning, there was both existence and non-existence, therefore, non-existence is indeed Tao. But Lu Tong quickly retorted, the former sentence is from Laozi, the latter from Zhuangzi. The foundational concepts differ, how can they be conflated? Wang Yang smiled slightly, since Lao and Zhuang are not different, and the Tao is unified, why can't we discuss them together? Oh no! I've fallen into his trap. Lu Tong felt a chill as he regarded Wang Yang's smile. The argument he had initially used to dismantle Xie Xinghan's points had now been turned against him by this young man. What to do? Yan Yucheng, having listened to the debate, grew increasingly anxious, his gaze flitting back and forth, and as he saw Lu Tong struggling to respond, he unconsciously leaned forward. Meanwhile, Xie Xinghan continued to gaze at Wang Yang with sparkling eyes, showing no sign of distraction. Noticing Lu Tong's silence, Wang Yang continued, in truth, there are many significant differences between Laozi and Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi speaks of carefree wandering, the great rock, the rivers flowing into the sea, the country of the snail's horn, the vastness of the universe, mocking the sages, and embracing the grand. Laozi speaks of compassion, frugality, and the reluctance to be the first in the world, being cautious and meticulous, which is more pronounced than in Zhuangzi. Therefore, while Laozi venerates the sage, Zhuangzi often speaks of the divine, the true person, and the utmost person. Laozi states, thus, the sage can achieve greatness, yet in Zhuangzi's view, the sage is diminished. Hence he claims, the utmost person has no self, the divine person has no merit, the sage has no name. Among these three, the sage is the lowest. Laozi frequently employs the term constant, stating, returning to the mandate is constant, knowing the constant is enlightenment, not knowing the constant leads to reckless actions, to avoid bringing calamity upon oneself is to practice the constant. However, Zhuangzi delights in discussing the great transformation of heaven and earth, hence he emphasizes the absence of constancy. Thus, in the Great Master chapter, it is said, transformation is the absence of constancy. Laozi speaks of non-action, achieving all without striving, for he does not contend, thus the world cannot contend with him. Zhuangzi also speaks of non-action. However, for Zhuangzi, non-action means to act when one must and to cease when one must. He understands that there is nothing that can be done, yet accepts it as fate. Hence, Zhuangzi states, therefore, a gentleman, when he cannot avoid it, governs the world best through non-action. The essence of this cannot avoid is critical, while Laozi diligently teaches rulers. At this point, Lu Tong immediately interjected, Zhuangzi, chapter on heaven and earth states, by observing the Tao, one sees the righteousness of the world's rulers, and by observing the Tao, one understands the duties of rulers and subjects. Clearly, Zhuangzi also instructs rulers. Wang Yang, with a sense of inevitability, replied, indeed, this is the essence of his cannot avoid. Xie Xinghan and Yan Yucheng could not help but laugh aloud. Yui also broke into a smile. Lu Tong, momentarily speechless, found himself at a loss for words. He never anticipated that the gap in his argumentation would be so effortlessly bridged by a single light remark. Wang Yang continued, Laozi focuses on governance, hence his vision of a small nation with few people. Zhuangzi, however, often speaks of evasion, thus he says, alas, I shall drag my tail through the mud. Laozi speaks of the Tao, profound and lofty, deeper than the deep, the gateway to all wonders. Zhuangzi, when speaking of the Tao, mentions the Tao is in the ants and the Tao is in excrement. In the world chapter, it is stated that Zhuangzi's teachings soar with the Creator above, while below they mingle with life and death, with the Eternal as a friend. It is also said of Laozi and Guanyin's teachings that they are established on the constant non-existence, governed by the Great One. Using softness and humility as a standard, and emptiness and non-destruction of all things as reality, the reality suggests that while Zhuangzi and Laozi emphasize their distinctions, their similarities are as evident as can be. Yet their differences cannot be dismissed. Wang Yang paused, cleared his throat, and concluded, "Thus, I assert that the argument presented by Lady Xia regarding the differences between Lao and Zhuang is as solid as a rock, unbreakable." Note: the conversational prowess of Yan Yucheng, Xie Xinghan, Lu Tong, and Wang Yang has been somewhat diminished in my portrayal. Initially, they were meant to engage in several more rounds of debate, but to prevent this section from becoming overly lengthy and cumbersome for readers, I had to condense it. I understand some may be reluctant to engage with such academic discourse, but Qing Tan encompasses not only the Confucian debates that follow but also Wang Yang's earth-shattering debate on scriptures that reverberated throughout the Buddhist community, and the ensuing unexpected consequences in the Northern Dynasty's volume. All of these are significant aspects of that era, intricately linked to the main storyline and character development. While it may be easier to gloss over a few sentences, such brevity lacks substance. A grand tapestry is unfolding, and I kindly ask for your patience as I unfold it gradually. Chapter 76. A young master. I have finished my meal. After Wang Yang finished speaking, a prolonged silence enveloped the room, with no one daring to break it. It is worth noting that the original argument was posited by Xie Xinghan, a conclusion undoubtedly forged through considerable contemplation and deliberation. Although it was articulated spontaneously, the preparation behind it remains unknown. Whether it was a collaborative effort or a solitary insight, none could ascertain. Wang Yang first countered Lu Yi's points and then effortlessly expanded upon Xie Xinghan's argument, weaving a discourse so intricate and sophisticated that it even surpassed the original thesis of Xie Xinghan. Such profound erudition and eloquence were truly astonishing to behold. After a considerable pause, Yan Yucheng sighed, "Indeed, the Wang family of Langya is illustrious, boasting a 500-year legacy. Their reputation is well-deserved." Xie Xinghan's lips curled into a faint smile, a manifestation of genuine admiration, as she lowered her head gracefully, resembling a celestial nymph among flowers, and conceded, "It is you, young Master Wang, who has triumphed." Xinghan humbly admits defeat. In contrast, Lu Yi's expression darkened, and he remained silent. In his youth, Yui had relished engaging in philosophical discourse, but now his interest had waned. Thus, despite recognizing Wang Yang's brilliance and silently praising his knowledge and rhetorical skill, he did not dwell on it. Noticing Lu Yi's reticence, he remarked, "Young Master Wang articulates his thoughts with remarkable elegance. Young Master Lu was equally gifted. Might I inquire if you have any further arguments to present?" Lu Yi inhaled deeply, rising to bow to Wang Yang. "Your intellect is indeed commendable, Wang Xiong." Wang Yang promptly stood in return, replying, "Merely a clever trick." "It is your talent that truly deserves admiration, Lu Xiong." Wang Yang's mention of a clever trick held a kernel of truth, for he was born a millennium and a half after Lu Yi, during which time the depth of scholarship had flourished, with masters emerging in droves. The wealth of texts and scholarly paths available was vast beyond measure. Such exposure had undoubtedly broadened Wang Yang's horizons in a way that Lu Yi could scarcely rival. Yui then rose, speaking with solemnity, "On the 18th of April in the 8th year of Yongming, the victor of the philosophical discourse is Wang Yang of Langya." Following the discourse, Yui hosted a banquet, enlisting his eldest son, Yu Qianlu, to accompany the guests, a gesture intended to pave the way for Yu Qianlu's future career. Although Yu Qianlu was senior to Wang Yang and held the position of chief scribe in Jingzhou, he found himself seated at the lowest place at the table. This was due to the prominence of the Wang, Xia, and Lu families, which overshadowed the Yin clan's status, which, while respectable, remained inferior to that of the aforementioned families. The Yu family, despite its dominance in Jingzhou, paled in comparison to these noble clans. Even the more esteemed Yu family from Mingchuan could hardly contend, save for the prestigious period of the Eastern Jin dynasty. Yu Yi's ability to preside over this philosophical gathering stemmed from the advantageous location of Jingzhou, his own reputation, and a modicum of personal rapport with the emperor, which earned him the respect of these noble youths. However, he spoke little during the banquet, maintaining a demeanor that suggested a lack of enthusiasm, while Yu Qianlu took on the primary role of socializing with the guests. "Do try this," Wang Yang said, during a pause in the clinking of wine cups, as he served a small plate of roasted goose meat, known then as Yizhi, to Chen Qingshan. He urged her several times to partake in the meal, but Chen Qingshan insisted on fulfilling her duties as a guard and steadfastly refused. Given the strict distinctions between nobility and commoners at that time, Wang Yang felt it inappropriate to request Yu Yi to provide Chen Qingshan with a seat, as that would have been disrespectful to the gentry present. Thus, he resorted to discreetly offering her morsels from time to time. Initially, Chen Qingshan maintained a certain reserve, but unable to withstand Wang Yang's persistent encouragement and tempted by the delectable dishes, she eventually stood and consumed a few plates of food. Wang Xiong, you truly care for your guard. Yan Yucheng exclaimed with a grin directed at Wang Yang. Chen Xingshan withdrew her hand, refraining from accepting the roasted goose. Ignoring the banter, Wang Yang stood and placed the plate and chopsticks in her hands, whispering, "If you wish to eat, then do so, regardless of others." He then returned to his seat, casually stating, "As my own guard, who ensures my safety, it is only natural that I treat her with kindness." Kindness, indeed, that may have ventured into other realms. To refer to her merely as a guard, who could be deceived by that? Yet, she did possess a certain allure, particularly with her long, straight, and powerful legs. This lad certainly chose well for his protector. A typical guard, a guard beneath the bed, a beautiful woman as a guard, and even a guard atop the bed. How amusing! Perhaps one day, I too shall procure a female guard. After a few cups of wine, Yan Yucheng's laughter grew increasingly radiant. However, he understood the importance of discretion in jest. Not being particularly familiar with Wang Yang, he hesitated to delve too deeply into inappropriate humor, opting instead to keep his thoughts to himself, merely voicing, "Wang Xiong is truly a connoisseur of beauty." Seated to Wang Yang's left, Xie Xinghan remained engrossed in her fish, eating with utmost seriousness. "Where does this young lady hail from?" Louis suddenly inquired of Chen Xingshan. Though the question appeared casual, it may have been laced with intent. In truth, there was nothing inherently wrong with the inquiry, but should Louis seize the opportunity to pry further into Wang Yang's affairs, it could become problematic. This concern arose primarily because Wang Yang had yet to discuss the matter with Chen Xingshan, leaving him uncertain about how she might respond. He sought to interject before she could speak, yet such a move could appear awkward. Ultimately, Wang Yang's apprehension proved unwarranted, for Chen Xingshan had no intention of answering. She continued to nibble at her goose meat, seemingly oblivious to Louis's question. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Louis reiterated his earlier question. Chen Xingshan blinked her serene eyes and returned to her meal without a word. How intriguing, Yan Yucheng thought, squinting with amusement. Louis inhaled sharply, his irritation visibly mounting. Wang Yang hastily intervened. "Lu Xiong, do not take offense, she has difficulty enunciating and is shy to speak." "Ah, I see," Louis replied. "Young master, I have finished my meal," Chen Xingshan declared, placing her empty plate on Wang Yang's table, her voice clear and her enunciation precise. Louis o Wang Yang, truly, she was adorably oblivious. How did she articulate that so well? It is quite remarkable. Wang Yang's expression turned sheepish. Louis scoffed as he sipped his wine. Noticing the atmosphere shift, Yu Qianlu attempted to redirect the conversation. "Young Master Yan, your elder brother returned from his mission to the northern barbarians last year, did he not?" "Indeed, he has returned. The journey was relatively swift. He arrived in Jiankong 2 months ago," Yan Yucheng stated, pausing briefly to survey the table before revealing, with an air of mystery, "Did you know that upon their arrival, they coincidentally attended the northern barbarians' New Year court assembly and encountered the envoy from Goryeo?" Louis cast a sidelong glance. What is so extraordinary about that? The Goryans have always been duplicitous, playing both sides. Yan Yucheng expressed his own dissatisfaction with Goryeo. When the late emperor was in power, the Goryans came to pay their respects, and the late emperor conferred the title of General of Galloping Cavalry upon their king. Our great general travels to the northern barbarians to pay tribute. What is this all about? Xie Xinghan interjected. The Goryans may offer some local specialties as tribute, but their contributions to the northern court are substantial amounts of genuine gold and silver. With a hint of mockery, Louis replied, "Indeed, 200 pounds of gold and 400 pounds of silver per year." Xie Xinghan's father, Xia Pai, currently serves as the minister of the Central Secretariat, while Louis's father, the former Duke Lu, recently stepped down as Minister of Rights. The two ministries, Central Secretariat and Ministry of Rights, are traditionally regarded as the highest offices, often referred to as the Prime Minister. Thus, both Xie Xinghan and Louis are considered scions of noble families. As such, when this topic arose, both were privy to certain insider information, such as the specific amounts of tribute Goryeo paid to the northern barbarians, knowledge that Yu Qianlu, being a mid-level local official, and Yan Yucheng, whose brother had only recently served as a deputy envoy to the northern Qi, would not possess. Upon hearing this, Yan Yucheng was incensed, slamming his hand on the table. "I knew it. Why else would the northern barbarians treat the Goryans so favorably? At this court assembly, they even seated my brother and the Goryan envoy together." Note: History of Wei. A biography of Goguryeo. In subsequent years, the tribute envoy sought to establish contact, delivering 200 pounds of gold and 400 pounds of silver annually. During the southern and northern dynasties, Goguryeo changed its name to Goryeo, and during this period, the terms used to refer to the country in Chinese documents were often inconsistent, with Goryeo being the more frequent designation in southern dynasty official records. Scholars commonly refer to it as Goryeo of the Gao clan. The territory encompassed parts of northeast China and the northern part of the Korean peninsula, distinct from the Goryeo established centuries later. Chapter 77 on the situations of the North and South, Part 1. In ancient times, seating was classified as either collective or solitary, with solitary seating being a mark of greater respect. During the Eastern Han Dynasty, officials sat collectively, but Emperor Guangwu particularly decreed that 3 esteemed ministers, the Minister of Personnel, the Deputy Minister of Supervision, and the Commander of the capital, should have their own designated seats. Hence, the capital came to be known as the 3 solitary seats, symbolizing their exalted status. Presently, the northern Wei allowed the envoys of the southern Qi and Goguryeo to sit together, which evidently belittled the southern Qi. Lu Feng coldly snorted, "The northern barbarians are brazen, and Goguryeo is equally oblivious to their own limitations." Yu Qianlu speculated, "This must be in retaliation for the incident when Li Biao was sent as an envoy to our court, where he and his deputy were not permitted to enter the palace." Yan Yucheng raised 2 fingers and gestured emphatically in the air. The denial of Li Biao's entry was simply due to his humble origins, leading to a distinction between the noble and the common. Had the northern court dispatched a genuine noble family, would they have dared to deny him entry? Xie Xinghan pondered deeply, musing, "The northern barbarians are achieving 3 objectives in one move. First, they undermine our dynasty's legitimacy; second, they win over Goguryeo; and third, they sow discord between our court and Goguryeo." Yan Yucheng, filled with indignation, raised his voice, "Our southern Qi has been excessively lenient towards these northern scoundrels. In the past, whenever Wei envoys visited, did we not extend them the utmost courtesy? We have never treated barbarian envoys on par with those from minor states. Even if Li Biao is of humble stock and cannot enter the palace, when he departs, the emperor still sees him off with great honor, personally traveling to Langya city and commanding the officials to compose poems in farewell. Yet, how have they repaid us? During the Huaiyang campaign, our forces utterly defeated the barbarian army, and the righteous citizens of Qing and Su rose up, seizing their supply carts and slaying their soldiers, with waves of them returning south. That was the perfect moment for a northern expedition, if it weren't for the fact that the late emperor had just ascended the throne and was preoccupied with consolidating his reign. Merely sending envoys to show leniency, we might have already changed the fate of the north." At this point, his expression dimmed slightly, and he sighed, "Alas, that opportunity has passed." Now, Lu Feng suddenly interjected, "Now that there has been no warfare between the north and south for nearly a decade, our southern Qi is strong and prosperous, and it is the perfect time to mobilize our elite forces to eradicate the northern barbarians. In my humble opinion, the army could be divided into 3 routes, 1 route through Jing and Xiang to strike at the gates of He, 1 route through Su and Yu to assault Su and Luo, and 1 route through Qing and Ji to target Pang and Pei, with infantry and cavalry combined, and land and water forces coordinating. Once the army moves, the Central Plains will surely rise in rebellion. At that time, with both internal and external forces united, we shall surely vanquish the brigands." Wang Yang could not help but laugh, quickly lowering his head to eat, concealing his expression. Yan Yucheng, however, was invigorated, exclaiming, "Excellent, Lu brother, if you become the commander in the future, I will certainly follow you to achieve great deeds and restore our homeland." Yu Qianlu remained silent. Recovering the homeland is no easy feat. Setting aside the question of victory, just in terms of defense in Jingzhou, the expenses alone are insufficient, requiring an additional allocation from the court of 20 million coins, 5,000 bolts of cloth, and 30,000 measures of grain. Even with this, it is still inadequate. We would need to transport another 60,000 measures of grain from Jiang and Xiang, which is truly a dire situation. If we were to launch another northern expedition, where would the funds and provisions come from? Can the national treasury sustain such an endeavor? Even if it can, for how long? He glanced at the impassioned Yan Yucheng and then at the spirited Lu Feng, suddenly reminded of his younger brother, Yu Yuling. Both were equally fiery and full of youthful vigor. Perhaps his prolonged tenure in the bureaucracy had made him overly cautious and hesitant. How could he achieve anything like this? As Lu Feng suggested, perhaps taking a bold leap might yield remarkable success? Yu Qianlu was enveloped in self-doubt, entirely unaware that his father was supporting his forehead with a hand, suppressing a rising smirk. Yan Yucheng, in high spirits, turned to Wang Yang and Yu Qianlu, thumping the table. Wang brother, when the time comes, let us charge into battle together, surveying the vast landscape and claiming titles and lands. What do you say? Yu Qianlu clasped his hands, saying, how could I refuse such an order? Wang Yang raised his head with a smile, clasping his hands in return. Excellent, excellent. A sharp gaze swept over Wang Yang as Lu Feng's tone turned slightly cold. Wang brother seems rather dismissive of my words. I presume you have an alternative perspective? Can you perceive that? Why not inquire of Yu Qianlu instead? Wang Yang feigned innocence. Not at all, Lu brother's insights are indeed commendable. Lu Feng scoffed. Previously, during our idle conversation, Wang brother proclaimed, your insights are indeed commendable, yet what resulted was your own commendable insights. If you hold a differing opinion, I invite you to speak plainly. I am all ears. Why are you directing this at me? Is it because you lost our earlier debate? Could it be that you are being petty? If I counter your words again, would you then hold a grudge against me? You say you are all ears. What good does that do? Am I your teacher, or are you paying me for my time? Lu brother is mistaken. I have no differing opinion whatsoever. Lu Feng, clearly unconvinced, continued to sneer. Suddenly, Xie Xinghan spoke up. I too wish to hear Wang Gongzi's perspective. What more do you wish to hear? Wang Yang shook his head. I have no perspective. Xie Xinghan fixed her gaze on Wang Yang. A gentleman values sincerity. Wang Gongzi lacks sincerity. Wang Yang chuckled. You are right, Madam Xie. I have never been one to embody the qualities of a gentleman. Seated close to Wang Yang, Xie Xinghan's eyes sparkled with mischief as she leaned toward him, covering her cherry lips, whispering, since you admit to not being sufficiently gentlemanly, then regarding our collaboration, Wang Yang was at a loss for words. You can't keep recycling the same tactic. The method does not need to be novel. It only needs to be effective. After all, I am not short of business. Xie Xinghan replied nonchalantly. I am not using your family's ships for free either. Lu Feng observed the exchange between Xie Xinghan and Wang Yang, his expression growing increasingly somber. Yan Yuqing inquired curiously, what are the two of you whispering about? Xie Xinghan smiled. Wang Gongzi mentioned he has another perspective. When did I ever? This tactic will be used for the last time, Xie Xinghan quickly interjected, sitting up straight with an air of earnestness. Wang Yang, finding himself with no alternative, finally spoke. Lu brothers' loyalty and righteousness are truly admirable. However, in the contention between North and South, one must heed the dynamics at play. Without a complete understanding of the situation, success is elusive. Currently, the balance of power is unfavorable to us and advantageous to the enemy. Lightly speaking, of a northern expedition would be of no benefit to the nation. Lu Feng derisively interjected, I see Wang brother has been thoroughly intimidated by the northern barbarians. Wang Yang ignored Lu Feng's jibe and continued, the so-called dynamics of the situation encompass geography, national strength, military capabilities, and the unfolding events, among other factors. Setting other aspects aside, let us consider geography alone. To resist the north from the south requires three essentials. First, to defend the rivers, one must first guard the Huai. The Yangtze River defense line stretches for thousands of miles. If one section is breached, it is akin to a wound to the heart. To defend the Yangtze, one must first secure the Huai. The regions of Jiang and Huai serve as the crucial pivot. The Huai River has numerous tributaries, from which one can connect to the Luo and the Yangtze. Should the southern court gain control, the Central Plains would lose its shield. If the northern court gains it, then Jiangnan would lose its barrier. Only at this moment did Yu Qianlu finally regard Wang Yang with earnest attention, his gaze beginning to grow serious. Note: the specific financial data regarding Jingzhou's annual expenditures is derived from the Book of Southern Qi, a biography of Wang Yuzhong, which states, the annual expenses of Jingzhou amount to 30 million coins, 10,000 bolts of cloth, and 60,000 measures of rice, along with another 100,000 measures of rice from Jiang and Siang provinces for the garrison. This data pertains to the time when Wang Yuzhang governed Jingzhou. The exorbitant costs had special reasons. At first, the military pressure on Jingzhou increased due to the Northern Wei's military movements. Second, Wang Yuzhang was favored and held significant power. Thus, historical records describe this as unprecedented in recent times. Currently, it is under the governance of the King of Badong, and the expenses could not naturally be so high. Additionally, due to the emperor's attitude toward the king of Badong, the depletion of national strength, and various other factors, I have made adjustments accordingly. Chapter 78 on the northern and southern situation, Part 2. Thus, since ancient times, the south and north have been in opposition, inevitably contending for the several strongholds between the Yangtze and Huai rivers. Eastern Wu deployed troops, frequently attacking Hefei, due to its strategic connection to the Yangtze and Huai rivers, making it a pivotal point. Yet, by the end of the Eastern Wu era, they could not secure the Huai River and ultimately fell prey to Jin. Despite Fu Jian's grand army, resembling a towering mountain pressing down, they could never quench their thirst at the Yangtze, as Jin managed to safeguard the Huai River. Today, if we cannot even defend the Huai, how can we speak of vanquishing the enemy? Upon hearing this, Wang Yang noticed several individuals in the assembly casting peculiar glances at him, their expressions unmistakably odd. Xie Xinghan timidly interjected, "Young Master Wang, we haven't lost the Huai River, Wang Yang. Can it be that during the southern Qi, we could still hold on to the Huai River? That would be remarkable. The grand narrative of China reveals that before the Eastern Han, the divisions were east and west, whereas post-Eastern Han, they were north and south. Since the Three Kingdoms, the pattern of confrontation between north and south has repeatedly emerged. Scholarly works summarizing the strategies of attack and defense between the north and south are not rare in history. What Wang Yang articulated was a synthesis of historical experiences of north-south opposition and insights from several military geographers, such as Li Tao and Gu Zuyu, and thus, it is a timeless discourse. Even during the Huaihai campaign, the Nationalist Army concentrated its forces at Shuzhou and Bengbu, adhering to the strategic principle of to guard the river, one must guard the Huai. However, the issue lies in the fact that Wang Yang is least familiar with the history of the southern Qi among the six dynasties, leading him to mistakenly believe that the Huai River had already been lost at that time. Lu Tong chuckled, "Brother Wang, you are utterly unaware of even the most basic knowledge, yet you speak so confidently. I must say, I am truly impressed by you." Yan Yuchang also found amusement in this, as the towering image of Wang Yang in his mind began to crumble rapidly. Even Yu Qianlu couldn't help but shake his head, thinking that while this person's insights appeared to be commendable, how could he discuss strategies of attack and defense when he does not even understand the territory of his own dynasty? Only Yui maintained a solemn demeanor, waiting for Wang Yang to continue to eye Yui's perspective. Compared to Wang Yang's lofty assertions, this minor error was but a trivial flaw. Nonetheless, he was somewhat curious as to how someone lacking such fundamental knowledge could possess such discernment. Wang Yang felt a tinge of embarrassment. The southern dynasties had seen a decline with each passing generation. Lu Song had lost the Huai to the north and west, and the southern Qi was inferior to Lu Song, which certainly meant reclaiming lost territories was out of the question. If they could still guard the Huai, it would imply it. Upon reaching this thought, he composed himself and remarked, "What does merely guarding the southern Huai River signify? If one cannot defend the Yellow River, then one must protect the Huai North. If one cannot protect the Huai North, then one must guard the Huai West. If even the Huai West cannot be defended, then reluctantly, we must guard the Huai South. Currently, our dynasty can only safeguard the Huai South. How can we speak of protecting the Huai? Among the strongholds in the Huai North, none is more critical than Pengcheng. In the Huai West, none is more vital than Xinhe. By controlling Pengcheng, one can access the Huai via the Xi River. By securing Xuanhe, one can approach the Huai via the Ru River. The loss of Xuanhe meant the fall of all 9 commanderies in Huai West. Losing Pengcheng would result in the complete loss of all 4 states in Huai North. If one wishes to defend the Huai, one must first capture these 2 cities to solidify the foundation of Huai defense. Lu Tong, Yan Yucheng, Xie Xinghan, and Yu Qianlu were all left in stunned silence. Chen Xingshan gazed at Wang Yang's retreating figure, her eyes wide with astonishment. Yui leaned on the table, instinctively rising, only to regain his composure and steady himself. Yu Qianlu clasped his hands and earnestly inquired, "Young Master Wang, with your remarkable literary and martial prowess, may I ask what your family's heritage is? Who is your teacher?" Wang Yang chuckled, "Merely discussing strategies on paper, merely discussing strategies on paper, please do not take it to heart." "Brother Wang, please continue. What are the second and third points?" Yan Yucheng implored eagerly. "There's nothing more to say. I was merely speaking off the cuff, quite shallow indeed. Today's banquet has been splendid, and we've discussed enough. It is time to disperse." Wang Yang felt he had spoken enough for the day, and, exhausted, wished to return early and finish reading the final 2 volumes of Qi. Yan Yucheng immediately protested, "Oh, Brother Wang, we are just getting to the exciting part. How can we end it now? Yu Qianlu added, "It is still early, why the rush, young Master Wang? We have some fresh fruits available at the manor, perfect for refreshing ourselves, and I shall have someone bring them right away." Xie Xinghan also urged, "Do not tease us. Quickly share the remaining 2 points." Yui remained quietly attentive, though he had no desire to drink. His fingers absently tracing the rim of his cup. Wang Yang merely deflected their inquiries, and when Xie Xinghan resorted to threatening him with business matters, he directly interrupted, stating, "Things are limited to 3. You may ask for the first and second, but not a third." Sensing Wang Yang's serious demeanor, Xie Xinghan swiftly realized that if she pressed him further, he might genuinely withdraw from their business dealings altogether, so she refrained from continuing. There is a time for jest and a time for restraint, and a wise person always knows to halt when the moment is inappropriate. As Xie Xinghan did, though Lu Tong harbored disdain for Wang Yang, he too was curious about the other 2 key points of resisting the north from the south. However, he was unwilling to speak up, and as Wang Yang continued to evade the issue, his irritation grew. Suddenly, Yui remarked, "Huan Wen once said, even if the divine lands sink into the earth, becoming mounds for 100 years, Wang Yifu and others must bear their responsibility. Since Wang Yan has floated in emptiness, our mountains and rivers have declined, the 5 who have thrown China into chaos, and the discourse of idle talk endangering the state has not ceased." However, the origin of idle talk does not solely concern metaphysical discussions, it also encompasses discussions of state affairs. During the Wei and Jin periods, the discourse on distinguishing talents and character was aimed at selecting officials, and the statement "the sage's body is formless" indeed pertains to the monarch and ministers. Thus, to reduce the discourse of the 3 mysteries to mere idle talk is truly myopic. Therefore, I believe that the earlier discussion on the northern and southern situation is also idle talk. Today begins and ends with idle talk, quite swiftly. If young Master Wang can conclude, I shall reward you with this jade. Yui unfastened the azure jade pendant from his waist and presented it to Wang Yang. This jade is called Songming, an item I carry with me. If young Master Wang does not mind, I shall bestow it upon you. The Songming jade resembled the vermilion bird, smooth and unblemished, its hue delicate and subtle, appearing translucent yet opaque. As the jade was revealed, Yan Yuqing exclaimed, "What a fine jade, truly exquisite." Lu Tong, observing Yui's previously indifferent demeanor now expressing interest in Wang Yang's assertions, grew increasingly solemn. Yu Qianlu was taken aback. He understood the profundity of Wang Yang's insights but never anticipated his father would hold them in such high regard. Xie Xinghan whispered to Wang Yang, "This is ancient jade, known as clearness of the deep pool. It is priceless and rare. Do accept it." Wang Yang, gazing at the jade and Yui's uncharacteristic demeanor, felt a stir of intrigue and declared, "Then I shall dare to speak boldly. The second point is, to guard the river, one must fortify Jingxiang. Jingxiang serves as the backbone of the Yangtze River, assisting the 3 Wus to the east and controlling Bashu to the west. Securing it would strengthen the forces of both east and west." In the stillness of midnight, with lights ablaze, the hall was silent, save for the solitary voice of Wang Yang. "Jingzhou controls the upper reaches of Jiankong, while Xiangyang governs the upper reaches of Jingzhou. Hence, the significance of Zhuge Liang's Longzhong plan heavily emphasized Jingxiang. To the north, it connects to the Han River and the Yu River. To contest the situation, when Guan Yu attacked Fancheng from Shangyang, Cao Cao was at a loss. With the land of Shangyang, one could connect to Wanluo in the north, thereby destabilizing the heart of the Central Plains. Even the skilled military strategies of Wei Wu had their limits. Shandong and Jingxiang, just like the 2 wings of Jiangnan, by controlling Shandong, one can fortify the upstream of Huaiyan Sea, and by holding Jingxiang, one can secure the upper reaches of the Yangtze. With both wings extended, the momentum of Jiangnan expands. For instance, the northern expedition of Su De, who undertook the northern expedition. Wang Yang inadvertently referenced an example from the late Yuan and early Ming periods, quickly correcting himself, Su. Perhaps one day in the future, they may achieve the full success of a northern expedition. One could launch from the Huai River, first capturing Shandong, then advancing towards the He and Luo. Note: Fu Xingyan's on the east-west dichotomy begins by stating that after the Eastern Han, there was a constant division between the north and south, whereas prior to the 3 dynasties, the division was east and west. Regardless of the correctness of this conclusion, such insights reveal great ambition. Some concepts may appear simplistic, yet this thin layer of understanding has remained unbroken for millennia. The notion that everyone possesses ideas in their hearts yet remains silent is indicative of such a situation. Nowadays, we often refer to regional distinctions based on whether one is from the south or the north, but this has not always been the case. During the Han period, it was said that Shandong produces ministers, Shaanxi produces generals. The significance of the Hangdo Pass in the Shashan Mountains is considerable, which is why geographical discussions often refer to the east and west, Shandong and Shaanxi, gradually evolving into a north-south distinction by the end of the Eastern Han. The later Three Kingdoms period, extending into the Sui and Tang dynasties, still bore remnants of this east-west division. For further exploration of the relationship between idle talk and political factionalism, one may refer to Mr. Sheninka's The Beginning and End of the Literary Genre in the New Sayings of the World and Mr. Tang Changru's The Political Significance of the Talent and Character Debate in Wei and Jin. Chapter 79. The scholar must prioritize knowledge of instruments. As the banquet concluded and the guests dispersed, the bright moonlight spilled into the corridor. Yue stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the window, the words of Wang Yang from the feast echoing in his ears. Bashu occupies the upper reaches of the Yangtze River, descending towards Wuanchu. Its strategic significance is sufficient to seize the advantages of the river. Without Jiankong, the south of the river lacks leadership. Without Bashu, the south of the river is severed. Thus, Qin first annexed Shu before swallowing Chu. Jin, intending to annihilate Wu, also first subdued Shu. To control the south of the river, one must contend for Shu. To gaze upon the central plains, one must also secure Shu. Zhu Ti's northern campaign was ultimately unsuccessful without the aid of Bashu. Huanwen captured Shu, thus enabling his entry into Luoyang. Lu Yu's acquisition of Shu led to his conquest of Chang'an. Only with both Jing and Shu intact, connected from beginning to end, can one combine the strengths of East and West to resist the northern dynasties. This is the very reason why Kongming tirelessly advocated for an alliance between Wu and Shu. To fortify the south of the river, one must vie for Shu. To glimpse the central plains, one must likewise hold Shu. The management of Jing and Xiang, the mobilization of the wealth of the three Wus, and the nurturing of Bashu's strength, with the Huai River serving as a barrier, is the optimal strategy for securing the south of the river and laying the groundwork for great endeavors. With sufficient self-defense, one can then consider a northern expedition should the opportunity not arise. Merely indulging in fervor to mobilize the army would be the gravest folly that could ruin the state. Father. Yu Qianluo's return from seeing off the guests interrupted Yu's contemplation. What did Wang Yang say? Yue inquired directly. Yu Qianlu, taken aback by his father's specific questioning about Wang Yang, hesitated before responding. He inquired about my younger brother, subtly interceding on his behalf, hoping to have him return to the county school. Go now and dismiss the guards outside the bamboo residence. Inform Jie that he may return to the county school. Yu Qianlu was astonished. Father, are you not concerned that my younger brother might cause further trouble? Go, relay to your young. Furthermore, tomorrow you must carefully investigate Wang Yang's household registration. Remember, do not make this known. Yu Qianlu stood momentarily in shock, then bowed and replied, yes. After Yu Qianlu exited the room, Yue lingered by the window for a few moments before sitting down at the writing desk, focusing intently as he began to compose a letter. The first line of the letter read, "The humble scholar Tsingming respectfully bows to the esteemed Xianshan hermit, Father. Come in." Yu Yuling entered with a light step, his face alight with joy, and called out again, "Father. Speak your mind." Yue paused his writing, covering the letter, and turned to his younger son. Yu Yuling exclaimed with excitement, "Father, I have always said that Brother Wang possesses profound knowledge, far beyond the ordinary, yet I never anticipated that he would excel even in metaphysics, nor did I expect him to have such strategic acumen. I dare say he rivals Wang Rong in skill. Have you met Wang Rong?" Yu Yi's expression remained unchanged. "Well, I haven't, but I think if you have not met him, how can you make such bold comparisons?" Yu Yi's tone turned serious. A gentleman should be reticent in speech but swift in action. Upon your return to the county school, speak less and listen more, learning from those around you. Do not merely seek knowledge from dusty tomes, learn also from the perspectives and insights of those nearby. Knowledge of instruments is the understanding of one's capabilities and vision. A scholar must prioritize this understanding, otherwise, no matter how many books one reads, one becomes nothing more than a two-legged bookshelf. Yu Yuling bowed respectfully, understood. Then, casting a furtive glance at his father, he whispered, "When you mention those nearby, are you referring to Wang Yang?" Yue resumed his writing, lowering his head to continue the letter, responding with a vague "hm." Yu Yuling stifled a laugh, saying, "But did you not just say yesterday that I should avoid seeing him in the future? Leave." Sun takes his leave. Seeing the moment was ripe, Yu Yuling hurriedly slipped away. "What are you staring at?" Inside the ox cart, the slightly inebriated Wang Yang felt a bit uneasy under Chen Qingshan's gaze. "Who exactly are you?" Chen Qingshan asked. Wang Yang looked at Chen Qingshan's face, as cool and clear as jade, and replied with a smile, "I am your master." Buzz, the sound of the sword rang out, the long sword swiftly slid from its sheath, the hilt and blade brushing past Wang Yang's ear before crashing against the cart's. "You are my guard, and I am your master, what's the problem with that?" Surely the term master could not have become tainted during the southern and northern dynasties. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Thus, Wang Yang, with righteous indignation, confronted Chen Qingshan. Chen Qingshan coolly sheathed her sword. "No issue, but your laughter is rather frivolous." "Frivolous or not, as long as you refrain from inquiring further about my identity, all is well." "Do you understand military strategy?" Chen Qingshan suddenly asked. Discussing military affairs on paper is hardly understanding strategy. By the way, you are the daughter of a military family. You would be the one to truly comprehend it. Chen Qingshan shook her head. "My father taught me a few things, but he is versed in the battlefield, where two armies clash. What you spoke of at the banquet pertains to the contention between two nations, the dynamics of strategy. My father could not articulate that." "Your father is indeed formidable. He is a general capable of leading troops into battle, while I merely engage in scholarly discussions about warfare. I might end up like Zhao Kuo or Ma Su on the battlefield." Aristocratic families generally look down upon military generals. In the southern dynasties, the aristocracy could command troops and lead armies, yet they seldom respected those who actually fought on the battlefield. Among equals, civil officials were regarded with greater honor than military officials. Thus, it was common for members of the southern dynasty's aristocracy to hold dual roles, combining a prestigious civil office with a military post, known as Tai Ling. This was particularly true for high-ranking military positions. As for lower military ranks, they were even less esteemed. Wang Yang was well aware of this flaw within the southern dynasties and lamented that as pretentious, the northern dynasties are so powerful. If we do not prioritize military matters, we will inevitably be consumed by them sooner or later. Chen Qingshan looked puzzled. "Why do you always assert that the northern dynasties are formidable? I have heard that the northern Lu is on the decline and cannot last much longer." "Who have you heard that from?" "Everyone says so." If that were truly the case, not to mention Chang'an and Luoyang, the Huai River region should have been retaken long ago. South and North have communicated for quite some time. They generally do not hastily initiate hostilities. Wang Yang chuckled lightly. Chen Qingshan added, "My father also said that if war were to break out, the northern Lu would not stand a chance against us." "Has your father ever fought against them?" "Not directly." Wang Yang thought. "Your father is part of the capital's forbidden army, equipped with the finest supplies, yet has never engaged the northern invaders in battle. Were he in the position of a true border commander, he might not possess such confidence." He chose not to elaborate, simply stating, "One should regard the enemy with utmost seriousness, never underestimate them." Chen Qingshan nodded. Wang Yang continued, "In the future, during banquets or similar gatherings, you need not stand the entire time. You may sit down to eat." Chen Qingshan replied earnestly, "Since I have committed to being your guard, I must fulfill my duties as a protector." But Chen Qingshan's eyes were as serene as a deep pool. "I hope that when you attend to matters I have entrusted to you, you can also apply yourself with the same diligence." Chapter 80. Foolproof. The cold moon hung high in the sky, the night still young. Within the ornate chambers, Lu Tang was engrossed in handling an ancient scroll upon the table, his gaze fixed upon the fire basin below, his expression dark and brooding. He clutched the scroll tightly, his grip tightening with each passing moment, until suddenly he relaxed his hold and raised the book as if to hurl it into the flames. Ah Shen. Lu Tang, whose courtesy name was Wen Xin and whose childhood name was Ah Shen, could only be addressed in such a manner by one individual within this residence. The master of the estate, the official known as Friend of the King of Badong and Scholar of the King's Institute, Lu ran of the Book of the Southern Qi notes. Each king must have one teacher, one friend, and one scholar. The titles of teacher, friend, and scholar represent the three official ranks bestowed upon the royal family, appointed by the court as aides, all at the sixth rank. Their primary responsibilities included nurturing the royal family's education and providing wise counsel. The very nomenclature of teacher and friend suggests that although these